It was midsummer, and the sun blazed down on the land of Qingzhou Prefecture in Shandong Province like a fiery furnace. A few days earlier, a torrential rainstorm had drenched the area, leaving puddles in the low-lying parts of Unitown. But under the relentless heat of the sun, the water quickly evaporated. The ground, once soaked, had turned muddy and cracked under the scorching rays, peeling up palm-sized patches of dried earth. Naked children ran barefoot through the area, prying up these dry clumps of soil and stacking them like tiles to use as toys. The oppressive heat left everyone else lethargic and unmotivated. Unless they had to work in the fields, people stayed in the shade near their homes to escape the sweltering sun. There were hardly any pedestrians on the roads. Even the large willow trees, with their dense canopies, seemed lifeless in this merciless weather. Their branches hung limp, while cicadas hidden in the foliage endlessly droned their monotonous song, lulling people into drowsiness. As dusk approached, the stifling heat gradually dissipated. The setting sun bathed the horizon in a golden-red glow, and the landscape shimmered with hues of crimson. Around Jiaoyu Bay in Yunhe Town, the air felt especially cool due to a small bay formed by a tributary of the Mi River. Covering an area of about 5 or 6 mu acres, the bay was filled with lush lotus flowers, surrounded by willows and mulberry trees. It was a perfect spot for cooling off during the summer. However, the villagers didn't dare come here to seek refuge from the heat. It was private property belonging to the Yang family of Qingzhou. The lotus flowers in the bay thrived, their leaves forming an expansive green carpet. In the distance, a small boat glided among the lotuses. As it moved, the leaves parted, and the sound of a flute drifted out, clear and ethereal like a chant, spreading in all directions along with the swaying plants. An old farmer returning home at dusk walked slowly along a distant field ridge, his back bent and hands clasped behind him. He held the end of a rope tethered to a bony old ox, on whose back sat a little boy with a top-knot hairstyle, happily playing with his grandfather's straw hat. Farther away, the sun, as large as a cartwheel, was halfway below the horizon. The scene was poetic and picturesque. Hearing the flute music, the old man glanced toward the bay. Among the dense lotuses, the small boat was almost completely hidden. Only faintly could he see a young master dressed in a plain white robe and wearing a square scholar's cap, sitting leisurely at the bow of the boat, playing the flute. Beside him stood a beauty holding an oiled paper umbrella, clad in a light spring gown, her slender waist swaying gracefully. Unfortunately, her face was turned toward the young master, so only her elegant silhouette was visible, her jet-black hair tied lazily into a bun, adorned with a delicate hairpin that accentuated her long, graceful neck. Her figure exuded charm, stirring boundless imagination. At a glance, the old man realized this must be Master Yang of the Yang family, visiting their rural estate to escape the summer heat with his family. Being a simple, honest farmer, the old man knew better than to stare too long, especially since there were women aboard the boat. The Yang family was not one he, a humble villager, could afford to offend. Quickly lowering his head, he hastened his steps. In the distance, wisps of smoke rose from the chimneys of the town. The celestial-sounding flute music ceased, replaced by a melodious and flirtatious song. As the red sun sank below the horizon, the transition between the flute and the singing marked the end of another day. Indeed, Master Yang had come to the countryside today to enjoy the summer at his family's villa. The head of the Yang household was named Yang Su, style Xuan, and he had just come of age this year. The Yang family in Qingzhou had originally been considered only a moderately prosperous household. For years ago, when the elderly patriarch Yang Bingquan passed away, he left the struggling family business entirely in the hands of his 16-year-old son, Yang Su. At first, everyone assumed the Yang family would decline. During the first year of Yang Zu's management, there wasn't much to speak of, let alone expanding the family fortune. Even maintaining it seemed difficult. But starting from the second year, Yang Su seemed blessed by divine intervention. Whether in commerce, farming, horse breeding, or mining, he succeeded in everything he undertook. The family rapidly acquired shops, workshops, farmland, horse ranches, and more. Their wealth snowballed, and within a few years, they had risen to become one of the 10 wealthiest families in Qingzhou. After completing the 3-year mourning period for his father, Yang Wenxuan entered the local academy and passed the examination to become a zhuxing, a degree equivalent to a scholar. With both scholarly achievements and a vast inheritance, Yang Su became the most sought-after bachelor in Qingzhou. Many influential families eagerly hoped to marry their daughters to him. Matchmakers flocked to the Yang residence, practically wearing out the threshold. Don't think you're the first, some might have said smugly. But alas, Manager Xiao of the Yang household politely informed the matchmakers apologies, but our young master has been betrothed since childhood to a family in Yingthinfu, Nanjing. He will return to his hometown to marry her eventually. As the saying goes, wealth does not change one's wife, nobility does not alter one's friends. Our young master will not remarry under a different name. We sincerely thank you all for your kind intentions, but alas, it is impossible. With this explanation, the matter was settled. However, it was strange that Yang Su, now of marriageable age and having achieved fame and success, showed no signs of preparing to return home to wed. In fact, he avoided discussing anything about his supposed fiancée in Nanjing. Aside from managing the family business, Yang Su spent his time gallivanting with a group of close friends, indulging in worldly pleasures, riding fast horses, drinking strong wine, frequenting the finest brothels, and pursuing beautiful women. Within a year, he had earned a notorious reputation as a playboy. Despite his libertine lifestyle, Yang Wenxuan never brought women home. This trip to the family's rural estate with a woman was unprecedented, clearly indicating that she held a special place in his heart. The small boat came to stop about a zhang, approximately 3.3 meters from shore. A gnarled willow tree leaned over the lake, its countless branches hanging above the boat. As the evening breeze picked up, the willow branches swayed gently. Yang Su, barefoot and sitting cross-legged at the bow, held a fishing rod casually in one hand, appearing relaxed and content. Meanwhile, the beauty busied herself inside the cabin, lighting a charcoal stove to prepare dinner. The thinly sliced lotus root, fragrant and fresh, was harvested from a bay. The lively shrimp came from nests beneath the willow roots by the riverbank. The tender chicken, succulent lamb, and aged liquor were all products of the estate. There was also a plate of black, glistening mulberries that looked so tempting they made one's mouth water. They were freshly picked from the mulberry trees growing around the bay. All that remained was for the young master to catch a fat fish to complete the feast. Every item on the menu was sourced from the estate itself, brimming with rustic charm. As stars began to twinkle in the sky, the cicadas, which had buzzed incessantly throughout the day, finally grew quiet. The surface of the lake became tranquil. Yang Su and the beauty toasted each other, enjoying themselves immensely. Occasionally, the beauty would stretch out her delicate arms, giggling coquettishly as she wrapped them around Yang Zu's neck, planting affectionate kisses on his lips, a playful act known as a sensual cup. Unfortunately, this being private property of the Yang family, outsiders dared not wander here. The servants had discreetly retreated, leaving only a few wide-eyed frogs perched on lotus leaves, their throats bulging as they croaked loudly. They were the sole witnesses to the scene. When a crescent moon rose slanted in the sky, the sounds of clinking glasses and flirtatious laughter aboard the boat faded, replaced by faint, muffled noises. Yang Su loosened his robe, lying flat on his back with his abdomen exposed. His left hand held the fishing rod dangling into the water, while his right hand grasped a wine flask. Gazing at the starry sky, he took a sip of the homemade liquor, savoring the moment. This beauty, named Xiang, was truly remarkable. She possessed a stunning appearance, cooked exquisite dishes, and excelled in serving others. If not for these qualities, Yang Su would not have paid 200 strings of cash to purchase her during his recent trip to Taizhou Prefecture. A fish bit the hook. Though the dim light of night obscured the float sinking into the water, the taut fishing line transmitted the sensation directly to his hand. Just then, with a splash, a figure suddenly emerged from the water beside the boat. Pressing against the gunwale, the person leaped aboard with incredible speed, landing steadily in a crouched position on the edge of the boat like a giant frog. The sudden weight caused the small vessel to lurch violently to one side, but the intruder's feet clung firmly to the gunwale, keeping the boat steady. Xiang lost her balance and let out a startled cry. At that moment, the intruder raised his right hand, and a flash of cold light shot forth, resembling the crescent moon in the sky. With a soft thud, the blade pierced Yang Zu's chest. Yang Su grunted softly, unable to scream before the attacker thrust forward, then leapt back into the water with lightning speed. From boarding to disappearing underwater, the entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, too fast for anyone to discern his features. The assassin vanished, leaving only ripples disturbing the reflection of the moon on the bay. Yang Zu's eyes widened with shock and disbelief, but the light in them gradually faded. His left hand, which had tightly gripped the fishing rod, went limp, releasing its hold. The hooked fish dragged the rod away, fleeing into the depths. Xiang, her hair disheveled, sat pale and trembling. Slowly, She reached out a shaky hand to touch her wet lips, tasting the metallic tang of blood that had splattered onto her face. Her body convulsed violently, and a shrill, terrified scream erupted from her throat. Help me. Startled by the scream, frogs leaped off the lotus leaves and plunged into the water with loud splashes. Not far away, lights flickered in the windows of a nearby house. Hearing Xia Yang's cries, the light moved quickly, and the door creaked open. Someone carrying a lantern hurried out, standing on the embankment and shouting, "Young master! Young master? Miss Tingxiang, what happened?" "Find young master, he's been killed." Tingxiang stammered, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, the man on the shore gasped in alarm. Without hesitation, he dropped the lantern and leaped across the water, covering a distance of over a zhang in a single bound. Landing precisely on the stern of the boat, he caused it to rock violently. Tingxiang clutched the gunwale, too frightened even to scream. The newcomer, dressed in a plain blue robe and wearing a small hat, was none other than Zhang Shan, Yang Zhu's personal attendant. Hurriedly bending down, he examined the scene under the starlight and moonlight. His heart sank immediately. Having seen death many times before, he knew at a glance that Yang Su was beyond saving completely, utterly dead. His face turned ashen. Dead? Yang Su is dead. After 3 years of painstaking effort, just as things were beginning to look promising, he's dead? Zhang Shan's hands trembled, his mind racing with confusion and anger. He wanted to howl at the heavens to vent his frustration. Turning sharply toward Tingxiang, he glared at her with murderous intent, demanding, "Who killed the young master? How did they stab him? Speak." Tingxiang pointed toward the water, trembling as she spoke. "Two don't know. That person jumped out of the water, killed the young master, and then disappeared back into the water. I didn't even see if it was a man or a woman." Before she could finish, a gust of wind rustled the lotus leaves, making them sway as though someone were moving the stems below. Thinking the assassin had returned, Tingxiang screamed again, "Help! He's coming back! Save me!" "Silence!" Zhang Shan roared, slapping her across the face with a sharp crack. The blow numbed half of Xia Yang's cheek. As Yang Zhu's concubine, she had never imagined that a lowly servant like Zhang Shan would dare strike her. Shock and fear rendered her speechless, and her screaming ceased. "What do we do? What should we do?" Zhang Shan clenched his wrists, still undecided. In the distance, several lanterns bobbed as estate workers arrived, alerted by the earlier commotion. Assuming it was a petty thief causing trouble, they carried lanterns and farming tools like pitchforks and shovels, shouting loudly as they approached. Zhang Shan gritted his teeth, thinking furiously. If Yang Wenxuan's death becomes public knowledge, all our hard work over the past few years will be wasted. I alone cannot bear this responsibility. For now, he'll conceal his death and leave this place. Once I regroup with the others, we could devise a plan. Having made up his mind, and seeing the lanterns drawing closer, Zhang Shan whispered to Tingxiang, "The young master was mysteriously assassinated, yet you're the only one aboard the boat. If you can't explain what happened and merely claim he was stabbed, who will believe you? If this case goes to court, you'll never escape punishment." Tingxiang sobbed, 13, "It really wasn't my fault. I was just..." "Be quiet." Zhang Shan snapped. The young master was no ordinary person. When lives are at stake, the elders will prioritize giving explanations to the academy and the city's gentry. No one will care whether a mere woman is innocent or not. The law is harsh and unforgiving. Once you're thrown into jail, even if you're as pure as water, they'll find ways to make you confess. If you want to avoid legal trouble, follow my instructions and keep silent. Yes, they'll listen to you completely," Tingxiang replied. A courtesan raised in a brothel, she had always relied on her skills in pleasing men and had never encountered such a bloody scene. Terrified and overwhelmed, she readily agreed after Zhang Shan's threat. By now, the tenant workers from the estate had reached the shore and called out, "Young master, what happened? Was there a thief?" "Nothing serious." Zhang Shan maintained his composure, speaking calmly. "The young master drank too much and nearly fell into the water, startling Miss Tingxiang into screaming." Knowing the young master's penchant for drinking and carousing, and trusting Zhang Shan as someone close to him, the workers laughed and joked among themselves. "If the young master is fine, we'll take our leave." Zhang Shan's eyes flickered slightly as he added, "Wait a moment. I've just received word from the city about urgent business matters requiring the young master's immediate attention. Since he's currently drunk and unable to move, it's fortunate you've arrived. Bring the young master's carriage to the water's edge. Miss Tingxiang and I will help him board and return to the city immediately." A short while later, the gates of the Yang family's rural estate swung open. Zhang Shusan drove the carriage out at high speed, disappearing swiftly into the vast darkness of the night. Chapter 2. The cold blade hidden beneath the sheath on the banks of the Nanyang River, just outside Qizhou Prefecture, there stood a modest tavern. This establishment served both wine and tea, yet its size was diminutive. The proprietor, Lu Su, fulfilled the roles of innkeeper, cook, and server all by himself. Typically, apart from the occasional villagers from a nearby hamlet seeking to purchase a modest drink, the tavern relied on transient patrons from the boats navigating the Nanyang River and local fishermen. Consequently, business was rather lackluster. Lu Su, disinterested in the tavern's upkeep, often took down the signs for wine and tea to pursue other means of livelihood. The passing boats and nearby residents grew accustomed to this, and whenever they saw the absence of the signposts, they ceased to visit. Today, it appeared that the tavern had closed its doors. The slender pole at the entrance stood bare. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice that while the signs were indeed taken down, the door itself was not entirely secured, leaving at least 2 gaps for ventilation. Inside, a few individuals sat in tranquil silence. 4 figures encircled a table. Facing away from the door was a youth of 17 or 18, clad in a blue garment, presenting the appearance of a servant from a wealthy household. He had delicate features, though his thin lips and narrow eyes lent him a somewhat intimidating air, with a pallid complexion tinged with a hint of green. This was Zhang Shusan, the devoted attendant of the young master Yang Su from the esteemed Yang family of Qingzhou. To his left sat a robust man, clad in a dark, round-collared robe. Approaching his 30s, he bore a thick beard, each strand as sturdy as steel, and his prominent brows and wide mouth radiated an aura of martial prowess. His demeanor was composed. He neither scowled nor thundered, but merely sat in silence, emanating a quiet yet palpable sense of menace. On Zhang Shusan's right was a portly gentleman in his 40s, with a round face and ample girth. Should he shave his head and don a monk's robe, one might mistake him for a manifestation of the Buddha, a jovial figure known for his countless avatars, playfully traversing the mortal realm. Dressed in a patterned outer garment and a folded gauze cap, he sported fine cotton attire rather than silk. It was evident that despite his wealth, he was merely a merchant, neither a scholar nor a farmer, thus lacking the privilege to don luxurious silks. In the current era of the Hongwu Emperor, the distinctions of rank were sharply delineated. Who would dare transgress such boundaries? Just 2 years prior, in the southern regions, a group of affluent youths faced dire consequences for flaunting their wealth by wearing boots, a privilege reserved for the upper echelons. Their casual display led to their apprehension by the patrolmen, following a recent imperial edict forbidding commoners, merchants, artisans, and miscellaneous workers from donning boots. Those who dared to defy this decree were met with severe repercussions. Ultimately, the unfortunate youths suffered the loss of their feet. In light of such events, while Qizhou may have enjoyed a sense of distance from imperial scrutiny, wealthy merchants still found themselves constrained, forced to don humble attire when venturing outdoors, lest they invite scrutiny or provoke the authority of the Hongwu Emperor. The stout man had faint eyebrows and naturally possessed a pair of smiling eyes, the corners of which were currently twitching incessantly. Beads of sweat streamed down his forehead and temples, while his plump hands clenched a pristine handkerchief, frequently wiping the perspiration trickling down his forehead and cheeks. Opposite Zhang Shusan sat the proprietor of the small hotel, Lu Su. Lu, with his honest and simple visage, donned a coarse blue cotton outfit, its corners tucked into his belt, and his sleeves rolled up, revealing a neatly pressed inner lining. His lips were tightly pursed, and his expression bore a profound bitterness, as if the 3 individuals beside him were merely diners seeking a free meal. The burly man in a dark robe was a deputy from the Qingzhou government office named Feng Shihui, although a low-ranking official, beneath the 9th rank. He was still recognized as a government figure, and common folk would bow and address him as Sir upon encountering him. The round-faced man, surnamed and named in Litong, was the manager of the in-family silk shop in Qizhou. He frequently traveled to Jiang'an to procure silk, which he then transported northward for sale. Wealthy and prosperous, he was regarded as a local magnate, and although a mere merchant in the eyes of officials, the common people revered him, addressing him as master. The heat outside was oppressive, yet the atmosphere within the shop was chillingly tense. The 4 men wore somber expressions, silent and suffocating in their stillness. After a prolonged silence, and finally managed to swallow hard and cautiously spoke, Yang Su is dead. Our mission has undoubtedly failed. What shall we do now? Remaining silent is not a viable option. Feng, as the highest-ranking official among us, you must provide us with direction. Feng's lips twitched as if he were contemplating something cool, and after a long pause, he murmured, provide direction? What direction can be offered? For years ago, the four of us were tasked with leaving Yingtian Prefecture and infiltrating Qizhou. We devoted for entire years, exhausting all resources, connections, and efforts at the disposal of the vice minister, only to elevate Yang Su. Just last month, I informed the vice minister that Yang Su had become a trusted confidant of the Prince of Qi, and we could commence the next phase of our plan. Who could have anticipated? Who could have foreseen such a swift turn of events? Feng slammed his fist onto the table, causing the teacups to rattle. With a voice filled with resentment, he continued, Yang Su has been murdered. Once this news reaches the vice minister, our fates will be all but sealed. Gentlemen, you are aware of the vice minister's ruthless methods. If we wish to avoid a fate worse than death, we may need to consider a more decisive course of action. The thought of the vice minister's bloodless yet lethal tactics sent shivers down their spines. Lu, gasping for breath, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Damn it all. Who could be so audacious as to kill young Wenquan? He was a man of unblemished reputation, not some rogue. Who could he have possibly offended? It is utterly incomprehensible. Could it be that our identities have been exposed? Zhang Shisan let out a cold laugh and unceremoniously reprimanded his elder colleague. Are you a fool? Our operations are conducted with utmost secrecy. How could we possibly be detected? Even if we were to expose our identities, who would dare to act against us? Only the king of Qi could do so, but would he resort to assassination? Would he only eliminate Yang Su? Even during the most glorious days of the Jinyiwei, what weight did we carry in the eyes of the princes? Have you forgotten how the two commanders of the Yingtian Prefecture's 5 army camp met their demise? They were beaten to death in the street merely for offending the procession of a prince visiting the capital, and what were the consequences? That prince was reprimanded by the emperor for a few moments, and aside from rebellion, there was no sin that could be laid upon a feudal lord. Even if there were a crime that incited public wrath, it would be the prince who erred, while the chief historian would bear the blame. Unless it were a grave crime of treason, who in the world could touch a royal prince? If Yang Su's death was indeed orchestrated by the king of Qi, it would be as easy for him to eliminate us as crushing an ant. Would he need to conceal his actions so meticulously? Mr. N rubbed his hands together anxiously, saying, At this juncture, what purpose does investigating the cause of Yang Su's death serve? The crucial matter is how we shall explain this to Lord Luo. Zhang Shisan coldly replied, With Yang Wenquan's demise, I erased all traces aboard the ship and transported him here by cart. The news has not yet spread, and I have deliberately avoided entering the city, gathering you all here to deliberate on a strategy. I am at a loss for solutions. Mr. N turned pale as he addressed Inspector Feng. Lord Feng, what do you think? Should we not honestly convey the situation here to the Lord? Yang Su's death was entirely an accident. The blame does not lie with us. We are innocent, and given that it is a critical time for the Lord, perhaps he might spare us. Zhang Shisan scoffed once more, spouting nonsense. When has Lord Luo ever shown such mercy? You know well the current situation in Yingtian. The Jinyiwei finds itself in dire straits. Our hope for resurgence relies upon us. For years ago, the Lord could still offer us some assistance, helping us to elevate Yang Wenquan, but now he can no longer provide us with any support. All of his hopes rest upon us. And you still expect him to forgive you? Mr. N was now sweating profusely. Among the four of them, Zhang Shisan held a somewhat unique position. Although Inspector Feng led the group, it was Zhang Shisan who was the confidant of Lord Luo, allowing him to maintain a semblance of respect when addressing Feng. However, with the other two, he spoke with unrestrained authority, showing no signs of deference. Mr. N and Lu Su had long since grown accustomed to his domineering manner. At that moment, a voice called from outside, Innkeeper, I have caught some fresh fish. I wonder if you would be interested in purchasing them? My price is quite reasonable. Far cheaper than at the fish market. Manager Lu, in a state of disarray, waved his hand dismissively, shouting, Go away, go away. I'm not open for business today. I've put away the wine and tea. Can't you see? As he scolded, he raised his head, and upon catching sight of the figure outside the shop, his entire body froze as if struck by lightning. The three companions of Feng Jianshao sensed the peculiarity in his expression and promptly turned to gaze toward the entrance, only to be equally astounded. It was Yang Su. The very same Yang Su who had perished the previous night and was now concealed in the carriage at the backyard, his body on the verge of decay due to the oppressive heat. Astonishingly, he appeared before them, dressed like a beggar, standing alive at the shop's entrance, holding a string of fish of various sizes, threaded through their gills with willow branches, seemingly freshly caught, their tails occasionally flicking weakly. His hair was unkempt and disheveled, hastily tied into a bun with a branch carelessly inserted as a hairpin. He was draped in a tattered brown cloak, its hem frayed and threadbare. and his lower half was clad in discolored lantern pants, haphazardly tied at the waist with a piece of grass rope. His calves were bound, and on his feet were a pair of worn straw sandals, revealing dirty toes. Once the initial shock subsided, the four companions realized that this person bore some differences from Yang Zhu. Primarily, his demeanor was a stark contrast to the suave, youthful, and affluent young Master Yang. However, this was of little consequence, even if an emperor donned the garb of a beggar and stood at the street corner with a broken bowl in hand. He would undoubtedly lose the majestic aura of his imperial station. Much of this was indeed a matter of attire. Yet, this individual appeared sturdier than Yang Zhu, with a complexion considerably darker. Additionally, there were subtle, ineffable differences that evoked an unfamiliar sensation. Feng Jianxiao and his companions scrutinized him with a discerning eye, attempting to distinguish this beggar from Yang Zhu, only to realize that the discrepancies were almost negligible. Had they not witnessed Yang Zhu's lifeless body, they might have believed this man to be merely Yang Zhu in disguise, playfully masquerading as a beggar to mock them. The shop was closed that day, with only the 2 doors ajar at the entrance, casting the interior into dimness, preventing the man from discerning the expressions of those inside. Nevertheless, the 4 could see him quite clearly. Though he was clad in rags, his features were strikingly similar to Yang Zhu's. If he were to shed his beggar's attire and present himself with care, he could easily be the same dashing young Master Yang Zhu, the one who would lean against a bridge, surrounded by a flurry of red sleeves. Feng Jianxiao and Zhang Shirshan exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with realization. The man stood outside, unable to perceive the expressions of those within, yet he sensed their peculiar scrutiny. His ambiguous identity posed a significant threat in an era characterized by stringent population control. To avoid complications, he had refrained from entering the city, lest he become entangled in such a plight, resulting in his current disheveled appearance. Sensing the odd circumstances, he heightened his vigilance and jestingly remarked, "If the shopkeeper does not wish to buy, I shall take my leave. There is no need for such anger. I apologize for the disturbance." With that, he lifted the fish and departed. An official, panting heavily, exclaimed, "Did you see that? Did you see? This person bears an uncanny resemblance to Yang Zhu. Truly, the world is vast and filled with wonders. Were it not for Yang Zhu's corpse lying in the carriage behind us, something we had just personally verified, I would genuinely believe that Yang Zhu had returned to life. Alas, why must this short-lived beggar continue to exist, while the undeserving Yang Zhu has perished?" The official sighed deeply, while Feng Jianxiao and Zhang Shirshan slowly turned their heads, regarding him with expressions akin to that of observing a fool. Feeling somewhat unnerved under their gaze, the official touched his nose and awkwardly inquired, "Did I say something wrong?" Zhang Shirshan retorted, "And Li Tong, I previously thought you were merely foolish, but it appears you are even more dim-witted than a pig." The official's face flushed crimson, and he stammered, "What's wrong with me?" Feng Jianxiao solemnly instructed Lu Zhonggui, "You follow him closely and observe where he takes refuge." Lu Zhonggui nodded and returned to the inner room, soon emerging with a knife in hand. Feng Jianxiao frowned. Is it necessary to bring a knife to track a beggar? If this weapon is seen by the wrong person, it could spell disaster. Put it down. Lu Zhonggui sheepishly complied and exited the shop. It was then that the official grasped the situation and exclaimed, "Ah, I understand now, my lord, could it be? Could it be that you intend to use this beggar as a decoy?" Zhang Shirshan, with a sharp tongue, remarked, "Olden, I misspoke earlier. In fact, you are, if only slightly, more astute than a pig." Feng Jianxiao, however, remained silent, instead picking up the knife that lay before him. It was a long, slightly curved blade, light and agile, well-suited for close combat. Gazing nostalgically at the knife, Feng Jianxiao's eyes gradually filled with fervor. Pressing the spring with his thumb, the blade sprang forth half a foot with a sharp click. He gently brushed his fingertip along the keen edge, murmuring, "Embroidered spring blade, oh embroidered spring blade. How long must we wait for your prowess to grace the world once more?" With the blade in hand, an invisible aura of menace surged forth, enveloping every blade of grass, every drop of water, and every mountain along the banks of the Nanyang River. Chapter 003, As Beautiful as Spring Flowers. As fragile as grass, Mr. Ant's face flushed crimson, akin to that of a pig's blood, due to Zhang Shirshan's scorn, yet he could not retaliate and remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Shirshan expressed his concerns. "My lord, Yang Zhu is well-connected and has a multitude of friends. He is a wealthy gentry from Qizhou, overseeing many servants in his household. Numerous individuals within the Qi Wang's residence are acquainted with him, and even the Qi Wang has met him. While it may not be difficult for him to masquerade as young Wenchuan in certain social settings, conversing briefly, the task of having a beggar impersonate a wealthy young master for an extended period, be it 6 months, a year, or even longer, would be an arduous endeavor. It is said that a wife cannot be a true substitute for a lady. Feng Jianxiao sighed, even if you do not mention it. I am well aware of the implications, but do we possess any alternative paths to tread? We might as well treat a dead horse as a live one and give it a try. Shirsan, if we were to discuss our closeness, I would not claim to be your equal. Should the Lord pursue this matter, you may find leniency, whereas we all have parents, wives, and children. A slender thread of hope is still worth pursuing. Having collaborated thus far, I implore you, Shirsan, to consider our brotherly bond and extend your support. Zhang Shirsan displayed a hint of hesitation, prompting Feng Jianxiao to lean closer and whisper, the true young Wenchuan is already deceased. If this individual can indeed take his place, he would become a puppet in our hands. And at that point, the Yang family's vast fortune. Zhang Shirsan's heart fluttered, and he nodded in agreement, responding softly. Though I have enjoyed favor, should this endeavor fail, I too would not escape punishment. We ought to navigate these treacherous waters together. I shall heed your instructions, my lord. Feng Jianxiao rejoiced. That is splendid. Shirsan, you have been closely following Yang Su and are undoubtedly familiar with his temperament, mannerisms, preferences, and social circles. How can we transform this person into Yang Su? This alchemy of iron into gold is a task only you can accomplish. As he spoke, Feng Jianxiao glanced at the endearing statue of Buddha, his brows slightly knitting. Were it not for their dwindling influence and severe manpower shortages in recent years, such a significant affair would never have warranted the deployment of such a dim-witted individual. This person was utterly useless and had instead become a burden. Feng Jianxiao, unable to shake off his concerns, admonished, and Litong, this matter pertains to our very lives. Should Shirsan require assistance, you must cooperate wholeheartedly, particularly in safeguarding your lips. Do not divulge a single word to anyone. Do you understand? Mr. N nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. I comprehend, I comprehend. Zhang Shirsan's gaze flickered, and he murmured, my lord, besides the 4 of us, there is one other who knows the truth. Feng Jianxiao, aware of whom he referred to, fell silent for a moment before replying coolly, then let her perish. Mr. N swallowed nervously, beads of sweat streaming down as he began to wipe his brow incessantly. In a chamber within the inn, Miss Tingxiang huddled on the heated bed, her body rigid with fear, too terrified to move. For just beside her lay the corpse of Yang Wenchuan. Last night, that man was still a charming and gentle figure, gliding on the water, playing the flute amidst the lotus, and fishing beneath the willows, entwined in a tender embrace with her under the starry sky and moonlight. She had only been purchased by the young master for less than half a month, believing she had found lifelong security, yet little did she know. Tingxiang had no intention of reporting to the authorities. She was filled with trepidation. She held tightly onto Zhang Shirsan's words, having learned throughout her life only the art of pleasing men, remaining ignorant of all else. The thought of fleeing never crossed her mind. She was merely a fragile woman, unable to comprehend the need for escape, nor did she know where she would go afterward. Her life resembled a delicate vine, inextricably dependent on the tree of man. She certainly could not fathom why Zhang Shirsan would conceal the news of their master's assassination and secretly bring her to this small inn outside the city, indicating a familiarity with the innkeeper. She speculated, perhaps Shirsan feared that with young Master Yang's demise, his own position as a companion would be jeopardized. The Yang household was always under the stewardship of Steward Xiao, who had an enduring cold relationship with Shirsan. The only support Shirsan had was the very man whose life now hung in the balance, Yang Wenchuan. Thus, Shirsan's concealment of the information might be a ploy to abscond with a fortune, revealing his motives for leaving her behind. Tingxiang was acutely aware of her beauty and the allure she held over men. Did this mean she would become Shirsan's woman in the future? Though Zhang Shirsan could not compare to young Master Yang's charisma, noble character, and vast wealth, if he treated her kindly, it might not be an unworthy choice. After all, she was merely a concubine. Should the young master perish, even if she avoided legal entanglements, her only fate would be to be sold off again. Who could say where she might bloom next? Lost in thought, the door creaked open, and Tingxiang trembled slightly, realizing the newcomer was Zhang Shirsan. Shirsan. She hurriedly moved to her feet, timidly addressing him, her tone laced with a hint of supplication. Yes, Zhang Shirsan nodded, carefully appraising the woman before him. Her long hair cascaded down, her wrists delicate as lotus roots, brows like distant mountains, and eyes as dark as lacquer. Sunlight filtered through the paper windows, casting its glow upon her, revealing a graceful figure and skin as smooth as jade, a rare beauty indeed. Particularly striking was her pitiable, gentle demeanor, evoking a natural instinct to protect her. In the bloom of youth, who would be the guardian of such a flower? Zhang Shursan smiled warmly, speaking softly. You need not worry. I have devised a comprehensive plan. Come, let us go to the inn and have something to eat, and I shall explain everything to you in detail. Of course, Ting Xiang replied softly, her heart settling further with his assurance. She lifted her skirt and obediently followed Zhang Shursan, as docile as she had been by the young master's side. As they stepped out, a gentle breeze stirred, lifting her tresses. It then struck her that she was still disheveled. This appearance was hardly pleasing. She hastened her pace, delicately gathering her hair, wishing to present herself attractively for her man's eyes. So swiftly does she contemplate winning the favor of another man, not out of any indifference towards young Master Yang, but rather from an acute awareness of her own unworthiness to engage in romance, for no one seeks her heart. Men desire only her corporeal form. The notions of affection and love are mere luxuries for one of her station. She possesses nothing but her alluring physique and a beautiful visage, granting men pleasure in exchange for her survival, nothing more. Zhang Shursan sensed her pace slackening and turned to catch her in the act of gathering her hair, to which he responded with a gentle, warm smile. Upon being seen, Ting Xiang felt her intentions laid bare and, blushing, lowered her gaze. Yet the motion of her hair gathering hastened. Men are typically impatient. A virtuous woman ought not to keep them waiting, a lesson imparted to her since childhood by the mothers in the courtyard. However, in that fleeting moment of her lowered head, Zhang Shursan's gaze transformed, becoming as cold-blooded and ruthless as that of a serpent. Ting Xiang, shyly bowed, remained oblivious to this change. Even if she had seen it, what could she do? Her life had never been in her own hands. Zhang Shursan suddenly stepped before her and seized the hair she had just coiled up. Beneath the eaves stood a large water vat, and he thrust her tresses into the water with a forceful plunge. Just a brief gasp escaped her lips as her head was submerged. Why? Confusion and terror engulfed Ting Xiang. She yearned to scream, to plead for mercy, to seek clarity. Yet she found no opportunity to utter a word. The moment she opened her mouth, the water would rush in. Zhang Shursan wore an expression devoid of any discernible emotion, his indifferent gaze fixated on the struggling life beneath his grip. Water splashed onto his face, yet he remained unmoved, his hold on her hair growing increasingly forceful, pressing her deeper beneath the surface. After a prolonged struggle, Ting Xiang's resistance finally waned, her body slumping against the vat's edge, utterly still. Zhang Shursan gradually released his grip. Ting Xiang's delicate form bent over the vat, her upper body fully submerged, her head lost beneath the water. Bubbles occasionally rising to the surface, her long, dark hair spread across the water like a lush bed of aquatic plants, beautiful as spring flowers, yet as worthless as weeds. The beggar returned to the Dragon King temple where he had taken temporary refuge, casually hanging the fish he had caught in a shaded area before despondently collapsing onto a patch of weeds. Sunlight streamed through a hole in the temple's roof, illuminating his tattered garments. He surveyed his surroundings. The temple door hung ajar, the deity's statue was stripped bare, and cobwebs lingered everywhere. This was his dwelling for the night. With a soft sigh, he reclined on his arm. His name was Xia Sun, and he did not truly belong to this world. A year ago, during a summer that, to be precise, was 600 years in the future, he was a carefree police academy student. That day, the police had sought him out, hoping he would serve as an undercover agent. Due to the apprehension of a drug dealer by the police, this dealer had recently established contact through an intermediary with a group of individuals from the south, who had promised to assist him in procuring a batch of narcotics. The two parties had yet to meet in person and had only exchanged limited information through their intermediary. Consequently, the police sought an individual of similar physique, appearance, and age to impersonate the drug dealer, aiming to facilitate a simultaneous capture. He agreed to this proposition. The police academy offered no guaranteed placements, however. Should he successfully complete this undercover operation, he would ascend to the esteemed rank of an actual police officer, an opportunity coveted by one without familial connections. To prepare for this undertaking, he meticulously researched extensive materials and even visited prisons to learn the vernacular and behavioral patterns of incarcerated drug traffickers, assimilating their lifestyle habits. Additionally, the police enlisted the aid of a hypnotist to teach him self-hypnosis techniques, allowing him to mentally prepare for the role he was about to assume. Once all preparations were finalized, the southern drug dealers arrived. This initiated a protracted game of wits lasting over a month, during which Xiasen endeavored daily to earn their trust. He engaged in negotiations, indulged in extravagant outings, and frequented vibrant locales with them, gradually gaining their confidence. Unfortunately, during a final test of loyalty, he faltered. The dealers unexpectedly turned hostile, brandishing knives and claiming they had uncovered his true identity. Xiasen, lacking sufficient investigative experience, failed to discern that they were merely attempting to deceive him. In a moment of panic, he resorted to resistance, ultimately leading to his exposure. After a fierce struggle, he fled to the street, where a compassionate bystander called for an ambulance. In a swift rush, the ambulance arrived. But Xiasen was struck by a vehicle and thrown into the air. Before the eyes of many, his body soared upwards and vanished from sight. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in the year 28 of the Hanwu era in Huzhou, in the village of Xiaoye. To this day, he remains bewildered by the inexplicable events that transpired in the world he had left behind. Certain fringe publications chronicled his peculiar case, following the mysterious disappearance of over 1,000 soldiers from the 1st Norfolk Regiment in England, the collective vanishing of villagers in Ankiwaning, Canada, and the astonishing account of Mr. Kinoshido witnessing the disappearance of a Toyota car, along with the inexplicable vanishing of passengers and crew members in the Moscow subway. Another extraordinary case of disappearance unfolded before the eyes of the public. Had it not been for his attire, which starkly contrasted with that of the Ming populace, Xiasen might have believed that the past 20 years of his life had merely been an absurd dream. He had appeared in the village of Xiaoye in Huzhou, a place known as a village of the outcast, or the untouchables. In the social hierarchy of the Ming Dynasty, individuals were categorized by their household registration into military, civilian, artisan, and culinary classes, with the untouchables relegated beyond these 4 categories, an echelon Xiasen had never encountered before. In truth, the existence of the lowly has been a constant throughout history. Merchants, servants, performers, slaves, courtesans, and beggars all belong to this class of the downtrodden. However, among them, there exists a hierarchy of sorts. Merchants, servants, and performers, while considered lowly, often find themselves in a position comparable to that of ordinary citizens, and at times, they may even possess greater status, wealth, and social connections than some respectable commoners. Yet, the most abject among the lowly are those who truly struggle at the very bottom of society. These individuals are often relegated to their station due to the ravages of war. In a particular village, the inhabitants exemplify the nadir of this class, as they are all subordinates of Zhang Shicheng, a leader of the righteous armies during the late Yuan dynasty. Zhang Shicheng stands out as one of the more honorable figures among the warlords of his time. He is not treacherous, he is accommodating and benevolent. He cultivates wasteland, develops irrigation systems, and alleviates tax burdens, earning the unwavering support of the common folk, scholars, and even wealthy merchants in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. Consequently, when Zhang Shicheng found himself besieged in a solitary city after a defeat to Zhu Yuanzhang, despite the dire conditions, wherein the last morsels of food could command exorbitant prices, and even leather boots and saddles were boiled for sustenance, the people of the city remained resolute, willing to face death alongside him. For 10 months, this isolated stronghold, devoid of provisions and external aid, endured, with both soldiers and civilians united in their defense, inflicting significant losses upon Zhu Yuanzhang's forces. Thus, when Zhu Yuanzhang eventually breached the city, he was incensed enough to condemn the entire garrison and populace to a life of lowliness. The lowly are forbidden from education and labor. Naturally, they are barred from holding official positions. What is even more harrowing is that, even with the advent of a new dynasty, their status remains unchanged. Throughout the ages, every emperor who has ascended to power has refrained from pardoning the lowly remnants of the previous regime, for they are deemed tainted. In such a place, within the enclaves of the most destitute, no one inquires about the origins of Xia Sun's identity, nor do they scrutinize whether he possesses the necessary documentation for travel and residence. Yet, he yearns for a life beyond such degradation. While the lowly may engage in the most menial of tasks, he lacks even an identity. To undertake the most humble work, he must do so clandestinely. Without the requisite permits, he finds himself shackled in mobility. Inns refuse him lodging, private homes deny him shelter, merchants will not accept him as an assistant, and artisans will not take him as an apprentice. The only paths available seem to lead to begging or thievery. Is there a third option? Initially, there appears to be none. Yet, Xiasen contemplates. Chapter 004, once again a wife of Feng in the quaint village of Xiaoye. Xiasun dedicated 2 months to recuperating from his injuries. During this period, he endeavored to glean information about this era from Uncle who had rescued him, and the villagers, encompassing aspects such as manners, speech, and behavior. By the time his wounds healed and his movements mirrored those of the people of this time, he bid farewell to his benefactor and ventured confidently into the city. However, he was met with profound disappointment, lacking proper identification. He found himself in a predicament akin to that of a stateless individual in the early Ming Dynasty, more challenging than seeking employment in China during the 1960s and 1970s without a household registration or recommendation letter. His progress was severely hindered, and on several occasions, due to his suspicious demeanor, he narrowly escaped capture by patrolling constables who mistook him for a vagrant or fugitive, nearly landing him in prison. With no other recourse, he returned to Xia Yang village. The villagers had largely grown numb to their status as pariahs, yet some, like Uncle Hu, were unwilling to accept such a fate. Uncle Hu, whose name was Jinyiwei, had once been a general under Zhang Shiqing. Unable to bear the perpetual degradation of his lineage, he could not accept that he and his descendants were relegated to a life where even being a farmer was a distant dream. Forced instead into menial trades such as fishing, frog catching, selling soup, and crafting sugar figurines. His wife and daughter were confined to roles as matchmakers or servants, or even worse, forced into lives of debauchery. Thus, he chose to remain unmarried, preferring the extinction of the Hu family line. Upon returning to Xiaoyang, Xiasun assisted Uncle Hu in fishing and frog catching to make a living, forming a bond of mutual reliance between the old man and the youth. Lacking family, Uncle Hu treated him as a son. From Hu Jiuliu, Xiasun not only acquired remarkable skills in aquatic endeavors, but also honed the martial prowess that Uncle Hu had wielded on the battlefield. Yet, Xiasun was not content to spend his days in this village. From historical events known solely to him, he discerned a potential path forward. He prepared meticulously for this undertaking, but just as he was about to bid farewell to Uncle Hu and venture forth into the world once more, the ailing Hu Jiuliu succumbed to illness. Uncle Hu, an elderly man devoid of support, had saved Xiasun's life and was his only kin in this world. In such circumstances, Xiasun could not abandon him. He stayed to care for Uncle Hu until, half a year later, the old man passed away unexpectedly. In the role of a dutiful son, Xiasun arranged the funeral for Uncle Hu. Once a formidable general, Hu Jiuliu was now reduced to a mere patch of earth in a desolate field. After paying his respects, Xiasun did not return to the village but embarked on his journey with the same silent resolve that marked his arrival. He traveled northward, enduring hardships and foregoing comfort. Inquiring about the route to the capital, Beiping, where a prince named Zhu Di resided, Xiasun was aware that one day this prince would rise in rebellion under the pretext of Jing'an and ultimately ascend as the Yongle Emperor. He also knew that, like his father, the Hanwu Emperor, the Yongle Emperor was ruthless and not an easy sovereign to serve. However, this ruler possessed a commendable trait that surpassed many of history's founding monarchs, including his father, Zhu Yuanzhang. He would not engage in the treachery of abandoning those who had served him faithfully. To his enemies, Zhu Di was as merciless as autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Yet, to his own people, he exhibited generosity and boundless favor. Even if someone perished before he accomplished his grand ambitions, he would remember their contributions and bestow rewards upon their families and descendants. The likes of Wang Zhongyu, the Prince of Hejian, Zhu Ning, the Prince of Dongping, Wang Zhen, the Marquis of Jingxing, and Yao Guanxiao, the Duke of Ronghua, all basked in the glory of their significant contributions, ensuring their descendants enjoyed enduring prestige in the illustrious Ming Dynasty. Such emperors are few and far between throughout history, with only Qin Shi Huang, Ximen of the Tang Dynasty, and this Yongle Emperor, Zhu Di, standing out. Even the benevolent Zhao Kuangyi, the founding emperor of the Song Dynasty, though untainted by the blood of his own loyalists, pales in comparison to the magnanimity of these three figures. Given this, why not align oneself with the Prince of Yin? This was the thought that crossed Xiasun's mind, as he realized that the only way to truly immerse himself in this world and savor its essence lay in this decision. Once the flames of war ignited, and the chaos of military campaigns engulfed the region, who would bother to verify his identity? If he could enlist during such tumultuous times, his past would be obscured, and he could fabricate a respectable identity without fear of exposure. Yet, he pondered whether this opportunity would indeed present itself, and if seized, whether it would truly alter his fate. He could not recall how many years Zhu Yuanzhang had left to live, nor when Zhu Di would rise in rebellion. He understood that arriving prematurely in Beiping would prevent him from enlisting. Would he then languish in Beiping as a beggar, awaiting a chance? Heaven only knows if he might freeze to death on the streets before Zhu Di ever took up arms. Even if he managed to survive until Zhu Di's rebellion. What guarantee was there that he could enlist? And once enlisted, would he live to witness the day of victory in the Jing'an campaign? The battles fought by the Prince of Yan were far from easy. Zhu Di himself had faced death on numerous occasions, with his valiant general Zhang Yu falling on the battlefield, not to mention the countless soldiers who were mere fodder. What merit did Xia Sun possess that would ensure his survival amidst such peril? As he approached his destination, these thoughts inevitably weighed heavily on his mind. Lost in contemplation, he was suddenly startled by the sound of footsteps, jolting him from his reverie. He blinked in surprise and soon found himself surrounded by 4 individuals, an official, a servant, a wealthy man, and a vendor. Xia Sun's muscles tightened instinctively, preparing to spring into action, but he quickly noticed the 4 had spread out, their movements revealing agility and steadiness, indicating their martial prowess. He immediately relaxed his stance, adopting the demeanor of an ordinary rural laborer. Name: Xia Sun. Age: 22 years. Place of origin: Xia Village, Nanchuan, Huzhou. Occupation: a commoner, a lowly peasant, assisting his father in catching frogs and fish, occasionally taking on odd jobs. Feng Shihui, donned in official attire and the leader among the 4, naturally took charge of the interrogation. Though this is merely a modest hotel, when Feng Jianshao took his seat, he exuded an air of authority reminiscent of a grand magistrate presiding over a case. Suddenly, Zhang Shursen interjected, Nanjing town? I have heard that the soil there is fertile, with a network of canals, producing excellent rice. Is it true that the locals primarily cultivate rice? Xia Sun replied earnestly, indeed, Nanjing is well suited for rice cultivation. However, the profits from mulberry farming and sericulture far surpass those from agriculture, often more than tenfold. Thus, every household in our region engages in mulberry planting and silk production, while the cultivation of grains is relatively minimal. Zhang Shursen continued, I heard that the Iron Buddha Pagoda in Huzhou was struck by lightning recently, causing considerable damage. Is there any truth to this? Xia Sun, somewhat perplexed, responded, as a humble commoner, I have only heard of the Iron Buddha Temple and Feiying Tower in Huzhou, but I have not come across any mention of an Iron Buddha Pagoda. Whether it was struck by lightning, I cannot say, for although I have lived in Huzhou since childhood, I have never set foot in the city itself. Zhang Shursan exchanged a glance with Feng Shihui, pursing his lips into silence. Meanwhile, Xia Sun, while cautiously engaging with them, secretly pondered the peculiar assembly of these 4 individuals who had brought him to the small hotel. An official from the government, a wealthy gentleman, a weathered shopkeeper, and a young servant clad in a small cap. Such an odd quartet could hardly be common bandits. With no money to his name, he felt more destitute than a beggar. What could they possibly want with him? Surely, there must be something unusual afoot. Seeing that Xia Sun was responsive and compliant, Feng Jianshao could not help but smile with satisfaction. He picked up a document that the wealthy gentleman had just pinned and tossed it towards Xia Sun, saying, Xia Sun, take a look at this. What do you make of it? Xia Sun did not reach for the document, instead bowing his head and replying, in response to your honor, I am illiterate. Although he recognized most of the traditional characters, there were a few he did not know. Yet, given his current status, he felt it inappropriate to acknowledge any literacy, thus he refrained from even a moment's hesitation or the act of taking the document. The first clause of the Undercover training regulations stipulated, your behavior must align with the identity you are portraying. Merely altering your appearance is insufficient. One must embody the role from within to deceive even oneself, lest one be deceived by others. Xia Sun had long since memorized these regulations, and the painful memory of his last undercover failure had etched this wisdom deeply into his mind. Feng Jianshao, believing it fitting that Xia Sun should be illiterate, chuckled softly and remarked, this is a petition. This young man is seeking justice for his master. Xia Sun responded timidly, yes, but may I inquire as to the purpose of showing this document to a humble person such as myself? Feng Jianshao replied nonchalantly, do you not comprehend? Perhaps once you have seen your master's corpse, the meaning will become clear. Lu Su and Zhang Shursan, having temporarily assumed the role of bailiffs, brought forth the body of Yang Wenxuan. Upon seeing Yang Wenxuan, Xia Sun was genuinely taken aback. In that era, the transmission of information was far less advanced than in later times. Encountering 2 individuals who bore an identical resemblance was indeed a rare experience, one that could evoke astonishment. However, for Xia Sun, while the sight of someone strikingly similar to himself might elicit a sense of novelty, it would not provoke undue alarm. Yet, If such a doppelganger were to be found lifeless, it would be impossible for him not to be astonished. Inspector Feng intoned gravely. This individual is none other than young Master Yang Wenchuan of Qishou, a scholar of considerable repute. You, a mere peasant, upon seeing someone who resembles you, harbored malicious intent, intending to murder him and assume his identity to fraudulently acquire wealth. Thus, you have slain him. This young man is the victim, and the witnesses, Mr. In and Manager Liu, are present. With both testimonial and physical evidence at hand, what further defense do you have? Unjust. I am wronged, Xiasen exclaimed, a mixture of shock and fury in his voice. Inspector Feng laughed heartily. Xiasen, even if you deny it, the evidence is irrefutable. Should this matter be reported to the authorities, your fate would be sealed. Even the lowliest creature clings to life. I surmise you would not wish to tread the path of certain death. I have arranged a way for you to escape. Would you care to hear it? Xiasun subtly raised his knee, only to let it fall back into place, while his arms remained coiled with latent strength. He asked, somewhat dazed. What do you mean by a way to escape? Inspector Feng replied solemnly, concerning this man's identity, I speak the truth. He is indeed Yang Su, courtesy name Wenchuan, a wealthy gentleman of Qishou who was unexpectedly murdered. He holds significant value to me. In seeing your striking resemblance, I wish to have you impersonate him for my purposes. Will you consent? Zhang Shursan interjected. This is a stroke of fortune. A mere nod from you could not only save your life but also grant you unending wealth and honor, elevating you to a position of power. What is there to hesitate about? Xiasun cast a fearful glance at the corpse. Inspector Feng, with a reassuring smile, said, There is no need for concern. I am not a villain and would not compel you to commit nefarious acts. Allow me to be candid. The four of us, including the deceased young Master Yang Wenchuan, are, in fact, on a royal commission. Xiasun, taken aback, responded, A royal commission? Indeed, Feng affirmed. Lu Su. Display your official insignia and badge for him to see clearly. Lu Su, having been prepared, bowed and swiftly removed his outer robe, revealing a resplendent crimson official garb adorned with intricate designs, a belt of fine silk, and a badge hanging from it. From his pocket, he produced a black cap, donned it with precision, transforming from an inconspicuous shopkeeper into a figure of formidable authority. Xiasun, bewildered, stammered, Which office do you represent, sir? Yet internally, he was taken aback. The Imperial Guards? Hadn't he uncle who mentioned that the Imperial Guards had been disbanded by Emperor Hongwu? Commoner, I heard my father say. Xiasen hesitated, voicing his doubts. Inspector Feng scoffed. That is merely the misguided rumor of an ignorant populace. Feng Jianjia stated. The morning assembly, the imperial tours, the ceremonial guards, the attendants, along with the divisions of the palace guards, are all under the purview of the general of Tianwu, the captain, and the warriors assigned to protect the emperor. These duties encompass the dawn and dusk rituals, the agricultural duties, and the care for livestock. The general of Tianwu, who is essentially the great Han general tasked with guarding the woman and serving as the court's protector, is primarily composed of the descendants of meritocratic individuals. It was only during the Yongle era that this title was formally adopted. However, with the dissolution of the general of Tianwu, the captain, and the warriors, all of whom belong to the Jinyiwei, one must wonder, does the emperor not require ceremonial guards or attendants anymore? Xiaosun replied hesitantly, yes, the common folk. The common folk have heard about this from my father. Feng Jinjiao continued, there are indeed such rumors among the populace, stemming from the events of the 20th year of the Hongwu reign, when the emperor publicly burned the torture devices of the Jinyiwei, forbidding us from employing cruel methods of interrogation. In the 26th year of Hongwu, another edict was issued, stating that criminal cases, both internal and external, must not be handled by the Jinyiwei. We no longer possess the privilege of the imperial prison. On the surface, it appears that our original duties of guarding, apprehending, and judicial authority have dwindled to merely the ceremonial aspect of safeguarding. One could argue that we exist in name only. However, Zhang Shursan interjected. In truth, this is merely due to the apprehension that the civil and military officials have towards the Jinyiwei. To soothe their concerns, we have been commanded by the emperor to operate in secrecy. The investigation of rebellions remains a crucial responsibility of the Jinyiwei. Our mission to Qizhou was prompted by intelligence regarding potential treasonous activities, implicating certain individuals connected to the Prince of Qi. The emperor has entrusted the Jinyiwei with the investigation of this matter. Yang Su is our operative who infiltrated the Prince of Qi's circle. He had secretly joined the Jinyiwei 3 years ago. Thanks to our covert support, his business flourished, garnering the favor of the Prince of Qi, thus managing the affairs of the prince's estate. Seeing Xiasun's bewilderment, Feng Jinjiao elaborated, engaging in commerce is deemed a lowly profession. Those of higher status must first possess land and secure their identity as respectable citizens before venturing into trade, which can only be considered a secondary occupation. Otherwise, they would be relegated to the status of commoners. Furthermore, members of the imperial family, being of noble birth, must abstain from such trades. If a prince were to engage in commerce, it would surely tarnish the royal reputation. Thus, it is necessary for an individual seemingly unrelated to the royal household to manage the business on behalf of the prince. With all shops and workshops registered under this person's name, Yang Wenxuan possesses such a status, allowing him access to numerous secrets of the Prince of Qi's estate. Alas, it has taken us 3 years of effort to establish Yang Wenxuan as a trusted confidant of the Prince of Qi, providing him the opportunity to access sensitive information. Zhang Shusan remarked, "Do you comprehend? Had it not been for Yang Wenxuan's untimely demise, such a grand opportunity would not have fallen into your lap. General Feng has taken a liking to you, intending to bestow upon you a prosperous future. Why do you hesitate to accept it and continue to prattle on? Would he believe it?" Lu Zhonggui and in Yuan Wei exchanged glances, silently pondering. Even if there are flaws in this narrative, surely it is not something an unworldly rural lad could discern. Feng Jianjia remarked, "Should you agree, you will henceforth become one of my Jinyiwei. Not only will you have the opportunity to hold an official position, but you will also enjoy the vast wealth of the Yang family. These two paths diverge between life and death, honor and disgrace. How will you choose?" The dimly lit shop fell into a momentary silence. After a considerable pause, Xia Sun finally spoke. "Yes, I, a mere commoner, agree. I am willing to serve you, my lord." Zhang Shusan smiled faintly and bent down to retrieve the document. "Since you have consented, it is time to sign and seal." Xia Sun was taken aback. "I have already pledged my service to you. Why? Why must I sign this document?" Zhang Shusan snorted coldly. "Once you successfully complete this task, Feng Zongqi will commend you to the higher authorities for your contributions, and only then will you be considered a member of my Jinyiwei. Should you waver or harbor ulterior motives, this document will serve as your death warrant. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Xia Sun felt a pang of doubt. Zhang Shusan, with a sinister air, inquired, "What is this? Do you intend to choose the path of death?" After a lengthy hesitation, Xia Sun asked, "If I serve you faithfully, can I truly shed my lowly status and join the Jinyiwei?" Zhang Shusan then revealed a gentle and amiable smile reminiscent of his demeanor towards the listening maiden, warm and radiant like the sun, of course. "The esteemed commander has personally assured you of this. Why would it be otherwise?" With a determined grit of his teeth, Xia Sun nodded vigorously. "Very well. I shall sign." As he bowed his head to inscribe his name, the enigmatic smiles on the faces of Feng Shihui and Zhang Shusan momentarily vanished. Chapter 005. The imitator of Yang Su. The carriage jostled along the uneven road, occupied solely by Xia Sun and Zhang Shusan. This vehicle, a spacious sedan chair crafted by the Yang family workshop, featured a pinewood cabin adorned with exquisitely carved panels. Inside, there was a large, comfortable couch, several plush cushions, and a small table. The lower halves of the side panels contained compartments for storing instruments, games, fine wines, and candied fruits to alleviate the tedium of the journey. Light drapes hung from the walls, while the windows were veiled with loosely woven bamboo curtains. At the front and rear of the carriage stood 4 imposing men, clad in riding attire, each mounted on a horse. In typical affluent households, even the wealthy would not indulge in providing horses for their servants and guards. However, the Yang family had this privilege. Ever since the court permitted private horse farms, many began to establish their own, and the Yang family had opened one anew. Each of the guards bore a narrow-bladed saber at their waist. The government allowed the carrying of knives, as they wished to prevent harm to law-abiding citizens during turbulent times. However, one was advised against carrying bows or spears, even as collectibles, lest one attract accusations of rebellion. Their destination was the unloading stone shed village, where the Yang family had recently established a quarry earlier in the year. Zhang Shusan swayed gently with the motion of the carriage and remarked, "If you were to appear in Qingzhou City at this moment, it would not take half a day for your true identity to be revealed. Therefore, we must devise an excuse to leave Qizhou first." The quarry at Unloading Stone Shed Village was only just established, and since the Prince of Qi is set to reconstruct the royal palace, he requires all the stone materials from this quarry. You are the proprietor of the quarry, and your concern for overseeing the supply to the royal palace provides a plausible reason for your presence there. Indeed, the managers at the quarry are local hires who are not well acquainted with Yang Wenxuan, the owner, making it easy for you to remain incognito. However, considering that the quarry is not the primary enterprise of the Yang family, it is unnecessary for the owner to be present at all times. Thus, we can only stay there for 10 days to half a month. During this time, I will inform you of Yang Su's preferences, temperament, demeanor, speech, actions, and his acquaintances, including close associates and household staff, covering all aspects of his relationships. You must familiarize yourself with every detail of Yang Su in the shortest time possible to effectively impersonate him. Certainly, given the esteemed status of the Prince of Qi, your chances of being granted an audience are slim. Should any matters arise, the prince will have the palace's eunuchs discuss them with you. If the chief eunuch approaches you regarding business affairs, you may remain vague, and upon your return, we can deliberate together. Even if the prince himself wishes to meet you, there is no need for excessive concern. As long as you can deceive family and friends, passing the scrutiny of the Prince of Qi should prove effortless. Xia Yang expressed his astonishment. What? We must engage with the prince? This plot of rebellion, it cannot possibly involve the Prince of Qi, can it? Upon observing his timid demeanor, Zhang Shusan could not help but feel a pang of concern. This young man appeared to be a Navi country bumpkin, having likely encountered only minor officials in his life, such as village heads or similar figures. How could he possibly have met anyone of noble stature? If we were to inform him that we were on a mission from the emperor, it might bolster his courage to some extent. However, should he learn that our target was a prince, he would likely turn as pale as a 12-year-old warrior, Qin Wuyang, upon encountering the Qi Wang. Even if he attempted to feign bravery, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. A warrior unaccustomed to the grandiosity of the world would struggle to maintain composure in the presence of nobility. With this thought in mind, Zhang Shusan smiled reassuringly, saying, "Nonsense. How could this possibly involve the Qi Wang? He is the son of the current emperor. Would a prince ever conspire against his own father?" Xia Sun, with an expression of disbelief, responded, "If it has nothing to do with the Qi Wang, then why do the officials come bearing the emperor's decree? Surely, they could simply inform the prince and jointly apprehend the traitors without such secrecy, leaving the prince completely in the dark?" Zhang Shusan, amused yet exasperated, mused to himself. Though this simpleton lacks grand knowledge, he is not entirely foolish. This is a positive trait, if he were as dim-witted as in Litong. Even my utmost efforts in teaching him would yield little success. Suddenly, an ingenious rationale struck him, and he replied, "You must understand. Those who harbor treasonous intentions could be among the teachers or even officials of the prince's household. Members of the White Lotus sect are known for concealing their identities, aligning themselves with powerful families, and engaging in clandestine activities. As for the officials of the prince's residence, they wield both wealth and power. It is conceivable that some audacious officials may seek to gain wealth and status through treachery, mirroring the historical events of the Qinxiao coup and the donning of yellow robes, thus plotting insurrection and compelling the feudal lords to yield. However, we currently lack sufficient evidence. These remain mere conjectures. If we were to make a grand show of investigating the prince's residence and later find our claims unfounded, it would undoubtedly jeopardize the father-son bond between the emperor and the Qi Wang. Or worse, if our intelligence were flawed and the supposed conspirators had no real connection to the prince's residence, our reckless investigation could easily alert them. Summoning his courage, Xia Sun suggested, "Then let the prince keep it a secret and assist us discreetly. Wouldn't that suffice? When officials come to our village to apprehend thieves, they first notify the village head to assist in secret." Zhang Shusan raised an eyebrow, stating firmly, "A case of rebellion cannot be equated with the official's pursuit of thieves. Though you dwell in the countryside and may be somewhat uninformed, you must have heard of the tragic tale of the Tan Wang self-immolation, have you not? In matters of rebellion, who can ascertain whether the prince's favored individuals or his close friends are entangled in such affairs, until the truth is uncovered? Should the Qi Wang be made aware, and the prince be consumed by fear, repeating the fate of the Tan Wang, who would dare shoulder the responsibility? Years prior, the Tan Wang, Zhu Zi's brother-in-law, Ningxia's commander Yu Hu, was falsely accused of being a traitor. The Tan Wang, in a state of panic, misinterpreted his father's summons as a call for judgment, leading him to a tragic end. As Zhu Zi had no heirs, his fiefdom was subsequently revoked. This incident has created a sensation throughout the realm, prompting the court to issue an official report detailing the circumstances, ensuring that the news is known far and wide. According to Zhang Shusan, it is precisely for this reason that the emperor has exercised utmost caution while investigating the treason case involving the Prince of Qi, fearing that mishandling the matter could lead to the prince's demise out of fright. Thus, the imperial guards have been particularly vigilant. After considerable persuasion, They finally managed to pacify Xia Sun, who let out a long sigh of relief. He lifted a silver cup filled to the brim with wine and smiled, asking, "Would you care for a drink?" Xia Sun shook his head, replying, "I am not thirsty." Zhang Shursan then took a pair of tongs, selected a few crystal-clear ice cubes from the silver platter, and placed them into his own cup. He gently swirled the drink, listening to the delightful tinkling sound. Before savoring a sip of the exquisite wine, leisurely stating, "You should indulge a little. Yang Su's favorite wines are twofold, one being chilled grape wine, and the other the homemade vintage, of which this is one." Indeed, Xia Sun, eager to comply, quickly poured himself a glass, mimicking Zhang Shursan's actions by adding ice. He gently swirled the cup, watching the enchanting dance of the ruby-hued liquid against the pristine ice. After a delicate sip, Zhang Shursan, amused by Xia Sun's imitation, smiled and continued, "Yang Wenchuan hails from Jiangning in Yingtian Prefecture, where the Yang family boasts a sprawling lineage. However, you need only grasp the basics of their affairs. There is no need to delve too deeply, as no one here will inquire about those matters. Moreover, Yang Wenxuan's father moved to Qingzhou due to a conflict with the family, leaving in anger. Both father and son are averse to discussing their hometown. So should anyone bring it up, you may easily feign discomfort and steer the conversation away. Besides, Yang Wenxuan was only 6 when he departed Jiangning and cannot recall much of his origins." As he spoke, Zhang Shursan picked up a small hammer and gently tapped on a block of ice in the silver platter. This ice had been sourced from beneath a soft couch, where a chest filled with ice cubes was kept insulated with thick cotton, serving the dual purpose of cooling the carriage while also providing refreshment. The affluent and noble class excels in the art of enjoyment. Many households possess ice cellars for winter storage and summer use, utilizing snow for tea and ice to chill wine, creating an atmosphere of elegance and showcasing the opulence of their estates. During his childhood, Yang Wenxuan's parents arranged a marriage for him. Although I am not privy to the specifics of this intended bride, Yang Wenxuan has always been reticent about his hometown, his betrothal being a topic he rarely discusses. Should anyone inquire, you may easily gloss over it without concern. In Yang Wenxuan's household, there is a steward named Xiao, who is his most trusted confidant. He is the only servant who accompanied the Yang family from their ancestral home in Jiangnan and has remained fiercely loyal. Yang Wenxuan has known him since childhood, and during the period of mourning for his father, when it was inconvenient for him to be in the public eye, Xiao managed many of the family's affairs on his behalf. Xiao Guan had a daughter, just 14 years of age, named Xiaodi. Despite her position as a servant, Yang Wenxuan treated her as a sister. During Yang Wenxuan's time at home, she was responsible for his daily care and meals. The individuals most familiar with Yang Wenxuan in the Yang household were this father-daughter duo. For the sake of safety, upon your return to the residence, it is imperative to find an excuse to send this pair away discreetly, lest they discern any truths. Understood. Xia Sun elegantly sipped her wine, savoring it, and nodded in agreement. Yang Wenxuan's father had passed away 4 years prior. His name was Yang Bingquan, who lived to the age of 54. At that time, Yang Wenxuan was merely 16 years old. After completing the 3-year mourning period, he entered the academy last year and became a scholar in Qizhou. As Zhang Shursan spoke, his gaze shifted to the ice platter, prompting Xia Sun to promptly take up the tongs and add some crushed ice to his cup. Zhang Shursan gently swirled the exquisite wine in his glass, a look of contentment gracing his face. Previously, he would never have enjoyed such privileges. Yang Su had formally joined the Jinyiwei, holding an official title. Since passing the examination last year and gaining recognition, his status had risen considerably. Although Zhang Shursan and Yang Su were colleagues, he always felt subordinate to Yang Su, both in public and private capacities. Yet now, Yang Su must obediently yield to his whims, a delightful turn of events indeed. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water reached Zhang Shursan's ears. He gently lifted the curtain to glance outside. Before him lay a great river, its waters flowing swiftly and crystal clear, cascading towards the horizon, the sunlight dancing upon its surface like shimmering scales. Have we reached the Gushui River? Zhang Shursan inquired aloud. The coachman outside responded affirmatively, to which Zhang Shursan instructed. After crossing the river, steer the carriage to the shade of the trees. The young master requires a moment's respite. Xia Sun whispered. Are we not in haste to arrive at the stone shelf stronghold? Why do we linger here? Zhang Shursan smiled subtly, choosing not to answer. Once the carriage crossed the bridge, the coachman guided it to the shade by the riverbank. Zhang Shursan exited the carriage and instructed the coachman and the 4 guards. You all go and have some rations in the woods. Take a break. The weather is sweltering, and the young master and Miss Tingxiang will wash by the river to cool off. The The group acknowledged his command and walked away. While it was acceptable for the young master to wash by the river, the presence of a lady necessitated that the servants keep their distance. The heat rendered women's attire delicate and sheer, unfit to be seen by others. The riverside was enveloped by a dense thicket, providing a cool respite. And soon the five of them disappeared into the shade of the forest. Once they had ventured far enough, Zhang Shirshan returned to the carriage. Xia Sun, intrigued, remarked, "Miss Tingxiang? Aside from us, who else is in this carriage?" Zhang Shirshan offered a cryptic smile and replied, "Move aside a bit. You shall soon see her." Zhang Shirshan approached and swiftly lifted the soft mat and bamboo mat laid upon the couch, revealing a box beneath filled with ice. He opened the box, uncovering a thick layer of cotton quilts. Xia Sun understood that beneath the quilts lay neatly stacked blocks of ice. He had already savored the taste of the chilled grape wine during his journey. As he lifted the quilt, he indeed found the ice, crystal clear and glistening, though even in its tightly sealed state, it had begun to melt. Upon witnessing this, Xia Sun suddenly comprehended something, recalling the chilled grape wine he had consumed along the way, and a tightening sensation gripped his throat, inducing a wave of nausea. Zhang Shirshan spread out the quilts and meticulously arranged the ice blocks atop them. After removing 2 layers of ice, another layer of quilts lay beneath, which he lifted to reveal a curled-up young woman. The girl in the box bore an unusual pallor. Droplets of water had formed on her face from the melting ice. Her small mouth was slightly agape, and her eyes, which should have been alluring, were wide with terror, staring vacantly, sending a chill down Xia Sun's spine. This was Yang Wenxuan's woman, merely a woman he had purchased, undoubtedly beautiful. Yang Wenxuan had a penchant for seduction, aside from frequenting the pleasure districts. He likely had other women in Qizhou, perhaps one, perhaps several, possibly even unmarried daughters of prominent families, or married women like Luofu. A wife is not as valued as a concubine, and a concubine less than a clandestine affair, yet such clandestine matters remain shrouded in mystery even to me. At this point, Zhang Shirshan suddenly felt a sense of unease. Was it not a tad too composed for a countryman to encounter such a corpse? Without warning, he abruptly turned his head away. Chapter 006. The Stone Shed. As Zhang Shirshan turned around, he noticed that Xia Sun's complexion was ashen, his jaw clenched tightly, and his legs trembled slightly. Had he not been braced against the wall, he might have collapsed to the ground. It turned out that he was not devoid of fear. Rather, he was merely enduring the ordeal. Zhang could not help but chuckle at his own suspicions, and then spoke calmly, "The dead are ignorant and unknowing. What is there to fear? The truly terrifying aspect is not death itself, but a life worse than death. Do you know the feeling of scalding water poured upon one's flesh? The screams that escape from one's lips are akin to the wails of a tormented spirit. Even after 3 days and nights, the echoes of that dreadful sound will haunt your ears, whether awake or asleep. To have boiling water doused upon the skin, followed by a metal brush scraping away the putrid flesh, mingling with blood until one's white bones are exposed, such a sight resembles hell itself. And then there is the punishment of disembowelment, a rather intricate form of torture, requiring a metal hook and a considerable degree of skill to extract a person's intestines from their body. The condemned, bound and helpless, can only watch in horror as a part of themselves is drawn ever further away, feeling their insides hollowing out, their belly gradually deflating. However, I am not fond of such elaborate tortures. At 13, I inherited my father's position within the Jinyiwei, serving under the command of the esteemed Jiang Wan. In truth, the simplest forms of punishment are often the most gratifying. When applying torture, I require merely a red-hot iron rod. I strip the offender of their garments and bind them to the torture bed, eschewing any elaborate techniques. I simply thrust the glowing iron into the flesh of the offender, penetrating deeply. They cannot struggle, yet every inch of their body convulses in agony. They will exert all their strength to emit a heart-wrenching scream. As smoke rises from the wound, and blood mixed with fat pours forth. Zhang Shirshan chuckled nervously. Our Jinyiwei are divided into the southern and northern branches. The northern branch deals externally, while the southern branch focuses internally, for those who have broken the law or defy orders. The tortures of the southern branch are as exquisite as those of the northern. Fear not, as long as you obediently follow my commands. You will incur no punishment and will remain shielded from the severe tortures of the Jinyiwei. Xia Sun's eyelid twitched momentarily but quickly regained composure. Zhang Shirshan then carried the corpse outside and casually remarked, "This woman is named Tingxiang, purchased by Yang Wenxuan for 200 coins from the Tsuiyan building in Taiyan. She was present during the assassination of Yang Wenxuan, a witness to the entire affair, thus, I had to eliminate her. Since Yang Wenxuan remains unharmed, Tingxiang's death must be justified. which is why I brought her here. The corpse was carried by the two men to the tumultuous banks of the Gusui River. Zhang Shisan cast a wary glance at Xia Sun and inquired, "Did you remember everything I taught you earlier?" Xia Sun nodded earnestly. Zhang Shisan smiled, "Excellent. Stay sharp and proceed as instructed." He took a few steps away, then recalled something and turned back to ask, "You know how to swim, correct?" In the southern regions of Jiangnan, it is rare to find someone unfamiliar with the ways of water. Thus, when Xia Sun first encountered this situation, he did not conceal the fact that he was holding a string of fish he had caught barehanded. He replied candidly, "I understand. I am quite adept in water and can catch fish with my bare hands." Zhang Shisan shook his head slightly and remarked, "However, Yang Su is utterly unacquainted with water. He is completely like a land duck. You must remember this. Should you fall into the water, do not reveal any vulnerabilities. From this day forth, in the presence of those familiar with Yang Wenshuan, you must maintain that you are not proficient in swimming." "Understood." Zhang Shisan suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Can you ride a horse?" Xia Sun shook his head. Zhang Shisan smiled wryly, yet Yang Su is skilled in horseback riding and possesses remarkable equestrian abilities. It seems that once we reach Zishishan, you will have yet another skill to acquire. Xia Sun watched as Zhang Shisan's figure receded into the distance until he vanished completely into the thicket. Only then did he kneel beside Tingxiang's lifeless body. Gently, he lifted her head. Her neck was soft, and her skin was chillingly cold. Even in death, her exquisite features and alluring form retained a significant allure for men, making one imagine how enchanting she must have been in life. Xia Sun sighed softly. "Tingxiang, when you are reborn, do ensure you choose wisely. Find a good family in your next life." He tenderly brushed her eyelids, yet those eyes remained wide open. Gazing into those haunting eyes, he murmured after a moment, "Your fate is tragic, dear lady, and mine is no better. We are indeed kindred spirits in our suffering. I know you cannot rest in peace. If you have any awareness in the heavens, please bless me." Once more, his hand gently caressed her face. And whether it was that Tingxiang's rigid skin began to soften, or that her unwilling spirit truly grasped Xia Sun's words, those haunting eyes finally closed. He cradled her lifeless form and gently pushed her into the river, watching as she drifted away, submerging and resurfacing until her figure vanished completely. Only then did he shed his robe, donning only a pair of trousers, and leap into the water, soaking himself thoroughly. He wiped the water from his face and suddenly cried out, "Help! Help me!" Approximately 2 miles downstream lay a village known as Linxia Village, where the local bailiff was named Lin Wudo. Struggling in the water, Xia Sun was rescued by Zhang Shisan and others who had rushed to his aid. Together, they hastily made their way to Linxia Village, where, guided by the villagers, they found the bailiff and explained that they were traveling with female companions when one of the maidservants accidentally fell into the water while seeking respite. They requested the bailiff's assistance in the search and offered a reward of 5 guan in cash. Upon witnessing Xia Sun's generosity, the old man Lin was all smiles as he promptly accepted the 5 guan and rallied the villagers with drums and gongs, summoning everyone to search along the river. After more than an hour, the villagers discovered Tingxiang's body caught on a jagged stone at a river bend where the current was gentler and the water shallower. Listening to the fragrance, the concubine purchased by Xia Sun for 200 guan from a brothel was never destined to attract much attention. And with the testimony of the local constable and numerous villagers affirming her accidental drowning, the officials dispatched from the county simply made a brief record. Thus, her demise was conveniently categorized as a typical case of accidental drowning. The age-old principle that the people do not raise issues unless the officials take action was in play. Moreover, if a case were to occur within their jurisdiction, even if resolved thereafter, it would reflect poorly on the local authority, adversely affecting their future promotions. Since everyone unanimously declared it an accidental fall into the water, it was naturally deemed a drowning. Zhang Shisan procured a simple coffin for her remains, expending additional funds to have the villagers inter her haphazardly in the nearby verdant hills, and the group continued their journey, unperturbed by the loss of life. By evening, they arrived at the Shesher Penzhai. Nestled at the foot of Shesher Mountain, Xia Sun's quarry lay a mere 10 miles away, situated at the eastern ridge. Shesher Mountain, with its towering cliffs and lush peaks, formed an unbroken chain of formidable ridges, making the terrain perilously steep and challenging to navigate. This region's most abundant natural resource was stone. Earlier in the year, Yang Su established a quarry here, not out of whimsy, but rather in response to the Qi Wang's desire to reconstruct the royal estate. Although the Qi Wang had only governed Qingzhou for 14 years, rendering the royal residence seemingly new and in no need of repair, His ambition for renovation arose after a visit to Beiping. The princes adhered to a policy of kings do not meet kings, as opportunities for encounters were rare unless summoned to the imperial court during family gatherings. However, there were exceptions, particularly when carrying out imperial orders. Qi Wang Zhuji had once received a decree to lead troops from Shandong to aid Yin Wang Zhudi in quelling the northern Yuan, granting him the chance to visit Beiping and witness the grandeur of his elder brother's residence. The Yin Wang's estate, built upon the foundations of the Yuan dynasty's imperial palace, was vast and imposing, the most magnificent among all the princely residences in the Ming Dynasty. Upon returning to Qizhou, Zhuji felt a stark contrast between his own estate and that of his brother, akin to a rustic magnate's first exposure to the opulence of urban aristocracy. At that time, Yang Su, having gained Zhuji's trust, seized the opportunity to persuade him to undertake the reconstruction of the Qi Wang's estate. Zhuji, already inclined toward the notion, was further incited by Yang Su, leading him to petition the emperor for permission to rebuild. Initially, Zhu Yuanzhang declined, citing financial constraints, and cautioned his son against unchecked ambition, likening it to a raging fire that could engulf the world. He emphasized the importance of moderation and virtue, urging him to set an example for the realm. Qi Wang Zhuji was a resolute man. Once his mind was made up, there was no turning back. Upon receiving the missive from his father, he remained steadfast and promptly penned a reply, lamenting the plight of the royal household, detailing the numerous inhabitants of the Wang residence, and lamenting the modest and cramped conditions of the Qi Wang Fu, which was built on the site of the Longxing Temple. He assured the court that funding need not be dispersed in a lump sum. He could initially cover the expenses with his own salary, articulating his sentiments with utmost sincerity and eloquence. Zhu Yuanzhang, a man of strict self-discipline, also demanded the same from others. Despite his ascension to the throne, he maintained an austere lifestyle, eschewing extravagance in all matters and expecting the same from his officials. However, he succumbed to the common frailty of many elders, a tendency to indulge and dote upon his offspring. Moved by his son's lamentations, he felt a twinge of sympathy and acquiesced to his requests. The construction of the royal residence necessitated a substantial quantity of stone, with advantageous proximity to the quarry. Yang Wenxuan seized the opportunity to engage in this venture. Yet, purchasing stone from distant sources and transporting it to Qingzhou would incur significant costs, thereby diminishing potential profits. Consequently, upon learning of the abundant stone supply at Xishan, Yang Su astutely decided to invest in establishing a stone yard there. When Xiasun arrived at the stone yard, he found a considerable stockpile of stone already amassed at the base of the hill, neatly arranged for imminent transport to Qizhou. On the cliffs and slopes, numerous laborers toiled, their bare backs glistening in the fading light. The foreman, Old Wang, accompanied by several supervisors, awaited his arrival at the foot of the hill. Upon seeing Xiasun, he flashed a broad, yellow-toothed grin and bowed deeply, expressing his eagerness to serve. "I am honored to meet the esteemed owner." Xiasun gestured for Zhang Shisan to lend a hand. Leaping from the cart, surveying the scene above, he smiled and remarked, "Rise, my diligent workers, it is nearly dusk. Yet you labor on." Foreman Wang, bowing and scraping, replied, "It is our duty, esteemed owner. Your trust compels us to exert our utmost effort. Please, this way. Your quarters have been meticulously prepared." Xiasun's primary intention in visiting Xishan was to fabricate a temporary excuse to avoid returning to Qizhou, while simultaneously preparing to impersonate Yang Wenxuan during his stay. However, since he was masquerading as an inspector of the quarry, he could not neglect the progress of the work. Thus, after a brief dinner, he promptly convened a meeting with the quarry's managers. By the time Xiasun arrived, it was already after dusk. Following dinner, the room was dimly lit, with oil lamps deliberately positioned close to the managers, seated in the shadowy upper seat. Xiasun inquired about the quarry's recent production status. Foreman Wang, "The first batch of stone is designated for the Qi Wangfu and must not be delayed. What is the current progress of the quarrying? Is there sufficient manpower?" Foreman Wang rose quickly, responding respectfully, "Rest assured, esteemed owner, the workers have become quite adept. The speed of quarrying has increased by 20% compared to earlier this year. We have ample hands, having recruited at least 100 strong laborers in the past 2 months. In accordance with your instructions, each laborer earns a generous wage of 100 won per day, which naturally encourages diligent work. Moreover, the foremen are vigilant. Should anyone attempt to shirk their duties, they will be swiftly dismissed. Indeed, rest assured, dear employer, that our quarry will undoubtedly not falter in commencing work for the prince. Manager Wang is diligent, and the crew is exerting their utmost efforts. Upon Manager Wang's mention, the foreman chimed in with eager agreement. It must be said that Yang Wenxuan is indeed a generous employer at this quarry. Each laborer earns a fair wage of 100 won per day, a commendable and benevolent sum. It is noteworthy that, at that time, a 7th-rank county magistrate's annual salary amounted to merely 45 taels of silver, while a groom in the office earned around 40 taels per year, approximately equivalent to 30,000 yuan in modern currency, a sum quite comparable to that of the county magistrate. However, the magistrate's 45 taels represented net income, as his housing, travel, attendance, and living expenses were covered and subsidized by the court, a privilege not afforded to the groom. Zhu Yuanzhang, having risen from humble beginnings, harbored a deep-seated disdain for corrupt officials, believing that holding a government position should not equate to amassing wealth, and that the income disparity between civil servants and the common folk should not be vast. Although the laborers at Yang Wenxuan's quarry toil diligently, their daily wage of 100 won ensures that their annual earnings are not significantly different from those of the drivers within the officialdom. Such generous compensation represents an opportunity that the farmers greatly cherish, as long as the foremen manage with sincerity and diligence. The workers will indeed refrain from any form of deceit or negligence to retain their livelihoods. However, Zhang Shisan swiftly discerned an issue and interjected, Manager Wang, I recall that your village does not possess a large number of able-bodied laborers, correct? At the beginning of the year, when the young master offered such a high wage of 100 won per day, all the available hands from your village came forth. Yet there seemed to be insufficient laborers. How is it that now, suddenly, there are over 100 robust laborers? Do not engage in favoritism by bringing in your relatives and acquaintances, regardless of their capabilities. Should I discover that you are employing people without work or taking advantage of positions, thus jeopardizing the young master's significant endeavors, H.M. Chapter 007. You must become fair. Upon hearing Zhang Shisan's words, Wang Guanshi could not help but protest, saying, 13, how can you speak so? I dare not. He continued, tomorrow morning, you should visit the foot of the mountain. All those working here are robust farmers of exceptional quality. Where does the manpower come from? To be frank, our village does have a limited population. However, not long ago, the court resettled several households from Huaishi here, which naturally provides us with sufficient labor. Upon learning that these were newly settled immigrants, Xia Sun and Zhang Shisan suddenly understood. Since the founding of the Ming Dynasty nearly 30 years ago, the court had successively relocated people from Shanxi, Hebei, Anhui, Jiangsu, and Sichuan to Shandong over a dozen times. This was a necessary response to the calamities that struck during the late Yuan dynasty, which had devastated Shandong. When Zhu Yuanzhang launched his northern campaign to expel the northern Yuan, Shandong became a major battleground, leading to a sharp decline in the local population and vast tracts of abandoned land. After establishing the dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang sought to swiftly rectify the demographic desolation in Shandong through a policy of immigration. However, the Han people held a profound attachment to their ancestral lands. The elderly cherished the notion of returning to their roots, while the young preferred not to stray far from their parents. Convincing them to relocate proved exceedingly difficult. They would rather beg in their homeland than leave it. The emperor, faced with this predicament, resorted to enforced relocation, persistently upholding this immigration policy. Though Qizhou was not a primary relocation zone, it still saw a considerable influx of outsiders. At present, it was summer, and the newly arrived immigrants had missed the planting season. Although they had been allocated land, there would be little to cultivate this year. Xia Sun's quarry provided them with an opportunity to work and earn supplementary income, which inadvertently aided the government significantly by contributing to the stability of the immigrant population. Of course, when spring arrived, many would likely return home to tend their fields, no matter how much they earned from labor. It could not compare to the security of their own 3 acres of land. Yet by then, the quarry may not require as many workers, as there were few families like the Qi Wangfu that demanded vast quantities of stone. After engaging in idle chatter with the foreman, Zhang Shisan exchanged a knowing glance with Xia Sun and stood up, saying, all right, my lord is weary from the journey. You all may return. My lord will reside here for 10 to 15 days to recuperate and escape the summer heat. As for you, exert yourselves diligently, and rest assured, my lord will not neglect your rewards. Once they had departed, Xia Sun leaped from his seat, exclaiming excitedly, 13, I managed to deceive them. Not a single one noticed my flaw. Zhang Shisan doused his exuberance with a bucket of cold water, cautioning, do not rejoice too soon. These individuals have only seen Yangsu once. If they can spot your discrepancies, what use are you? Best to rest early. We rise at dawn to commence training. With a creak, the door opened and Zhang Shusan exited, leaving Xia Sun with a faint smile, akin to Cassiopeia holding a flower. At the break of dawn. Before the sky had fully brightened, Zhang Shusan appeared like a specter at Xia Sun's bedside. After brushing his teeth, washing his face, combing his hair, and changing his clothes, Xia Sun departed the quarry with Zhang Shusan, heading into the dawn to practice equestrian skills on the desolate grasslands at the foot of the stone unloading mountain. At a quarter past the hour of Qin, they returned. As a novice in horseback riding, Xia Sun was fatigued, his back sore and drenched in sweat. In the courtyard, several stewards residing at the quarry had sent their wives to prepare breakfast for the master, and the aroma of the meal wafted enticingly through the air. While the rustic cooks may not have been able to craft delicate dishes, they certainly ensured generous portions. Golden millet porridge, steaming white buns, and fragrant scrambled eggs were all served in large bowls, catering to the appetites of the 6 burly men residing in the yard. However, Xia Sun did not rush to partake in the meal. Instead, he retreated to the back courtyard to bathe, feeling uncomfortable in his sweat-drenched clothing. The people in the courtyard understood the decorum. Without prior summons, none dared intrude. In the back courtyard stood 2 large water tanks, situated beneath the eaves. During that season, nearly every household possessed such a tank for easy access to water and to combat any potential fires that might arise. Xia Sun stood beside the tank, clad only in a pair of breeches, pouring water over himself from a large wooden basin. As the water cascaded down, droplets splashed playfully, glistening on his sun-kissed skin. His physique was athletic, with a slender waist, a well-defined back, and smooth curves. His muscular arms, solid chest, and 6-pack abs exemplified the robust beauty of masculinity. Zhang Shusan leaned against the dripping eaves, his gaze wandering over Xia Sun, his usually critical eyes displaying a rare hint of admiration. I must say, I didn't expect your physique to be this formidable. Quite impressive indeed. In truth, Xia Sun's body had not always been so strong. Upon arriving in this era, he recognized his lack of advantages and became increasingly devoted to physical training, employing modern fitness methods along with learning martial arts from Hu Liujiao and practicing swimming. His physical exertion exceeded that of his time at the police academy by tenfold. Although life in Xiaya village was arduous, its location in the Jiangnan region allowed him to thrive as a fisherman and frog catcher. The abundance of small fish, shrimp, and frogs ensured he received adequate nutrition, resulting in his current impressive physique. With pride, Xia Sun remarked, "Life in the countryside is tough, and I engage in all sorts of labor, which has made my body as strong as an ox. I'm not boasting, but when I fish wearing minimal clothing, the young women passing by can't help but steal glances, their eyes gleaming with intrigue." Zhang Shusan teased him, saying, "You really are full of hot air. Hurry up and bathe, then join me for breakfast. Afterward, I'll brief you on matters concerning Yang Wenxuan." Indeed, Xia Sun chuckled, pouring another basin of water over his head. In the morning, beneath the shade of the lush trees in the back courtyard, Zhang Shusan meticulously detailed everything regarding Yang Wenxuan to Xia Sun. A low table was set in the courtyard, adorned with tea, paper, ink, and brushes. Occasionally, Zhang Shusan would spread out a sheet of paper and sketch a portrait, urging Xia Sun to carefully memorize the likeness of the individual depicted. Those who can be depicted for portrait recognition are individuals closely associated with Yang Wenxuan, including trusted stewards, servants, visiting friends, business partners, and influential figures from the Qi Wang residence. After a period of study, the two rose to their feet, and under the guidance of Zhang Shusan, they emulated Yang Wenxuan's mannerisms, expressions, and customary phrases in social interactions. As an exceptional secret agent, Zhang Shusan proved to be a competent mentor, while Xia Sun exhibited a remarkable aptitude for imitation. The success of their endeavor was a matter of life and death for Zhang Shusan, and even more significant for Xia Sun. Hence, both were earnest in their roles. Although to avoid arousing Zhang Shusan's suspicions, Xia Sun initially feigned a lack of acumen, only gradually immersing himself in the character over the next 2 days. Suddenly, chaos erupted. An accident. Someone has been injured by a rolling stone. As distant cries filled the air, Steward Wang rushed into the courtyard, addressing Xia Sun, who had hurried out from the back. "How many have been injured? What is the extent of their injuries?" Xia Sun inquired as he and Zhang Shusan followed Steward Wang outside. As they walked, Wang explained that while workers were quarrying on the hillside, one laborer's heavy hammer missed the steel pin and struck a fellow worker instead. Both men were recent immigrants, having only just begun their labor and lacking proficiency, which led to this mishap. One worker suffered severe injuries to his hand, rendering him unable to work for the time being, and it was likely they would need to provide him with some funds for recovery, lamented Steward Wang. Upon arriving, Xia Sun found that the injured man, named Ma Ziyuan, had already received basic first aid from his compatriots. Xia Sun offered words of comfort and instructed Steward Wang to provide him with an additional month's wages, ensuring that his fellow workers would escort him home to recuperate. He also directed that the newly hired workers, still unfamiliar with quarrying, should start with transportation and the subsequent processing of the stone materials. Seeing their employer's generosity, the workers expressed immense gratitude. After a heartfelt exchange, the worker who had inadvertently injured his companion collected Ma Ziyuan's wages and, accompanied by another compatriot, took him back to their village. "Brother Ma, I am truly sorry. It was an accident," the remorseful worker said. We are all brothers here. There is no need for such words. "It was not intentional," the injured man replied, stifling his pain as he comforted him with a reassuring smile. He then turned to another man and asked, "Has there been any news about our master's whereabouts since the relocation?" The other man shook his head. "Not yet. After we were moved to Shandong, we were dispersed among various residences and counties. It is currently impossible to ascertain where Master Tang's family is located." Ma Ziyuan sighed and remarked, "If we cannot find our master, it seems our band of brothers will be scattered. Perhaps I shall take this opportunity, while my hand is injured and I can rest at home, to search for news about our master." The two men responded in unison, "Brother Ma, do not worry. We will take care of things at home." Meanwhile, Xia Sun and Zhang Shisan remained unaware of the small tale unfolding at their own quarry. Their thoughts solely focused on how to swiftly embody the role of Yang Su. On that fateful afternoon, a sudden downpour enveloped the world in a shroud of gray. Standing in the hall and gazing outside, the rain cascaded from the eaves like a curtain of pearls, rendering even the space 10 paces beyond the threshold indistinct. The workers had retreated to the caves beneath the cliffs to shelter from the storm, while Xia Sun and Zhang Shisan moved from the backyard into the hall, continuing their mimicry of Yang Su. At that moment, Xia Sun's attire and hairstyle mirrored that of the true Yang Su with remarkable precision. Even his mannerisms and accent were imitated with exquisite fidelity. It is often said that the most challenging aspect of impersonating someone lies in their voice and speech, as it is relatively easy to mask minor discrepancies in demeanor. One might attribute a deviation in behavior to recent health concerns or a change in mood, fabricating numerous excuses for their uncharacteristic conduct. However, it is implausible for a naturally boisterous individual to suddenly adopt a delicate tone after a mere stumble. Nor could one transition from speaking in a southern dialect to a northern one simply due to a brief illness. Fortunately, Xia Sun not only bore a resemblance to Yang Su but also possessed a similar vocal quality. Although Zhang Shisan lacked the skill to perfectly replicate Yang Su's speech, he was able to provide guidance. After numerous adjustments and imitation, Xia Sun's voice had become remarkably akin to Yang Su's. To the attentive ear, especially to those familiar with him, there might be a hint of strangeness. Yet, if one were to first behold his visage, the preconceived notion would obscure any potential flaws. Moreover, a stroke of fortune had befallen them, for young Master Yang Wenchuan spoke not in a regional dialect, but rather in the most prevalent dialect of the day, Fengyang Mandarin. This official language, regarded as the standard Mandarin, was typically met with indifference by the common folk, who continued to speak their ancestral dialects, unconcerned whether outsiders could comprehend them. Most lived their entire lives within a mere 10 miles of their birthplace. However, those aspiring to enter officialdom were required to master the standard Mandarin. Otherwise, even if one succeeded in the imperial examinations, the language barrier would preclude any prospect of serving in a higher capacity, relegating them to a meager position as a lowly court official, with scant opportunities for promotion. Hence, scholars and the scions of affluent families diligently studied Fengyang Mandarin from a young age, and Yang Wenchuan's command of it was impeccable. Xia Sun, hailing from the Jianghuai region, had a foundational understanding of Fengyang dialect. Should he shout on the street, "Oh my child, the lantern has fallen. The dark nose is blinding. Hurry and cover up," with precise enunciation, it would instantly draw the attention of fellow Fengyang natives. Although the dialect had evolved slightly over the centuries, he had resided in the Jiangnan region, where Fengyang Mandarin was most prevalent, for a year, thus posing no difficulty. Zhang Shisan felt a sense of relief. Xia Sun's accent was flawless, his language impeccable, his attire appropriate, and his demeanor composed. As long as he could seamlessly integrate into Yang Su's social circle, maintaining his current poise, what could possibly go awry? A satisfied smile began to blossom on Zhang Shisan's face, but just as it did, he was struck by a significant issue that he had long overlooked, causing his expression to darken abruptly. The moment he first encountered Xia Sun, he discerned this peculiar issue. He nearly believed that Yang Wenxuan had truly returned from the dead. It was this unmistakable difference that prompted him to observe the further distinctions between the two. This glaring disparity lay in Xia Sun's complexion. Often exposing his bare skin to the sun while laboring, Xia Sun's skin tone was significantly darker than that of the pampered young Master Yang. This issue, initially the most apparent, was ironically overlooked due to its very obviousness, akin to the darkness beneath a lamp. Suddenly, Xia Sun noticed an unusual expression on Zhang Shisan's face, prompting him to halt his actions and humbly inquire, "Is there something amiss?" Zhang Shisan furrowed his brow and replied, Your complexion is somewhat darker than Yang Su's." Xia Sun pondered for a moment before responding. "What if I attribute it to my recent days spent outdoors, exposed to the scorching sun?" Zhang Shisan shook his head. "That is a valid point. Yet mere exposure over just a few days would not account for such a pronounced change. It is rather conspicuous. If your skin were to be slightly lighter and more refined, this explanation might suffice." Xia Sun's expression soured. "What then shall I do?" After a long moment of contemplation, Zhang Shisan suddenly slapped his forehead, rushed to a table, unfurled a sheet of white paper, and began to write urgently. Curiously, Xia Sun approached only to discover that Zhang Shisan was not drawing but rather writing, although he was now masquerading as an illiterate person. Eager to comprehend Zhang Shisan's inscription, he felt it inappropriate to intrude further and thus retreated to wait at a distance. Once Zhang Shisan completed the letter, he called out loudly from the corridor. Shortly thereafter, a guard residing in the adjacent chamber hurriedly approached along the porch. Zhang Shisan handed the letter to him, instructing, "This is a missive for Master of the Inn Silk Store. You must return to Qizhou post haste and deliver it personally to Master." After obtaining his reply, "You are to return without delay." The guard glanced at Xia Sun, who nodded in affirmation. The guard promptly tucked the letter into his cloak and departed. Moments later, clad in a raincoat and donning a bamboo hat, he mounted his horse and set off into the torrential downpour. Chapter 008, The Green Lotus Courtyard. Mist by the sun shone brightly over Qizhou City. After a torrential rain the day before, the sun's emergence had caused a thick haze to rise, rendering the atmosphere particularly stifling. For a corpulent man like Mr. N, this weather was especially unbearable. He yearned to shed his skin and immerse himself in a well to find some respite. In the afternoon, the cicadas sang a relentless chorus as a bamboo mat was laid beneath the shade of trees in the Yin family's backyard. Mr. N, clad in a sleeveless shirt that exposed his ample arms, tossed and turned on a bamboo pillow, unable to find sleep. Two young maids knelt beside him, laboriously fanning him. Yet the breeze offered little relief. Instead, it only heightened his irritation. A tranquil heart brings coolness, yet Mr. N's mind was anything but serene. Regret gnawed at him. He lamented the folly that led him to join the Jinyiwei, the imperial secret police. The Yin family had long been hereditary military households of the Jinyiwei, but his father's position was inherited by his elder brother. As the second son, he was left to carve his own path, which he did by leveraging his brother's influence to engage in trade. Though his brother held a modest title, the Jinyiwei were in their prime during those years, and even a lowly officer could command respect in the capital. Under his brother's guidance, Lidong prospered in the silk trade, amassing considerable wealth. However, despite his financial success, he remained an unrecognized merchant. His academic qualifications were insufficient for the imperial examinations, and he watched with envy as the Jinyiwei basked in glory. Desiring a title for himself, he persuaded his brother to assist him, and ultimately, he was appointed as a Jinyiwei lieutenant. Unfortunately, his fortunes took a turn for the worse shortly after his appointment. The power of the Jinyiwei was drastically curtailed, rendering his position a mere faade of authority. Furthermore, his merchant identity meant he was more suited to serve as a covert operative rather than donning the embroidered robes of the Jinyiwei and strutting through the streets of the capital. As misfortune piled upon him, he was dispatched to Qingzhou to operate a commercial establishment under the guise of a merchant, secretly carrying out tasks for the officer Luo. With the assassination of Yang Su, he pondered whether that rustic lad, Xia Sun, could truly impersonate Yang Su. The thought of exposure was terrifying. It could lead to confiscation of property and execution. Why forsake the comforts of a wealthy merchant to become a Jinyiwei? Such was the folly of his choices. As Mr. N's frustrations mounted, an old acquaintance approached, leading a man in blue attire who wore a bamboo hat. "Sir, this gentleman is a servant from young Master Yang Su's household, bearing a letter for you." Yang Zhu? Mr. Yin felt as though he had seen a ghost. Bolting upright in surprise, it dawned on him that this Yang Zhu was indeed Xia's son. He hastily accepted the letter, tearing it open to read. And a reluctant smile of resignation crept across his face. The old acquaintance tentatively called out, "Sir." Mr. Yin waved his hand dismissively, fatigue evident in his voice. "Prepare the carriage and my attire. I must go out." The guardian of the Yang family chuckled, "Master Yin, my young master is eagerly awaiting your reply." Master Yin retorted irritably, "Nonsense. Do you think I ventured out in this sweltering heat for no reason? It is precisely for the affairs entrusted by your young master. You should wait patiently in my doorway." In the Ming Dynasty, only officials of the third rank and above were permitted to ride in sedan chairs within the capital, while those of the fourth rank and below, as well as provincial officials, were only allowed to ride horses. The enforcement of such regulations was stringent in the early Ming. And Master Yin, wary of inciting trouble, arranged for a donkey cart and withdrew some money from the treasury before setting out. Qiluo was the largest brothel in Qizhou, a privately owned establishment, whereas the Xia Yang was state-run. Together, these two entities formed the core of the Ming Dynasty's prostitution industry. The clandestine operations of illicit courtesans were strictly suppressed by the authorities and fell outside the bounds of legality. Once registered with the Xia Yang, the courtesans and performers could never change their status. The majority of these women either followed in their mother's footsteps or were the relatives of convicts exiled to such establishments. Due to the limited pool of sources and the generally poor quality, business was typically lackluster. In contrast, the private brothels enjoyed relative freedom in terms of hiring and dismissing their workers, allowing them to draw upon a wealth of fresh talent from the populace. Thus, they often thrived more than their state-run counterparts. Master Yin was a regular patron of Qiluo, but the oppressive summer heat had dampened his interest in indulging in pleasures of the flesh, and he had refrained from visiting for some time. During this season, particularly during the day, business at the brothel was sluggish. The entrance was devoid of patrons, leaving the doorman, drowsy and bored, to languish in the shade. Upon arriving at the brothel, Master Yin struggled to disembark from the donkey cart, panting as he ascended the steps. Noticing the doorman lost in slumber, he gave him a rather unceremonious kick. "Ah, we have a guest. Please, come in, my lord." The doorman, still half asleep, instinctively called out before Master Yin, with a huff, strode inside. The doorman opened his eyes to catch sight of a rotund figure disappearing into the establishment. Madame Feng, the brothel's matron, rushed out upon hearing the commotion. At merely 35 or 36 years of age, she maintained her figure and skin beautifully, enhanced by her tasteful attire, resembling a youthful beauty in her prime. Upon seeing Master Yin, she greeted him with a charming smile. "Master Yin, it has been quite some time since your last visit. The girls have missed you dearly. Please, come inside and take a seat. Someone fetch a cup of fine tea for Master Yin at once." A young servant hastily approached, deftly pouring a cup of cool tea for Mr. Yin. Mr. Yin, with considerable effort, squeezed his ample form into the chair, waving his hand dismissively. "Enough, enough. I've been here before. Spare me the superfluous chatter. Quickly, quickly, bring forth from your courtyard." Gulping sounds interrupted him as he downed the cup of tea like a bull. Madame Feng gently waved her silk fan, stifling a laugh. "Why is Mr. Yin in such a hurry today? I wonder which young lady he desires to attend to him. Shall I summon all the charming maidens from our courtyard for your perusal? We have recently welcomed several new girls, each more enchanting than the last." Mr. Yin abruptly interrupted her. No. I require only the fairest-skinned maiden from your establishment. Is she available?" Madame Feng, taken aback, replied, "The fairest-skinned? Indeed, the most exquisite is undoubtedly Miss Xiao'er, though she is not considered the top courtesan in our establishment." Mr. Yin decisively proclaimed, "She shall be the one. Please, come inside." The maidens beckoned, as Miss Xiao'er, elated, led Mr. Yin triumphantly into her chamber. With a gentle motion, she closed the door behind them, casting a sultry glance his way, her full lips playfully biting her lower lip, flushed with desire. Alas, her flirtations went unnoticed, for Mr. Yin, upon entering, headed straight for the teapot. In truth, Miss Xiao'er was not unattractive. Her skin was fair and supple, and her features striking. However, her eyebrows were a tad too thick, while the beauty standards of the time favored delicate, slender brows. Despite her attempts to pluck and refine them, they stubbornly regrew, much like relentless wildfires, leaving her with a look that was less appealing than before. Additionally, Miss Xiao'er possessed a somewhat voluptuous figure. Her plump posterior and pronounced curves would be deemed ideal for marriage in rural settings, where matronly figures were often sought after. Yet, in an establishment where fleeting romances flourished, She paled in comparison to the slender maidens who captivated the clientele. During the season, business in the courtyard was rather slow, with even the famed courtesans receiving few visitors. Yet, Mr. N specifically requested her attendance, leaving Miss Xiao'er feeling quite special. As she strutted through the streets in high spirits once inside her room, she thoughtfully closed the door, preparing to unleash her charms in hopes of ensnaring Mr. N's affections, aspiring for him to become a regular patron. Meanwhile, Mr. N, having quenched his thirst, settled at the table in silence, casually pulling a stack of banknotes from his sleeve and placing it upon the table. During this season, the currency in circulation remained the Ming Dynasty's treasure notes, as the court strictly prohibited transactions in silver coins. Anyone caught doing so would face the death penalty. Fortunately, the devaluation of the treasure notes was a matter that arose later in the Ming Dynasty, and at present, these notes still held their rightful value. Miss Xiao'er, with her keen eyes, discerned that the stack of treasure notes consisted entirely of one currency denominations, with at least 10 pieces present. This revelation filled her with immense joy, as the sum of 10 strings of treasure notes represented the worth of even the most sought-after courtesan in the Qing'er courtyard. With her heart brimming with delight, Miss Xiao'er felt a surge of eagerness to please. She twisted her waist and boldly nestled into the embrace of Master N, sweetly suggesting, "If you wish to indulge in a little playful teasing, dear sir, I am more than willing to oblige. However, I do implore you to treat me gently, lest you truly harm me." Master N, taken aback, retorted, "Why would I harm you for no reason?" Miss Xiao'er, assuming he harbored some peculiar penchant for playful torment, feared that the renowned courtesans would refuse him, which led him to seek her instead. Upon hearing his response, she felt reassured and even more elated, inquiring, "If that is the case, what sort of amusements do you desire? Should you wish to explore the depths of water or the wonders of land, I shall certainly accompany you and ensure your satisfaction." Master N was momentarily puzzled. "What do you mean by water and land?" Miss Xiao'er playfully took his hand and guided it towards her posterior, giggling, "In our Ming Dynasty, gentlemen who venture into the world of pleasure must not neglect the dual aspects of intimacy. How can one be deemed a hero of the brothel or a gallant in the embrace of beauty without experiencing both realms?" Master N, although aware of the subtle games played by the courtesans, had never engaged in such pursuits, rendering him unfamiliar with the euphemisms of the brothel. Realizing this, he could not help but feel a mix of frustration and amusement. He withdrew his hand, adopting a serious expression, and declared, on this sweltering day, "Do not cling so closely. Please take a seat across from me. I did not come to the Qing'er courtyard today in search of a courtesan." "Ah?" Miss Xiao'er exclaimed, stunned. "If you are not here for merriment, then what brings you?" Master N replied with a grave demeanor, "I came solely to inquire about the secret behind your fair complexion, as you are reputed to be the finest in the Qing'er courtyard. I wish to learn your methods of preservation." A dim light flickered, casting a warm glow throughout the room. A screen divided the chamber into two halves, with the lamp positioned at the bedside, illuminating the silhouettes of the occupants against the screen. There stood a man, bare, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his muscular physique reminiscent of a sculpted Greek warrior. As he slightly turned, his pronounced chest muscles cast a striking shadow on the screen, firm and well-defined. His waist tapered elegantly, leading to rounded, pert buttocks, complemented by strong, straight thighs. Then, another figure emerged, which also appeared to be a man. He bent down and scooped something from a round basin on the low table, appearing to be a viscous liquid that dripped and splattered. He smeared that substance onto his palm and approached the tall man standing before him. With gentle hands, he pressed them against the man's back, slowly sliding down. How bizarre. This scene was undeniably overwhelming in its intensity. Despite believing himself to be open-hearted and clear-minded, Xia soon couldn't help but shudder. Instinctively tightening his well-defined abdominal muscles, his leg muscles also tensing, which in turn accentuated his posterior. Zhang Shusan stood behind him, his hands resting evenly on his back, gradually gliding along the firm and smooth muscles. The pressure of his palms was remarkably steady, and with great patience. He continued to massage until Xia Sun's back bore a faint blush. Only then did his hands slide down along the trim waist, and he withdrew, making his way to the corner basin, where he leisurely washed his hands with soap. Xia Sun remained motionless, completely unclothed, his athletic physique radiating a warm, glossy sheen. Ever since the guard returned from Qizhou with a letter and a plethora of items, Xia Sun had one more task added to his daily routine: beauty care. Chapter 009. Forcing a duck onto the rack, the letter was a response from Mr. N, yet its contents were penned by the hand of Miss Xiao'er from Qi Luo Courtyard. As for the myriad of bottles and jars that accompanied the correspondence, they were an irksome gift from Mr. N, who gritted his teeth at the expense. From that day forth, Xiasun transformed into a woman enamored with cleanliness and beauty, diligently tending to his skin with unwavering commitment, come rain or shine. Each day, before dawn, he rose to perform an elaborate cleansing ritual, the first act of which was a grand and meticulous bath using milky rice water. By noon, he would repeat this ritual, this time employing a bucket of pale green tea. The evening brought further complexity. He would mix yellow wine with egg whites to create a bath lotion, which he carefully applied to his entire body. Remaining in his chamber in a state of complete undress for no less than an hour before rinsing with green tea water. When he finally retired to bed, he would place slices of tender cucumber on his face. The intricacy of this daily regimen surpassed that of a pampered young lady with nothing but beauty to attend to. What was most discomforting was the application of the yellow wine and egg white concoction. He was unable to reach his own back and had to rely on Zhang Shisan for assistance, though the area in question was merely his back. The sensation of a strong man gently caressing his skin while he was entirely unclothed was disconcerting for Xiasun, particularly with Zhang Shisan, whose keen interest in muscular physique was palpable. The daughter of the steward, a charming and lively village girl, drew the attention of the men whenever she visited the quarry. And it was evident that she harbored a certain fondness for this attendant, frequently calling out to him. Meanwhile, Zhang Shisan, with a facade of mirth, seemed disinterested, barely sparing her a glance. It was indeed peculiar for a youth like Xiasun to display such indifference towards the allure of femininity. Yet whenever he bared himself for cleansing, Zhang Shisan's brightened gaze would linger on him, particularly when applying the bath lotion, revealing a fascination that bordered on obsessive. Whether this stemmed from some unsavory proclivities or a psychological distortion from his past experiences of administering punishment in the Jinyiwei's prison, Xiasun could not discern. Regardless, he felt an undeniable discomfort each time Zhang Shisan's soft hands made contact with his skin. However, the results of this diligent care were undeniably evident. Xiasun's complexion became increasingly fair, albeit only in comparison to his previous self. The transformation of his skin, coupled with his increasingly refined demeanor, rendered it difficult for even Zhang Shisan's discerning eye to detect any flaws. Yet, imperfections remained, such as the fact that, despite Yang Su being a talented scholar capable of composing poetry, Xiasun could never hope to match his literary prowess, even if he attempted to feign ignorance. He could not possess the cultural depth that Yang Su embodied. The notion that memorizing 300 Tang poems and 100 couplets would suffice to impress true literati and earn their veneration was nothing more than a fanciful dream. The cultural refinement of a scholar permeates every facet of his existence. Writing a letter, reciting a verse, or appreciating a piece of calligraphy, all these endeavors demand a profound cultural literacy and the ability to extemporaneously express oneself. Such cultural exchanges are devoid of rigid conventions. Merely being able to recite a few lines of poetry or couplets will not suffice. If one lacks renown, it matters little, however. Should one dare to use a well-known aphorism to gain fame, it will only lead to a swifter exposure of one's inadequacies. Fortunately, after Yang Su achieved the status of a scholar, he devoted himself entirely to managing his family business and lost interest in academic pursuits. His acquaintances predominantly consist of business partners or frivolous young men who indulge in pleasures of the flesh. Thus, opportunities for him to showcase his literary talents are scarce. Should such a situation arise, he can merely evade it. No one can compel him to compose poems or engage in literary displays, and it would be foolish to expose his shortcomings by reciting poetry. Zhang Shisan cleaned his hands and dried them with a towel before returning to the table, where he picked up a cup of tea. He gently stirred the tea leaves floating on the surface and imparted with earnestness, "All that I have shared with you must be etched in your memory. However, you must understand that what I have conveyed pertains solely to my knowledge of Yang Su. The individuals he associates with possess insights that extend far beyond my own. My public persona is merely that of a companion to Yang Su, and therefore, there are numerous occasions when my presence is unwarranted. You may encounter an array of characters and situations, and I cannot offer you timely guidance. You must adapt as circumstances dictate. By the way, do you recall our previous discussion regarding the possibility of Yang Su having a woman in his life? The woman I refer to is not one of ill repute, but rather someone with whom he engages in clandestine affairs. These women, having shared intimate moments with him, likely possess a rather profound understanding of his physicality. And should you cross paths with them, it is uncertain whether your true identity might be compromised." Xiasun responded with unease. "If I were to encounter such a woman, I could fabricate an excuse to cease contact with her. Would that not suffice?" Zhang Shusan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I share this with you in hopes of preparing you. Do not wait until you find yourself in a precarious situation, caught off guard and exposed. I believe it would be wise for you to seek a new romantic interest. For this could provide a plausible reason to discard your old affection. However, the specifics must be assessed according to the situation. If the woman is married, that may simplify matters. Yet if she is unmarried, circumstances cannot be generalized, and you may find yourself needing to navigate the situation with care. Xia Sun, perplexed, inquired, what difference does it make whether she is married or single? Zhang Shusan replied, it makes a significant difference. A married woman, whether she realizes your true identity or believes you have shifted your affections, is unlikely to make a public fuss. However, an unmarried woman, should she suspect your change of heart, may be bold enough to make it known. Given your lack of official standing and marital ties, that could lead to considerable trouble. Xia Sun remained bewildered, asking, what does this have to do with holding an official position or being married? Zhang Shusan responded, it is indeed relevant. Do not be deceived by the imposing demeanor of officials who may appear to act with impunity. The truth is far from it. The character and morality of those in power are of utmost importance to the court. Although many officials possess dubious qualities, they may still attain high positions. But such occurrences remain hidden in the shadows. Should their misdeeds come to light, they face severe consequences. An official found guilty of adultery will not only endure the court's harsh penalties, but may also fall victim to extrajudicial retribution, with their demise deemed inconsequential. The court demands stringent punishment as a deterrent for others. In contrast, ordinary citizens guilty of the same offense often receive more lenient treatment. Typically a beating followed by a sentence of 2 years of labor, which can often be commuted with a monetary fine. Furthermore, if both parties involved are unmarried, the presiding officials may compel them to marry. Refusal from either party results in a lifetime ban on remarriage, a customary practice. As a man of distinction, property, youth, and charm, you would be the object of admiration for many women. However, should one believe you to have strayed in your affections, she may recklessly expose her indignation, leading to inevitable consequences that you ought to foresee. A cold sweat silently trickles down Xia Sun's temple. I merely desire his status and wealth. His woman need not concern me. As evening descends, the sky is adorned with vibrant hues. The distant mountains, rivers, verdant trees, lush grasses, and the meandering road are all enveloped in a delicate golden glow. Once upon a time, this land flourished with fertile fields, but due to natural disasters and misfortunes, the population has dwindled, leaving many lands fallow. Transforming barren soil into arable land is no simple task, yet reverting it back to desolation is alarmingly easy. However, with an increasing number of people migrating to Shandong, the Ming Dynasty is on the rise, and though the area they traverse remains a wasteland, it is believed that in a couple of years, the wild grasses will yield to orderly crops. Xia Sun and Zhang Shusan, donning sun hats and riding chestnut steeds, traverse the wilderness, occasionally moving at a leisurely pace, then galloping swiftly. Although their skills are not yet refined, Xia Sun's horsemanship is commendable. Zhang Shusan rides alongside him, exuberantly instructing, yes, just so. When holding the reins with both hands, ensure they maintain equal lengths. Keep your chest out and back straight. Grip the reins firmly in your palms and relax your movements. Your body should sway with the horse's rhythm, your feet naturally rising and falling. Now, increase your speed. Fully focused on guiding his steed, Xia Sun is momentarily interrupted by Zhang Shusan's query. What is the name of the crown prince of Qi? Without hesitation, Xia Sun responds, Zhu Xianting. And the second and fourth sons? The second son is the Duke of Luan, Zhu Xianji. The fourth son is the Duke of Pingyuan, Zhu Xinha. What of the King of Qi? The King of Qi is a military strategist, well-versed in martial arts, and prides himself on his martial prowess. He possesses a fierce and haughty temperament, often surrounding himself with heroes and extraordinary figures from the rivers and lakes. Xia Sun speaks with eloquence and composure. It must be said that the Jinyiwei is indeed an extraordinary organization. Not only is it meticulously structured, but it also boasts remarkable efficiency and a plethora of professionals. Whether it involves undercover operations or intelligence gathering, they are replete with talented individuals. Zhang Shusan meticulously prepared for him to impersonate Yang Wenquan, his preparations being as thorough as those made by the police when they initially arranged for Xia Sun to go undercover. What captivates future generations is the immense power and arrogance of the Jinyiwei. Yet little attention is paid to the fact that some of their secret agents were assigned to foreign lands, enduring decades of perilous and arduous conditions with unwavering fortitude and great sacrifice. Few acknowledge that throughout the Ming Dynasty, they risked their lives to infiltrate the northern grasslands, Korea, Japan, and Annam, collecting intelligence on foreign entities and providing invaluable contributions to the court's decision-making. This sharp blade, if wielded correctly, possesses tremendous potential. Regarding the titles bestowed upon the crown prince and his brothers at a tender age, how many guards does the royal residence possess? And what are the ceremonial protocols when paying respects to the Prince of Qi? The crown prince and his brothers received titles at the age of 10, with the legitimate eldest son designated as the crown prince, awarded a golden tablet and seal, while the brothers are titled as princes of the state with silver tablets and treasures. The crown prince's attire corresponds to the first rank of officials, while the prince's attire aligns with the second rank. The Prince of Qi's residence is guarded by 3 battalions, totaling 9,900 men, whose military registration falls under the Ministry of War, directly commanded by the prince, free from local jurisdiction. The regulations for princes are only subordinate to those of the emperor, and all officials below the rank of dukes must prostrate themselves when paying respects to a prince. Zhang Shisan exclaimed with delight, "Xia Sun, your memory serves you well. Your answers are impeccable." Xia Sun, seemingly oblivious, continued to ride ahead, prompting Zhang Shisan to laugh heartily. "Yang Wenxuan, you have passed the test." Only then did Xia Sun turn back and clasp his fists, saying, "All credit goes to your excellent instruction, my lord." Zhang Shisan smiled, shaking his head. "Ultimately, whether it is truly commendable is not for me to decide. It depends on your ability to deceive the entirety of Qishou, convincing everyone that you are indeed Yang Wenxuan." "We must return tomorrow." Xia Sun expressed his astonishment. "So soon?" Zhang Shisan replied, "In a few days, it will be the Prince of Qi's birthday. As a member of his household, you must attend the celebrations. You need to return and familiarize yourself with the situation. If you cannot even pass the scrutiny of Yang Su's family and friends, how can you expect to gain entry into the realm of nobility?" He inhaled deeply, gazing into the dimming twilight, murmuring, "It is high time to bring forth the mule or horse for a stroll." The ancient city of Qishou, bordered to the west by Mount Tai, overlooking the vast sea to the east, facing the emerald peaks of the 3 mountains to the south, resembling a picturesque screen, and encircled by 2 rivers flowing gently, cradling the city like a crescent moon. Renowned mountains and rivers abound in every direction, with cultural relics and historical sites at every turn. As one of the ancient 9 provinces, Qingzhou has been a political, economic, military, cultural, and trade center in Shandong since the Han Dynasty. It was only a few years ago that Emperor Zhu decreed the relocation of the Shandong provincial government and the commandery to Jinan, thus solidifying Jinan's paramount status in Shandong. However, Qingzhou still retains its administrative division and military command, and its historical significance, accumulated over a millennium, cannot be easily diminished in just a few years. Moreover, there is a princely lord residing here. Presently, there are 2 princely lords in Shandong. One is the 10th son of Zhu Yuanzhong, conferred as the Duke of Lu, with his fief in Yanzhou, while the other is the 7th son of the emperor, the Prince of Qi, with his fief in Qingzhou. At this moment, Xia Sun had already entered the city. His return journey was unlike his arrival. The side panels and curtains of the carriage had been removed, leaving only the sunshade overhead. Xia Sun sat upright within the carriage, adorned in his ceremonial robes, and as the carriage moved, a refreshing breeze swept through, evoking the dignified demeanor of scholars from the spring and autumn period. Upon entering the city gate, the marketplace erupted into vibrancy, with shops lining both sides of the street and the sounds of vendors calling out incessantly. The well-paved bluestone streets echoed with the clatter of the carriage wheels. For guards split into 2 groups. 2 advanced ahead to clear the way, while 2 followed closely behind the carriage. The coachman from the Yang family was well acquainted with the route to the young master's residence, and without needing instructions, he expertly guided the horses towards the Yang residence. Xia Sun had occasionally entered the city in the past, at which time he could only walk along the roadside, his eyes searching for the benevolent souls who might spare a few coins for a bowl of rice. Many gazes directed at him were filled with disdain. Yet now, he sat in an ornate carriage, dressed in fine garments, surrounded by attendants, and passers-by stepped aside, their eyes filled with awe and envy. This transformation stirred deep emotions within him. Having arrived, he resolved to live fully. This opportunity was a divine blessing, and no one could take it from him. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Zhang Shisan, signaling that they had reached the Yang residence. Chapter 010. The young lady of the Xiao family Yang Wenxuan's residence is situated in the eastern part of Qishou, a grand estate, albeit not excessively opulent. The Yang family has only recently risen to prominence, now ranked among the top 10 wealthy families of Qizhou. However, their legacy pales in comparison to those families that have flourished over several generations. Moreover, during the mourning period, it was deemed inappropriate to undertake significant renovations. And as the year of mourning has only just concluded, there has been little opportunity for refurbishments. This, however, is merely the surface explanation. Although Yang Wenxuan has conducted substantial business in the past 2 years, the pace of wealth accumulation has not been rapid enough to justify his newfound status among Qingzhou's elite. In truth, many of the enterprises under his name are associated with the Prince Qi's estate. Nonetheless, the grandeur of the Yang residence surpasses that of many affluent households. Featuring a grand red lacquered copper-ringed gate, stone steps, a hitching post on the left, and a lantern pole on the right, with dark tiles and white walls, high walls, deep courtyards, and elegantly curved eaves, all contributing to its magnificent appearance. As the carriage arrived at the entrance, Xia Sun felt her heart race uncontrollably. The outcome of her endeavors hinged on this moment. If she succeeded today, she would become the master of this threshold. If she failed, steady yourself, she admonished, determination surging within her. This is the first and most challenging hurdle. I must overcome it. Once I pass this threshold, even if doubts arise in the future, they will be less likely to act rashly. The gatekeeper, upon seeing the young master's carriage, promptly opened the main gate with great enthusiasm. 4 guards and a coachman entered through a side gate, while Xia Sun, accompanied by Zhang Shisan, stepped inside. Upon entering, 2 young servants in blue caps happened to cross paths and, upon recognizing the return of the young master, quickly halted to pay their respects, prompting one of them to dash inside to deliver the news. The household servants in the Yang residence are not numerous, especially in comparison to other affluent families, as commoners are not permitted to keep slaves. Previously, the Yang family employed workers and nurses under various guises, which limited the number of hired hands. It was only after Yang Su achieved scholarly recognition last year that the family began to employ servants in earnest. However, Yang Su often spent his time away from home, leaving household management in the hands of the frugal steward, Xiao. For him, hiring a large number of servants for ostentation would entail considerable expense. So the household staff remained modest in number. With a heart pounding like a drum, Xia Sun forced herself to remain calm as she entered her family estate. Zhang Shisan had previously shown her the layout of the residence, but those were merely outlines on paper. Now, standing in this vivid and tangible environment, a sense of unfamiliarity washed over her. Fortunately, with Zhang Shisan's guidance, this impostor would not wander aimlessly through the Yang estate. The Yang residence boasts magnificent pavilions and lofty buildings, adorned with lush trees and stones, presenting a picturesque landscape. However, at this moment, Xia Sun had no inclination to appreciate the scenery. After passing through the front and middle courtyards and navigating the winding corridors, she caught sight of a corner of a red building peeking through the greenery, its eaves partially concealed. Xia Sun recognized that this was to be her abode. Steady yourself, she reminded herself. You are Yang Wenxuan. You are indeed Yang Wenxuan. A slightly tense and stern reminder came from behind, and Xia Sun employed self-hypnosis, continually imparting psychological affirmations to himself. Just as his breathing began to stabilize, a joyful voice exclaimed, "Has the young master returned?" Xia Sun paused to look, and saw a man in a blue robe hastily approaching. The man, in his 40s, had an average build and clear, distinct features. His hair, neatly tied beneath a square cloth, and the 3 wisps of beard under his chin were impeccably groomed. He wore a light purple cross-collared long robe, freshly washed and crisply tailored, with his sleeves rolled up, revealing a pristine white lining that was free from dust, exuding an air of shrewdness. With just a glance, Xia Sun recognized him as Xiao Jingtang, the steward of the Yang family. He had seen this man's likeness countless times. "Xiao uncle, I have returned." Xia Sun greeted him with a serene smile, unfurling a bamboo and paper fan with a swift motion. Having left Jiangnan in his youth with his father, Xia Sun had lost his mother at an early age. His father, lacking scholarly credentials and already having offspring, could not take a concubine according to the laws of the Ming Dynasty, and he had steadfastly refused to remarry. Thus, in Qizhou, Xia Sun had no kin besides his father. During his childhood, his father was often preoccupied with business, leaving him in the care of steward Xiao, who raised him with great affection, prompting Xia Sun to address him as Xiao uncle, treating him with utmost respect. Steward Xiao wore a joyous expression and was about to bow in greeting when he suddenly paused in slight astonishment. Xiasen felt a tightening in his chest, yet maintained a composed demeanor, glancing down at himself and smiling. What is it? Is there something amiss? Steward Xiao shook his head with a chuckle. The young master has darkened considerably during his brief absence. The first glance made me feel as though I were seeing a stranger. Truly absurd, absurd indeed, haha. Upon seeing Xiasen, there was indeed a fleeting sense of unfamiliarity, though he had not discerned any discrepancies, merely an inexplicable feeling. However, Xiasen's attire, appearance, demeanor, and even tone were all remarkably consistent with his own, with only minor variations that were difficult to detect at first glance. Moreover, with Zhang Shizhan, the young master's personal attendant, standing nearby, Steward Zhao's imagination could not fathom that the young master had returned transformed after a brief outing. Thus the momentary surprise was quickly cast aside. Zhang Shizhan, whose previously taut expression had relaxed, witnessed Xiasen's subdued sigh and heard him mutter. Only through the trials of life and death can one truly comprehend the impermanence of existence. Xiang was a cherished lady of mine, yet she met with misfortune and drowned. Her demise has cast a shadow over my days, and even now, the memory burdens my heart. The news of Xiang's accidental drowning in the Gusui River had already reached the estate. Steward Xiao, aware of the young master's sentimental nature, recognized the pain that resurfaced at the sight of him and regretted his thoughtless words. He hastily added, "Death cannot be undone, young master, do not dwell in sorrow. It has only been a few days since your departure, and you have become tanned and appear quite thin. Young master, please do not blame me for my indiscretion. Wealth is ultimately a transient matter, one that can be endlessly acquired. Young master, behold," exclaimed the steward, "in just 2 or 3 years, you have amassed such a considerable fortune, enough to soothe the spirit of our late father. It is high time you contemplate matters of lifelong significance. As the saying goes, among the 3 unfilial acts, having no heirs is the gravest. You should return home in splendor and take a wife, for our family line has dwindled. With many sons and grandsons, our lineage will flourish, and one day, when old Xiao meets our father, he shall have something to report." The steward spoke with great emotion. Unable to refrain from wiping away his tears, Summerson hurried to console him, saying, "Look at you. We began discussing my sorrow, yet it is you who weeps. Let us not dwell on this any longer." The steward, managing a smile, replied, "Indeed, it is all old Zhao's fault. You have just returned, weary from your travels. And here I am rambling on. Please, young master, go take a bath and change your clothes to rest for a while. I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner, and after the meal, old Xiao will update you on the recent affairs of the family business." Summerson chuckled. "Our family's business has always been overseen by Uncle Xiao. What have I to worry about? We can discuss these matters tomorrow." He then turned to Zhang Shizhan, saying, "After dinner, please come to the study. There are some matters I need you to attend to." "Young master, I take my leave," Zhang Shizhan replied, exchanging a quick glance with him before swiftly departing. The steward accompanied Summerson towards the red building, calling out, "Xiao Di, Xiao Di. Quickly attend to the young master's bathing and changing." He pushed open a door, presumably leading to his daughter's quarters, only to find it empty. "Where has this mischievous girl run off to now?" he grumbled. As he searched for his daughter, he continued, "Every time the young master departs, it is my little Xiao Di who worries the most. Since childhood, she has clung to him. When he is away for half a month, she forgets her meals, and she grows thin." As the steward spoke, he casually pushed open another door, and upon peering inside, he was rendered speechless. Before him stood a square table piled high with a large fruit platter, and a young girl with cascading hair sat behind it, holding a juicy peach, her cheeks glistening with juice. Scattered on the table were several peach pits and remnants of pears and apricots. The sudden entrance startled the girl, and she looked up in surprise, her mouth stuffed with fruit, puffing her cheeks adorably. The 3 of them exchanged astonished glances, with the girl's large, mischievous eyes darting between Summerson and the steward, her expression akin to that of a little squirrel clutching a pine cone. Summerson was amused by her charming demeanor and chuckled. The steward quickly masked his embarrassment and, in a deep resonant voice reminiscent of a wildlife documentary, remarked, "Young master, you see, this girl, in her hunger, has hidden away to indulge in fruit." The girl, swallowing her mouthful, unabashedly punctured his fib, saying, "Father, who has forgotten to eat?" The young lady was so ravenous that she felt she could devour an entire cow, yet she was resolutely dieting to slim her waist, hesitant to indulge in her cravings. Manager Zhao's face flushed with embarrassment, and in a fit of indignation, he exclaimed, "You unruly girl! Do you not understand decorum? The young master has returned, And you fail to greet him properly. Look at how spoiled you are. Quickly attend to the young master's bathing and changing. The young girl sprang up, her red skirt fluttering like a joyful swallow as she flitted to Xiaoxuan's side, crouching gracefully and sweetly exclaiming, "Little D pays her respects to the young master." It was then that Xiaoxuan took a moment to truly observe Xiao Di's appearance. She was a budding maiden, clad in a white silk jacket with a red skirt below, and a lovely lake green sash accentuating her waist, radiating a sense of poise and charm. Her delicate, youthful visage was framed by arched brows and a petite mouth, capable of expressing both delight and displeasure. Her large eyes, dark and bright, sparkled with liveliness and a hint of playful mischief. While she had a touch of softness to her figure, her youthful form resembled a freshly sprouted willow branch. And as she matured, the baby fat would naturally dissipate. There was no need for her to concern herself with diets. However, it seemed she had already begun to take note of her appearance, which was understandable considering that girls in this era were often betrothed by the age of 14 or 15, maturing far earlier than in times past. Before Xiaoxuan could continue his appraisal, the young girl affectionately linked her arm with his and joyfully inquired, "Young master, why have you returned so late? You mentioned you would only be at the other estate for 2 days, yet you have been away for so many days. Young master, let me tell you, on the 3rd day of your absence, our little flower gave birth. She had 5 little ones, one more than the black pup from old Wang's house. Do you care to see them?" Speaking of old Wang's house, his father-in-law, Mr. Go, recently purchased 2 maids. One was 10 years old, costing 4 taels of silver, and the other was 17, a striking young lady skilled in needlework, who cost 18 taels. Can you believe it? Just 2 days later, that young lady absconded with Mrs. Go's gold hairpins and silver ornaments, leaving them in disarray. The Go family sought out the broker for recompense, only to discover that he had no knowledge of the girl's background. She was nothing but a fraud. I told my father that when we hire help in the future, we must not be as careless as Mr. Go. Look at Sister Tsuyun, Aunt Lu, and Brother Daniel. They are all locals, trustworthy due to their roots. We must never employ outsiders of unknown origins. A few days ago, Brother Daniel fought with Erlingzi, seemingly over their mutual affection for Sister Tsuyun. What a waste of energy, considering she does not return their feelings. In the end, they faced my father's wrath. Manager Xiao, both amused and exasperated, replied, all right, you do talk too much. The young master has just returned and must endure your chatter. Now, go attend to him for his bath." Xiaodi responded with a soft acknowledgement, turning to leave, but suddenly cast another glance at Xiaosun. It was as though she had made a startling discovery, and with a gasp of surprise, she tilted her head, regarding Xiaosun with the curious gaze of a little bird. Hesitation gradually painted her features, prompting Xiaosun to feign calmness and smile, remarking, "What is it? Have I become even more handsome?" As he spoke, he playfully pinched his chin, striking a pose. Xiaodi scrutinized him from side to side, her brows gently furrowing. Suddenly, she leaned in, resembling a playful puppy, and began to sniff around him. The steward, Xiao, was visibly vexed, his face darkening as he bellowed, "You unruly girl! Hurry and attend to the young master's bathing and changing." His voice boomed throughout the room, startling Xiaosun. Clearly, the young girl was terrified of her father's thunderous roar. Upon hearing it, she immediately scurried away, cradling her head. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the steward turned to Xiaosun and said, "Young master, this child, well, she merely lost herself in joy upon seeing you return. Normally, she is quite mindful of a young lady's decorum. Those who have encountered her often praise her as very ladylike. She smiles without revealing her teeth, walks gracefully, behaves with poise, and speaks softly." Before the steward could finish, Xiaodi's piercing voice rang out from the courtyard. "Where is everyone? Quickly prepare hot water. The young master is to bathe." Xiaosun felt utterly embarrassed, realizing that the lion's roar of the Xiao family was indeed hereditary. The steward stiffened slightly and, with a weary tone, informed Xiaosun, Old Xiao will prepare dinner for the young master." With that, he fled in a state of humiliation. Chapter 011. As darkness falls, please close your eyes. Yang Wenshuan is a connoisseur of life's pleasures, exhibiting a discerning taste in cuisine, attire, accommodations, women, and even in the art of bathing. From his residence, the vehicle he once occupied, the beauty of the fragrant maiden, and the luxurious bathroom before her, Xiaosun could glean a glimpse of his character. This was a dedicated bathing chamber, nestled within a flower garden in the backyard. An oasis of solitude surrounded by fragrant grasses and blooming flowers, presenting a picturesque and aromatic landscape. In the distance, shaded by verdant foliage, lay a corridor for leisurely strolls, with a pebble path leading to the sanctuary. Not far from the bathing area stood a quaint pentagonal pavilion, furnished with a stone table and wooden stools, flanked by clusters of slender bamboo. After a refreshing bath, donning light garments and cradling fragrant tea, one could sit in this pavilion and quietly admire the seasonal blooms, truly a delightful indulgence. The bathing room was immaculate and well-equipped, with both the interior and exterior paved in green bricks. The outer area functioned as a kitchen, capable of boiling water directly, less significant in summer, but a considerable convenience in winter when warmth was desired. The inner chamber featured heated walls and a sizable pool measuring 5 feet by 6 feet, equipped with a ceramic drain and drainage system, allowing bathwater to be effortlessly expelled. Consequently, the foundation of this room was elevated, with a corner designated for a clothes rack and a box for bathing supplies. Several household members busied themselves with cleaning the pool and fetching water, including Xiao Di, who promptly returned with the master's fresh garments and rolled up her sleeves to assist. The young girl labored diligently, her bare arms exposed, and as the heat enveloped her, fine beads of sweat formed on her rosy complexion, a lock of dark hair cascading across her cheek, presenting a charming and healthy appearance. She first helped Xia Sun remove his outer clothing, then bent over the edge of the pool to test the water temperature, her willow-like waist bending gracefully, the delicate red skirt clinging to her form, accentuating the gentle curves reminiscent of a ripe peach. It was evident that she had yet to develop an awareness of propriety regarding the opposite sex, or perhaps she simply did not regard her young master as someone to be wary of. Xia Sun's heart fluttered. Oh no, regarding the bath. Zhang Shisan did not elaborate much. Surely she isn't suggesting to accompany me. It seems there are customs surrounding this, as if it were customary for the maidens of affluent households to assist their male masters in bathing. The scholars decrying the decadence of feudal society expressed their disdain with righteous indignation, yet their words betray a hint of envy and lewdness. Hypocrites with wilting desires. If this charming young maid were to don sheer, form-fitting undergarments, I would surely be lost. All right, young master, the water temperature is just right, Xiao Di announced, straightening her back and turning to him with a sweet smile. Gazing into her innocent eyes and observing her still maturing form, a wave of guilt washed over Xia Sun. Elevating his spirit? Absolutely not. She is but a child. How could I engage in such premature actions? In the presence of such a naive and enchanting young girl, even if I do not aspire to be a saint, I must at least strive to be a person of conscience. A sense of morality is essential for a promising future. Clearing his throat, Xia Sun purposely adopted a stern demeanor, presenting a facade of decorum as he declared, "Very well, you may leave now. The young master can bathe alone." Xiao Di cast a curious glance at him, unable to suppress a laugh. "Are you out of your mind? Of course, you should wash yourself. You have hands and feet. Are you expecting someone else to do it for you?" With that, she skipped out, bounding joyfully toward the Pentagon Pavilion with a few attendants, chattering away. Xia Sun was left feeling somewhat disheartened. After a brief moment of mourning his noble ideals, he sheepishly shed his outer garment and stepped into the water. Having bathed several times in recent days, he was quite clean, and thus his hot bath was swift. After refreshing himself, he called out once he donned his clothing, prompting Xiao Di to return and help him style his hair into a bun and secure his attire. Xia Sun changed into a pink satin robe adorned with intricate floral patterns, tying his long hair into a Taoist bun, and slipped into a pair of exquisitely woven grass sandals. He stepped out of the bathing area with a graceful sway. Standing before the pavilion, he gazed at the enchanting scenery of the garden, feeling a fleeting sense of belonging as the master of the Yang household. Yet, the thought of Zhang Shisan, lurking in the shadows and manipulating his every move, darkened his expression once more. The evening meal was lavish, and the only one in the Yang household permitted to dine with the young master was Xiao Di, a privilege she had enjoyed since childhood. The Yang father and son truly treated the Xiao family as kin. However, as Xiao Di sat beside Xia Sun, she resembled a sulking little maid. Clutching a bowl smaller than her palm, she picked at a thin slice of bitter melon, taking a tiny mouthful of rice while casting a longing glance at the enticing chicken wings before her, swallowing her saliva in silence. It was no wonder her chatter had dwindled. Xia Sun could no longer bear to watch her struggle and finally spoke up. "If you want to eat, then eat. No one is stopping you." But Xiao Di reluctantly gazed at the chicken wings. "I'm on a diet. If I eat too much, I want to lose any weight." Xia Sun chuckled. "You're not even that chubby. What weight are you trying to lose? At your age, You should be eating more to grow. Not that chubby? So, I'm a bit chubby then? Xiaodi seized upon his slip of the tongue, indignantly adding a generous helping of vegetables to her bowl. She then cast a resentful glance at the perfectly cooked chicken wings, exclaiming in frustration, I knew it. You've been holding a grudge since childhood when I teased you for being a little chubby. You think you can get revenge? Dream on. Just watch. I will definitely slim down. With that, she hurriedly dashed out of sight. Xiaosun chuckled softly, beginning to take a liking to this place and to Xiaodi, the spirited girl. Here, he found not only material comfort but also a sense of warmth and belonging. If he could indeed replace young Wenxuan and live here, enjoying such a life, perhaps being inexplicably thrust into this unfamiliar time and space wouldn't be so intolerable after all. Alas, beautiful dreams are often fleeting. Alone, he indulged in a sumptuous dinner, and his family presented him with a fragrant cup of tea. As Xiaosun cradled the teacup and settled into his chair, a furious and piercing roar echoed in his ears. Undoubtedly, the source of such a terrifying outburst, capable of emanating from a cherry blossom mouth, could only be his devoted maid, Xiaodi. Xiaosun couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. What had this little maid encountered? In the courtyard, a trellis was erected, where climbing vines provided a delightful shade, making it an ideal spot for respite during the summer. Heavy clusters of unripe grapes dangled from the trellis. Beneath it, Xiaodi stood opposite Zhang Shisan, who wore a disdainful sneer, while Xiaodi, puffed up with indignation, resembled a little cat ready to pounce. Were it not for two maids desperately restraining her, she might have scratched Zhang Shisan's face with her sharp nails. As Xiaosun emerged, this was the scene that greeted him. What transpired? Why are you quarreling? He asked, his expression stern. Upon seeing him, Xiaodi immediately launched into her grievance. Young master, I did not provoke him. I was simply sitting here when he carelessly bumped into me, spilling his sour plum soup. It merely splashed onto his clothes. Yet he overturned my bowl and claimed that I. Zhang Shisan, hands clasped behind his back, replied coolly, am I mistaken? It is the prerogative of the master to be lenient with the servants, yet the servants must possess the awareness of their station. Is the ice stored in the cellar yours to consume? Go ask around, which household's maid dares to take something without their master's consent? Xiaodi's face flushed with anger as she retorted, I am not. Zhang Shisan smirked. What are you not? Are you not a servant of the Yang household? Do you truly consider yourself a young lady of the Yang family? Fuming, Xiaodi declared loudly. What am I taking from the cellar? The young master has never chastised me. When did it become your place to dictate? You have only been in the Yang household for a few days, while I have been by the young master's side since childhood. It is not for you to meddle. Zhang Shisan remained calm, his eyelids flicking as he turned to Xiaosun, speaking solemnly, Young master, our family's estate is expanding, and the number of servants will inevitably increase. It is time to establish some rules. Otherwise, the servants will disregard their superiors. Without rules, there can be no order. Xiaodi's unauthorized consumption of the stored ice undermines the hierarchy. Young master should no longer indulge her. Xiaodi, emboldened, thought that although young Wenxuan was her young master, he was akin to an elder brother in her eyes, and she could not believe her brother would heed this scoundrel's words to discipline her. Xiaosun glanced at Zhang Shisan, who wore a cold smirk, his predatory gaze hinting at malice. Xiaosun understood that Zhang Shisan was exploiting the situation. During the stone shed incident, he had remarked that the Xiao family was the most loyal and familiar with young Wenxuan, and for safety's sake, a pretext was needed to distance them. Now, Zhang Shisan was creating an opportunity for him. In grand households, servants rise or fall from grace over a mere word, a commonplace occurrence. Young master, Xiaodi exclaimed in indignation. Xiaosun's gaze drifted from Zhang Shisan's face, descending to the shattered bowl of sour plum soup at his feet. The bowl lay in fragments, its contents spilling across the ground, where a few crystalline ice cubes glistened. Stained by the plum juice, they emitted a hauntingly crimson glow under the light. As Xiaosun beheld these blood-like ice shards, he could almost envision a tragic female corpse struggling and wailing within the ice, sending a chill racing through his heart. Young master, Zhang Shisan coldly called out. And Xiaosun sighed softly, saying, Xiaodi, please hand me the key to the ice cellar. What? Xiaodi could hardly believe her ears. She gazed at Xiaosun in astonishment, her disbelief palpable. Xiaosun's expression grew icy, his tone even more frigid. From now on, you need not concern yourself with the ice cellar. Xiaodi's nostrils flared in agitation, and mist quickly clouded her eyes. Struggling to contain her fury, she unfastened the key from her waist and hurled it fiercely at Xiaosun before turning on her heel and fleeing. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Shisan remarked, Young master, Do you see? She possesses not even a shred of decorum befitting a servant. When the weak master is overshadowed by the strong servant, if everyone were to emulate her. Xiaosun chose not to respond, bending down to retrieve the keys before striding ahead. Zhang Shizan, filled with fury, found himself restrained by the presence of several subordinates, making it imprudent to unleash his wrath. He could only suppress his anger and hasten after her. Why not seize this opportunity to relegate her from the inner chambers? As soon as the surroundings were deserted, Zhang Shizan immediately questioned in a furious tone, "Why squander such a golden opportunity? You insolent wretch, do you truly believe yourself to be Yang Wenchuan?" Xiaosun, maintaining her usual demeanor, respectfully and submissively responded, 13th Master, I fully comprehend your intentions. However, given that Yang Wenchuan has always shown great favor towards her father and daughter, would it not raise suspicion if I were to suddenly turn against him? Moreover, the desire to expel them arises from a fear that they may discern my true identity. As it stands, the father and daughter exhibit no suspicion towards me. Thus, why must we act with such urgency? 13th Master, as you have indicated, the myriad affairs of the residence, as well as the various businesses under Yang Su's name, are typically managed by Steward Xiao. I am still unfamiliar with every aspect of this Yang residence, from its rooms to its gardens. If I were to hastily drive away the father and daughter, I would find myself unable to manage the ensuing matters, consequently impeding the important business of you and Lord Feng, would it not? He accompanied his words with a smile, saying, thus, I dare to be bold and disregard the wishes of the 13th Master. If the 13th Master deems it inappropriate, it would not be difficult to fabricate a charge against me. I shall ensure that they, father and daughter, are promptly sent away. Zhang Shizan's expression fluctuated between joy and anger. After a long pause, he suddenly chuckled, patting the shoulder of his interlocutor with a semblance of a smile, and remarked, indeed, you present a valid point. I admit I have been somewhat hasty. Let us retain their presence for the time being. Tomorrow, Xiao Jingyang will report the accounts to you. Please familiarize yourself with them thoroughly, and gradually transfer the business matters into my hands. Once we have a complete understanding of the Yang family's affairs, we shall no longer require their assistance. Xiaosun quickly replied, at that time, I shall act according to the 13th Master's instructions and send them far away. Zhang Shizan smiled with satisfaction. Come, let me guide you through this place, so you may become familiar with every room, every corner, and every blade of grass. The night enveloped the surroundings, and Xiaosun lay quietly on the bed, appearing to have fallen into slumber. Yet, should the lights within the room illuminate, one would discover that he remained impeccably dressed. As an undercover agent, it is imperative not to place your reliance on your colleagues. Remember, criminals are adept at counter-surveillance and will scrutinize your every move. Frequent interactions with your own kind may ultimately lead to your exposure. Once you have assumed the role of an undercover operative, the best form of protection offered by the police is, in fact, the absence of any protection. The safest course of action is to take no action at all. Thus, you must learn to rescue yourself, utilizing all available resources around you to achieve your objectives without revealing your true identity. Every element of nature, be it plant, soil, or stone, can become a weapon. Suddenly, Xiaosun sat upright, retrieving a key from his waist. Bathed in the cool moonlight, he gazed at it intently, his expression growing increasingly profound and resolute. Clenching the key tightly in his hand, he lifted his gaze toward the window, where a flawless full moon shone brightly. Taking a deep breath, Xiaosun deftly leaped, akin to a nimble cat, and gracefully traversed out of the window. Outside, the moonlight was hazy, and the night was devoid of wandering souls. Chapter 012. Night travels alone. Father, let us return to our hometown in Jiangnan, Xiao Di said, wiping her tears and sniffling. Manager Xiao, deftly manipulating the abacus beads, did not lift his gaze and inquired, what is it now? Xiao Di expressed her grievance. That loathsome Zhang Shizan has been bullying me, and now even the young master. He aids him in tormenting me. Let us resign and go back home. The young master has achieved success and no longer values us. With a chuckle, Manager Xiao jotted down a number, then set aside the abacus and approached his beloved daughter with a smile. The young master bullies you? I find that hard to believe. He has always indulged you, not to mention hiring a tutor to teach you. Tell me, which servant girl has such fortune? You should be grateful instead of discontent. It's him who bullies me, Xiao Di choked out as she recounted her plight. Manager Zhao's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. Stroking his beard, he pondered for a moment before gently sighing, my daughter, do not feel too wronged. Regardless of Zhang Shizan's intentions, his words contain a kernel of truth. Ultimately, You are but a servant, and the young master has his own burdens. He faces difficulties too. You have grown up now. You must be more understanding and refrain from causing trouble for him. Xiaodi, incredulous, exclaimed, What? Father, are you defending him? Wiping her tears. She stood up in a huff. I will not speak with you any longer. I shall find mother. She loves me the most. Stop. Manager Xiao firmly pressed his daughter back onto her chair, his eyes darting before he suddenly donned a cheerful expression. Sitting beside her, he took her hand and smiled. Xiaodi, you are aware that our young master is far more capable than the master. Over the years, our family's fortunes have flourished, and we have become renowned as one of the wealthiest families in Qizhou. Last year, the young master achieved academic success. Who knows? He may one day become a scholar and rise to a high official position. Just imagine, what will the Yang family look like then, when that time comes? With servants aplenty and a grand estate, can we afford to be without rules? Even if Zhang Shusan does not trouble you, could you continue to live as freely as you do now? You must not take your favor for granted. I foresee that once the young master marries, and the young mistress enters this household, you will have even less freedom, no matter how fond the young master is of you. Can he still favor you over his wife? Xiaodi blinked, falling silent. Manager Xiao continued earnestly, Xiaodi, times have changed since your childhood. The young master's status rises, and so do the expectations. Once a mistress arrives and children are born, can you continue as you are? You would then be no different from Cui Yun and the others. If you wish for the young master to cherish and care for you, you must strive to embody the qualities of a young master's woman, as your father and mother have advised. Xiaodi pouted. Father, you are at it again. The young master has always regarded me as a sister, and I see him as an elder brother. To become the young master's woman? She tilted her head, contemplating, then shuddered suddenly. Just the thought of it makes me uncomfortable. It sends shivers down my spine. Xiao Guanshi dismissively remarked, What brother and sister nonsense is that? What kind of issue is it? Look at those impoverished families who, from a young age, betroth their daughters as child brides to others. There are women who are a decade or more older than their husbands, and before the couple has consummated their marriage, many a little husband, with his runny nose, has regarded his wife as an elder sister or even as a mother. In the end, they still become husband and wife. With a twinkle in his eye, Xiao Guanshi stroked his beard and said, Young master currently sees you as a sister, but once you and the young master become close, and in the future, if children come along, will he still regard you as a sister? Xiao Di shivered and hurriedly patted her goosebumps, her face flushed with embarrassment. Father, what are you saying? Having children with the young master sounds so strange. Please stop, I feel colder. Xiao Guanshi retorted angrily, You impudent girl. It is the young master who has spoiled you. Enough. You are no longer a child. It is time to consider marriage. Tomorrow, I shall have your mother speak on your behalf. If you marry far away, I want to be at ease. What do you think of Jinyiwei from our household? Or perhaps Erlungzi? Xiao Di shook her head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. No. What kind of people are you finding for me? I don't like them. Xiao Guanshi glared at her. What kind of person do you wish to find? With our family status, do you think you can marry someone who truly cherishes you? You disdain others, yet you do not hold the young master in esteem either. Xiao Di pouted. Who says I don't like the young master? It's just that I don't like him in that way. Xiao Guanshi scratched his head in confusion. What do you mean by that kind of like? Xiao Di responded, bewildered. I can't explain it, but it's just not that kind of liking. She narrowed her eyes at her father. Why must you insist on having me marry the young master? Is it because he is wealthy and influential, so you? Xiao Guanshi exploded. Nonsense. Do you not know what kind of person your father is? He sighed and continued, At my age, with only you as my daughter, even if I were to amass a fortune, who would I give it to? I am considering your future. In truth, neither your mother nor I had this intention, even disregarding the fact that the young master has been promised to another since childhood. How could you compare to the daughters of those wealthy families in Qizhou? If the young master desires to marry, it cannot possibly be you. Ever since last autumn, when the young master achieved his degree and gained the eligibility to take a concubine, I have harbored this intention. I thought, given our family's background, finding you a satisfactory husband would be challenging. The young master's character and talent are unparalleled, and what is particularly rare is that you have been childhood companions, sharing a bond sweeter than honey. If you truly were to be with the young master, would he not cherish you? Would he let you suffer? He gently patted his daughter's head, speaking with kindness, that Zhang Shusan, relying on the young master's affection, indeed acted a bit domineering. But I believe, in the eyes of the young master, Zhang Shusan holds even more weight than you do, and if I were to seek justice for you, it would be quite simple. However, father cannot act thus, for Zhang Shishan, regardless of his intentions, always speaks with reason. Even if the young master is indifferent and permits you to behave as you wish at home, the young master is now 20 years old, and marriage is but a couple of years away. Once the Yang family has a mistress, can you continue this way? It is time to learn some decorum. To minimize future troubles, father genuinely desires to find a lifelong companion for his daughter. Alas, you and the young master have been together since childhood, akin to siblings. How could father not see this? You regard the young master as an elder brother, and he sees you as a younger sister. Father is as clear as day on this matter. With this thought in mind, father merely holds on to a glimmer of hope. Speaking well of you in front of the young master, thinking, what if one day the young master comes to his senses and truly likes you? If that day were to come, it would surely be your fortune. You should take the time to ponder father's words, if your feelings do not align. Father would not impose, but rather leave it to fate. Residence is somewhat secluded, with no neighboring households. His dwelling is rented, modest in size, comprising a 3-room structure, a central hall with 2 adjoining inner rooms, and a small courtyard in front. Even during the prosperous Ming Dynasty, most officials either purchased or rented their homes while in office. Public identity is that of a low-ranking official in the prefectural office, so his residence is naturally unpretentious. His true identity is clandestine, and living in seclusion affords him safety. As night deepens, a shadowy figure gracefully leaps over the courtyard wall of his home, gently tapping on the window of the right bedroom. Moments later, a light flickers on, revealing a robust figure who picks up an oil lamp and slowly makes his way to the hall. He unbolts the door, and the shadowy figure swiftly enters. The lamp bearer peers into the moonlit courtyard before closing the door behind them. Before long, the light in the bedroom shines once more, and the 2 individuals sit across from each other at the table. Opposite is none other than Zhang Shishan. Pours a cup of cool tea for Zhang Shishan, gently pushing it forward while furrowing his brow, saying, "What brings you here at this hour?" "There has been no word from the mysterious assassin. We must ensure his safety." Zhang Shishan replies, "The outer residence has arranged for guards, and Xia Yang is not staying in the quarters previously occupied by Yang Wenquan. Given the assassin's methods, he would not act recklessly. Moreover, the news of Yang Wenquan returning to the residence is likely unknown to him. If he were truly monitoring us, he would have acted long ago at the Shurching fortress." Responds in a low voice, "Caution is the mother of safety. From tomorrow onward, you must remain vigilant by his side." Zhang Shishan smirks. "Rest assured, General. Even without your directive, I would keep a close watch on him. This fellow is somewhat difficult to manage." Visibly concerned, asks, "What is it? Has something gone amiss? Were you recognized?" Zhang Shishan replies, "Not at all. Only Steward Xiao showed a slight reaction upon first seeing him, but nothing conclusive. The others have posed no issues." Smiles, "That is good. If he can deceive the servants of the Yang residence, he will surely have an even greater chance of misleading others." Zhang Shishan coldly remarked, "While deceiving others may offer some advantage, this young man's arrogance has also intensified. Ever since returning to Qingzhou and entering the Yang residence, he has become rather complacent. Were it not for the greater scheme at play, I would have relished the opportunity to let him experience the methods I employ when interrogating criminals tonight." Feng Shihui frowned and inquired, "What do you mean?" "This evening, I intentionally sought to provoke the daughter of Steward Xiao, hoping to create an opportunity for him. Yet he stubbornly refused to comply." Zhang Shishan recounted the events of the night at the Yang mansion from beginning to end. Feng Shihui chuckled and replied, "A mere commoner, having tasted success, finds himself in this splendid city, entering the home of the affluent. It is only natural that he becomes intoxicated with his newfound status. You need not concern yourself with him. The more he perceives himself as the true Yang Su, the more convincingly he will play the part. This will ultimately be beneficial rather than detrimental to our grand endeavor." Zhang Shishan furrowed his brow and countered, "However, if he does not expel the Xiao father and daughter, our plans will face considerable difficulty. The financial affairs of the Yang family are firmly in Steward Xiao's grasp, and he is exceedingly loyal to Yang Su. As long as he remains, we cannot transfer the Yang family's wealth into our possession. Even if we command Xia Sun to issue orders, such unreasonable requests will not be heeded by Xiao, and he may grow suspicious, possibly believing we have coerced his master." Feng Shihui replied, "Why the haste? Keep your composure. For now, let us focus on carrying out the master's instructions. Do you truly fear that this young man can elude our grasp?" Zhang Shishan pondered for a moment, then smiled. "You are right. I have been too anxious." Feng Shihui spoke solemnly. The vast fortune of the Yang family will not simply vanish. Xia Sun is but a puppet in our hands, based on his confession. He must obediently follow our lead. We can obtain the Yang family's assets at any moment. However, if we mishandle the master's affairs, even wealth becomes meaningless if one cannot enjoy it. Do you understand? Zhang Shizhen smiled wryly. Of course, I understand. Yet, we have lingered in Qishou for so long that I am nearly forgetting what the Yingtian prefecture is like. I wonder when the master will take action. Feng Shihui smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice. Someone has already arrived from the Yingtian prefecture. Zhang Shizhen gasped in surprise. Someone has arrived? Where are they? What instructions do they have for us? Feng Shihui shook his head. Not yet. The individual informed me through our Jinyiwei communication channel, merely stating that they have arrived and that I should await their instructions. As for their name and whereabouts, I am currently unaware. Zhang Shizhen, being a confidant of the assistant envoy Luo, felt discomfort that the envoy had sent someone without establishing contact with him. Seeing the person act so mysteriously, he couldn't help but complain. Why the secrecy? Does the envoy not trust us? Feng Shihui replied, it is unwise to think so, given the gravity of this matter. A degree of caution is warranted. He sighed deeply, reflecting, in the past, our Jinyiwei was a force to be reckoned with, commanding respect and authority throughout the realm. Regrettably, the esteemed gentlemen Mao Chong and Jiang Wan met untimely ends, and the emperor subsequently revoked my authority as a member of the Jinyiwei to apprehend, interrogate, and adjudicate. Since then, the Jinyiwei has languished in a state of disarray, seemingly devoid of any prospects for resurgence. Fortunately, there remains the esteemed vice minister. At this juncture, Zhang Shizhen's countenance betrayed a surge of emotion. Indeed, when the Jinyiwei initially served as the Imperial Guard, we dispatched numerous spies, a number which continued to expand over time. The precise size and composition of this clandestine network are known only to the current commander of the Jinyiwei and Vice Minister Luo. Even His Majesty the Emperor is not privy to these details. Following the tragic fates of commanders Mao Chang and Jiang Wan, many secrets were left uncommunicated. It is fortunate that the sole individual retaining knowledge of the spy roster is the Vice Minister, who still wields control over this secretive force. Thus reviving the Jinyiwei holds a glimmer of hope. Feng Shihui spoke in a low tone. Precisely so. Commander Mao Chang's demise was linked to the investigation of Hu Weiyong's conspiracy, while Commander Jiang Wan fell due to the inquiry into Lan Yu's rebellion. The Jinyiwei's two periods of glory are inextricably tied to these events. In essence, we, the Jinyiwei, are merely a blade in the Emperor's hand. If he harbors no desire to spill blood, then our blade shall remain sheathed. For the Jinyiwei to rise again, the Emperor must be inclined to execute his will. Since the Vice Minister has sent someone, it indicates that action is imminent. If we can fabricate sufficient evidence of rebellion against Prince Qi at the opportune moment, the Vice Minister can mobilize those covert agents to amplify our influence, and we shall assuredly regain our former prominence. Zhang Shizhen's face flushed. Although we have already ensnared Prince Qi in numerous traps, it may not suffice to bring about his downfall. The Emperor slays without hesitation. Yet his affection for the princes has reached a point of indulgence. Feng Shihui smiled faintly. Fear not, the Vice Minister is a master strategist and certainly has contingency plans. Moreover, the Vice Minister has never harbored expectations that the Emperor would take decisive action against His Highness Prince Qi, regardless of the prince's folly. The Emperor would never believe he would rebel. In truth, the Vice Minister has placed his hopes upon. He leaned slightly forward, locking eyes with Zhang Shizhen, and softly uttered three words, the Crown Prince. Zhang Shizhen was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly grasped the implication, drawing in a sharp breath as he exclaimed, could it be that the Emperor has already? Feng Shihui raised a finger to his lips, prompting Zhang Shizhen to silence himself. Feng Shihui then lowered his gaze slightly. Speaking with a measured tone, the Emperor's age has advanced, and he has been beset by ailments of late. The stability of the state takes precedence, and the nation's welfare is paramount. Some matters must be anticipated and prepared for in advance. Chapter 13. The Hunter and the Trap. As the night deepened, the chorus of frogs resonated by the pond, while the cicadas in the grass harmonized with the calls of the golden bell insects. Xiaodi sat quietly by the pond, her knees drawn to her chest, leaning against the drooping willow. This was not the first occasion her father had spoken such words to her. She recalled the time when the young master had successfully passed the scholar's examination. Her father, in a drunken stupor from joy, had stumbled home, supported by her. He had excitedly recounted the young master's achievement to her mother, alternating between tears and laughter, and suddenly mentioned her. At that moment, she had dismissed it as drunken ramblings. But to her surprise, her father had not forgotten. He brought it up several times, and she treated it as a jest, frustrated by her indifference. Her father had begun to contemplate the young master as a prospect, but to her, the young master would always be her brother, a bond destined to endure. However, today, the young master's markedly different demeanor profoundly affected her, prompting her to contemplate matters earnestly for the first time. She had always cherished the young master, having grown up in close companionship with him. In their childhood, he would hold her hand on their adventures, defending her against the boys who would tease her. When he was engrossed in his studies, she would play in the mud beside him, waiting for him to doze off. At which point she would mischievously paint a cat's face on him with a brush, and he would not mind. When fruits ripened on the trees, her longing would compel him to climb and fetch them for her, despite his rotund frame making it quite a feat. She recalled a time when she was losing her baby teeth. He would meticulously peel the fruit skins and feed them to her. The young master truly cared for her. Did growing up necessitate a distance between them simply because she was not his biological sister? The thought of him no longer being as kind to her, of a future where a mistress would take her place, filled her heart with sorrow. Must she become the young master's woman to remain by his side? But he was her brother. Goosebumps prickled her skin again, and she hugged her arms tightly, a shy blush creeping across her face. Just then, she faintly heard a rustling sound, instantly heightening her alertness. Holding her breath, she perked up her ears to listen intently. Suddenly, she leaned forward to peer into the bamboo grove, where she glimpsed a shadow flitting by. Astonished, she widened her eyes and looked again. Under the cold, desolate moonlight, only the faint outlines of bamboo were visible. Where could there be a person? Was it an optical illusion? Unlikely, her vision was keen. Could there be a thief, stealthily plotting to steal from her family? With this thought, Xiao Di transformed into a devoted guardian, stealthily pursuing the source of the sound. Xia Sun quietly slipped into the western courtyard, a desolate space devoid of inhabitants. The old houses in the yard served as storage for miscellaneous items, and the entrance to the underground ice cellar was located at the far left of the first building upon entering. Xia Sun cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Well acquainted with every detail of the estate, the perceptive Xiao Di had already concealed herself in the shadows of the courtyard corner. Upon catching a glimpse of the figure, she recognized it as her own young master, which is why she refrained from calling out. At that moment, as Xia Sun turned to look back, Xiao Di, illuminated by the moonlight, discerned his features and confirmed it was indeed her master. A sense of astonishment washed over her. How peculiar, at this late hour. What could the young master be doing sneaking around here? The courtyard was enveloped in silence. Xia Sun, noticing the absence of others, crouched down to gently unlock the iron lock on the cellar cover. He retrieved a fire starter and a candle from his pocket, lifted the cover, and slipped inside. How mysterious the young master was. Goosebumps prickled on Xiao Di's skin once more. As dawn broke, Xia Sun awakened. During his time at the stone shed stronghold, the ever-looming presence of Zhang Shusan had prevented him from practicing the martial arts uncle who had taught him. And even the simple exercises he could perform within the confines of his room had been forsaken. Last night, Zhang Shusan had instructed him that there was no need to rise early today, and since he had returned to the Yang residence, he could no longer come and go from his master's quarters at will. It was only then that Xia Sun resumed his exercises. After a hiatus of over 10 days, he found himself somewhat strained completing a series of movements such as sit-ups, push-ups, and single-leg squats. Uncle Xiao had received the young master's orders the previous night to awaken him at dawn. As the hour approached, he was about to knock on the door when Xia Sun emerged from his room. "Good morning, Uncle Xiao." Upon seeing the steward, Xia Sun offered a slight smile. Steward Xiao bowed and replied, "Good morning, young master. You truly rise early. I was just about to call for you. I shall fetch Xiao Di to assist you with your attire." Xiao Di had retired late after pondering the young master's odd behavior of entering the ice cellar during the night. This curious girl spent a considerable time in her quarters contemplating the young master's stealthy venture into the family ice cellar, yet found no clarity on his intentions. After wrestling with her thoughts without resolution, she finally succumbed to a deep sleep. At this moment, she was blissfully dreaming, only to be roused by her father. Xia Sun brushed his teeth and tidied his appearance, just settling onto a stool when he heard the sound of soft footsteps. Xiao Di, clad in a pair of woven grass shoes, sleepily entered the room, her face still adorned with the rosy hue of slumber. Her hair was loosely tied up, and she wore a light blue, short-sleeved top paired with matching loose trousers, the wide cuffs trailing down to conceal her delicate ankles, revealing only 2 rows of charmingly curled toes. Seeing her enter, Xia Sun turned to smile at her. Xiaodi instinctively returned the smile, but then remembered that he had wronged her the previous night and should be angry, very angry, indeed. Thus, she promptly pouted, lifting her chin in a display of disdain. Xia Sun cleared his throat and inquired, "What, still upset with your young master?" Xiaodi huffed, feigning annoyance. "It's early today. I'm heading to the market shortly. What does that concern me?" She muttered under her breath, giving him a gentle push to sit up straight. And then she picked up a horn comb to begin styling his hair. Xia Sun continued, "The king of Qi is celebrating his birthday. So we should stroll through the streets and see if there are any exquisite and precious gifts. Would you care to join me?" Xiaodi pouted and replied, "Isn't there a reliable companion like the 13th master by your side? I certainly do not wish to accompany you and attract disdain." Xia Sun clicked his tongue. "What a pity. I had thought you enjoyed shopping with the young master. I was even contemplating purchasing something you might fancy if we stumbled upon it." Xiaodi dismissed it. "I have no interest." Xia Sun chuckled. "All right then, if the young master does not allow 13th to accompany us today, would you still refuse to go?" Xiaodi retorted sourly, "Unlike the young master, I am not so leisurely. I am a servant. And servants must adhere to their duties, sweeping the courtyard, cleaning the rooms, tending to the flower beds, watering and pruning. There is much work to be done. I cannot afford the luxury of idling about. A servant must remain diligent." Xia Sun found her amusing as he gazed at her reflection in the polished copper mirror. Xiaodi still possessed the form of a typical young girl, her chest only slightly curving into two delicate lines. Her skin was supple and radiant, her round shoulders soft and plump, exuding a charming baby fat. Baby fat. A sudden thought struck Xia Sun, and a scheme began to form in his mind. Clearing his throat, he said, "If you do not wish to go, then I shall take a stroll alone. I have heard whispers of a new item circulating in town, said to refine one's waistline and sculpt one's visage, allowing girls to be slender where they ought to be and voluptuous where they should be, presenting an exceptionally graceful and adorable figure. What was it called?" Xiaodi paused with the horn comb in her hand, her mouth opening to inquire. But suddenly realizing he was teasing her, she resolutely closed it, though her ears perked up in curiosity. Xia Sun continued, engrossed in his own musings, "I have heard that these items not only enhance one's figure to achieve a harmonious and elegant silhouette, but they also render the skin translucent and rosy, as delicate as a petal. Even legendary beauties like Zhao Fian and Yang Yuhuan have used such products." Xiaodi's eyes began to glimmer with interest. Xia Sun, resembling a mischievous uncle enticing a young lady, patiently continued to allure her. "Moreover, after using these items, you need not endure hunger. You may indulge in whatever you desire, eating without the fear of gaining weight." What were those items called again? It was right on the tip of my tongue, yet I cannot recall. Perhaps if I see it, I might remember. But as a man, I have no need for such things, and on this sweltering day, who has the inclination to wander alone? Xiaodi, growing anxious, hurriedly interjected, "Ahem. Cough." Xia Sun smiled and inquired, "What is the matter? Caught a cold?" Xiaodi stammered, If the young master truly wishes for my company, then I shall accompany you for a stroll." Xia Sun was taken aback. "Oh, but don't you have many tasks to attend to?" Xiaodi blushed, her demeanor shy. "Well, actually, the flower bed doesn't require pruning and watering every single day." Xia Sun deliberately pressed, "And what of the courtyard? The rooms?" Xiaodi felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him, yet she could only speak disingenuously, "In tidying the courtyard and cleaning the room, I tend to be clumsy. Sister Tsueyin always says that my assistance often complicates matters. It might be better to accompany the young master outside, holding an umbrella for him or carrying a few items. Such tasks are certainly within my capabilities. My father often emphasizes the importance of being industrious and engaging in tasks within one's means." Xia Sun laughed heartily. "Young master, where are you off to so early in the morning?" Upon seeing Xia Sun strolling outside with Xiaodi, Steward Xiao hurriedly approached them with a query. Xia Sun, elegantly waving his folding fan, replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I'm simply taking Xiaodi for a casual outing." Steward Xiao responded, "Young master, you have yet to have breakfast." Xia Sun dismissed the concern, saying, "Xiaodi and I will grab a bite outside. It's lovely and cool this morning. Let us go, let us go." As Steward Xiao watched the pair drift away, he suddenly burst into laughter. What a delightful turn of events. Could it be that the words exchanged last night finally led to a revelation for my daughter? Or perhaps, the young master has gained insight, or maybe both of them have come to an understanding together? It is difficult to articulate, but I recall the initial days when I first encountered the mother of the child. Neither of us held any regard for the other, and we spent our days engaged in quarrels and banter. Then, Unexpectedly, there came a day when our gazes met, and something in them seemed distinctly altered. Love, it seems, is a most enigmatic phenomenon. Xia Yang did not disappoint the little girl. He imparted the beauty secrets of the enchanting maiden from Qi Luo courtyard to Xiao Di, including the weight loss remedies that also originated from her. Initially, due to Yuan's generous nature and his claim that these remedies were intended for his daughter, the maiden was unaware of whether he had an actual daughter. Judging by his physique, one could speculate that his precious daughter was not merely darker in complexion. Unlike the pampered red maidens in Qi Luo courtyard, she harbored a sense of empathy for those who shared her plight. Thus, she generously divulged her knowledge of whitening formulas and included her weight loss recipes, such as lotus leaf tea and winter melon porridge. These concoctions indeed had slimming effects, and the maiden herself utilized them. However, due to her innate constitution, the results were not overly apparent. Nevertheless, these recipes proved effective, yet, since beauty remedies were not a focal point of medical education at the time, even the apothecaries were only partially informed or entirely oblivious. For the common folk of that era, when information dissemination was exceedingly limited, understanding such matters was even more challenging. It was only within the brothels, where beauty was revered and meticulously studied across generations, that knowledge of beauty flourished. Thus, the formulas that the maiden shared with Yuan were treasures for Xiao Di, who, despite her curiosity, had no means to inquire further. Upon obtaining these recipes, she felt as if she had struck gold. Xia Yang did not deceive her. Xiao Di's baby fat was hardly a concern. By simply adjusting her dietary habits with these remedies, she could avoid unnecessary deprivation. Naturally lively and active, her daily physical activities were ample, and as she matured, her figure would inevitably blossom into a curvaceous silhouette. Two individuals commenced their day with breakfast outdoors, subsequently meandering through various shops to procure their necessities, followed by a leisurely lunch before returning home. Upon entering the estate, Xia Yang immediately remarked, "This excursion has left me drenched in sweat. Please stow away the items first. Then prepare the bathing room. I yearn for a refreshing shower at once." Little D, having obtained the coveted recipe for weight loss and beauty, felt that the young master's generous purchase of numerous ingredients was a subtle form of apology. Any lingering resentment she held towards Xia Yang had dissipated like mist. Upon hearing his instructions, she cheerfully acquiesced and hurried away, cradling her belongings towards her quarters. As soon as little D departed, the languid expression on Xia Yang's face vanished, replaced by a vigilant demeanor as he cast a keen glance around. His dark, piercing eyes resembled those of a leopard that had just spotted its prey, sharp and dangerous. The courtyard lay deep in silence, save for the distant chirping of cicadas. It was just past midday, the sun at its zenith, and the heat rendered those who had just dined lethargic. Most individuals refrained from venturing outdoors under the blazing sun, preferring to digest their meals in the coolness of their chambers. Furthermore, the young family servants were few, leading to an absence of activity in the courtyard during this hour, precisely why Xia Yang chose this moment to return. Noticing the surroundings were devoid of people, Xia Yang swiftly advanced a few paces and discreetly slipped into the overgrown western courtyard. By the time little D set down her belongings and summoned several attendants to assist with her bath in the rear garden, Xia Yang was already poised and waiting. His trap meticulously laid. All was prepared. Now he awaited his unsuspecting prey to unwittingly walk into his carefully crafted snare. Chapter 14. The 13th Entangled in the Misty Bathroom. Xia Yang was fully immersed in water, his head resting on the edge of the pool, a towel draped over his face, embodying a state of utter relaxation. His breaths were long and languorous, and his robust, well-defined pectoral muscles resembled iron castings, rising and falling ever so slightly, as if he had succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang, and Zhang Shurshan stood before him with a stern expression. His thin lips were pressed tightly together, and his eyes glinted with the flames of fury as they bore down on Xia Yang. He was on the verge of exploding with rage. Just yesterday, he had informed Xia Yang that he need not rise early this morning. After breakfast, he intended to reintroduce Xia Yang to the affairs of the household, and accompany him in the afternoon to visit several shops operated by the Yang family. To his dismay, Xia Yang had once again taken matters into his own hands, arising at dawn to seek out gifts for the Qi Wang, even enlisting Xiao Di for the outing, all while remaining oblivious to the situation. What could this young man possibly be thinking? Zhang Shurshan was merely a puppet indeed. To speak candidly, even Yang Wenxuan was a puppet, someone expendable at the last moment. Yet, at least outwardly, he had to maintain a facade of respect towards Yang Wenxuan. But what was Xia Yang? A wretched creature, akin to a lowly insect who dared to repeatedly test his patience. He had already spared him once yesterday. This audacious young man had grown too bold. Enraged, Zhang Shisan struggled to contain himself, biding his time for Xia Sun's return to the estate. This time, he resolved to teach him a proper lesson. Xia Sun slowly lowered the towel from his face, and upon seeing Zhang Shisan, he immediately broke into a cheerful smile. 13th Master. With a darkened countenance, Zhang Shisan inquired, "Where did you go this morning?" Xia Sun hastily replied, "Oh, I just arrived here. I was somewhat excited and couldn't sleep, so I got up early. I suddenly remembered that we are to visit the Qi Wang for his birthday soon. I casually asked Xiaodi a few questions, and she mentioned that there are several renowned antique and jewelry shops in Qingzhou. I thought, 13th Master, you've been quite weary these days, so I didn't wish to trouble you early in the morning. I asked her to accompany me for a casual stroll in the streets, but I didn't intend to make any purchases without discussing it with you first." Zhang Shisan retorted angrily, "Who permitted you to go out on your own? Why did you not seek my approval?" Xia Sun was taken aback, noticing his furious expression, and timidly stammered, Because you taught me. If one wishes to play the part, one must truly consider oneself the master here. Only then can one perform seamlessly. So I instructed Xiaodi to take me." "Enough nonsense. Do you dare to make excuses? Since I am in the estate, any matters concerning you should be brought to my attention first. If I do not consent, how dare you act on your own volition?" Xia Sun, do not let your brief time as Yang Wenchuan's companion lead you to arrogance. Remember your status. You are but a lowly commoner. I can elevate you, but I can also bring you down. Should I wish to discipline you, I possess myriad means to render you unable to live or die." Xia Sun, flustered, implored, 13th Master, please do not be angry. I. Zhang Shisan, unable to contain his fury, commanded, "Get out." Xia Sun hurriedly stood up from the pool and stepped out. "Put on your clothes." Xia Sun hurriedly rushed towards the clothing rack, flinging open the cabinet and retrieving a thick bath towel. Zhang Shisan angrily followed, coldly stating, "From now on, unless I am absent, you are to adhere to my instructions. As long as I am present, every matter, big or small, must be reported to me. Should you dare to act on your own accord, I will ensure that you—" Just as he was about to finish, Xia Sun's broad shoulders suddenly sank, and he swiftly turned around, his right hand extending. A glint of cold steel aimed directly at Zhang Shisan's throat. Zhang Shisan was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that Xia Sun would dare to strike him, let alone possess the audacity and skill to do so. Caught off guard, he immediately leaned back, his body as rigid as iron, performing a flawless iron bridge maneuver to narrowly evade the lethal thrust. Typically, this technique is a highly refined means of dodging hidden weapons and blades. When one lacks the opportunity to leap or sidestep, it serves as a life-saving maneuver. With this move, he still had the potential for a counterattack, ready to spring away and retaliate when Xia Sun retracted his weapon. However, Xia Sun showed no intention of withdrawing his weapon, as Zhang Shisan's arm extended forward. Spent from the thrust, the white gleam of the weapon was now perilously close to his nose. Seizing the momentum, Xia Sun merely elevated his arm slightly, twisting his wrist, and thrust downward. With a thud, as Zhang Shisan's legs propelled him off the ground, Xia Sun's arm descended simultaneously, embedding a sharp instrument into his abdomen. The weapon Xia Sun wielded was neither a sword nor a dagger, but rather an unusual dual-edged contraption. He did not grasp the hilt, but rather the central part of this implement, enabling him to swiftly transition from a thrust to a stab, seizing the fleeting moment. In that instant, the outcome was decided. Zhang Shisan let out a muffled groan as he toppled to the ground. In a shock, he instinctively opened his mouth to scream. But at that very moment, Xia Sun lunged towards him. To orchestrate this moment, to ensure the success of his strike, Xia Sun had envisioned countless scenarios, each calculated and precise. His attack was swift and effective, and he had anticipated Zhang Shisan's potential reactions, each with its own countermeasure. As they crashed to the ground, Zhang Shisan's cry was stifled, and he felt the weapon lodged within him shatter upon impact, scattering its remnants. Yet, Xia Sun had expertly immobilized him with a deft grappling technique, rendering him unable to move, his throat tightly constricted by Xia Sun's elbow, making it difficult to breathe, let alone cry out. The nature of that peculiar weapon remained a mystery to him. Xia Sun's complexion paled slightly, his breath coming in heavy gasps. His bare chest pressed against Zhang Shisan's. Zhang Shisan could hear the rapid, forceful beating of his heart reverberating from within. Xia Sun was anxious. This was his first act of killing, and no matter how courageous one might be, the tension is inescapable. It is precisely because of the tension that he, who possesses immense strength, appears even more powerful at this moment. Zhang Shisan, despite his martial prowess, is incapacitated, his injuries rendering him unable to cry out or move. Completely at the mercy of his opponent in a fleeting moment. His eyes widen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend why Xia Sun would wish to end his life. Or how he could dare to do so. In this peculiar tableau, one man stands while the other lies prostrate. After a brief interlude, Xia Sun's pale visage gradually returns to a healthy hue, his breathing becoming steady, while Zhang Shisan's initially furious and blood-red countenance begins to pale. Xia Sun's demeanor swiftly stabilizes as he observes the tumult of pain, astonishment, horror, and incredulity reflected in Zhang Shisan's eyes. Slowly, he raises a hand, gripping the weapon poised against Zhang Shisan's wound. Initially trembling, the hand soon becomes remarkably steady, a pool of dark crimson blood collecting on his palm, trickling slowly at the edges. As he gazes at the blood, a sudden smile breaks across his face. Zhang Shisan had never witnessed such a smile, a relaxed, composed expression, brimming with confidence and insight, tinged with an undercurrent of wisdom. In a fleeting moment, he recalls having seen a similar smile on the face of a high-ranking official. 13th brother, the blood is dark, which indicates that your liver has been pierced. Even if you lie still, pressing the wound to staunch the bleeding, you will have it most the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense. Not even divine intervention can save you. If you attempt to struggle, you will only hasten your demise. The light in Zhang Shisan's eyes dims as he realizes the truth in Xia Sun's words. Having served in the Jinyiwei's interrogation chamber since the age of 13, he has employed countless methods to torment prisoners until the novelty wore off, leading him to adopt simpler, more straightforward forms of punishment. No one understands the human body better than he does, and he knows that Xia Sun speaks the truth. His fate is sealed. Even summoning the finest physicians from across the land would not alter his grim reality. Yet, he cannot resign himself to such a fate. Why? What could possibly justify this? It makes no sense. Killing him will not alleviate Xia Sun's predicament, especially with Feng Zongqi and others still present. Does he truly believe he can escape the Jinyiwei? Moreover, what ill fate has driven a mere commoner to risk everything, determined to bring about his own destruction? A chill begins to envelop Zhang Shisan. The myriad emotions in his eyes, rage, fear, astonishment, gradually dissipate, leaving only a profound perplexity, a lingering confusion that refuses to fade. You find it strange, don't you? Why I would want to kill you? Xia Sun inquires with a smile. Instantly, Zhang Shisan's gaze shifts to one of desperate yearning. Indeed. He is eager to understand Xia Sun's motive. He cannot fathom any justification. Should he succumb to this uncertainty, he would leave this world with eyes forever unclosed. Xia Sun had no justification for killing him. Consider this, he was merely an illiterate villager, devoid of the support from the Jinyiwei. How could he possibly impersonate Yang Wenquan and maintain that faade? Moreover, even if he were to take his own life, how could he escape the grasp of the Jinyiwei? What commoner would dare to confront such a formidable force? Furthermore, the Jinyiwei possessed his signed confession, rendering compliance his only feasible escape. My motive for killing you is non-existent, as I lack the means to impersonate Yang Wenquan with your assistance. And you held the power to end my life at any moment. You were sent by imperial decree to investigate in Qizhou, as special envoys with the authority to judge life and death. Even if I were indeed Yang Wenquan, I would have no capacity to extricate myself from your hold. Hence, my only recourse lay in aligning myself with you, winning your favor, and seeking your rewards. Is this not your perspective? Indeed, this left Zhang Shisan utterly perplexed. Murder necessitates motive. What could Xia Sun's motive be? To eliminate all witnesses and fully assume the identity of Yang Wenquan? Had he lost his sanity? The risks involved were immense. How could Xia Sun possibly possess the audacity to undertake such a perilous venture? You came under the emperor's orders, representing legitimate officials. And once the investigation concluded and rewards were dispensed, it would be a simple matter to grant Xia Sun a new identity. Who would dismiss the promises of imperial officials? Surely, this is the reasoning of a rational mind. Why would he resort to murder? Moreover, his methodical and efficient approach to killing, his ability to discern injuries by the color of blood, and the composed demeanor he displayed following the assassination of a Jinyiwei officer, all these aspects seemed inconsistent with that of a naive, timid villager. Who, then, is he? And what is the purpose of his actions? Xia Sun replied coolly, the reason is quite straightforward. I have never believed your deceitful words. From the very beginning, I recognized the many falsehoods you spun and the malevolent intentions you harbored. I was aware from the outset that your motives were not benign. If I were to heed your counsel and accompany you, my fate would mirror that of Miss Tingxiang. Why did I not resist? In that small tavern by the Nanyang River, When I agreed to serve you and to fix my signature, I resolved to eliminate you. No. I firmly believe that you are indeed the genuine Jinyiwei. Xiasen gazed into Zhang Shisan's bewildered eyes, as if he could read his thoughts and offer clarification. I would never doubt the authenticity of Manager Lu's official attire and insignia. In this world, there can be robbers and there can be deceivers. Yet no band of robbers or tricksters would audaciously impersonate the universally reviled Jinyiwei. You possess both authority and wealth. Yet you risk everything under such a nefarious guise to conspire against a prince? What I do not believe is that you are dispatched by imperial mandate. I do not accept your claims of investigating the White Lotus cult or officials affiliated with the princely house for treason. I do not trust that you would spare my life after your mission is accomplished, nor that you would invite me to join the Jinyiwei. Your fabrications are numerous and riddled with inconsistencies. Perhaps these lies may deceive others, but they cannot ensnare me, Xiasun. Feng Shihui stated that the Jinyiwei has not been disbanded, and I am inclined to believe him. Upon hearing his explanation, I realized that we, the common folk, are indeed ignorant of the affairs within the court, mistakenly interpreting the curtailment of power as a dissolution. However, when Feng Shihui claims that the Jinyiwei has not relinquished its authority for apprehension in the imperial prison, but merely transitioned from overt to covert, I find it hard to accept. This inconsistency can be seen as a manifestation of Feng's own cleverness backfiring, while the second flaw arises from your own misguided intelligence. The third flaw is revealed through the collective folly of your arrogance. Would you care to know the reason behind it? Of course, you would. Zhang Shisan is on the verge of losing his mind over it. Xiasun maliciously smiled and remarked, "Yet you are destined to perish, while my tale stretches on interminably. I possess the patience to narrate it, but you lack the time to listen." Zhang Shisan's chest heaved violently as he felt the surge of anger within him. Chapter 015. Unraveling threads to transform into a butterfly. If Summer Sun could attach himself to the Jinyiwei, it would indeed present a promising avenue for his future. However, the moment Feng Zongqi spoke, Summer Sun discerned the deceit in his words. While lies themselves might not bear great significance, the secrets they conceal could be monumental. If such secrets were beyond his capacity to bear, what fate awaited one who was not permitted to know the truth yet was compelled to engage in its mysteries? Surely, it would lead to silencing him. Before the Jinyiwei, the only comparable organization was the Imperial Censorate during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, which consisted of 26 offices that detained hundreds of high-ranking officials, including governors and ministers, resulting in calamity for over 10,000 people. The Censorate's overseers paraded through the streets, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Yet, this Censorate did not persist throughout the Han Dynasty, leaving only scant records for posterity, unlike the Jinyiwei, whose notoriety is known even to those with little familiarity with Ming history. Zhu Yuanzhang was a man of profound wisdom. He understood the necessity of harsh punishments and when to temper them. He utilized the Jinyiwei to eliminate ambitious figures like the Chancellor Hu Weiyong, corrupt officials such as Prince Ouyang Luan, and arrogant generals like General Lan Yu, as well as the powerful nobles he deemed threats to the Zhu Ming Dynasty. After this, he proclaimed, "In chaotic times, severe punishment is unavoidable. My descendants shall govern in peace, and thus, penalties will be light." Henceforth, the fierce tiger of the Jinyiwei was confined to its cage. According to Feng Zongqi, the Jinyiwei had not been stripped of power. Rather, the emperor had ordered them to operate in secrecy due to the unease among the officials. Is this truly reflective of Zhu Yuanzhang's character? Setting aside his unpredictable nature and decisive actions, would any emperor, when faced with issues of imperial authority and rebellion, resort to such feeble measures? Sending mere trifles to conduct covert investigations, or going to great lengths to enlist local gentry to approach their targets? Such absurd claims could only be believed by an utterly naive country bumpkin. Historical records from later periods are silent regarding the Jinyiwei from the 26th year of Han Wu, when Zhu Yuanzhang curtailed their powers, until the reign of the Yongle Emperor, who revitalized them. If the Jinyiwei truly operated in secrecy, retaining vast influence and engaging in clandestine activities, it would be inconceivable for there to be no mention of them in the official Ming records, regardless of how discreetly they acted. Consequently, Summer Sun concluded that Feng Jianjiao's account of their origins was not entirely truthful. Their activities in Qizhou were likely not lawful and certainly not sanctioned by imperial decree. Shortly thereafter, on the way to dismantle the Shitengzhai, Zhang Shisan, in an effort to reassure Summer Sun, falsely claimed that this case did not involve the Prince of Qi. The emperor's secretive actions were motivated by concerns that Prince Tan, Zhu Zi, might suffer repercussions due to his uncle's rebellion. The emperor feared that Prince Qi, Zhu Su, might follow in his eighth brother's footsteps, thus entrusting the Jinyiwei with secretive operations. This revelation deepened Summer Sun's suspicions regarding their intentions. By sheer coincidence, he was aware that Prince Tan's self-immolation was not due to his uncle's rebellion, even if the entire world was oblivious to the true cause of Prince Tan's demise. The princes would not be ignorant, and Zhu Yuanzhang could not possibly believe the farcical narrative he had propagated. Regarding the demise of Prince Zhu, the official narrative asserts that his brother-in-law, Yu Hu, was denounced as a member of the faction led by Chancellor Hu Weiyong, which subsequently instilled fear in the prince, leading him to take his own life. Conversely, a popular alternative theory suggests that Zhu Zi's mother, the current emperor's consort Ding, originally the Empress Dalin of Jinyiwei, became Zhu Yuanzhang's concubine only after becoming pregnant. Thus, Zhu Zi is said to be the posthumous son of Emperor Jinyiwei. Upon discovering his true heritage, the prince allegedly sought to rebel, prompting the emperor to dispatch troops for his capture. Unable to bear the shame of defeat, Zhu Zi ultimately chose self-immolation. The entire tale is woven with intricate detail, depicting how consort Dalin secretly urged her son to avenge his father, with vivid imagery of Zhu Zi igniting the palace and cursing amidst the flames, making it feel almost palpable for those who believe. Yet, it is perplexing that none of the common folk ponder how such specifics came to light. Indeed, consort Dalin was the empress of Jinyiwei, a fact that Zhu Yuanzhang openly acknowledged in his edicts, declaring, when the realm was not yet pacified, during 14 years of conflict, I never unlawfully seized a woman. It was only after conquering Wuchang, out of wrath for Jinyiwei's repeated provocations, that I took his concubine. This context lends the rumor a deceptive allure, as the populace remains largely ignorant of the precise ages of these princes and the identities of their respective mothers. Many accept these tales as truth, and even those skeptical delight in their propagation. Human curiosity thrives on the absurd. The more far-fetched the tale, the more vibrant its life becomes, thus enabling such unreliable rumors to proliferate. In reality, Zhu Zi was born 6 or 7 years after Qin Zhouliang's death, making the timeline implausible. Moreover, he had an elder brother, Prince Qizhu Sun, who currently governs Qizhou. If there were indeed a posthumous son of Qin Yuang, it would logically be the elder brother, not Zhu Zi. The dual narratives surrounding Prince Zhu Zi's death, one rooted in official history and the other in popular lore, have prompted historians to conduct thorough investigations. Their findings were quite astonishing. The notion that Zhu Zi was the posthumous son of Qin Yuang is indeed implausible, and the official account of his death equally lacks credibility. Xia Sun, intrigued by gossip and sensational news, fortuitously encountered an analytical article on this subject, recalling the main points of the scholar's investigation. The scholar posited that while Zhu Yuanzhang was ruthless towards others, he exhibited remarkable leniency and protection towards his own sons, as evidenced by the audacity displayed by the princes in the early Ming Dynasty. When Prince Zhu Zi's brother-in-law was accused of being part of Hu Weiyong's faction, it is notable that Hu Weiyong and the principal officials involved had been deceased for a decade. At the time of the incident, Yu was merely a minor official in Ningxia, and a decade prior, he held an even lesser position. How could such a low-ranking official be implicated in Hu Weiyong's rebellion? And if he were involved, what significant threat could he possibly pose? Most crucially, would the biological son of Zhu Yuanzhang truly be driven to suicide merely because of his brother-in-law's alleged treachery? Do not forget that Prime Minister Li Shanchang fell from grace due to the Hu Weiyong case. Li Shanchang was classified as a key offender of the Hu faction, and from a family of over 70 members, only 4 survived: Li Shanchang's second son Li Qi, his daughter-in-law, and their 2 children. The reason for this survival lies in the fact that Li Shanchang's daughter-in-law was the daughter of Zhu Yuanzhang, who thus pardoned his son-in-law and 2 grandsons. If his son-in-law's biological father was a traitor yet was exempted from punishment, what could Zhu Yuanzhang possibly do to his own son? How could a prince be driven to despair and take his own life? This rationale is fundamentally flawed. A scholar conducted extensive research on a plethora of official Ming Dynasty documents and local gazetteers, uncovering a significant fact. The self-immolation of Prince Tan occurred on the first day of the 4th month in the 23rd year of the Hongwu era, at a time when his brother-in-law Yu had not yet been implicated. In other words, when Prince Tan Zhu, fearing for his brother-in-law's association with the Hu faction, chose to end his life, his brother-in-law was still actively serving as a commander in Ningxia, with no one having reported him. This raises a perplexing question. Why would Prince Tan, whose brother-in-law was not yet in trouble, be so eager to take his own life? This glaring inconsistency was overlooked due to the communication limitations and the inefficiencies of news dissemination at the time. Without official reports detailing specific information, The public was unable to grasp the true circumstances. Consequently, the authorities deliberately obscured the timelines of these two cases, leaving most contemporaries unable to discern the discrepancies. The number of individuals privy to the information surrounding Prince Tan's self-immolation was exceedingly small, and among this select few, those interested in synthesizing the information for analysis were even rarer. Furthermore, all of these individuals were officials within the central court, and who among them would dare to voice their suspicions? Thus, the official narrative regarding Prince Tan's demise not only deceived countless commoners, but also many officials and gentry who accepted it as truth. However, upon reviewing a multitude of archives and gazetteers, that scholar uncovered an undeniable contradiction. While the true cause of Prince Yan Zhu's death remained elusive, he asserted that the real facts of this enigma would be forever buried within the vast expanse of history. His analysis, rooted in both emotion and reason, completely dismantled the official account put forth by the Ming Dynasty. Xia Yang, who pursued a career in law enforcement, approached the issue with a rational mindset, thereby staunchly supporting the scholar's findings. In fact, the scholar's investigative article also addressed the peculiar identities of those who reported Yuhu's alleged rebellion, along with the numerous inconsistencies in their testimonies. However, this fell outside the realm of curiosity for Xia Yang, who did not delve deeper. Regrettably, as Zhang Shisan lay on his deathbed, Xia Yang was unable to confront him with the issues he had uncovered. Otherwise, perhaps he could have unraveled that ancient mystery through Zhang Shisan's insights. For, in truth, Zhang Shisan was one of the very few individuals privy to the true cause of Prince Tan's death, having been a trusted confidant of the esteemed Luo Qianshi, who had directly mentioned this matter. Indeed, Prince Tan did not take his own life out of fear due to his uncle's involvement in the conspiracy of Hu Weiyong. The true impetus for his suicide lay in the moral decay within the imperial court. Prince Tan, Zhu, was a man of refined elegance, strikingly handsome, and exceptionally talented in poetry and prose. His reputation within the fiefdom was commendable, as he rarely engaged in any arrogant or disruptive behavior. However, he harbored a notable flaw, a proclivity for carnal pleasures. As a prince, indulging in the company of beautiful women was not inherently objectionable, for he had access to countless exquisite maidens. The problem arose when his lascivious nature led him to pursue even the women of the palace. Before assuming his princely title, he had already established illicit connections with several palace maids. Even after his investiture, he continued to yearn for them, often seizing opportunities during imperial audiences to clandestinely meet with them. As these indiscretions became increasingly apparent, they were eventually reported to the Jinyiwei, the imperial secret police, who conveyed the matter to the emperor. The palace maids, in a theoretical sense, were all potential consorts of the emperor, and such an egregious act was unforgivable in the eyes of Zhu Yuanzhang, who placed great importance on feudal propriety. Enraged, he commanded the Jinyiwei to summon Zhu back to the capital. Zhu was acutely aware of his transgressions. He understood that upon returning to the capital, he would have no defense against the charges. Even if he were not executed, he would face banishment to Fengyang, confined within its high walls for the rest of his days. In despair, he chose to end his life. The Jinyiwei intended to bring Prince Tan back to the capital for the emperor's judgment, but he preemptively took his own life, creating a spectacle that captured the attention of the entire realm. This necessitated an explanation. The scandal involving a prince and palace maids was too scandalous to be publicly acknowledged. Thus, the responsible official, Lord Luo, was compelled to concoct a narrative linking Zhu Zi's death to the Hu Weiyong case. In essence, Prince Tan's uncle, Yu Hu, became an unwitting scapegoat, falsely implicated in the conspiracy. It was not the accusation of treason that drove Prince Tan to despair, but rather the shame of his own actions, which led to his posthumous association with Hu Weiyong. Upon Yu Hu's arrest, the court hastily declared him a traitor, fabricating evidence and witness testimonies while intentionally withholding the timeline of the events, claiming that Prince Tan's demise had caused Yu Hu's downfall. Given Yu Hu's relative obscurity, the court's assertions went largely unchallenged, with few daring to scrutinize the legitimacy of the accusations or to verify whether Yu Hu was indeed apprehended at the time of Prince Tan's suicide. Thus, the matter was quietly resolved, with only a handful aware of the truth and no one willing to voice their doubts. Zhang Shisan could scarcely fathom that a seemingly oblivious individual from the countryside of Huzhou might possess insight into the actual events surrounding this case. The backgrounds of the four men under Commander Feng were undoubtedly questionable, and their motives were far from honorable. Their coercion of Xia Yang to sign a confession regarding the murder was a significant misstep, one that ultimately solidified Xia Yang's resolve. He would not be a puppet and would seek to eliminate them. According to their own assertions, they consider themselves to be esteemed members of the Jinyiwei, dispatched by the emperor himself. They are investigating a grave conspiracy, and for such esteemed officials to exert control over someone like Xia Sun, must they resort to leaving behind incriminating evidence? The use of such despicable tactics only serves to illuminate their clandestine identities and actions, further underscoring that all their promises to Xia Sun are mere castles in the air. This is a clear indication to Xia Sun that regardless of whether their schemes succeed or fail, his fate is predetermined. He will inevitably meet the same tragic end as the unfortunate Miss Tingxiang, who learned too late that the true young Wenxuan had perished, becoming yet another target for the Jinyiwei's silencing. These agents of the Jinyiwei, who regard human life with utter disdain, will certainly not spare his life. Thus, Xia Sun's plan for retaliation began to take shape from that moment. He understood that a lowly clerk, having botched his assignment, would not reveal the truth to his superiors when he finally discovered a way to salvage the situation. This is simply human nature. Moreover, in subsequent interactions, Zhang Shushan and his associates subtly revealed their covetous intentions towards the Yang family's wealth. Since they harbored such unmentionable thoughts about the Yang estate, they would be even less inclined to disclose Xia Sun's true identity to others. Therefore, by eliminating these four individuals, Xia Sun could secure his survival and potentially usurp young Wenxuan's position, reaping substantial rewards. To eliminate the four, he could not allow them to harbor any suspicions about him before he acted. He required ample freedom of movement. Thus, Xia Sun chose to take action immediately after being acknowledged by the Yang family, targeting the insidious Zhang Shushan first. As a gentleman of unblemished reputation and an accomplished scholar, every individual in the pavilion outside could attest to his presence in the room. He was merely bathing, devoid of any weapons. Hence, the authorities would never suspect him. Furthermore, Captain Feng would not doubt him either, as he had just arrived at the Yang residence, and all witnesses could not possibly be his accomplices. If Captain Feng's memory served him well, he might even recall the recent murder case that transpired in Yuna town. Zhang Shushan met his demise without ever comprehending how Xia Sun had unraveled their conspiracy. Like Miss Tingxiang, he was doomed to remain a fool on the road to the netherworld. Xia Sun leapt up, calmly setting the scene: clothes boxes, hangers, the floor, everything meticulously arranged in the shortest time possible. With a professional eye, he conducted a final inspection to ensure there were no flaws. Then, grasping the hanger tightly, he inhaled deeply and, with a voice slightly less powerful than that of young Lady Xiao Di, cried out, "Help! Help me!" At that moment, Zhang Shushan, gasping for breath, his gaze vacant, had not yet succumbed. Xia Sun brandished the hanger like a panicked rabbit, leaping and battling against an unseen foe in the air. My adventure has begun. The perils were numerous and the stakes high, yet should he succeed, he could ascend to a position of power. Such a generous reward was worth the risk. As this perilous journey commenced, the thrill coursing through Xia Sun was akin to that of his first climb into his girlfriend's bed. Chapter 016. The little trumpet begins to broadcast cicadas. Cicadas. No one knows what the cicadas truly comprehend, yet the oblivious Danyu and Sui Yin, entirely unaware of the circumstances at hand, find themselves drowsily stirred by their incessant calls. As summer descends, the sound of cicadas rises and falls in an unending chorus. Those who have sat in the holding cell for over half an hour, or even passers-by on the street hearing this sound, cannot help but feel as if entranced, their eyelids waging a silent war against one another. However, Xiao Di remains remarkably spirited. Situated in the second hall of the Qingzhou prefectural yamen, she finds this place to be particularly refreshing. It is perpetually shrouded from sunlight, and even in the sweltering heat of summer, a gentle breeze prevails. The holding cell is sparsely furnished, containing only a few benches. Lu Yang is the first witness to be summoned, leaving Xiao Di, Zun, and Danidu, three eyewitnesses to the incident, to sit idly on the benches, gazing vacantly at the bars ahead. Silence is strictly enforced within these walls, while outside, two bailiffs armed with staves stand watch, keeping a keen eye on everything inside. Xiao Di feels no trepidation in this setting. Upon entering the holding cell, her curiosity leads her to explore her surroundings, but soon boredom sets in. She turns to Sister Sui Yin for conversation, but her attempts are swiftly curtailed by the stern admonitions of the bailiff. In her quest for amusement, she next seeks out Danyu to regale her with jokes. But once again, she is met with a sharp reprimand. With no other recourse, she resigns herself to languidly drifting in thought. What a timid young master he is. Jumping and yelling. I shall surely use this incident to tease him later. However, one cannot entirely blame him for his fear. The sight of Zhang Shushan's lifeless form was indeed terrifying, and as a scholar, refined and cultured, he has never encountered such horrors. How could he possibly remain unscathed? Yet, it is surprising to behold how strikingly handsome the young master has grown. How delightful. Xiaodi's gaze slowly drifts downward, her lips curving into a smile. In his childhood, the young master was as rotund as a ball, climbing trees much like a clumsy bear. But now, his shoulders are broad, his chest robust, his arms thicker than my thighs, and his thighs thicker than my waist. Disjointed images flood her mind. The young master's bare form, the swaying of a clothes hanger, his muscular torso. Suddenly, Xiaodi's cheeks flush crimson. She hastily shuts her eyes, then, feeling guilty, peeks with one eye at sister Xia Yang seated nearby. Noticing her sister's focused gaze, seemingly oblivious to her own expression, she breathes a sigh of relief, although she has always attended to the young master's every need. This is the first time she has glimpsed him in his nakedness, a striking embodiment of masculine beauty that has etched itself deeply in her memory. Coupled with her recent contemplation of her father's words, this overwhelming sensation sends ripples of confusion coursing through her heart. The young master's image blurs in her mind, shifting from a respectful, endearing brother to a man who quickens her pulse and flushes her cheeks, leaving her in a state of trepidation. She was reluctant to dwell on such terrifying thoughts, her mind swiftly shifting to a perplexing question. How odd it was that someone would wish to harm such a benevolent young master. Fortunately, 13th brother had come to the rescue. Although she had always found him disagreeable, upon reflection, he did not seem entirely reprehensible. At least his loyalty was commendable. Had it not been for his valiant efforts to protect the young master, the latter might have met a dire fate. However, if I were there, I too would have risked my life to safeguard him. After indulging in a flurry of thoughts, her mind wandered back to the young master's peculiar behavior from the previous night. She could not fathom why he had ventured alone into the ice cellar in the dead of night, remaining absent for quite some time. Surely, he wants sneaking ice to eat? What could it possibly be? Just as she pondered this, a voice called out from outside, "Xiaodi, come forth and await the master's inquiry." Xiaodi gasped, quickly rising to her feet and brushing off the dust from her attire. In the interrogation room, the esteemed Judge Zhao Ximen sat upright, meticulously questioning Miss Xiaodi. "Miss Xiao, from your vantage point in the pentagonal pavilion, could you discern the surroundings outside the bathhouse?" "Of course," she replied. "The bathhouse is nestled within a flower garden, with a corridor situated 17 or 18 paces away. The area is filled with low grass and flower beds that would conceal no one. However, from our little pavilion, it would not be possible to see clearly. To the left of our pavilion, there are several clusters of bamboo. While we were engaged in conversation, we could observe the right half of the flower bed surrounding the bathhouse, but the left half remained obscured by the bamboo. So if a perpetrator were to infiltrate your estate, advancing from the left corridor to the bathhouse, breaking the window to commit the crime, and then retreating along the same path, provided they acted swiftly, you would have been unable to detect them?" At that moment, the door creaked open, and Inspector Feng entered quietly. The role of an inspector is somewhat akin to that of an office director, overseeing documentation and public affairs. Thus he was entitled to be present. He was well acquainted with the officials, especially Judge Zhao, with whom he shared a close rapport, and simply nodded at him before standing beside the court clerk. Xiaodi addressed Judge Zhao earnestly. "Indeed, the young master calls for me after his bath. If he did not summon me, why would I have been watching the bathhouse? At that time, I was chatting with Madame Lu, Sister Xia Yang, and Brother Daniu in the pavilion. Moreover, the perpetrator would not need to break the window, as the young master enjoys bathing and often frequents the bathhouse even in winter. Consequently, the windows are not fitted with traditional panes but rather solid wooden boards, sealed in winter to prevent the cold from intruding and fully opened in summer, allowing easy access." With the windows ajar, could you observe the happenings within the bathhouse from the pavilion?" Zhao inquired. Xiaodi replied, "The bathhouse is elevated for drainage purposes, so sitting in the pavilion, one cannot see inside. Even standing, why would we look into the bathhouse?" Judge Zhao rubbed his nose thoughtfully. "Very well, please recount in detail the events surrounding Zhang Shisan's appearance in the backyard and his entry into the bathhouse." Leaving no detail overlooked, Xiaodi spoke with refreshing candor. "Very well. By then, the young master had already been in the bath for some time. We were engaged in conversation in the pavilion when Xi Lang suddenly approached us and inquired, 'Is the young master taking a bath?' At that moment, the magistrate interjected, 'Hold on a moment. Just now, Madame Lu mentioned that Zhang Shizi appeared displeased upon his arrival, seemingly filled with ire. Is that correct?' Upon hearing this, Feng Shihui's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he fixed his gaze upon Xiaodi. She shrugged and replied, 'Indeed, Zhang Shixi, buoyed by the young master's favor, carries himself with an air of superiority, looking down upon everyone in the manor. He walks as if his nose could touch the heavens, which is rather off-putting. Last night, he deliberately sought to provoke me to teach someone a lesson. Xiaodi recounted in vivid detail her quarrel with Zhang Shixi over a cup of sour plum soup she had cooled with ice. Though her account was animated and elaborate, the petty squabbles among the household servants were rather mundane. The magistrate, finding the tale uninteresting, could only sip his tea repeatedly. After a cup's worth of time, Xiaodi continued to prattle on. Later, my father admonished me, suggesting that I should set a proper example for the newly arrived servants in the household. For if everyone followed my lead, grabbing items at will, wouldn't that disrupt the household's order? I pondered over my father's wisdom and realized I ought to assist the young master, sparing him any unnecessary worry. Consequently, I chose not to harbor anger. The magistrate, placing his teacup down, helplessly supported his forehead, while Xiaodi continued. This morning, while I was styling the young master's hair, he noticed my lingering displeasure and playfully tried to engage me in conversation. In truth, his temperament is splendid. He had already cast aside his anger. However, given that he had just displayed irritation yesterday, if he hadn't made an effort to appease me, it would have been quite embarrassing for me to ignore him. The constables, stationed beside the water and fire rods, silently lowered their heads, stifling laughter as if in mourning. Xiaodi persisted. In truth, the young master has always treated me exceptionally well. Recognizing my lingering discontent, he sought to cheer me up by promising to take me out for a stroll and buy me gifts. He was fully aware that this was his way of seeking my forgiveness. Let us get to the crux of the matter and discuss why Zhang Shixi appeared displeased, exclaimed the magistrate. Indeed, my lord, I am coming to that. Zhang Shixi presumed that after yesterday's incident, the young master would no longer hold affection for me. Yet, to his surprise, the young master remained kind. Could he help but feel envious? Upon entering the pavilion, he didn't even cast a glance in my direction, immediately addressing Madame Lu and Sister Suiyan, asking, "Is the young master taking a bath?" He ignored me, so why should I care to look at him? I deliberately engaged in conversation with Dinyo Go, choosing to disregard him. Shortly thereafter, he went to the bathhouse, and within a mere cup's time, I heard the young master calling out loudly from within, "Help! Someone! Please help me!" I leapt up in alarm. The magistrate suddenly became animated, lifting his head with keen intensity as he pressed for clarification. Hold on. From the moment Zhang Shixi entered the bathhouse to the moment your young master cried out for help, how much time elapsed? Please repeat that. Little D tilted her head thoughtfully and replied with certainty. Just a cup of tea, merely the time it takes to brew one. At that moment, Brother Daniel was regaling me with jokes. He said there was a man so impoverished that he didn't even have a name. Eventually, he married into the home of a simple-minded woman, and from that day forth, everyone referred to him as brother-in-law. On one occasion, when he was embroiled in a lawsuit and sought assistance in drafting a statement, he was asked, "What is your name?" He replied, "I am called brother-in-law." The court officials lowered their heads even further, their chins nearly resting on their chests. Judge Zhao, too, was on the verge of losing his patience. However, the charming figure of Little D disarmed all irritation. The judge, having 4 sons but only one beloved daughter, could not bear to assert his authority to reprimand her. Instead, he propped up his elbows, rested his forehead in his hands, and feigned great distress. Little D animatedly continued. Once the statement was submitted to the court, the county magistrate ascended the bench and called out, "Bring forth the brother-in-law." The officials echoed, "Please summon the esteemed brother-in-law." The magistrate, incensed, retorted, "What nonsense is this? Calling him esteemed brother-in-law?" The officials countered, "Your Honor, is not your brother-in-law our esteemed brother-in-law as well?" The surrounding court officers, leaning on their staffs, wore faces as flushed and swollen as toads, while the clerk's shoulders quivered, the pen in hand trembling in the air, refusing to land on the page. The magistrate raised his head and, in a tone of resignation, said, "You mean to tell me that Zhang Shixi inquired whether your young master was bathing, and you, ignoring him, continued conversing with Brother Daniel, prompting him to head towards the bathing room? At that moment, Brother Daniel began telling you a joke, and once you finished laughing, you heard your young master shouting for help. Is that correct?" Little D exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, I had no idea you were already aware. Had I known, I would not have elaborated so much." With a clatter, a court officer dropped his staff, hastily bending to retrieve it while apologizing to Judge Zhao with a slight bow. The magistrate took several deep breaths, regaining his composure before solemnly instructing, "Very well, Miss Xiao, proceed with your account." After hearing the cry for help, what transpired next? Be meticulous in your recounting. Any omission could lead to the true culprit escaping justice, and Miss Xiao, you would find yourself in legal trouble. Little D nodded and replied. Upon hearing the cry for help, we were all bewildered by the commotion, so we rushed over, bursting into the bathing room. There, we saw our young master brandishing a clothes rack, leaping about in a frenzy, with a large pool of blood on the floor. Then we spotted Shursen floating in the bath, his eyes wide open. We screamed in terror, jumping about alongside our young master. Wait. The magistrate leaned forward, hands on the table, intently asking, "You must elaborate on this. Were there any signs of the assailant in the room? Were any weapons left behind? What was your young master's appearance at that moment? Was he properly dressed?" Xiaodi blinked and remarked, "The culprit has already fled. How could he possibly still be here? If he were, we would surely have subdued him. As for the young master, he is currently bathing. How could he be dressed?" The magistrate's gaze sharpened, pressing further, "Is that truly the case? Is he completely unclothed?" Xiaodi's cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered. "Well, yes, perhaps. Do not hedge. This matter must be made clear. Is it so, or is it not?" "It is." "Very well. Then what of his hair? Is it tied up or cascading freely?" "He hasn't had his hair styled yet, so it is certainly loose and flowing." "I see. Now, proceed to the next matter. What transpired thereafter?" Xiaodi hesitated, her shyness causing her to lower her gaze as she fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, bashfully saying, "Esteemed sir, I am but an unmarried maiden. It is rather embarrassing to discuss what lies below." Hilarity erupted among the gathered officials, who could no longer contain their laughter. The magistrate, his face flushed and his cheeks twitching from the effort of suppressing his amusement, finally waved his hand in defeat, saying, "You may go now." Chapter 17. The tree desires stillness, but the wind does not cease. Miss Suayin, does our young master have any enemies? In response to the master's inquiry, the servants replied, "Our young master is well-read and courteous, on good terms with the neighbors, and conducts himself with propriety. We have never heard of him having any grievances with others." With Miss Suayin stepping forward, Magistrate Zhao steadied himself and continued the questioning. Meanwhile, Feng Shihui pondered silently to himself, judging by the accounts provided by the few servants of the Yang household. From the moment Zhang Shursan entered the bathhouse to the moment Xia Sun cried out for help, merely a cup of tea's worth of time had elapsed. Shortly thereafter, the attendants rushed to the bathhouse, only to find the interior in disarray, clothes and bathing utensils strewn about. They hastily fetched garments to dress young Wenxuan and summoned the guards to encircle him. Soon after, someone reported to the authorities. The patrolling inspectors, Zhang and Wang, hurried to the scene to assess the situation, subsequently dispatching personnel back to the magistrate's office to summon reinforcements. Throughout this entire affair, young Wenxuan had not left, and the bathhouse had remained occupied. Upon the arrival of the constables, they thoroughly searched the bathhouse and the entire garden. Even a pin could not be concealed. If a weapon had been used, it could not have been hidden within the bathhouse or carelessly discarded out the window into the garden. On these grounds, Xia Sun bore no suspicion. It was inconceivable that he could have murdered someone in such a brief span, neatly donned his clothing, discreetly hidden the weapon, and then returned to the scene to feign bathing. The gathering of witnesses was substantial. The servants of the Yang household were hired hands, unbound by any contract of servitude, and would not collectively conspire to protect their master from a murder charge. Moreover, Xia Sun had only recently arrived at the Yang residence with no one to trust, and certainly no courage to entrust such a grave matter to anyone. In truth, Feng Shihui had never believed Xia Sun to be the murderer. His instinct as an investigator compelled him to scrutinize anyone who might fit the profile of a potential culprit. Currently assessing Xia Sun's innocence was merely a professional habit. With Xia Sun ruled out, the figure he genuinely suspected began to emerge in his mind. It was a troublesome thought, for that assassin seemed to linger, ready to strike again. Given their failure this time, when might they return? Who could this person truly be? After much contemplation, yet finding no leads, he shook his head and departed the interrogation room. Upon arriving at the mortuary, he engaged in brief conversation with the two inspectors who had been waiting there. After completing the examination, he straightened up and remarked, "The deceased met their end due to a precise stab from a sharp weapon, striking between the chest and abdomen. The location was remarkably accurate. A single thrust pierced the liver, injuring the spleen as well. The wounds on the body appeared wide externally yet narrow internally, with smooth edges gradually constricting. My preliminary assessment suggests that the weapon was likely a type of dagger, measuring at least 1.5 feet in length. Aside from that, there were only a few minor abrasions, presumably from a struggle. Nothing else of note was discovered." Feng Jianshao watched as the white cloth slowly covered Zhang Shisan's wide-open eyes, a chill running through him. What a keen and precise method of murder. Yang Wenxuan met his demise in such a manner, and Zhang Shisan perished similarly. While one could excuse Yang Wenxuan, whose martial skills were rather limited, it is perplexing that Zhang Shisan, possessing commendable martial prowess, could fall so easily into the hands of an assassin, particularly when caught off guard and unarmed. This assassin's skills are indeed formidable. After Yang Wenxuan's previous assassination attempt, I conducted a discreet investigation, yet uncovered no leads. It is astonishing that as soon as Yang Wenxuan returned to the city, the murderer pursued him like a relentless shadow. As I stroked my prickly beard, numerous suspicions flooded my mind. After Yang Wenxuan's death, we did not publicly announce the news. Did the assassin not find this curious? The news of Yang Wenxuan's trip to the stone shed was hardly a secret. Anyone with a modicum of interest could have learned of it. Why did the assassin not seek further information or attempt another attack? If he believed Yang Wenxuan was indeed dead and suspected the authorities of laying a trap, or that someone else was acting in his stead, why, upon Yang Wenxuan's return, did he not take the opportunity to confirm these doubts before hastily striking again? No matter how astute Feng Shihui may be, how could he rationally attribute the assassination, orchestrated by Xia Sun, to the true assassin? In the signing room, the magistrate Dong Haotian, with a beaming smile, poured tea for Xia Sun, patiently listening to his fervent yet incoherent complaints. This aggrieved party was no mere commoner. He held a prestigious position and was a well-known gentry in Qizhou. It was broad daylight when the villain brazenly entered his residence with a weapon. Which nobleman would not fear becoming the next victim? Such a deplorable state of public safety would incite outrage. Should Yang Wenxuan rally the gentry and business community to protest, matters could escalate quickly. Officials seeking to achieve political success and collect taxes or levy duties could not do so without the support of local gentry. If the entire gentry class were disgruntled, regardless of whether one were a provincial governor or a military official, they would be compelled to retreat in disgrace. In local matters, unless in a state of war necessitating the imposition of royal authority, the influence of these local gentry is considerably greater than that of the government. Xia Sun, both astonished and enraged, insisted, in broad daylight, under the clear sky, how could someone dare to commit murder in my home? Thankfully, 13th Master sacrificed himself to save me. I had only practiced some rudimentary martial arts in the academy, which allowed me to escape with my life. The audacity of the criminal is intolerable. You must seek justice for me, my lord. The magistrate quickly reassured him. Young Master Yang, please rest assured. Such brazen villainy will not go unpunished in Qizhou. I shall ensure that justice is served and that the perpetrator is apprehended. He then inquired, have you recently made any enemies, or does the assassin evoke any familiarity? Xia Sun shook his head. No, I have no recollection of the assassin and have not incurred any grievances. At the time, I was bathing, and Zhang Bandong entered to relay some family matters. It was then that the assassin leapt through the window, clad in green and masked, wielding a dark iron dagger. I was so startled that I could scarcely move, but fortunately, Zhang Bandong reacted swiftly and engaged the scoundrel in combat. 13th Lang, barehanded, was struck in the chest by the assailant's thrust. Yet, even in the throes of death, 13th Lang retaliated, landing a blow that seemed to fracture the assailant's ribcage. The villain let out a muffled groan and tumbled to the ground. It was only then that Wanxing realized the gravity of the situation. In a panic, he leaped from the bath, seizing a clothes rack to defend himself while calling out for help. When the household guards from Wanxing's residence rushed to his aid, he brandished the clothes rack to keep the assailant at bay. The villain, sensing defeat, escaped through the window, vanishing into the night. The magistrate furrowed his brow, stroking his beard in contemplative silence. Xia Sun cast a glance at him, lifting his teacup to his nose, inhaling the fragrant aroma as he swiftly recalled the evidence, eyewitness accounts, material proof, and the motive for the crime. All aspects were sound. From the secret preparations of the previous night to the morning's excursion with Xiao Di that incited Zhang Shisan, leading him unwittingly to his demise, there were no apparent flaws. This realization brought Xia Sun a sense of calm. A constable quietly entered, whispering a few words into the magistrate's ear, evidently reporting on the proceedings from the presiding officer. Lord Dong nodded, dismissing the constable with a wave, and addressed Xia Sun, young Master Yang. The inquiries regarding your family's involvement have concluded. They are currently waiting at the entrance of the court, and you may return home. Should there be any developments in the case, I shall inform you promptly. Very well. I hope the magistrate apprehends the culprit swiftly. I take my leave, replied Wanxing. The magistrate added, rest assured, I shall exert every effort to capture the perpetrator. However, during this period, you must exercise caution in your comings and goings. It would be prudent to have guards accompany you. I will also ensure that the patrols increase their vigilance around your residence. Wanxing acknowledged with a nod and took his leave. The magistrate escorted him to the door, whereupon he noticed Feng Shihui standing in the side corridor and said, "Inspector Feng, please accompany young Master Yang." Xia Sun and Feng Shihui walked side by side out of the secondary hall, circumventing the main hall, and strolled past the moon platform. Ahead lay the grand ceremonial gate, devoid of any other presence in the corridor. Xia Sun immediately slumped his shoulders, his face contorted in desperation as he pleaded, "Lord Feng, I beseech you to show mercy and allow me to leave. How could I have known that Yang Su would invite danger upon himself at home? I truly cannot bear this burden of responsibility. Living as a beggar is preferable to risking my life. Please, have compassion." Silence. Feng Shihui interrupted sternly, casting a quick glance around before lowering his voice, regretting now is too late. "Do not forget, the document you personally signed is still in my possession. If you disregard my orders, I can send you to the gallows at any moment. Do you think it possible to transform from a lowly peasant into my esteemed constable without facing any risks?" Xia Sun recoiled, silenced by fear. Feng Shihui softened his tone. "You need not be afraid. Both the magistrate and the presiding officer regard this case with utmost seriousness and will mobilize competent detectives to diligently pursue the culprit. The villain has failed in his attempt and has drawn the attention of the authorities. He will surely lie low and refrain from further actions. You are unlikely to encounter any danger at present." Xia Sun, with a pained expression, replied, "Even if there is no danger now, what about in the future?" Feng Shihui retorted, "Do you think the detectives are idle? Isn't this a pursuit of the true culprit? Upon your return, it would be prudent to employ more household guards and refrain from venturing outside. At night, consider changing your lodging to ensure your safety." Xia Sun remarked, "Stay indoors? I wish I could, but is that feasible? Can young Master Yang hide away and conduct business behind closed doors? Should I attend the prince's birthday banquet? When friends gather and bid farewell, shall I not partake? Enough of this lamentation. Just ensure you carry guards when you step out. Those assassins are astute. Their tactics reveal a mindset that anticipates defeat before victory, always planning an escape route prior to action. Do they dare to strike in broad daylight? To achieve great deeds and enjoy immense wealth, one must invariably take risks, even if you live as a beggar for 1,000 years. Will you ever savor a single day of divine bliss? Countless individuals have engaged in perilous enterprises without ever attaining such fortune. Is it not worth a gamble? What is there to complain about? Truly, you are like mud that cannot adhere to the wall." "Ah, yes. I understand," Xia Sun stammered. Feng Shihui smiled broadly, saying, "That is the spirit. You may return now. Zhang Shisan is dead. In the future, report any matters directly to me. Your assassination attempt provides me with a suitable pretext to draw closer to you." "Yes. Then, I take my leave." Xia Sun bowed respectfully and descended the steps, stopping at the gate to turn and salute Feng Shihui with cupped hands, proclaiming, "My lord, I bid you farewell. Travel safely, young master," Feng Shihui replied, returning the gesture. Outside, Steward Xiao had been waiting. Upon seeing the young master emerge, he hurriedly approached with Xiao Di, Cui Yun, Lu Pozi, and Daniel, urging the horse-drawn carriage forward. "Let us return home," Xia Sun declared, lifting his robe and seating himself in the carriage, placing particular emphasis on the word home. He surveyed the surroundings of the carriage. The servants were present, but Zhang Shisan, that detestable fellow, was notably absent. A wave of relief washed over Xia Sun, as he finally felt a semblance of authority. As the carriage set in motion, he instinctively glanced back. Feng Shihui remained standing on the steps, smiling gently upon their eye contact. Xia Sun turned away, a shadow crossing his gaze. "Next, it shall be your turn." Little Xiaodi, filled with excitement, settled onto the seat and eagerly shared her thoughts with her elder brother. "Young master, this is the first time I've ever been in a holding cell. Hee. It was quite amusing inside. Everything was so different from what I had imagined. The only annoying part was that they wouldn't let me speak." "Oh? Young master, why have you closed your eyes? Are you still afraid? Do not worry. Xiaodi will protect you." Xia Sun fought back a smile, shook his head, and replied, "No. Are you tired? Do you not enjoy my chatter? If you do not wish to hear me, I shall remain silent." Xia Sun opened his eyes, gently tousled her hair, and smiled. "People often say that in a past life, you were someone, and in this life, it reverses. You, my dear, must have been a little mute in your previous existence, and perhaps it was I who caused you to become so. Thus, Heaven has sent you to this life to speak all the words left unspoken before. Go on, I am eager to listen. Xiao Di hastily covered her mouth, exclaiming that one should refrain from speaking too much, lest she be rendered mute in her next life. Chuckling, she added that if she chose silence, then the young master could take a brief respite. Summer Sun was amused by her antics. Laughing heartily as he reclined on the couch and closed his eyes for a moment of rest, Xiao continued, clearing her throat, Young master, I had imagined the court would resemble the grand halls depicted in storytelling, filled with oil pots, guillotines, iron rods, and winches. Yet it was nothing like that. The constables and officials were quite amiable. Upon my entrance to the court, they were all smiles, though I could not fathom what they found so amusing. And then in front of the Yang residence, a man with a bamboo hat and a limp made his way along the street, moving with great difficulty. The hat cast a shadow over his brow, revealing only half of his face. His cheekbones were sharply defined, and a stubbly jaw was tinged with a deep blue hue. The man walked slowly along the edge of the road, pausing to catch his breath, and as he adjusted his hat, his gaze swiftly darted toward the street. Two constables ambled by, their hands resting on their sheathed swords. They were particularly alert upon spotting a stranger or a robust man. Clearly due to the assassination incident at the Yang residence, which had prompted the authorities to intensify patrols in this area. The man lowered his head slightly, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his lips. He had long been perplexed by the fate of Yang Wenxuan. He could not believe he had failed. With that strike in Yunhe town, he had been certain it would end Yang Wenxuan's life. Yet, the absence of news regarding Yang Wenxuan's demise had left him bewildered. Everything within the residence remained eerily calm. When the young lady learned that Yang Wenxuan was alive and had gone to the Stone Shed village, he confidently assured her that this was surely a trap set by the Yang family or the authorities, urging her to maintain her composure and not fall into the official snare. However, more than 10 days later, Yang Wenxuan returned, vibrant and full of life, showing no signs of injury. As he touched the cheek that the young lady had slapped, he felt no pain there, but his heart ached. He could not bear the thought that the young lady might perceive him as cowardly, having failed to strike, yet boasting of having killed Yang Wenxuan. She was a deity in his eyes, and he could not allow his goddess to doubt his loyalty. He would prove his fidelity. He would. Seeing Yang Wenxuan so full of vigor led him to briefly entertain the notion that perhaps he had indeed missed his mark. Yet, upon deeper contemplation, he dismissed it. Could it be that the Yang family colluded with the authorities to find a doppelganger? But what could their purpose be? Merely to lure him into striking again? Such an occurrence seemed implausible. How could a perfect double appear immediately after Yang Wenxuan's supposed death? The young lady advised him to remain calm and ascertain the truth of this individual before taking any rash actions. Yet, he was not inclined to think so. The young lady had struck him. She had called him a coward. She had deemed him a worthless failure. He could not withstand her contemptuous gaze. Not being particularly astute, he could not unravel the mystery of Yang Wenxuan's resurrection, so he resolved not to dwell on it. Since you are alive, I shall simply kill you once more. How straightforward. Those of limited intellect often possess thoughts that are remarkably straightforward and simplistic. Yet, it is precisely these direct and uncomplicated methods that frequently prove to be the most effective. However, before he could make his move, an unexpected rival had already intervened. This interloper, instead of eliminating the principal target, Yang Wenxuan, had the audacity to dispose of one of his close associates, consequently alarming the intended target and depriving him of his opportunity to act. What a foolhardy competitor he is. Nonetheless, he remains undeterred, confident that the chance to strike will eventually present itself. He is resolute in his intention to personally execute Yang Wenxuan, determined to present the severed head to the lady, thereby vindicating his own integrity. Yet, prior to taking action, he must exercise the utmost caution. He fears not for his own life, should the lady command it. He would unflinchingly storm the imperial palace to carry out her bidding. However, he must not bring any trouble upon her. His actions must be executed with precision and thoroughness, leaving no traces that could lead to future repercussions. Two constables seem to have taken notice of him and begin to cast their gazes in his direction. The limping man, ever vigilant, deftly pivots and makes his way to a nearby deli, requesting half a pound of pig's head meat and 2 pig ears. The shopkeeper meticulously slices the meat and ears, drizzles them with sesame oil, wraps them in lotus leaves, and ties them with twine. The limping man then takes the parcel in hand and hobbles away into the distance. Chapter 018. In action upon returning to the Yang residence. Xia was greeted by a bustling scene at the entrance, filled with a multitude of guests. Some were gentry from Qizhou or former classmates from the provincial school, arriving with gifts to pay their respects. Those unable to attend sent family members with visiting cards to invite him to banquets, hoping to comfort him with fine wines and lavish feasts. Additionally, numerous managers and assistant managers from the Yang family's shops hurried over, anxious about their employer's condition and eager to inquire about the situation. Overwhelmed by the sea of unfamiliar faces, Xia felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. And even the familiar ones took a moment to register. Fortunately, amidst the crowd, he was spared the necessity of addressing each individual. Each friend exchanged only a few words. And given that young Master Yang had recently survived an assassination attempt, the atmosphere of fear and confusion rendered any awkwardness or strangeness overlooked. After a considerable effort, he managed to see off the last of the guests, utterly exhausted. In the evening, Steward Xiao moved him to a different residence, while the 4 guards reduced their perimeter, focusing solely on the small courtyard where he resided. Every male servant and maid in the household was armed with clappers, iron basins, wooden sticks, and steel forks, makeshift weapons for signaling distress or engaging in combat. The noisy preparations took over an hour before they were finally settled, allowing the young master a moment of respite. As dawn broke, soft light filtered through the window, illuminating the room. Xia opened his eyes and, upon attempting to sit up, was startled to find the surroundings unfamiliar. Just as he was about to spring up, he remembered the change of residence and relaxed, sinking back onto the pillow. To embody young Wenxuan, to adopt his demeanor and inherit his wealth, was indeed no simple feat with a wry smile. He sighed. The malignant influence had been eradicated, yet the threat from the Jinyiwei lingered ominously. The current tension, though self-inflicted, did not eliminate the possibility that the true assassin lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. There were still many adversaries to confront, with the specter of danger ever present, each step fraught with peril and death looming heavily. In truth, ever since he signed the agreement to serve the Jinyiwei, he had not known a moment's ease. The leaders, such as General Feng, were clearly engaged in unsavory dealings, showering him with promises while plotting his downfall. He had no choice but to feign ignorance, remaining vigilant about every action and word. Before the Jinyiwei, he had to present himself as a simple, uneducated countryman, while in the presence of others, he had to embody the wealthy and cultured Yang Su. This dual faade left him feeling as if he were teetering on the edge of an abyss, walking on thin ice. Yet, he accepted this burden willingly. In Shaoye village, although living in poverty, he had enjoyed a life of ease. However, this ease came at the cost of a lowly social status, a life filled with hardship, and a bleak future devoid of hope. What significance did a long life hold if it were steeped in such misery? The essence of life lies not in its duration, but in its breadth and depth. Hence, he chose to depart, seeking to align himself with Prince Yan and alter his destiny. He was acutely aware that this path was fraught with uncertainties and dangers. Would he be able to enlist as he desired? Would he survive long enough to witness Judy's triumph? And would Judy's ascension guarantee his own success? Rationally considered, it was not as though every soldier under the future emperor would rise to greatness simply because their leader had. Moreover, weapons are indiscriminate, and never has any deity assured him of protection from peril, fortune, or a life of ease and wealth. Over the past year, he has endured hardships, suffered hunger, battled severe illness, and once narrowly escaped drowning. He has long since relinquished any unrealistic fantasies. He has come to understand that his unexpected arrival in this realm is merely a miracle born of the serendipitous convergence of certain cosmic elements, and does not imply that divine guardianship will follow. He is but a mortal, reliant solely on his own efforts. Today he may live, yet tomorrow he could perish, and no one would remember his existence. Thus, when an opportunity arose, one with a risk factor less daunting than aligning with the rebel Prince Yan, yet promising tangible rewards upon success, he seized it without hesitation. From that day forth, he resolved to become a double agent, serving as an undercover operative for the Jinyiwei while simultaneously securing his own future. Eliminating Zhang Shisan was merely the first step of his scheme. Next, he must ensure the demise of Feng Zongqi and Yuan Wei and Lu Su. This was fundamental to his survival. Being under the thumb of others would render even the most lavish living unbearable. Moreover, these 4 individuals harbored no goodwill toward him. Having brushed against the specter of death, Xia comprehended this truth more than ever. He would not indulge in mercy. However, while killing Zhang Shisan might be straightforward, eliminating Feng Zongqi would prove far more challenging. Before doing so, he must ascertain that Feng has not revealed his true identity to others. He needs to confirm the location of that incriminating document. He also has to devise a strategy to eliminate Feng without raising suspicion from the remaining two, or perhaps orchestrate a larger scheme to dispose of all three at once. And then there is the assassin. There is no such thing as a foolproof defense against thieves, thus he must lure the assassin out. The myriad complexities seemed overwhelming. Xiasun raised an eyebrow. Fate accounts for 3 parts, while hard work accounts for 7. Those who strive are bound to succeed. Let the contest begin. Young master. Upon seeing Xiasun emerge from his quarters, impeccably dressed, Steward Xiao, who had been waiting, immediately bowed respectfully. Steward Xiao has always maintained this demeanor, never forgetting his place just because the young master addresses him as Uncle Xiao. Uncle Xiao, Xiasun smiled, his respect for this loyal and dutiful elder deeply sincere. Young master, old Xiao has calculated through the night, and our guards are still insufficient. Our personnel and capabilities are limited, which makes one uneasy. Do you think we should hire a few more martial artists? Xiasun replied, very well, let this matter fall to you, Uncle Xiao. Indeed, in Qizhou, there are 3 martial arts schools, the most prominent being the Peng family dojo. While the fees for their disciples are rather steep, they are genuinely skilled practitioners. I believe it wise to invest a bit more for the sake of your safety, young master. Xiasun nodded. Excellent. Go to the Ping family dojo and recruit some individuals. Steward Xiao respectfully stated, after breakfast, I shall make a trip. I will also rouse Xiao Di to assist you with your attire. Wait a moment, Xiasun called out to him, Uncle Xiao, during my absence. Have any guests sent invitations? Please retrieve them. I wish to review them. Furthermore, make a personal visit and try to recall everything, leaving no details neglected. Later, do share them with me. Manager Xiao was taken aback, saying, Young master, are you intending to? Xiasu smiled and replied, to come without reciprocation is indeed a breach of etiquette. In the southern part of Qizhou City lies Ximen Mountain, which features a profound rock crevice. During the autumn months, mist often billows forth from this chasm, resembling white clouds gently ascending into the sky, creating a remarkable spectacle. Thus, despite its modest height, Ximen Mountain exudes an imposing grandeur, establishing itself as a renowned peak in the region of Lu. While many famed mountains showcase stone caves adorned with carved Buddhas, few possess Taoist statues. However, atop Ximen Mountain stands a Taoist statue depicting the reclining figure of Qin Tuan, a revered sage from the early northern Song dynasty. Locals proclaim, touch Qin Tuan's head, and you shall never know worry. Touch his posterior, and you shall never know illness. Consequently, the head and rear of the venerable Qin Tuan have become polished to a sheen, resembling exquisite jade. At this moment, Feng Shihui stood before Qin Tuan's statue, his calloused hands gently caressing the stone bun of the statue, now as lustrous as jade due to countless touches. The cave was dim and chilly, and from the depths behind the statue, a deep voice resonated. Commander Feng, you have arrived most punctually. Feng Shihui looked up, faintly discerning a figure pressed against the cave wall. He took a step back and clasped his fists, inquiring, May I ask how to address you, my lord? The figure asked, There is no need for names or identities. I come on the orders of my superior, tasked with overseeing your operations henceforth. Feng Shihui responded, Understood. What orders do you have? The figure continued in a grave tone. Soon, the Prince of Qi will celebrate his birthday, and a congratulatory envoy will be dispatched from the capital. This envoy will bear news that is likely to displease the prince, as the Ministry of Revenue has delayed the funds allocated for the construction of the royal residence due to this year's financial constraints. Feng Shihui remained silent, attentively listening. The figure paused before continuing. The Prince of Qi is a man of ostentation, prone to vanity, with all the princes sending congratulatory envoys. Should the construction of his residence be halted, it would be a profound embarrassment for him. Therefore, he will undoubtedly devise strategies to ensure the project continues. You are to instruct Yang Su to seize the opportunity and present 3 strategies to the prince. Please elaborate. The figure recounted the 3 strategies as conveyed by Officer Luo, emphasizing, given your understanding of the prince's character, these plans align with his arrogant and ambitious disposition. If he can obtain funds, he will not exercise caution. Feng Shihui replied, I shall comply. The figure acknowledged with a sound, then suddenly inquired, How did Zhang Shursan meet his demise? Feng Shihui was not surprised. The news of Yang Wenxuan's assassination had already spread throughout Qizhou City. Although this envoy had arrived only recently, he could easily inquire about such matters. Therefore, Feng Shihui recounted the events in detail, and after a brief hesitation, he also mentioned the attempted assassination of Yang Su at the villa in Yunhe Town, omitting the fact that Yang Su had perished and merely stating that the assassin had mistakenly killed Yang Su's maid, Tingxiang. After a moment of contemplation, the individual within the cave remarked, "Our plans hinge entirely upon this Yang Wenxuan. It is imperative that he does not falter." Feng Shihui pondered silently. Yang Wenxuan has already faltered beyond recovery. However, he dared not voice this thought, for he was already harboring ulterior motives to usurp Yang Su's inheritance. Even aside from this selfish desire, he wished to refrain from disclosing that the current Yang Wenxuan was an impostor. Should their scheme ultimately fail, he could distance himself from blame, leaving the individual in the cave to shoulder the responsibility, lest he find himself culpable. Feng Shihui cautiously replied, "The assailant has consistently targeted only Yang Wenxuan. It is undoubtedly a personal vendetta he has incurred. Yet, we remain uncertain about this person's true origins. Yang Wenxuan operates numerous businesses and manages various enterprises for the royal mansion. It is unlikely he can remain secluded within the mansion for long. I have already advised him to employ more bodyguards for his protection as a precaution." The individual in the cave spoke in a grave tone. "Based on what you have stated, the assassin possesses extraordinary skills. Can ordinary guards truly ensure his safety? The master has summoned you here, expending years of effort to elevate him to a position of trust with the Prince of Qi. Knowing that there are threats against him, you speak so lightly of it. If he were to be assassinated, would you bear the responsibility?" Feng Shihui was taken aback, his anger flaring. "My lord, it is not that I lack the desire to safeguard him. Rather, I simply do not have the personnel at my disposal. A fallen phoenix is not as valuable as a mere chicken. We are devoid of funds and manpower. And the court's influence cannot be harnessed while we must also evade the scrutiny of local officials. My subordinates consist only of Lu Su and In Litong. Lu Su is merely an errand boy, and In Litong is utterly ineffectual. In light of Zhang Shisan's assassination, I find myself bereft of capable assistance. What more can I do?" The individual within the cave spoke ominously. "Feng Shihui, do not lament to me, no matter how dire your circumstances. They cannot compare to the master's plight. The master is struggling to uphold the greater scheme and is now at a breaking point. He cannot spare anyone to assist you. Yang Su is of utmost importance to us, and after residing in Qishou for so long, do you not have the ingenuity to devise a suitable means to ensure his safety?" Feng Shihui replied helplessly, "My lord, if reinforcements are not dispatched from above, how can I protect his safety? Although Yang Su is a well-known gentleman of Qishou, the authorities cannot station a dozen officers at his residence. This has never been the case in history. Am I to resign from my official duties and offer myself as his attendant?" The individual in the cave scoffed coldly. "Feng Zongqi, if you were not of some use, would the master have assigned you to Qishou? Yet now, faced with such a trivial matter, you can do nothing but complain? It is truly disappointing." Feng Shihui, incensed, retorted, "Do you possess some brilliant scheme, my lord?" The individual in the cave replied languidly, "Indeed, I have a plan." Feng Shihui raised an eyebrow, listening intently as the individual continued, "You claim to have no one to assist you. Why not leverage the situation to your advantage?" Feng Shihui, puzzled, asked, "Leverage? How am I to leverage the influence of others?" In the cave, the speaker remarked, "Yang Su currently possesses 3 distinct identities, a member of the Jinyiwei, a gentry of Kaifeng, and a retainer of Prince Qi. You lack personnel to ensure his safety. Why not leverage the influence of Prince Qi to achieve your objectives?" Feng Shihui responded, "Although Prince Qi holds him in high regard, it is unlikely he would dispatch 3 guards to protect him." The speaker countered, "Indeed, Yang Su may not hold such significance in the eyes of Prince Qi. Yet the crucial point is that you and I are aware of this, while the officials at the provincial government remain oblivious. Can we not exploit this ignorance? When the opportunity arises, we must seize it. When it does not, we must create one, deceiving those above and below, conjuring existence from non-existence, transforming the illusory into the tangible, and rendering the false into the genuine. This is merely a customary tactic employed by individuals of your ilk, who habitually extort and misappropriate for personal gain. Have you truly forgotten these methods within a mere 4 years since departing from Yingdianfu?" Feng Shihui, struck by a sudden realization, disregarded the speaker's scornful tone and replied eagerly, "Indeed, I have been enlightened, and I am grateful for your guidance. I now comprehend my course of action." The speaker affirmed, "That is encouraging. You must make swift arrangements. Should you require communication in the future, leave a discreet mark at the Yuhuang Temple in the southern part of the city, and I shall find an opportunity to meet with you. Yes, I take my leave." Feng Shihui departed from the Qintuan cave, wandering through the mountains, contemplating how to create and seize opportunities to achieve his aims. After wandering beneath the cliffside inscriptions for a while, he made his way down the mountain path. As he approached, he encountered a group of tourists descending from the mountain. This group consisted of men and women, young and old, chatting and laughing as they made their way down. Judging by their demeanor, they appeared to be a family of officials on an excursion. The two individuals at the forefront caught his attention. One donned a bright red monk's robe, his bald head glistening in the sunlight, clearly a monk. The other, dressed in an elaborate official's robe, adorned with a silk sash, was an elderly gentleman of about 60, exuding vitality and grace. His dignified bearing and commanding presence suggested he was a person of authority. Feng Shihui mused. That monk must be from the Dayun temple at the foot of the mountain. Given his resplendent red cassock, he is likely not the abbot but certainly a senior monk. Such a distinguished figure personally accompanying guests on a mountain tour is a privilege reserved for a select few high-ranking officials in Qizhou, such as the governor or deputy governor. I am familiar with these officials, yet the identity of the gentleman in the elaborate robe remains a mystery to me. Who could he be? Chapter 19. Everyone has a story. Upon descending the mountain, the group entered the Great Cloud Monastery, coinciding with the hour of midday repast. It was evident that the benefactor among them not only held a high position but had also generously contributed a substantial amount of incense funds. Otherwise, the monastery would not have dispatched esteemed monks to attend to them, accompany them in their exploration, and arrange a vegetarian feast. However, Feng Jianjiao had no time to ponder the identity of that individual. He hastily rode back to the magistrate's office to meet with Magistrate Zhao. Finding a convenient pretext, he conveyed to Hao the identity of Xia Sun, who was covertly managing business for Prince Qi. He spoke earnestly, "My lord, should something unfortunate befall Yang Wenxuan, not only will the gentry of Qizhou raise an outcry, but Prince Qi himself is likely to express profound discontent. At that point, even if the gentry's grievances can be endured, a mere word from Prince Qi could cast the blame upon our Qizhou administration for failing to maintain order and allowing banditry to flourish. In such a scenario, it is likely that even the governor may lose his official cap. And what, my lord, would your fate be? As the head of law enforcement, the magistrate understood that should a significant criminal case arise, inciting public outrage, and with a figure as influential as Prince Qi applying pressure, the outcome was predictable. Magistrate Zhao could not help but turn pale, exclaiming, "Is it true that Yang Wenxuan is affiliated with Prince Qi? What are we to do? The murderer is skilled and audacious, moving stealthily, and we have no leads thus far. It seems we cannot capture him anytime soon. If he strikes again at Yang Wenxuan, no, I must immediately report this matter to the governor and the state judge. Please, my lord, hold on." Feng Jinju quickly interjected, stating, "While it is indeed your duty to inform the governor and the state judge, you are the one in charge of criminal matters. Once they become aware of Yang Wenxuan's identity, they will likely shift all blame onto you in an effort to evade responsibility. They may even formalize it in writing, leaving a tangible record. How then can we ensure his safety if the responsibility ultimately falls upon you? What would you say to the governor and the state judge at that moment? Do you believe they would be willing to share the moral burden with you?" Magistrate Zhao gritted his teeth, responding, "It would be extraordinary for those cunning old foxes to accept responsibility. Once they learn of this situation, they will undoubtedly transfer all blame to me, and they will certainly issue a formal decree, ensuring that every detail is accounted for. If anything were to happen to Yang Wenxuan, they would be in the clear." At this point, Zhao appeared to envision a dark iron pot descending upon him. And he lamented, "Yang Wenxuan is a man of letters and status, with his own legitimate means of livelihood. I cannot simply confine him within the confines of the office all day. Yet, despite his status, he remains a common citizen. I cannot deploy my most skilled officers to provide him with personal protection, which would contravene legal protocols. Furthermore, if word spreads that I have received some benefit from the Yang family, I would be embroiled in a scandal. What can be done in this predicament?" Feng Jinjiao replied, "While our constables are tasked with enforcing the law for the nation and cannot engage in personal matters, we may seek assistance from others." Magistrate Zhao's expression shifted as he seized Feng's arm, exclaiming, "Old Feng, do you perhaps have a brilliant idea? If so, please share it quickly. I am in a state of great anxiety." Feng Jinjiao smiled and whispered a few words to him, causing Zhao Tuiguan's eyes to brighten. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Indeed, how did I not think of this? When it comes to the flow of information in the multitude of subordinates, my Qizhou prefecture cannot compare to their family. Yes, we must compel them to lend their assistance. With their help, not only can we ensure Yang Wenxuan's safety, but we can also force them to fully cooperate in apprehending the culprit. A perfect twofold plan." Zhao Tuiguan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then slammed his hand on the table and declared, Go, immediately summoned 10 constables and 10 swift hands to accompany me. Feng Shihui was taken aback and said, "Isn't bringing so many people making too much noise? After all, the dignified magistrate of Qingzhou Prefecture would be handling a case with only 20 people. Was that truly excessive?" It would seem so, but the reality was that Zhao Tuiguan was not actually bringing just 20 people, but nearly 200. The entire Qizhou Prefecture only had 60 constables, and that figure referred to the officially sanctioned personnel. When an official was on duty, they needed to bring along 2 deputies, and each deputy would also require their own assistants and aides. Thus, when a constable went out on official business, the number of individuals involved could easily approach 10. Therefore, by summoning 20 constables, Zhao Tuiguan was effectively mobilizing 200 people. Such a large entourage parading through the streets was indeed a rarity in these peaceful times. Zhao Tuiguan shot him a glance without saying a word, and Feng Shihui immediately understood, thinking to himself, "Goodness, these officials are all shrewd schemers. Even more so than my own imperial guards." He promptly slapped his forehead and went to gather the people. What Zhao Tuiguan desired was precisely this effect. He no longer intended to inform the prefect and the judge that Yang Wenxuan was under the protection of the Prince of Qi. Furthermore, he needed to feign ignorance himself. Otherwise, if Yang Wenxuan were to be attacked, the 2 gentlemen above him would shift blame, placing him in a more passive position. By creating a commotion today, should anything unfortunate befall Yang Wenxuan in the future, he could at least point to today's events, asserting that he had made every possible effort within his means to ensure Yang Wenxuan's safety. What, then, had the prefect and the judge done? This thought was not lost on Feng Shihui, who grasped it with a glance. Among the 60 constables of Qizhou Prefecture, only 1/3 were on standby at the Ximen at any given time. With a single command from Zhao Tuiguan, he summoned half of them. Although these individuals moved quickly, coordinating with their deputies, assistants, and aides proved to be quite a task. It took nearly half an hour for the assembly to be complete. Clad in his official robes, Zhao Tuiguan mounted his horse and, exuding an air of authority, led his 200 subordinates in a grand procession. Meanwhile, Xiasen listened attentively as Steward Xiao reported on the individuals who had visited or inquired about him in recent days, quietly committing their names to memory. He then instructed Steward Xiao to go to the Ping Family Martial Arts School while he himself perused a stack of invitations and visiting cards, meticulously sifting through them one by one. Most were from individuals he had close dealings with. Some had been introduced to him in detail by Zhang Shizan, while others were less familiar. Nevertheless, that was of little concern, as he still had his own little informant at hand. There is no necessity for excessive inquiry techniques. Xiasun can effortlessly extract a plethora of useful information from her, such as the identity of the individual, the proximity of their relationship, and the nature of their interactions or grievances. Naturally, Shouty's narrative is interspersed with numerous trivial family matters and inconsequential gossip, which can be readily disregarded. Ultimately, Xiasun identified 3 individuals as the most suspicious: Lin Beixia, Geng Xian, and Jiang Jiqing. Each of these suspects possesses a motive for the crime, with Lin Beixia, the proprietor of the Lin family pawnshop, being the prime suspect. The Lin family pawnshop has recently undergone a name change to Linjiang Pawnshop, as Yang Wenxuan has now assumed the role of manager and holds a significant stake in the establishment. Yang Wenxuan's investment in the Lin family pawnshop was precipitated by a devastating fire 2 years prior, which consumed a warehouse filled with numerous pledged items, including many precious articles. As news of the inferno spread, patrons of the pawnshop rushed to reclaim their possessions. Even those without the means to redeem their pledges borrowed money with unwavering resolve. Due to the regulations governing pawnshops, individuals are permitted to reclaim their pledged items within a stipulated time frame. Thus, the pawnshop cannot dispose of these items until the expiration date. With the original items now unavailable, Manager Lin faces the prospect of exorbitant compensation. Moreover, the individuals who had pledged their belongings are unscrupulous. Even if one had only pawned a cotton coat, they adamantly refuse compensation unless it equals the value of 3 coats, claiming that the coat has been passed down through generations and holds sentimental significance, an intangible value that is immense. They desire the original items rather than monetary compensation. How can one contend with such demands? The pressure from these patrons has driven Manager Lin to the brink of despair, contemplating the unthinkable. At this juncture, Yang Wenxuan paid a visit. He asserted that he possesses valuable connections within the Qi Wangfu and the Qingzhou Prefectural Office, offering to resolve Manager Lin's predicament on the condition of acquiring a stake in the pawnshop. Thus, the Lin family pawnshop transitioned into the Linjiang pawnshop. Presently, Yang Wenxuan's wealth and influence continue to burgeon, and having achieved a degree of status within scholarly and official circles, he is gradually establishing dominance over the pawnshop. If this trend persists, the Lindong pawnshop may eventually be rebranded as the Yanglin pawnshop, ultimately morphing into the Yang family pawnshop. The Yang family from Ming now has only Yang Wenxuan remaining in Qizhou. Should he be eliminated, the Yang clan from Ming would inevitably seek to reclaim all assets of this branch, leading to the liquidation of various properties. In such a scenario, the pawnshop, a cherished family legacy of the Lin family, would still remain under the stewardship of Lin Beixia. For Lin Beixia, the risk of losing ancestral property, which would brand him a prodigal son unworthy of his forebears' resting place, is undoubtedly a gamble worth taking. Gung Xian, the chief manager of Shengshentang Pharmacy, represents another potential suspect. Shengshentang is a prominent herbal medicine merchant in Qizhou, with branches in Yidu, Linxiu, and Linzi. The owner bears the surname Sun. While Gung Xian is a son-in-law by marriage to the Sun family, thus his formal name should rightfully precede with the Sun character, rendering it Sun Gangxin. Lao Gung and Yang Wenxuan were initially mere acquaintances, yet their friendship is rooted in a compelling narrative. The principal catalyst for their bond arose early last year when the Sun family's business inadvertently acquired a batch of counterfeit medicine, leading to a tragic loss of life among patients. Consequently, the pharmacy found itself in dire straits, unable to manage its finances, and resorted to pledging its real estate and storefront to secure a substantial loan from Xia Yang. It is worth noting that both the Lin family pawnshop and Shengshentang pharmacy faced turmoil due to the clandestine machinations of Feng Jianjiao and his associates, which rendered Yang Wenxuan a timely savior for both establishments. One must consider that Feng and his cohort were adept at destruction yet lacked the acumen for constructive solutions. It was unrealistic to expect them to assist Yang Wenxuan in any meaningful manner. Xia Sun had gleaned the underlying issues from Zhang Shizan, and his suspicion of Lao Gung as a potential suspect stemmed from Yang Wenxuan's less than benevolent intentions towards Shengshentang. His initial motive for lending was to facilitate an eventual takeover of the pharmacy, with the repayment deadline long past and Yang Wenxuan having persistently pressed for repayment. Xia Sun harbored suspicions that Yang had likely disclosed to Lao Gung his intention to acquire shares should repayment fail. In such a scenario, Lao Gung might be compelled to act out of desperation, while eliminating the creditor might absolve him of responsibility. It is noteworthy that the Yang family in Qingzhou had but one remaining patriarch. Should he perish, the family would take time to respond, potentially allowing for a resolution to Shengshentang's financial crisis. Yet, in desperate circumstances, the possibility of hiring an assassin could not be dismissed. As for Jiang Jiqing, the proprietor of a silk shop, Xia Sun had previously assisted in Yuanwei in competing against him in business. Moreover, during the time when the enchanting Yi of Xiaxiang Pavilion was being courted, both men had engaged in a lavish contest to win her favor, ultimately with Yang Wenxuan emerging victorious, thereby fostering lingering animosity between them. However, compared to the aforementioned individuals, the likelihood of Jiang resorting to hiring a murderer appeared considerably diminished. Upon delineating these three individuals, Xia Sun resolved to first investigate Lin Beixia. Armed with his acquired knowledge of criminal investigation and his keen observational skills, he believed that if this individual was indeed the mastermind, he would surely uncover some telltale signs. While Xia Sun meticulously sifted through the list of suspects, Judge Zhao and Feng Jianjiao, accompanied by nearly 200 officers, paraded through the streets, making their way toward the western city. A throng of curious onlookers followed them until they exited the western city gates, leaving the spectators disheartened. 10 miles west of Qizhou lies a village owned by the Peng family, which operates a carriage company, a shipping business, and a mule and horse trading enterprise, while also controlling the local Yahoo, moneylending, business, and running a martial arts academy. The nefarious elements of Qingzhou, including ruffians and scoundrels, all defer to the Peng family, which wields considerable financial power and influence. However, despite their wealth and clout, the Peng family's dealings in both legitimate and illicit enterprises confine them to the realm of local tyrants, rendering them incomparable to the esteemed gentry class to which Yang Wenxuan belongs. The procession towards the Peng family immediately caught the attention of the observant townsfolk, those tending to their fields, those fishing in the river, and many others closely connected to the Peng family. As they witnessed the official Zhao and the inspector Feng, adorned in their formal attire and mounted on horseback, followed by nearly 200 attendants wielding sabers and clubs, they radiated an imposing presence, swiftly spreading the news to Pengjia village. Upon hearing the news, Peng Wanli, the steward of the family, was taken aback and hurried to the rear courtyard to consult his grandfather, the venerable Peng Taigong. At the age of 100, the elder, despite his frailty, retained a vibrant spirit and a demeanor as lofty as the clouds. Though slightly stooped, he still appeared robust, his imposing stature exuding vitality. Dressed in a traditional jacket and black trousers, with black cloth shoes adorning his feet, he was leisurely fishing by a stream in the backyard, leaning against a drooping willow. Ping Wanli rushed in, dismissing the servants with a wave of his hand, and whispered a few urgent words to the elder. A flicker of concern crossed Ping Taigong's face, and the iron weights he had been twirling came to an abrupt halt. How many officials and soldiers have arrived? How many factions are there? He inquired. Grandfather. Ping Wanli replied, approximately 200 constables have come, led by Officer Zhao. With a clatter, the iron weights resumed their swift motion in the elder's hands. Only constables. No soldiers from the garrison? None. Just the constables, no encirclement from all sides? None at all. The pace of the iron weights quickened, spinning rapidly in silence without so much as a clink. He smiled gently and calmly remarked, I understand now. You should go to the front village and receive them. Let us see what trouble this Officer Zhao seeks. In a fluster, Peng Wanli urged, Ancestor, I believe it would be prudent to prepare for their arrival. Better safe than sorry. What if they are indeed here for us? Impossible, Ping Taigong retorted with a proud smile. A few insignificant figures come to apprehend me. Ping the monk? If they truly understood our family's standing, the garrison of Qizhou would have long since mobilized. Even Prince Qi would have come in person with his 3 divisions, encircling my residence until secure. Now go about your business, without an army at our gates. I shall continue my fishing undisturbed. Chapter 20. Delivering fish to the cat. Ah, Lord Zhao, what an unexpected honor. The doors of the Peng residence swung wide open, and Ping Wanli appeared utterly unperturbed by the 200 ominous guards standing nearby. With palpable delight, he approached. Ah, Inspector Feng is also here. What brings you both on this sweltering day? Please, dismount and come inside for a moment. The Peng family's dealings spanned both the light and dark sides of society, necessitating regular engagements with the authorities. Thus, Peng Wanli was quite familiar with the judges, inspectors, and captains of the law. Typically, these officials were amiable and jovial in his presence. However, today, they donned stern and businesslike visages, an unsettling sight that made Peng Wanli's heart race with apprehension. Fortunately, his probing query bore fruit. Zhao Shima let out a cold snort, dismounted, and commanded, Lead the way. We must speak inside. Hearing this, Peng Wanli felt an immediate sense of relief. It seemed that no grave calamity had befallen them. Otherwise, Inspector Zhao would have issued orders for an arrest and raid long before entering to engage in trivial chatter. With his anxiety abated, Peng Wanli couldn't help but feel a simmering resentment. Every year, I treat you as if you were royalty, ensuring no lack of offerings, sacrifices, fruits, and all manner of delicacies. During festivals, I am diligent in my hospitality, yet at the slightest hint of trouble, you turn on me with the swiftness of a page turning in a book. Cursed be such treachery. Though his thoughts brimmed with indignation, he dared not express any disrespect outwardly, subtly signaling his household staff to stand down. He personally escorted the 2 officials into the main hall. While the constables waited beneath the shade of the willows, Zhao and Feng strode confidently into the hall, sitting with an air of superiority, as if they were the rightful masters of the place. Peng Wanli offered tea with utmost care and inquired, Might I ask what official business brings you here today? With a countenance as dark as stormy waters, Zhao replied with a sneer, Peng Wanli, your business has grown quite substantial, hasn't it? From carriages and ships to mules and horses, pawn shops, inns, and martial arts schools. Your name echoes across Shandong, Hebei, and the Jianghuai regions. With a forced smile, Peng Wanli responded, This is all thanks to the esteemed guidance of your offices. The Peng family has worked diligently, and thus our enterprises flourish. Flourish? Then allow me to add fuel to your fire. Zhao thundered, slamming his palm onto the table, causing cups and saucers to leap. Peng Wanli, your troubles have begun. Stunned, Peng Wanli took 2 steps back, exclaiming, Inspector, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Zhao leapt to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Peng's nose. Young Master Yang Su of Qingzhou was attacked in broad daylight within his own residence. Are you aware of this? Well, I know a little about it, but this matter has nothing to do with me. Peng Wanli stammered. Zhao sneered, Indeed, your ears are quite attuned. Your family engages in the trade of carriages, ships, and pawn shops, maintaining connections in both the light and dark realms. Can you honestly claim that everything is above board? However, considering that your esteemed Peng family has generally behaved well, repairing bridges and roads, donating to education and assisting the disabled, never falling behind others, and restraining your subordinates from causing trouble at your doorstep. The officials, including the magistrate and the judge, have shown you considerable favor. Therefore, I have tended to overlook any minor transgressions on your part. Ping Wanli quickly replied, indeed, the officials have shown great concern for the Peng family, and we are deeply grateful for it. Judge Zhao's expression darkened as he barked, if you offer me an inch, I shall repay you a foot. Reciprocity is the essence of propriety. Now that Master Yang has been attacked, the gentry of Qingzhou are in an uproar, trembling in fear. Should I still extend you courtesy? Peng Wanli protested, Judge, how is Master Yang's attack related to our Peng family? This matter, how can it not concern you? Judge Zhao thundered, his voice more thunderous than Peng's. The rascals and scoundrels of Qizhou look to your Peng family as their leader. Is this not the truth? Your family monopolizes the carriages, boats, and shops, and every rogue hero traveling from the south to the north falls under your watchful gaze. Even if Master Yang's attack was not orchestrated by your family, it undoubtedly received your tacit approval and assistance. You may not be the mastermind, but you are an accomplice. My lord, capturing a thief requires evidence, Peng Wanli retorted. And without proof. You seek evidence, do you? Judge Zhao interjected with a fierce tone. I am here to gather it. I suspect you are harboring the assailant and are complicit in the harm done to the gentry of this city. I demand to search your estate. Furthermore, all businesses under the Ping family's name, carriage shops, boat operations, stables, inns, and martial arts schools, are to cease operations immediately. I will conduct a thorough investigation until the perpetrator is found. Although the Peng family may not be directly linked to the attack on Yang Wenshuan, if the judge scrutinizes each of the Peng family's subordinates, guests, and acquaintances, it is likely that many with dubious backgrounds will surface. Thus, Judge Zhao felt emboldened, unafraid of escalating the situation. What? Upon hearing this, Peng Wanli's face turned ashen. Judge, I have only heard of Master Yang's esteemed name. He hails from a scholarly lineage, while my Peng family is of humble origins. The two families are entirely unrelated and have never had any dealings. In business, we have never clashed. How could there possibly be enmity? How can the Peng family be implicated in this? Is this not akin to calamity befalling one while sitting at home? Judge Zhao pressed on aggressively. Are you insinuating that I am misusing the law and victimizing the innocent? Peng Wanli swallowed his indignation and replied, I would not dare, but... At this moment, Inspector Feng chuckled and interjected, Brother Ping, let me be frank with you. This case is extraordinarily serious. Even the governor and the other officials are finding it rather overwhelming. Judge Zhao is determined to investigate thoroughly, and the officials are in full support of him. In truth, the judge does not suspect your Peng family of being the perpetrators, yet your family's businesses are diverse, attracting individuals from all walks of life. Can you guarantee that there are no nefarious individuals hiding among them? With a pained expression, Peng Wanli said, My lord, this is truly asking the impossible. The business of the Peng family is extensive, and the guests and servants number in the thousands. How could we know each and every one of them in detail? That being said, I understand that you, Master Peng, are a person of the world with a wide circle of acquaintances. Even if the murderer were to be discovered within the realm of the Ping family's enterprises, they may not necessarily belong to your household. However, despite this reasoning, who can prove your innocence if you wish to avoid becoming an unfortunate victim? The magistrate has set a deadline for the apprehension of the culprit, which puts the presiding officer in a difficult position. If you wish for some leniency, you must first ensure that the officer can be appeased. Peng Wanli sensed the underlying message in his words and quickly replied, This can be easily arranged. If the officer has any requests, I shall certainly do my utmost. I just wish to know what you require from the Peng family. Zhao, the presiding officer, remained silent, merely grunting in response before reclining back in his chair and leisurely sipping his tea. Feng Jianshao smiled faintly, then took Peng Wanli by the arm, leading him aside to whisper, Firstly, your family manages a variety of businesses including transport and lodgings, and controls the local underworld with an unmatched network. If you wish to clear your name, you should mobilize your resources to assist the authorities in investigating suspicious individuals. Peng Wanli let out a sigh of relief and promptly affirmed, That is quite manageable. I am eager to assist. Feng Jianshao continued, However, there is another matter that bears even greater significance. While it may not be a grave issue to temporarily lose track of the murderer, it is imperative that Yang Su does not fall victim to another assassination. If he is attacked again after reporting to the authorities, how will you explain it to the citizens of the city? Yet, Yang Zhu cannot remain confined to his home indefinitely. Historically, there has been no precedent for the government to assign officers to guard citizens constantly, not to mention whether he even deserves such protection. This alone would highlight the government's ineptitude. Peng Wanli responded, that too can be arranged. The Peng family operates a martial arts school. We can send some personnel to protect him. Feng Jianxiao chuckled. Why does Master Peng not comprehend? Young Master Yang is a scholar of the local academy and a gentleman of the community with many friends, with numerous gatherings and banquets. If he were to be accompanied at all times by 7 or 8 imposing figures wielding weapons, would that not create a stir throughout the city? Each public appearance would be akin to delivering a resounding slap to the faces of the officials, diminishing your dignity. Moreover, when it comes to martial prowess, the Peng family's renowned 5 tigers breaking the door technique is not taught to outsiders. The students at your martial arts school are merely practicing superficial techniques, which may deceive the ordinary populace, but not someone like me. What assistance can they truly offer? Peng Wanli, perplexed, inquired. Then, are you suggesting? Feng Jianxiao replied, your family may traverse both the legitimate and the underworld, keeping the local ruffians in line, a feat made possible by your family's immense wealth and power. However, it is equally reliant on your unparalleled 5 tigers breaking the door technique. As far as I am aware, the murderer possesses considerable skill, and ordinary guards would not suffice to ensure young Master Yang's safety. Moreover, to minimize the impact, the number of guards should not be excessive. Thus, if the Peng family were to send a disciple who has mastered the family's ancestral skills to protect Yang Zhu, I believe the magistrate and the judges would be inclined to show favor to the Peng family. Do you think anyone would dare to trouble the Peng family then? Peng Wanli hesitantly remarked, are you suggesting that our Peng family should send a nephew to accompany Yang Zhu for his safety? This is simply inconceivable. Is it inconceivable? Judge Zhao slammed his teacup down and abruptly rose, exclaiming, bring forth the authorities. First, confiscate the Peng estate, then seal all of the Peng family's assets. Inspector Feng chuckled amiably. Second Master Ping, this is merely to alleviate the concerns of the magistrate and the judge. Please reconsider. What? You want our Ping family to provide protection for that young fellow? Upon hearing his grandson's report, Grandfather Peng expressed his astonishment. Ping Wanli, caught between laughter and tears, replied, yes, my grandson finds it equally unbelievable. It seems Judge Zhao has been driven to desperation by that assassin. Otherwise, he would not have devised such a plan. Grandfather, what do you think? Shall we comply? With his eyes half open, Grandfather Peng contemplated for a moment, sighing, very well, let us send some people. Ping Wanli replied with a wry smile. However, Judge Zhao insists that the assassin is exceptionally skilled, and to ensure Yang Zhu's safety, we must dispatch a direct disciple of the Peng family. Currently, my elder brother is with our relatives in the Huaishi region, and among those remaining at home, who possesses our family's true teachings. The elderly are too old, and the young too inexperienced. It seems my grandson must undertake this journey. Grandfather Peng furrowed his brow. That cannot be. You oversee such vast assets. If you leave, must I, an old man, manage the household affairs? Moreover, how many people in Qingzhou City do not recognize you? If Second Master Peng disguises himself as a servant to protect that young fellow, word of it would surely tarnish our family's reputation. Peng Wanli countered, but I fear that if we send someone inadequate, it may jeopardize that reckless Yang Zhu's life. If those corrupt officials become desperate, we could find ourselves implicated. My grandson has witnessed Judge Zhao's prowess. He is exceptionally formidable. If we send ordinary disciples to handle the situation, they cannot possibly deceive his keen eyes. The brows of Grandfather Peng knitted once more, leaving the two of them in silence. After a moment, Peng Wanli's eyes brightened, and he suddenly proposed, Grandfather, what do you think of sending Ziki? Grandfather Peng was taken aback. Ziki? Nonsense. She is a young lady, and Yang Wenxiu is notoriously lecherous. It is akin to placing a fish before a cat. Peng Wanli laughed. Fish? He must be able to consume it first. That dandy Yang Zhu would not dare lay a finger on our Ziki. Grandfather Peng shook his head. That is still inappropriate. Allowing a young girl to expose herself by accompanying a notorious rake. What of her reputation? How will she ever marry? Peng Wanli suggested, Grandfather, we could have Ziki disguise herself as her brother, as their resemblance is striking and there would be no issue. Moreover, this child possesses martial prowess that is entirely a reflection of your esteemed teachings, my lord. Being a girl of meticulous nature, she would undoubtedly excel in safeguarding that young master. After a moment of contemplation, Lord Peng slightly nodded and said, "Indeed, in that case, go summon that girl. Ziki for me." Xiao, the manager, was remarkably efficient. Just as Xia Sun had drafted 3 key individuals for investigation, Xiao had already returned with 4 instructors from the Peng family martial arts school. These 4 martial artists were robust and imposing, exuding an extraordinary presence. Upon their arrival at the residence, Xiao promptly sought out the young master for him to personally review them. Upon hearing the news, Xia Sun hurriedly brought Xiao Di to the living room. As they entered, Xia Sun was immediately struck by the sheer physicality of the room, filled with muscular figures. The 4 sturdy men, reminiscent of the renowned muscular athletes from Meizhou, were dressed in short-sleeved martial attire, their arms bared to the heat. As they settled into the living room, an invigorating aura of masculinity filled the space. With a beaming smile, Xiao introduced, "Masters, this is my young master. Young master, these are the instructors I have invited from the Peng family martial arts school. Please assess them, and if you find them suitable, we can proceed." Upon the arrival of their employer, the 4 instructors rose in unison, clasping their fists in salute, their voices resonating as they greeted, "We meet you, young Master Yang." Xiao Di, standing aside with a piece of donkey meat jerky clenched in her teeth, observed them with her bright, sparkling eyes. She made a mental comparison. Feeling that her young master's physique had a certain appeal, well, it was indeed captivating. Xia Sun smiled warmly and said, "Masters, please do not stand on ceremony. Have a seat." As he settled comfortably in the main seat, he continued with a cheerful demeanor. "I trust my manager has already briefed you on the terms. If you are to be employed, rest assured the remuneration will be exceedingly generous. However, I must inquire, what specific skills do each of you possess?" At that moment, Officer Zhao returned to the Yamen with a grand entourage, and after changing into civilian attire, Inspector Feng exited the Yamen with a striking young man clad in white, his features handsome and captivating. The two mounted their horses and set off directly towards the Yang residence. Chapter 021. Who is the true master in the Hall of Western Beasts? Upon encountering the robust physiques of the 4 martial artists, Xia Sun felt a sense of satisfaction. Their physical prowess was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. However, he understood that mastery in martial arts does not solely hinge on physical strength and stature. Having once been proficient in grappling and combat, he grasped this truth even more profoundly after studying authentic traditional martial arts under his uncle Hu Jiulu. Consequently, he desired to witness a demonstration from these 4 men to gauge their skills. As soon as the 4 martial artists settled, the burly man seated to the left stood up with vigor, clasping his fists in salute. "Young master, I am Yuan Che, known by the moniker Yuan the Cannon. My specialty lies in Shaolin Paoquan, which is aptly described as the authentic flower of the Shaoshi school, the king of all fist styles. Each move strikes like thunder, limbs and feet swirling like a tempest, fists like cannons, bodies like dragons, swift as the wind. Feared by all, this set of Paoquan unleashes strikes with the force of artillery, and I would be honored to perform it here for your observation." Yuan Che, with his fierce countenance and wild beard, bore a striking resemblance to the legendary warrior Zhang Fei. His straightforward demeanor was equally imposing. After declaring his intent, he strode confidently to the center of the hall. With a thunderous shout, he stepped forward, fists clenched, and executed a flawless golden rooster stance on one leg, exuding an aura of vigor and might. Once he established his stance, he began to demonstrate his techniques: bow stance elbow strikes, turning punches, right and left slashes, and tiger clutching the head. With each move, he let out a resounding roar, his fists crackling like thunder. The hall was filled with the echoes of his strikes, captivating the audience and stirring their emotions. Xiao Di instinctively moved closer to Xia Sun, clutching the hem of his garment out of trepidation. Paoquan, known for its fiery nature, was explosive and direct. Each technique was executed with precision, leaving no room for hesitation. After an impressive display, Yuan Che, unfazed and breathing steadily, saluted Xia Sun with pride before returning to his seat. The second man on the left, appearing slightly more refined than Yuan Che, stood up next, smiling as he clasped his fists. "Young master, I am Lang Wuching, and my forte lies in the 5 elements fist. It is said that the dragon embodies spirit. The tiger embodies strength, the leopard embodies power, the crane embodies finesse, and the snake embodies energy. The dragon fist cultivates the spirit, the tiger fist strengthens the bones. The leopard fist builds power, the crane fist refines precision, and the snake fist nurtures energy. all harmonized through the Mei Hua stance and the Seven Stars formation, blending rigidity and flexibility in intention. I humbly seek your guidance. With a resounding roar, Lung Wuqing unleashed his performance. The hall came alive with the movements of dragons and tigers, leopards leaping and cranes soaring, as he executed the graceful and captivating Five Elements fist. This display was a delightful contrast to Yuan Chei's thunderous Pakuan, enchanting both Xiao Di and the steward, while Xia Sun maintained an air of calm, revealing neither approval nor disdain. After Lung Wuqing concluded his performance, the first master on the right, Master Zhou Peng, stood up. Master Zhou practiced the martial art of hard qigong, demonstrating techniques such as the golden spear to the throat, iron rod neck bend, wooden strike to the back, and palm break of blue bricks. The performance was breathtaking, and as Xia Sun observed, he gently nodded, yet his expression remained inscrutable. The fourth master, Yun Wanli, was a practitioner of eagle claw kung fu, exhibiting vigorous postures, sharp hand-eye coordination, and agile footwork, his movements explosive with power. His fingers curled like talons, executing grabs, strikes, and locks with astonishing speed, while his legs struck with flexibility and creativity. His figure soared through the spacious hall like a hawk, seemingly unable to be contained within its bounds. Among the four, he commanded the most attention. However, to everyone's surprise, Xia Sun subtly shook his head, his once eager gaze dimming. As Master Yun concluded his final move, he emitted a hawk's cry, leaping into the air, his right hand gripping a beam while his left arm extended, striking a pose reminiscent of an eagle swooping down for prey, earning an enthusiastic round of applause. Steward Xiao exclaimed, "Young master, do you not find the martial prowess of these four masters remarkable?" Xia Sun pursed his lips, pondering how to respond when a cold voice suddenly interrupted from the entrance. "Remarkable, my foot. Flowery fists and embroidered legs. Is this a place for showmanship or the Yang family's parlor?" The applause ceased abruptly, and the four martial artists turned in fury toward the door, where a timid servant in a green outfit stood. Master Zhou bellowed, "Was it you who spoke?" "Not me, not me," the servant protested, shaking his hands in denial. Before he could elaborate, a large hand pushed him aside with a flick, and a burly figure stepped up, revealing himself to be Feng Jianxiao. Dressed in plain attire, Feng Jianxiao was instantly recognizable to Xia Sun, who had barely registered his surprise when he noticed another individual beside him, a young man, tall and slender. The boy wore a folded cap and a black band across his brow, clothed in a short white embroidered shirt that reached just above his knees, secured at the waist with a belt. His trousers, made of white silk, were snug, accentuating his strong, shapely legs. His features were captivating, with red lips and white teeth, and his eyes sparkled like clear water, a truly rare beauty. As the handsome youth swept his gaze across the hall, his long lashes lowered, concealing his emotions. In his arms, he cradled a broad blade, the hilt adorned with a large cat's eye, which shimmered with a mesmerizing allure at the slightest movement, resembling a ghostly eye. While Xia Sun scrutinized the beautiful youth, the four agitated martial artists had already converged upon Feng Jianxiao, with Yuan de Peo mistakenly believing Feng to be a rival martial artist seeking to challenge them. He stepped forward, declaring loudly, "Good sir, you have quite the audacity. I, Yuan, shall test your skills. Prepare to spar." With a thunderous shout, Yuan de Peo executed a swift and powerful strike aimed directly at Feng Jianxiao's core. Sitting in the main seat, Xia Sun was barely shielded by Yuan's robust physique, and before he could discern Feng's response, he heard a pained exclamation from Yuan de Peo. In the next moment, a hefty figure toppled backward, crashing against a pillar with a resounding thud, before sliding to the floor, causing dust to rain down from the ceiling. Feng Shihui scoffed, remarking, "Your punches appear formidable, yet the display is excessive. You exerted all your strength without reservation. Do you not comprehend the wisdom of retaining some measure of power? Allow me to experience your skills." Zhou Ping, sharing Yuan de Peo's animosity towards Feng, crouched low, palms pressed against his abdomen. Just as he steadied his breath, Feng Jianxiao unleashed a barrage of strikes, fists, elbows, knees, and kicks rained down like a tempest, targeting the throat, forehead, nape, groin, lower abdomen, and dantian with unrelenting ferocity. Each of Feng's fists, as large as bowls, landed with a force akin to a mountain's weight. Zhou Ping cried out in desperation, his hands flailing ineffectively. Under Feng Jianxiao's relentless assault, he could not hold out for long, and soon collapsed to the ground, akin to a headless chicken, flailing his arms, utterly unable to rise. Feng Jianxiao dusted off his hands and remarked, "Your hard qigong shows promise, yet it remains unrefined. You lack even the basics of defense, let alone the skill to incapacitate an opponent. What use is such training to you? When faced with an assassin, will you shield yourself with your body? Return and practice under your master for another 3 to 5 years. At this, Yin Wanli let out a piercing cry and launched himself at Feng Jianjiao like a great rock taking flight, his fingers poised to strike at Feng's face. However, Feng Shihui was quicker. As Yun's body soared, Feng Jianjiao took a swift step and intercepted him before he could land, skillfully deflecting his claws with a powerful shoulder shove, sending Yun Wanli tumbling back as if carried by the wind. Feng Shihui's expression was one of disdain. What nonsense is this? A showy display devoid of substance. Your leaps are merely courting disaster. Once airborne, you have no retreat, no transformation, no means to maneuver. Did your master not teach you even this fundamental truth? Cold Wuching, a practitioner of the 5 forms fist, observed that despite the apparent mediocrity of Feng's martial prowess, he had effortlessly overthrown 3 of his fellow disciples. Realizing that mere fist would not suffice, he cunningly reached for a spear resting on the table, swiftly unleashing a flourish that resembled a bull-sized blossom, aiming it directly at Feng Shihui's chest. Suddenly, a flash of white whirled past Feng Shihui, stirring a strand of hair at his temple. The sharp sound of the blade being drawn had yet to fade when, with a crisp noise, it was sheathed again, and the spearhead from Cold Wuching's weapon clattered to the ground. Feng Shihui's hair remained suspended in the air, still unfallen. Cold Wuching, holding a half-length staff, stood speechless, unable to articulate his thoughts. He had not even seen how the white-clad warrior had maneuvered beside him. The warrior had circled around Feng Shihui, drawn his sword, and returned it to its sheath in the blink of an eye, as swift as lightning and executed with unparalleled finesse. The 4 martial artists were left astounded by the boy's unmatched and swift blade, akin to a fleeting shadow. They regarded the cool youth, who stood with his sword, with incredulous eyes. Feng Shihui also displayed a flicker of surprise as he glanced at the young man in white, a smile gradually blooming on his face. Young Master Peng, what a remarkable sword technique. Upon hearing Feng Shihui's words, the previously uncertain expression of Lang Wuching suddenly transformed as if he had recognized the identity of the white-clad youth. He gasped, his short staff clattering to the ground, and pointed at the young man, stuttering, "Why you are. Those who lack mastery in martial arts should refrain from embarrassing themselves. Go back to where you came from." The young man in white spoke with a voice still tinged with youthful timbre, both crisp and lively. The 4 martial artists stared at him in astonishment for a moment, then wordlessly turned and strode out. Xia Sun, having retracted the look of shock from his eyes, let out a soft sigh and slowly rose to his feet. In truth, he had already discerned the underlying issue earlier, which was why he had chosen to observe rather than join the onlookers, Mr. Xiao and his daughter, who were merely cheering from the sidelines. His grappling and combat skills had been among the finest during his time at the police academy. Over the past year in Xiaoya village, he had learned authentic killing techniques from Uncle Hu, elevating his prowess to new heights. He understood what true martial arts entailed. The martial arts performances that we witness today, characterized by flips and elegant movements, do not represent the essence of traditional martial arts. They resemble more of a circus act. As the saying goes, when an expert makes a move, one can discern the truth. The quintessence of true martial arts often lies within the simplicity of a single punch or kick. The legendary bout between disciples of White Crane Fist and Tai Chi, which stirred the Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan regions decades ago, demonstrated that a mere few techniques could determine victory or defeat due to the practical nature of combat. 1 or 2 moves suffice to establish superiority. Those who practice forms can hardly be regarded as anything more than performers of a slightly more difficult calisthenics routine. Thus, after witnessing the display of the 4, Xia Sun felt profoundly disappointed, yet he was astonished by Feng Shihui's martial prowess. During the disbandment of Sherding village, he had seen Zhang Shursen practice martial arts. At that time, Xia Sun was a mere novice, and he had only flattered Zhang Shursen, who, despite his pride, felt a tinge of embarrassment from such excessive praise. Zhang Shursen had mentioned that although his skills were commendable, they paled in comparison to those of General Feng. In a moment of enthusiasm, he had discussed Feng's martial capabilities, noting that Feng excelled in dual-handed sword techniques, an aggressive and incisive style that had nearly vanished from the Central Plains since the Battle of Yashan during the Song Dynasty. Ironically, it had flourished in Japan, and among the martial artists of the Central Plains, very few could master such exceptional dual-handed swordplay, with Feng being one of the rare experts. At that time, Xia Sun had considered his own skills superior to Zhang Shursen's and assumed that Feng's abilities were only slightly beyond his own, believing he could easily gain the upper hand in a sudden confrontation. Yet, Witnessing Feng Shihui's prowess revealed the hidden talents within the Jingyi Guard. For Feng's skills surpassed his own by an unfathomable margin. However, what significance does this hold? Knowledge without skill can be sought after. Skill without knowledge leads only to limitations. The unattainable force, accompanied by wisdom, often found that intellect prevailed in the struggle between strength and cunning. As long as the objective was achieved, the means employed were of little consequence. Xia Sun approached with a smile. Master Wenxuan, I present to you Lord Feng. This young gentleman is... Feng Shihui interjected. Young Master Yang. This individual has been specially appointed by the presiding judge as your personal bodyguard. You have already witnessed his prowess. He continued, allow me to introduce you. This is Master Ping Ziki of the Peng family. Master Ping, this is the young Master Yang whom we request you to protect. Young Master Yang. I trust you are familiar with the esteemed name of the Peng family. In light of your safety, we have taken the liberty of enlisting the Peng family to dispatch one of their direct descendants. The renowned 5 Tigers Break the Door blade is legendary, and Ziki has mastered its true techniques. With him by your side, your safety is assured. 5 Tigers Break the Door blade? Xia Sun's brows furrowed slightly. He had indeed heard of this illustrious martial art. It was far too famous to escape notice. Who had not heard of the 5 Tigers Break the Door blade? In the realm of traditional martial arts novels, this technique was quite formidable. However, in the realm of contemporary martial arts stories, and even more so in the martial arts films and television series that saturated the screens, every hero's journey seemed to include a relentless tormenting of the disciples of the 5 Tigers Break the Door blade. The inheritors of this technique were often relegated to the role of dutiful, yet uncomplaining supporting characters. Xia Sun promptly expressed his heartfelt respect to this illustrious figure, who had made significant contributions to Chinese martial arts literature and cinema. So you are a disciple of the 5 Tigers Break the Door blade. It is an honor to finally meet you. Chapter 22. The uncomfortable Miss Peng. Xia Sun greeted. So it is a disciple of the Peng family, known for the 5 Tiger Breaking Door blade. I have long admired your lineage. Long admired? How long is that? Perhaps 600 or 700 years. Would that count as long? Peng Ziki turned away in annoyance and remarked to Feng Shihui, 3 months? Feng Jinshao smiled warmly and replied, 3 months. Excellent. Peng Ziki nodded slightly, then turned and sat down heavily on a chair, closing his eyes in silence. Xia Sun, puzzled, inquired, what do you mean by 3 months? Feng Jinshao smiled and explained, from this day forth, young Master Peng shall be your personal guard for a duration of 3 months. Of course, should the culprit be apprehended before that time, young Master Peng may leave early. The magistrate has gone to great lengths for your safety. I have a few matters to discuss with the young master. May we retire to his study? Please, this way. Xia Sun, momentarily taken aback, promptly gestured for his guest to proceed, leading Feng Shihui into the adjacent small study. The study featured a desk and chair made from precious golden silk Namu wood, adorned with the 4 treasures of the study on the table, while paintings of orchids and fragrant herbs hung elegantly on the walls, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and refinement. Xiao Di, obediently, entered with tea served in exquisite blue and white porcelain from Jingdejun, then quietly withdrew, closing the door behind them. Once the door was shut, Xia Sun immediately left his position of honor and seated himself across from Feng Shihui, respectfully inquiring, what instructions do you have for me, sir? Feng Shihui's demeanor grew serious as he leaned slightly forward to ask, have you prepared the gifts for the Chiwang's birthday? Xia Sun was taken aback by the question, feeling a wave of relief as he answered, not yet. I plan to visit the market tomorrow to find some suitable gifts. Feng Shihui, somewhat skeptical of Xia Sun's discerning eye, offered, well, you might consult Steward Xiao, or better yet, bring him along. He hails from a prominent family and possesses a keen eye for such matters. Xia Sun nodded in agreement. Feng Shihui continued, the funding for constructing the Chiwang's residence is largely provided by the Ministry of Revenue, but this year they are experiencing some financial difficulties, and the allocation will be temporarily halted. The Chiwang will soon hear of this news, and given his temperament, he will not easily accept such a setback. He may very well seek to recoup funds at your expense. Xia Sun's expression changed. The cost of building the Wang residence is immense. How should I respond? Feng Shihui smiled. I have 3 strategies that, if executed concurrently, can swiftly bolster the Qi Wang's financial resources. You may also seize this opportunity to solidify your position as a trusted confidant of the Qi Wang, which would greatly benefit our ongoing investigations. Xia Sun eagerly responded, please. Sir, do elaborate. Feng Shihui remarked. The first strategy lies in the fact that the court permits the king of Qi to select a location for the reconstruction of his royal residence. Yet it does not delineate a specific area. This presents an opportunity for exploitation. You could advise the king to expand the new site of his residence, which would necessitate the relocation of several hundred households from their original dwellings. The new site has been chosen precisely in the vicinity of Qingzhou, where affluent gentry and merchants congregate, each household having invested considerable effort and wealth into their meticulously designed abodes. It is highly unlikely that anyone would willingly depart. What, then, is to be done? One might resort to monetary compensation for their misfortune. The common folk within the designated area could pay a sum to redeem their residences. Xiasun contemplated. This scheme is profoundly unscrupulous. The king of Qi would undoubtedly become notorious in Qizhou, while the gentry and commoners may not voice their discontent openly. They would certainly harbor resentment behind closed doors. Feng Shihui continued. The second strategy involves utilizing the privileges of the royal residence to engage in the trade of cowhide, animal tendons, wrought iron, and pig iron, materials that are of significant importance and are subject to strict regulation by the court. Ordinary individuals lack the connections and dare not infringe upon these prohibitions. Thus, the potential profit is immense. Should the king of Qi choose to wave his banner and transport these goods, who among the checkpoint inspectors would dare to question the contents of his cargo? If the movement of substantial quantities of goods proves inconvenient, the king could feign unrest in the region, deploying the 3 guardians to oversee the city's defense, thus facilitating passage. This singular action would lead to a substantial influx of wealth. He smiled subtly, encouraging, of course. You could also ride on the coattails of the king of Qi to secure some benefits for yourself. Xiasun was taken aback, realizing that these materials were regulated because they served both civilian and military purposes, capable of being transformed into armor, bows, and weaponry at any moment. Feng Shihui's proposition. Feng Shihui, not allowing him further contemplation, added, the third strategy is mining. Gold and silver mining is notoriously lucrative, yet the populace dares not engage in it. If the king of Qi were to take the lead, he need not invest a single coin, for there would surely be wealthy gentry eager to collaborate. The king could merely reap the rewards without exertion. These 3 strategies would not only fulfill the king of Qi's requirements for constructing his royal residence, but would also continuously provide him with financial resources. Naturally, for the sake of confidentiality and safety, mining operations require supervision. It would be quite difficult for the king's 3 guardians to leave Qizhou at that juncture. You could further persuade the king to recruit personnel, thereby establishing a protective force for the mines. Feng Shihui's enigmatic smile hinted at unspoken implications. Mining? Since the Warring States period, Shandong has had a gold mining industry, which flourished particularly during the Ming Dynasty, extending from Jiaodong in the north to Yiming in the south, with both state-run and private operations. At its peak, annual gold extraction reached as high as 60,000 taels. The Linxiu region under Qingzhou's jurisdiction is rich in mineral resources such as gold, silver, copper, and iron. However, during the Ming Dynasty, strict regulations prohibited private mining operations. Yet, the schemes proposed by Feng Shihui. Xiasun hesitated momentarily before stating, My lord, the methods you propose may either incite public outrage or contravene the law. Would the king of Qi be amenable to such counsel? If the prince were to become enraged, I would be concerned. Feng Shihui smiled calmly and reassured. There is no need for worry. If I were unaware of the character of Prince Qi, how could I suggest such a plan? You need only to follow my instructions. Xiasun replied, My lord, we are tasked with investigating treasonous plots. If we were to propose such a method, it could lead to severe repercussions from the court. Feng Shihui's gaze sharpened momentarily before softening into a warm smile. Ah, so that is your concern. My apologies for not clarifying. The first method indeed may incite public resentment, but without such an approach, how could the rebels ever see you as an ally and attempt to recruit you? This is merely a tactic. As for the second and third methods, you need not fret. The court cannot currently allocate funds for constructing the prince's residence, leaving him to gather resources himself. This is no different from state-run gold mines or ironworks, where profits are taxed and remitted to the court, which then provides funds for the prince's estate. It simply streamlines the process, and all of this has the emperor's consent. Compared to the grave offense of treason, these matters are trivial. We are creating opportunities for the traitors to reveal themselves. All of this is to draw the attention of those rebels, who will see you as a potential asset and attempt to bring you into their fold. Only then can we uncover their secrets. The court is orchestrating a grand scheme, the details of which you need not be privy to. Feng Shihui took a sip of tea and proceeded to advise Xia Sun on the specifics and anticipated inquiries from Prince Qi, asking, "Have you noted everything?" Xia Sun nodded. "Yes, I have made a record." Feng Shihui lifted his cup, took another sip, stood up, and smiled gently. "Very well, I shall take my leave. The day after tomorrow marks the prince's grand birthday. You must prepare promptly." As they returned to the parlor, the young master Peng remained in his previous posture, unchanged, while Xiao Di circled curiously around him, observing both him and his blade. After bidding farewell to Feng Shihui, Xia Sun re-entered the parlor, momentarily setting aside his worries as he beheld the strikingly handsome Master Peng. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your patience, young master. It is our first meeting today. I shall have the kitchen prepare a banquet. Let us enjoy some wine together and allow me to extend my hospitality, shall we?" Ping Ziki rose, cradling his sword, and with his long, graceful strides, moved aside, tilting his chin and gazing disdainfully at the non-existent sky in the hall, stating coolly, "I am merely responsible for ensuring you do not meet your end in the next 3 months. Once the time is up, we shall part ways. I, Ping Ziki, will have no further dealings with you, Yang Wenchuan, now or in the future, so there is no need for you to ingratiate yourself with me." Xia Sun observed the haughtily raised chin and let his gaze drift down to the elegantly long and swan-like neck of the young master. His neck was slender and fair, with a smooth throat devoid of protrusions. Xia Sun was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled. "Your rejection seems rather extreme, young master. Might I have inadvertently offended you during our first encounter? Such ire, could it be due to some discomfort you've been experiencing lately?" The young master Ping evidently failed to grasp Xia Sun's dark humor. He continued to gaze haughtily at an imaginary sky at a 45-degree angle, his tone dripping with unabashed disdain as he remarked, "Every time I see you, I feel quite uncomfortable. Am I your aunt?" Xia Sun muttered something under his breath. In Yang Wenchuan's usual residence, it was the first time he had returned since Xia Sun's arrival. On the night of his return, for safety considerations, Zhang Shisan had arranged for him to stay in a different room. The following day, after Zhang Shisan was assassinated, the anxious steward Xiao could not rest easy and placed him in another location. Today, the master of the Yang family finally returned to his own chamber. It goes without saying that the abode of the indulgent young Master Yang was splendid and luxurious, with the room divided into inner and outer chambers. The outer chamber served as a place for Xia Sun's morning activities and occasional meetings with esteemed guests. However, at this moment, the outer chamber had been transformed into another bedroom, furnished with a grand bed and adorned with fresh bedding. Xia Sun smiled and remarked, "This temporary sleeping arrangement seems rather humble. I apologize to young Master Peng." A foot away from the bed, young Master Ping sat upright on a stool with a knife resting on his knee, his posture perfectly straight, treating Xia Sun as if he were air, remaining utterly silent. Little D interjected enviously, "Brother Ping, your waist is even slimmer than mine. Can you wield such a broad and fierce knife? Why not use a sword instead? Look at that sword on the wall. It belongs to my young master. When he dons his sword, clad in a blue robe, he looks particularly dashing." Ping Ziki glanced at her, his cold expression softening slightly as he replied, "The purpose of a weapon is to kill, not merely for display. A sword is a gentleman among weapons, light and elegant in carriage, which is why scholars often bear swords." However, he shot a glance at Xia Sun, his tone laced with sarcasm. Scholars, who seldom engage in practical endeavors, often lack the strength to even tie a chicken. Their sword-bearing is merely a pretense, a facade, or a means to attract attention, ultimately a mere ornament, lacking any real significance. A knife, however, is the king of weapons. It commands presence in the world. And when it comes to killing, a knife is far sharper than a sword, which is why I wield a knife. Xia Sun cleared his throat, seizing the opportunity to interject, "Little D, the terms gentleman among weapons and king of weapons are merely grandiose phrases. The Peng family's heritage is rooted in knife techniques. What else would she use?" Ping Ziki leaned slightly forward, resembling a poised leopard ready to pounce, his striking eyes narrowing dangerously. "You wield a sword, I remain unarmed. Within 3 moves, I shall have you on the ground. Care to test this?" Xia Sun quickly grasped Little D's hand, beaming with charm as he said, "Come, let us go and give the young master a leg massage." Ever since he had occasionally experienced Little D's massage skills, Xia Sun had developed a fondness for her delicate little fists. Ping Ziki shot him a fierce glare, inwardly cursing, "Lecher." On a high couch, Xia Sun lay comfortably, his eyes slightly squinted, seemingly relishing the service of a young attendant, yet his mind raced with urgent thoughts. How does an ambitious general maintain his power? By nurturing bandits. How does a nation renowned for its armaments sell its weapons? By instigating localized turmoil. How does a drastically underfunded central intelligence agency secure additional resources? By fabricating threats from foreign nations, drawing from a myriad of information, both ancient and modern. He arrived at a profound conclusion. He had discerned the true intent of the Jinyiwei. They were engaged in self-preservation, born of violence. They found themselves rendered obsolete in an era of peace. Zhu Yuanzhang believed the realm was tranquil, weapons were stored away, and the Jinyiwei, like a sharp blade, risked rusting. Thus, they sought to fabricate a rebellion, compelling the emperor to once again perceive a threat, to recognize the utility of the Jinyiwei. Only through such machinations could they hope to regain relevance. This was a dangerous game. Xia Sun, with his status, wealth, and connections, had no interest in playing with the desperate Jinyiwei. The young attendant chirped, "Open your mouth." Obediently, Xia Sun complied, and she delicately placed a peeled lychee into his mouth. He closed his lips, resuming his contemplations while she savored the sweet juice from her fingers and continued peeling another lychee. Both were content in their respective roles. The plan to eliminate Feng Shihui had to be expedited. Xia Sun had initially intended to bide his time for the most opportune moment. But it was clear that delay was no longer an option. Otherwise, he would find himself coerced into leading the Prince of Qi to the executioner's block. Once ensnared, extricating oneself from such a quagmire would be nearly impossible. Outside, Miss Ping felt restless, unable to stand or sit comfortably. Her ears straining to catch any hint of the intimate sounds from within. Finally, she removed her boots and settled cross-legged on the couch, striving for tranquility. Just as she began to find some peace, a sudden creaking from the bed startled her, turning her face crimson, and she shot upright, an aura of fury enveloping her. Chapter 023. Where there are no enemies, there are no gatherings. Creak. Creak. Ah, young master, is this comfortable? Very comfortable. Please exert yourself a bit more. Oh dear, young master, you are so rigid. I am utterly fatigued. Look at how I am sweating. Truly, young master is only concerned about his own comfort. Heh, very well. Just a few more times, then you may go take a refreshing shower and rest well. Young master is the best, hee hee. Creak. Creak. The sounds of the bed intensified, accompanied by the hurried breaths of the young maiden. This is utterly revolting. How shameless. How despicable. These so-called gentry from scholarly families are indeed indulgent to the utmost. There is still an outsider present. Do they regard me as invisible? Miss Ping, like a deity emerging, swiftly grasped the ghostly-eyed blade and darted towards the screen. Huh? Pingziki, Xia Sun, and Xiaodi simultaneously halted their actions, exchanging bewildered glances. Xiaodi, with her delicate feet clad in white socks, stomped hard on Xia Sun's sturdy back twice, wiped her sweat with her sleeve, and curiously inquired, "Brother Ping, what has happened?" Xia Sun remained silent, yet his expression mirrored astonishment and confusion. Pingziki, with her hair tied in a ponytail cascading over her shoulder, maintained a forward-leaning stance, her left leg bent and her right leg straightened. With her left hand gripping the scabbard and her right hand clutching the hilt, her thumb pressed against the spring, she slowly surveyed the room. Unfazed, she remarked, I hear some commotion within the room. Oh, I thought an assassin had intruded. Oh, please, continue. Call me if there is anything. Miss Ping patted her treasured blade, casually tossed her ponytail over her shoulder, and gracefully turned to leave. As she rounded the screen, an apparition suddenly lunged toward the corner bed. Xiaodi scratched her head in bewilderment and remarked, "Young master, why does Brother Ping seem a bit peculiar?" Xia Sun contemplated in silence for a moment before bursting into laughter. That mischievous, knowing laughter left Miss Ping blushing, wishing she could burrow into a crack in the bed. The men of the Peng family possess a certain roguish flair, often disregarding formalities and engaging with their wives and concubines without much restraint. When Peng Ziki was younger, she was as mischievous as her brother, frequently dashing to the residences of uncles and grandfathers, encountering such scenes on several occasions. At that tender age, she was oblivious to their implications, but as she grew older, awareness dawned upon her. Eventually, the visitors to her home were all unrefined individuals from the martial world. And she, like a tomboy, immersed herself among them, becoming quite familiar with such matters. Young Wenxuan, notorious for his flamboyant reputation, was known as the most charming rogue in Qizhou. The impudent maid before him acted with utter impertinence. Upon hearing the unusual sounds, Pingziki could hardly fathom the implications of the second matter at hand. How could he cause me such humiliation? I loathe that scoundrel. Her cheeks flushed with anger as she vehemently tossed aside the pillow that had pressed against her face. Despite her deep-seated prejudice against Yang Wenquan, she felt compelled to attend. Her great-grandfather, Ping Taigong, originally named Peng Yingyu, was known in the realm as the Monk Ping and was one of the leaders of the righteous armies at the end of the Yuan dynasty. Initially, Han Shatong and Lu Fuchong led a rebellion against the Yuan dynasty, which prompted numerous heroes to rally in response. The primary force of this insurrection stemmed from a significant branch of the White Lotus Society, the Ming sect. At that time, the Ming sect was divided into the southern and northern schools, with the Han family of Hebei as the leaders of the northern school, and Han Shatong serving as the head of the Han family. The southern school was led by the Peng family of Huaishi, with Peng Yingyu as its patriarch. Han Shatong established his own banner, while Peng Yingyu supported Su Shouhui in founding the Tianwan Empire. As righteous armies rose in revolt, they all claimed to be expelling the Mongol invaders and resisting the tyranny of the Yuan dynasty. However, these factions were not allies but rather engaged in fierce conflicts amongst themselves, viewing one another as enemies even more so than they did the northern Yuan court, in their quest to undermine opponents and expand their territories. Figures such as Zhang Shicheng and Zhu Yuanzhang covertly communicated with the northern Yuan court to seek support from the Mongol regime. Ultimately, Zhu Yuanzhang emerged as the dominant force, annihilating the various armies that contested his claim to the throne, before marching northward to drive the northern Yuan court back into the desert. By this time, the Tianwan Empire had already collapsed, and Su Shouhui, Qin Yuyang, and Zhang Shicheng had all met their demise, leaving only Peng Yingyu, who, through his superior cunning, feigned death to escape. Zhu Yuanzhang was well aware of Peng Yingyu's background, understanding the influence of the Peng family in the Huaishi region. After establishing his rule, he took stern measures against the Ming sect in Huaishi to prevent the resurgence of the Peng family's power, forcing Peng Yingyu to retreat to Shandong. Long before the uprising, he had secretly established a mountain gate in Qingzhou, where his younger brother publicly operated, creating the illusion that the Qingzhou Peng family bore no connection to their Huaishi counterparts. After feigning death, he discreetly moved to Qishou, where few would suspect that a family existed there, linked to the renowned Ping Taigong long before his rise to prominence. In contemporary times, the Zhu family has firmly secured their rule, and the ambitious aspirations of the heroic figures from Peng Yingyu's generation have waned. Nonetheless, he remains determined to preserve the legacy passed down from his ancestors, which encompasses the Peng family's status and authority within the southern school of the Ming sect. Although the Ming sect is quick to mobilize at the slightest disturbance in the realm, this is merely due to their clandestine associations. When turmoil arises, they can swiftly coordinate unified actions, thus rendering the White Lotus Society adept at rebellion. In truth, the various factions under the White Lotus Society did not exist solely for the purpose of insurrection. For centuries, their enduring existence has been rooted in their own doctrines and principles. In times devoid of revolutionary fervor, their significance lies in the dissemination of teachings and the expansion of influence. The Ming sect does not operate as a tightly knit organization and lacks a singular leader. Within this secretive sect, the heads of various branches establish their own teachings and recruit disciples, each wielding power within their respective domains. The magnitude of their influence is contingent upon the number of followers they amass, and the transmission of authority occurs through familial lineage, following a patriarchal system of governance. Although Monk Ping managed to escape to Qishou, the foundation of the Peng family's missionary influence lies in the Huaishi region. The territories of Hebei and Shandong are under the jurisdiction of the northern sect of the Ming religion, where he cannot meddle. Should he involve himself in the northern affairs, engaging in both overt and covert conflicts with the northern sect, his identity would be easily exposed, placing his carefully nurtured stronghold at risk of being dismantled by the court. He cannot afford such a risk, yet he is unwilling to relinquish the Peng family's status within the Ming religion and descend into obscurity. His only recourse is to continue developing in Huaishi. Consequently, the Peng family has opened extensive transport businesses, both by land and by water, maintaining a public and legitimate identity while traversing between Huaishi and Shandong, thereby continuing their missionary endeavors. Originally, with numerous relatives in the family, it was unnecessary to send all of them to Huaishi. However, recent events in Huaishi, coupled with the court's mass relocation of people from the region to Shandong, have altered the situation. Among the thousands of households mandated to migrate, one family bears the surname Tang, a family of considerable influence within the southern sect of the Ming religion. The Tang family, classified as migrants, hurriedly relocated to Shandong without sufficient preparation, resulting in a temporary power vacuum in the region they once controlled. Several leaders of the southern sect have since moved to seize the Tang family's territory, and naturally, Peng Yingyu is eager to capitalize on this prime opportunity. Thus, during this time, the Ping family mobilized all available personnel to Weishi. At this juncture, the official Zhao fortuitously chose to confront them. In desperation, Monk Peng had no choice but to send his great-granddaughter, Peng Ziki, who possesses martial skills surpassing many of her cousins, disguised as her brother. Miss Ziki does not mind transforming from a young lady into a bodyguard. Compared to the dull and monotonous life of a sheltered maiden, the chance to venture out independently and engage in such thrilling endeavors excites her. What she disdains, however, are the unscrupulous tactics of official Zhao and the fact that the person she must protect is none other than the notorious scoundrel Yang Zhu. While she can tolerate a man's indiscretions and polygamous pursuits, having grown up in such an environment, where even the men of the Peng family exhibit similar traits, she finds it commonplace. However, the idea of a man seducing virtuous women and tarnishing their reputations is utterly disgraceful, a principle that should be upheld by all, including those of the martial world. Though others may be unaware of Yang Zhu's misdeeds, the cunning denizens of Qingzhou, who dwell in the shadows, are largely affiliated with the Peng family. Yang Zhu's transgressions may be hidden from outsiders, but they cannot escape the notice of the Peng family. Upon learning of Yang Zhu's romantic escapades, Miss Ping is understandably incensed at being tasked with the protection of such a character. Yet, for the sake of her family, she must endure. With a sudden crackle, the candle on the table flares, prompting Peng Ziki to glance instinctively behind the screen. Why is that little maid still awake? Yang Zhu, this unscrupulous rogue. Wouldn't he dare to summon that charming maid to his bed? Would he? If he truly dares to indulge in such debauchery before me, I shall ensure he is unrecognizable by the time I am done. If I am not a Ping, then who am I? As dawn broke, Xiasun comfortably stretched his limbs and, with a habitual leap, sprang to the ground. The moment his feet touched the floor, he was suddenly reminded of the unusual circumstances. Beyond the screen lay a young lady masquerading as a man, still in slumber. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue, instinctively softening his movements. However, the creak of the bed had already roused Miss Peng, who turned with annoyance. This fool, snoring all night and keeping me awake until late. And now he's up so early. If he must rise, why leap out of bed like a child? Though a practitioner of martial arts, Miss Peng was not an early riser, for the pace of life in that era was leisurely, with few rising at dawn. With a huff, she rolled over and returned to sleep. Inside the screen, Xiasun listened intently, relieved to find the outside still. The notion of having a handsome girl disguised as a boy serve as his protector was undoubtedly pleasing, yet he felt a lack of personal space, which was rather uncomfortable. He had assumed the role of a dandy, but with no means to practice his martial arts, he could only settle for maintaining his fitness routine. Shaking his head, Xiasun began his exercises. The sound of his long, deep breaths filled the air, gradually intensifying. Miss Ping, unable to endure the noise any longer, sat up. Exasperated, what is this fool up to now? Is it impossible to get some peace? Breathe, breathe, breathe. 175, 176, 177. Xiasun, with one hand on his hip and the other splayed on the ground, was performing one-handed push-ups when he caught a glimpse of movement from the corner of his eye. Looking up, he saw Miss Ping reappear at the door. Her sword in hand, still clad as she had been the night before, though her attire was slightly more revealing and her hair flowed freely. With her elongated figure and alluring curves, she truly is a stunning beauty, Xiasun thought, raising his eyes to admire her. In that era, both men and women wore their hair long upon waking, and Miss Ping remained oblivious to any impropriety in her appearance. With her striking large eyes, she glared fiercely at Xiasun, who was bare-chested and supporting himself on one hand. What are you doing? I am practicing my arm strength. Practicing arm strength for what purpose? I believe that if one's body is stronger, one may be safer when encountering villains or rogues. Do you doubt my ability to protect you? Can you protect me for a lifetime? Miss Peng closed her mouth, her bright eyes glancing at Xiasun's robust chest and muscular arms. I must admit, this seemingly delicate fellow possesses quite an impressive physique, rivaling that of my cousins. Perhaps even more pleasing to the eye. Xiasun, with a pained expression, replied, Your concern for my safety is greatly appreciated. But there is no need to scrutinize me as if I were a criminal. Although I am a man, and so are you, it still feels rather inconvenient. Miss Ping's delicate face hardened as she retorted with a fierce expression, What is it that is inconvenient? There are indeed numerous inconveniences, such as cough, cough. Since there are people outside, even the act of releasing gas must be done discreetly, akin to a newlywed bride, which is quite uncomfortable. What does that mean? Miss Peng tilted her head in contemplation and suddenly burst into laughter. Her laughter was truly delightful, akin to a silver vial shattering. The moon perched upon the treetops. Xia Sun's eyes sparkled with interest, eager to observe her closely, but Miss Peng quickly resumed her stern demeanor. You continue. I shall step outside. In an instant, she vanished through the screen. Just as Xia Sun had settled down, that beautiful face tightened again, only to re-emerge from behind the screen. Since you were so concerned about that assassin, do not cower inside like a turtle. Venture outside more often, lure him out, and eliminate him sooner, thus ensuring your safety. Xia Sun praised. What a splendid idea. Surely, my lord will be nearby to protect me, correct? Of course. If the assassin truly appears, my lord will certainly capture him, won't he? Absolutely. But what if my lord fails momentarily and I fall victim to the assassin? Miss Peng raised an elegant eyebrow. In that case, it matters not. I shan't mourn for you, but I shall avenge you. Thank you. Chapter 024. The fork in the road. After enjoying a light breakfast, Xia Sun indeed set out with the newly appointed female bodyguard. He admired the courage she displayed. He had assumed that young masters like Yang Wenshuan, who were debauched and indulgent, would be cowards afraid to venture outside. The pair strolled through the bustling South Gate Street for the entire morning. At Fuanju, Xia Sun selected a longevity screen made of golden silk nanmu, and at Shengshi Qingbao, he meticulously chose a jade-carved longevity peach, both gifts prepared for the birthday celebration of Prince Qi. By the time they completed their errands, it was nearly noon. Xia Sun's forehead glistened with a faint sheen of sweat from the busyness, while his steadfast companion, holding her weapon at his side, maintained an unwavering demeanor. Upon exiting Shengshi Qingbao, she inquired in a calm tone, where to next? To Linyang Pawnshop. Shall we enjoy lunch there? Xia Sun replied with a smile. Lin Beixia, the head of Linyang Pawnshop, was the primary suspect in Xia Sun's mind. He had long desired to meet this partner, and now, with such a formidable female bodyguard by his side, he felt emboldened and had no reason to refrain from visiting. Go wherever you please, but I must warn you. Anywhere but the flower streets and willow alleys. Do not say I did not caution you. If you choose to frequent such places, do not expect me to provide protection, retorted Prince Ziki with a huff. Xia Sun chuckled mischievously. Ah, who would have thought that Brother Peng had such exemplary upbringing? Speaking of which, I have a friend who initially refused to accompany me to a brothel. However, after experiencing it once, he now insists on dragging me along every time. How about I treat you once? Ha ha. I'll treat you this time, and you can reciprocate from then on. It's quite a lucrative arrangement. Shameless. Ping Ziki scoffed coldly. As they walked and bantered, the journey felt far from dull. The Linyang pawnshop was not far from their location. Xia Sun had familiarized himself with the route just a few days prior while wandering the streets with Xiao Di. Now, the two leisurely strolled beneath the shade of trees. They turned a corner and arrived at an intersection where they spotted a caravan rushing swiftly towards them. A dozen large freight wagons, each drawn by a pair of mules, sped along the road, laden with tightly bound boxes secured with ropes. The drivers cracked their whips and shouted loudly. Observing the dust kicked up by their swift passage, Xia Sun stopped by the roadside to let them pass. Just then, a scholar in a blue robe emerged from a narrow alley, riding a donkey. The scholar held a piece of pottery in hand, admiring it, when suddenly, the speeding mule cart headed straight for him. Seeing the imminent danger, Xia Sun could not help but shout, "Watch out!" The scholar looked up just in time to see the cart barreling towards him, but it was too late to evade. With a yelp, the donkey was knocked over, and the scholar tumbled to the ground, the pottery shattering and a soft hat falling off. Xia Sun shook his head and approached to retrieve the hat, helping the scholar to his feet as he kindly asked, "Are you all right, my friend?" The dazed scholar stood up and bowed gratefully. "Thank you, kind sir. I am unharmed." Xia Sun returned the soft hat, observing that the young man appeared to be 2 years her junior, with refined features that were quite pleasing to the eye. The young master, clad in a soft robe and seated in the carriage, could not contain his laughter upon witnessing the scholar's unfortunate tumble. Upon hearing the laughter, the scholar was seized by indignation. He whirled around and, with a swift step, lunged to the front of the carriage, seizing the laughing noble's arm, and exclaimed, "You have injured me and shattered my Han Dynasty ceramic dog. How dare you remain so insolent? Come down." Taken aback, the young master was pulled from the carriage, his anger flaring, and he raised his fist, declaring, "You impudent lad, taste my fist." The scholar, taken aback by the audacity of someone in the wrong striking first, quickly leaped back, tucking his robe into his embrace, ready to retaliate. The noble, noticing the scholar's posture, also adjusted his robe and, with a cold smirk, taunted, "What is it? Do you wish for me to teach you a lesson?" The prospect of a brawl captivated the street's onlookers, especially with two scholars poised to clash. A throng quickly gathered, their interest piqued. An elderly gentleman, leaning on a cane, frowned deeply at the sight of the young scholars preparing to fight. Shaking his head in dismay, lamenting, "Such a disgrace to civility, truly a disgrace to civility," as the elder expressed his concerns about the decline of societal morals. A young man, eager to witness the spectacle, inadvertently stepped on the elder's foot. It was summertime, and the elder wore a pair of thin-soled black satin shoes, causing him considerable pain. Unaware of the commotion he had caused, the young man continued to watch the unfolding scene. The elder, now incensed, swung his cane wildly, bellowing, "You little wretch, what a lack of upbringing." This outburst left a literary gentleman from another province utterly astonished, prompting his local companion to awkwardly explain, "The customs of Shandong are known for their boldness and unrestrained spirit." Xia Yang furrowed her brow and remarked, "This road is crowded with pedestrians. Carriages should proceed with care. Yet, this procession is utterly disorderly, galloping through the marketplace. Whose vehicle is this?" Peng Ziki replied softly, "That carriage belongs to our family." Xia Yang, eager to conform, immediately amended her statement. "The customs of Shandong are known for their boldness and unrestrained spirit." Peng Ziki shot her a glare, retorting, "Enough with the flattery. The carriage is ours, but the people are not." It was revealed that this convoy belonged to the retiring Vice Minister of Revenue, Lord Zhu Wenhao, who was relocating his household. Lord Zhu, along with his wife and daughter, had arrived in Qingzhou days earlier, and a large shipment of their belongings had finally reached the city after a convoluted journey from Nanjing. The carriage was hired from the Peng family's carriage business. And aside from the staff from the carriage house, Lord Zhu's two sons and a few servants were also present. Excited by the nearing arrival at their ancestral home, Lord Zhu's sons urged the driver to hasten, and the eldest son, in a fit of enthusiasm, seized the reins to spur the horses, resulting in the unfortunate collision with the scholar in the blue robe. Both parties, youthful and impulsive, quickly resorted to fisticuffs in the middle of the street. To speak of scholars engaging in combat, it is indeed a spectacle worth observing. The Ming Dynasty's academy imparted the 6 arts, which included archery and equestrian skills. During that era, these disciplines had not yet devolved into mere formalities. The scholarly students at the academy were instructed in martial arts by specialized instructors. They could wield stone locks weighing dozens of pounds with ease and draw a 2-stone bow as effortlessly as one would pull the moon into view. Thus, although these scholars may not have mastered such arts, they possessed a rudimentary understanding of martial prowess. When the second son of Zhu, Zhu Shichun, witnessed his elder brother embroiled in a scuffle, he immediately rushed forward to assist. The two brothers confronted a lone scholar clad in blue, who found himself at a disadvantage. Observing the unfolding situation, Xia Yang hurried to mediate, stepping in to separate the two parties, gently advising, "Dear sir, let us resolve this with words rather than fists." The blue-clad scholar, panting heavily, retorted, "My good sir, it is not that I am unwilling to forgive, but rather that his carriage has injured me and shattered my belongings." Not only did he refuse to dismount and apologize, but he also laughed heartily at my misfortune. Should I simply let this matter rest? Others will say that Cui Yuanlai was intimidated by this ruffian. I must take this to the authorities. Zhu Shiho scoffed. To the authorities? Do not be mistaken. Even if I had broken your bones in this incident, my father could easily present a letter to the magistrate, and we would walk away unscathed. Cui Yuanlai trembled with indignation, declaring, "Very well, let us go to the magistrate's office. I shall see how your esteemed father wields his influence and whether the magistrate dares to release you, a scoundrel, based solely on your father's word." His tone suggested he possessed some standing, yet his attire and mode of transport, while not destitute, did not indicate noble lineage. The Zhu brothers hailed from the capital, where officials and dignitaries were plentiful, and although their family was not of the highest aristocracy, they could not help but feel a sense of superiority in provincial settings. It was indeed true that their father was a high-ranking official, on par with the governor of Qishou, and although he had retired to his hometown, local officials were obliged to show him respect. How could this fellow surnamed Cui possibly compare in influence? Zhu Shiho, lazily flicking his nails, remarked, "Do not merely speak without action. If you wish to visit the magistrate, then do so promptly. Do not waste my time." At that moment, a young maiden called out, "Elder brother, second brother, are you causing trouble again in the street?" Both Xia Yang and Cui Yuanlai turned to see a young lady in a green dress gracefully approaching them. She was in the prime of her youth. adorned in a water-green gown with narrow sleeves, complemented by a silk jacket from Huzhou. Her hair was arranged in a traditional three-bun style, indicative of an unmarried maiden. And though she bore no makeup, her natural beauty exuded an air of nobility and elegance. Following closely behind her was an elderly servant, dressed in blue. Slightly stooped yet with a remarkably vibrant complexion, radiating vitality. The young lady, bowing slightly to Cui Yuanlai, expressed her apologies, saying, "Esteemed sir, my elder brother acted recklessly, colliding with you and damaging your belongings. I wish to convey my brother's sincere regrets. I hope you are not injured and do not require medical attention. Please inform me of the value of the broken item. If it cannot be replaced, the Zhu family shall compensate you accordingly." Zhu Zhihao, upon hearing this, quickly interjected, "Sister, there is no need for such formalities. It was his fault for suddenly stumbling out from the side and falling. What was that piece of pottery anyway? Who can verify its worth? If he claims it is an antique, then so be it." Before he could finish, the young lady shot him a sharp glance and gestured quickly to the side. Zhu Zhihao, catching her meaning, turned to see several carriages had appeared at the intersection, with one in the middle featuring a curtain lifted, revealing an elderly gentleman in official robes seated within. He was glancing over, his face betraying an unmistakable anger. As soon as Zhu Zhihao met the man's gaze, the elder hastily dropped the bamboo curtain, causing Zhu Zhihao to break into a cold sweat. Oh no, how could father be here? The elder was none other than his father, Zhu Wenhao, a former deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue. He had taken the family to Yunmin Mountain to enjoy the scenery, accompanied by Master Kong Sa of Daiyun Temple, and had made a generous donation. Today, he was returning from a ritual at the ancestral graves when he stumbled upon his son embroiled in a public dispute. Out of concern for his family's reputation, Zhu Wenhao instructed the old steward, Zhu Dong, to inquire about the situation. After learning the details, his anger surged. He did not wish to return home only to leave an impression of a tyrant among his fellow townsfolk. As he could not intervene personally and worried that the steward might not be able to control his two sons, he sent his beloved daughter, Zhu Shanbai, to mediate. Though young, she possessed a maturity beyond her years and conducted herself with grace and propriety. Cui Yuanlai, at the tender age of youthful admiration, was taken by Zhu Shanbai's beauty and elegance. Upon encountering her courteous demeanor, his anger dissipated, and he replied, "Fair lady, please do not be so formal. I must admit my own fault. Had I not carelessly stepped out, we would not have collided. A few minor injuries are of no consequence." Zhu Shanbai's expressive eyes flicked toward the shards of pottery on the ground. Cui Yuanlai hastily added, "Ah, that? It's merely a common piece of pottery. Its shattering is of little importance." Laughter arose from the onlookers, who had just learned that it was purported to be an antique. Witnessing his graceful demeanor in front of the lovely lady, they could not help but chuckle warmly. Zhu Shanbai recognized that this young man harbored feelings for her, which was why he did not wish to pursue the matter further. Blushing at the collective mirth, she pursed her lips and said, "It is wonderful that you are unharmed. But compensation for the damaged item is still necessary." Steward, Zhu Dong, understanding her intent, stepped forward and bowed. "May I inquire about the value of this pottery jar, esteemed sir?" Cui Yuanlai shook his hand and remarked, "It is merely an ordinary pottery jar. Hardly worth a few coins. There is no need for compensation, no need at all." Xiasen smiled and replied, "All right. Since Master Cui has no intention of pursuing this matter, I believe this young lady need not be overly courteous. The path here is narrow, and with so many onlookers gathered around, it is rather unbecoming. Let us dismiss this trivial jar." Cui Yuanlai sighed in relief, repeatedly affirming, "What you say is indeed correct." "Indeed correct." The young lady cast a glance at Xiasun and smiled. "And who might this gentleman be?" Xiasun offered a slight bow and responded, "I am Yang Su, courtesy name Wen Xuan, also hailing from Qizhou." The young lady returned the courtesy, saying, "I have the honor of meeting you, Master Yang." The old steward Zhu Dong gave Xiasun a sidelong glance and said to Zhu Shanbai, "Miss, since both gentlemen do not wish to delve further, I believe it would be best for you to relent as well." After a moment of contemplation, the young lady smiled and said, "In that case, I extend my gratitude to Master Cui and Master Yang." As they watched the Zhu family carriage move a considerable distance away, Cui Yuanlai remained lost in thought. Gazing at the young lady's retreating figure, his mind was still captivated by the enchanting curve of her delicate nose, reminiscent of jade, her beautifully shaped lips akin to water caltrops, and the few strands of silky black hair that danced softly at her neck when she turned. He was momentarily entranced. Xia Sun waved his hand before Cui Yuanli's eyes, teasingly saying, "With that young lady's departure, it seems as though she has taken your very soul with her." Cui Yuanli flushed, awkwardly responding, "Brother Wenchuan, you jest. I am Cui Yuanli, a humble resident of Walnut Garden Village in Qizhou. I owe you much for your assistance, otherwise I would have suffered a great loss." Xia Sun smiled, saying, "We are fellow townsmen. I merely spoke a word of fairness. It was but a small effort. There is no need for you to be so courteous." The two engaged in a few exchanges, finding their temperaments quite compatible, and mutual feelings of goodwill began to blossom. However, Cui Yuanli was dust-covered from head to toe, making it rather inconvenient to stand on the street. Thus, after they exchanged names and agreed to visit each other on another day, they clasped hands in farewell. Miss Ping observed them with a discerning eye, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. This fellow is indeed a warm-hearted person, yet his tastes in matters of the heart leave much to be desired. As she pondered this, another procession of vehicles approached from the opposite side. At the forefront sat a wealthy gentleman, who, while surveying his surroundings, suddenly caught sight of Xia Sun. His expression shifted instantly, and he hastily turned away, raising his sleeve to cover his face as if to cough, attempting to evade Xia Sun's gaze. This nervous gesture immediately drew Xia Sun's attention, and upon closer inspection, he swiftly recalled the identity of this man, number 2 on the list of murder suspects, Gung Xian, Gung the Wealthy. Chapter 25, Something Strange. Before a distant line of vehicles arrived, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the gentle breeze. In the foremost carriage sat a gentleman, adorned with a scholar's hat and clad in a light camel-colored long robe. His feet were encased in white cloth socks, complemented by a pair of round-soled shoes embossed with longevity symbols. Appearing to be in his 40s, he had delicate, elongated eyebrows and strikingly expressive eyes. His broad mouth, which seemed to encompass the world, was accentuated by a hint of a double chin that exuded a sense of prosperity. Yet, the two ends of his mustache lent him an air of authority, preventing his slightly portly frame from appearing overly cumbersome. As he glanced around, his eyes suddenly fell upon Xia Sun, causing him to inwardly recoil in surprise. Hastily, he turned his head, lifting his sleeve to obscure his face and feigning a cough, hoping to evade Xia Sun's gaze. However, having already caught a whiff of the herbal fragrance, Xia Sun had glanced in that direction. If the gentleman had remained composed, Xia Sun might not have recognized him. Although he had seen his portrait, it paled in comparison to genuine interaction. Such information was forced into his memory, difficult to recall without deliberate thought. Yet, the man's furtive demeanor piqued Xia Sun's curiosity. The instant he hastily covered his face, Xia Sun had already taken note of his appearance. A brief comparison with the portraits rendered by Zhang Shursan enabled him to recall the gentleman's identity, Gung Xinsai, the proprietor of Shengchentang Apothecary. How peculiar. A ripple of intrigue coursed through Xia Sun's mind as he approached with a genial smile, Gung Xinsai. It has been quite some time. Upon seeing Xia Sun approach, the coachman swiftly reined in the mules. The gentleman, unable to evade, feigned surprise as if he had only just noticed Xia Sun. Lowering his sleeve, he exclaimed in astonishment and delight, "Young Master Yang, what a coincidence! Ha ha ha! It has indeed been some time since we last met. Where might you be headed?" Xia Sun's suspicions intensified. Could it be that fortune favored him so? Just as he sought to uncover the mastermind behind the assassin, he stumbled upon the culprit. However, the man's aberrant demeanor was almost a blatant admission of guilt. He had become Xia Sun's second suspect. Since fate had brought them together, it would be prudent to probe his true intentions. With this in mind, Xia Sun chuckled heartily and replied, "Isn't it remarkable? I was just intending to pay a visit to your esteemed residence, Gung Xinsai. You seem weary from your travels. From where have you just returned?" Though the inquiry was innocuous, Gung Xinsai's complexion suddenly flushed crimson, as if he were consumed by uncontainable rage. Xia Sun was taken aback. Yet he observed Gung Xinsai hesitate for a moment before gradually suppressing his anger and responding solemnly, "Oh, I went to Jinan to procure a batch of medicinal herbs. I have been busy for over 10 days and have only just returned to the city. It is indeed quite a coincidence to encounter you here." "Over 10 days in Jinan?" A peculiar glint flickered in Xia Sun's eyes as he smiled and remarked, "That is curious. A few days ago, I was away from the residence, and upon my return, I saw your invitation. I was intending to visit, but the date on your invitation let me see. Yes. It was 9 days ago. Indeed, 9 days ago, you invited me to your residence for a banquet. How is it that you went to Jinan over 10 days ago?" The countenance of Mr. Gung, which had just returned to a semblance of normalcy, suddenly flushed crimson, akin to blood, as if he had been struck anew. It was fortunate that his complexion was red rather than purple. Otherwise, one might suspect that he had mastered the elusive techniques of the Huashan school, particularly the enigmatic Xia divine skill. A sense of bewilderment washed over Xia Sun. What could be amiss with Mr. Gong? If his deceit had been unraveled, he ought to have been flustered or, at the very least, feigning composure. Yet, his expressions of indignation and embarrassment persisted. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Xia Sun pressed him further. "Brother Gong, what troubles you?" Mr. Gong lowered his head, inhaled deeply, and then gradually lifted it. His gaze now devoid of the extreme embarrassment and fury that had previously clouded it. With a forced smile, he chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, it was 9 days ago. You see, my memory fails me. I had intended to procure medicinal herbs in Jinan over 10 days ago. Initially, I had not planned to depart so hastily. Hence my invitation for you to dine at my residence. However, just as the invitation was dispatched, I received word that a prominent apothecary in Jinan had a batch of herbs urgently available. In pursuit of a bargain, I departed in haste. Ha 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 ha. Though laughter escaped his lips, it was tinged with a sense of helpless indignation. Despite his attempts to suppress it, his body quivered subtly, revealing the underlying turmoil. Observing his somewhat neurotic demeanor, Xia Sun's confusion deepened. Suddenly, she smiled gently, clasping Mr. Gung's arm, and cheerfully proposed, "Ah, I see. Since I have no pressing matters today, might I visit your esteemed residence?" Mr. Gung faltered. Was he unwelcoming? How could that be? His face twitched subtly, and he forced a smile, urging, "Please, do come." Xia Sun glanced back at Peng Ziki, smiling. "Let us go." However, Peng Ziki remained silent, turning her head away. In that fleeting moment, Xia Sun discerned a shift in her demeanor, reminiscent of their initial encounter, marked by a palpable disdain and contempt in her eyes. What could be troubling this girl? Was she not yet of an age to be so capricious? The Sun residence was located on South Avenue, in Lu Air Alley. It was a considerable estate, with a pharmacy in the front and the family dwelling in the back. Upon arrival at the Sun residence, Mr. Gung instructed the steward and servants to unload the cart and transport the various herbs into the shop. The shopkeeper and assistants, alerted to their presence, hastened to lend a hand. Mr. Gung accompanied Xia Sun inside. Upon entering the main hall, they were greeted by 2 elderly gentlemen seated on either side of the room. The elder with graying hair on the left stood upon seeing Mr. Gung, offering a warm, respectful bow. "Welcome back, Mr. Gung." He then cast a curious glance at Xia Sun, his eyes betraying a hint of peculiarity, before bowing slightly. "Ah, Master Yang has also arrived." The elderly man on the right appeared rather peculiar, his hair disheveled as he sat near the eaves, sunlight streaming in at an angle, illuminating his figure. Upon noticing the proprietor of the establishment enter, he remained unabashedly seated, cradling a small teapot in his hands, sipping his tea languidly while casting a sidelong glance at Xia Sun, his eyes betraying a hint of cold animosity. Gung Yuanwei approached briskly, bowing deeply in a show of respect. "Father, your son has returned." It was then revealed that this man was indeed Gung Yuanwei's father. Xia Sun observed the elder closely, noting the resemblance between him and Gung Yuanwei, though the elder appeared significantly aged and gaunt. His hair hung loosely, obscuring his cheeks, a style that, by contemporary standards, could be deemed inappropriate and disrespectful. Yet, the reactions of those in the shop suggested that this was a common sight. The elder cast a frosty glance at Gung Yuanwei, remarking, "You are now Yuanwei, not merely a subordinate at Shichun Hall. After so many years of procuring medicinal materials, surely a discerning manager could handle the transactions with our regular customers without your constant involvement. You have been away for over 10 days. At the mention of 10 days, Gung Yuanwei's cheeks twitched slightly. He glanced at Xia Sun, who seemed oblivious to the exchange, and quickly responded with a forced smile. "Indeed. It was not quite that long. As a young man, I ought to be diligent." The elder slammed his hands on the armrests, huffing in anger. "Diligent? The head of a household engaging in the tasks of a mere assistant? When you have nothing better to do, you ought to spend time with your wife. After so many years of marriage, you have yet to produce an heir. You squander your days consorting with a band of idle friends. Beware of the company you keep. Those who forge friendships for profit will drift apart when the benefits cease. Those who ally for power will sever ties when the influence wanes. Those who pursue relationships based on beauty will find love fleeting. True friendship should be built on integrity, lest you invite unsavory characters into your home." This peculiar old man spoke with a certain eloquence, suggesting a depth of knowledge. His agitated gestures caused his hair to part slightly, revealing faint tattoos on his cheek. though the details remained obscured. Xia Sun's heart raced with curiosity. Could Gung's father be a former convict? If so, his disheveled appearance would take on a more understandable context. Nearby, Ping Ziki, overhearing the elder's veiled reprimands, suppressed a cough that bore an air of schadenfreude. Xia Sun shot her a disapproving glance, prompting her to raise her chin defiantly. Gung Yuanwei's face shifted through shades of crimson and pallor as he hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes, father, your words are wise. I have learned much. I shall accompany young Master Yang to the back for a moment, and we can converse further upon my return." With that, he hastily pulled Xia Sun along, as if the heat of the moment compelled him. The elder huffed heavily behind them, muttering curses under his breath. Useless. A disgrace to our family's honor. Peng Ziki, standing silently nearby, eventually sighed softly, her demeanor reflecting a moment of shared melancholy. The small study was situated within the floral hall, a modest suite apart from the main area. In a typical affluent household, the layout of the inner reception area is designed to accommodate guests comfortably, allowing for moments of respite during feasts, as well as enabling the host to compose letters, manage accounts, or engage in poetic exchanges with esteemed visitors. Thus, the study is equipped with a writing desk and the 4 essential scholarly treasures, alongside a bed that does not require a screen for privacy. Once the 2 guests settled in the study, a servant promptly entered with a tray of tea. This servant, appearing to be of considerable age, over 40, with a stubbled chin and a lean, sharp visage, walked with a noticeable limp, suggesting a permanent injury to one leg. Could this Mr. You be the one running the charitable hall? It seemed peculiar for someone of his stature to be retained in such a capacity, serving tea in the inner quarters. Curiosity piqued, Xia Sun glanced at the servant just as Mr. Gung commanded. "Dean, go instruct the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous banquet. The master wishes to indulge with young Master Yang." "Yes, master," replied the servant, Dean, casting a lingering glance at Xia Sun before shuffling out with his impaired leg. How strange. Xia Sun could no longer recall how many times he had found aspects of this place peculiar. Ever since encountering Mr. Gung on the road, an air of enigma enveloped him. Mr. Gung, the sitting physician, the elder Gung, the servant Dean, each member of the household exuded an oddity. What was truly unfolding? Puzzled and unable to decipher the underlying truths, Xia Sun absently stirred the tea, lost in thought. Suddenly, he raised his gaze and unexpectedly addressed Mr. Gung. "Brother Gung, you have been absent from Qingzhou these past few days. Surely you are unaware of the assassination attempt against me at home?" Mr. Gung was taken aback, exclaiming in shock. "What? You were attacked? Who has the audacity to intrude upon the residence of a gentleman with such intent?" As Xia Sun spoke, he scrutinized Mr. Gung's countenance, and was momentarily taken aback by his reaction. Ever since he had visited the Sun residence, as previously mentioned, Mr. Gung had married into the Sun family and adopted their surname. Thus the family estate still bore the Sun name, and Mr. Gung's formal title should be Sun Gingxin. The atmosphere had been permeated with strangeness. Xia Sun's suspicions deepened, instinctively sensing that Mr. Gung harbored significant culpability, prompting him to test the waters. The assassination attempt he had orchestrated was a ruse, and if Mr. Gung were indeed the mastermind behind it, he would not implicate himself in the murder of Zhang Shisan. He would merely exhibit confusion regarding the incident. Hence, Mr. Gung's expression should reflect surprise without panic, and astonishment already anticipated. Despite his cunning, the surprise should not manifest as a physiological reaction. Though these subtle nuances were insufficient to definitively identify Mr. Gung as the true culprit, they could significantly aid Xia Sun in his assessment. However, Xia Sun was met with disappointment. Mr. Gung's demeanor was indeed that of one who had just learned of such news. Could it be that the assassination attempt bore no connection to him at all? Not necessarily so. Suppose he is indeed the true mastermind behind the scenes. In order to avoid suspicion, he publicly flaunted his presence in Jinan, taking a brief respite for a night along the way to plot the murder case in Yunhe Town, before continuing his journey. He lingered in Jinan for several days and has only just returned to Qizhou. During this period, he has been exceedingly cautious, avoiding any inquiries regarding the events following Yang Wenshuan's assassination in Qingzhou, which would indicate that he is entirely unaware of the situation and cannot extricate himself from suspicion. With thoughts racing through his mind, Xia Sun remarked, "Indeed, I cannot fathom what offense my younger brother may have caused to be attacked in broad daylight within the confines of our estate. Thankfully, my loyal attendant, Zhang Shisan, bravely came to my rescue." The assassin, having slain Shisan, realized the disturbance he had caused and fled in haste. Gung Yuanwei exclaimed in astonishment. Such a thing occurred? In broad daylight, under the clear sky. An assassination within the estate? The audacity of this villain is remarkable. My dear brother, were you unharmed? Were there any losses to the estate? Seeing no signs of deceit in Gung Yuanwei's demeanor, Xia Sun shook his head, saying, I was unharmed. The guards and servants were quite vigilant. The assassin fled in such a hurry that there were no significant losses to our possessions. But let us not dwell on this disheartening matter. Tomorrow is the birthday celebration of Prince Qi, and we, the gentry of Qishou, must pay our respects. I wonder if Brother Gung has made his preparations? Gung Yuanwei replied. I hastily returned precisely for the celebration of Prince Qi's birthday. I have already prepared a gift for His Highness. Have you made your arrangements, dear brother? Xia Sun began to respond. When suddenly a melodious and charming female voice echoed from outside. The door swung open, releasing a fragrant breeze. And in strolled a captivating and enchanting woman, adorned in a jade-colored silk robe and a water-red gauze skirt, holding a goose-feather fan. Her graceful figure resembled a beauty stepping out from a classic painting. Ah, madam. Gung Yuanwei immediately stood, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Recognizing from their exchange that this woman was his wife, Sun Xuelian, Xia Sun promptly rose to pay his respects, when Xuan pays his respects to sister-in-law. Oh, young Master Yang is present. You need not stand on ceremony. The beautiful woman smiled warmly, her fan lifting gracefully, revealing her delicate wrist adorned with jade bangles that shimmered against her fair skin, a sight truly mesmerizing. As Xia Sun stood, supported by the fan's gentle motion, he noticed that Madame Sun's gaze was fixed upon him, her eyes sparkling with unspoken words, yet shy. A sudden unease gripped his heart. Something was amiss. Chapter 026. The sorrowful Gung Yuanzai. Upon catching that gaze, a foreboding sensation surged within Xia Sun's heart. Yet, as he focused intently, he observed Mrs. Sun standing there gracefully. Her expression composed and elegant, devoid of any hint of flirtation. Could it be that he had misinterpreted her demeanor? Mrs. Sun smiled gently and remarked, I have heard that the master has returned. After waiting in the inner quarters for a while without seeing his face, I thought there might be urgent matters at hand. Thus I came to check. I was unaware that the master was in company with young Master Yang. Gung Yuanzai forced a smile and replied, well, I have just returned to the city. On the way, I happened to encounter Brother Yang, whom I had not seen for some time. So I invited him to my residence for a chat. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare a banquet, and I shall indulge Brother Yang with a couple of cups. Oh. Mrs. Sun cast a sharp glance at Xia Sun and said, since that is the case, the master may converse with the young master. I shall return to the inner quarters. Do take care, sister-in-law. Xia Sun bowed deeply. When he raised his head, Mrs. Sun had already turned to leave. She appeared to be in her 30s, yet her figure was well-maintained, curvaceous, and graceful. As she turned away, her slender waist swayed gently, reminiscent of willows dancing in the breeze. Xia Sun and Gung Yuanzai resumed their seats, overwhelmed by a myriad of doubts that seemed impossible to untangle. For the time being, he set aside his concerns and broached the subject of the loan he had extended to Gung Yuanzai, which he suspected to be the motive behind Gung's potential crime. Brother Gung, our friendship is profound. The sum I lent you, if you find yourself in a tight spot, I should not press you for repayment. However, I too am in a difficult position. You are aware that the money lent is not solely my own capital. Various temples, monks, and gentry have entrusted me with their idle funds, trusting me to manage them profitably. If this debt remains unpaid for an extended period, I can be accommodating to you. But I am merely a transient benefactor, appearing prosperous on the surface while being bound by circumstances. Upon hearing this, Gung Yuanzai's complexion immediately flushed, stammering, well, brother, did you not mention a grace period? You know that since that incident with the counterfeit medicine, I have incurred significant losses. My small business has only just begun to recover. If I were to repay now, I could manage it. But this would leave my shops without funds even for medicine, leading to their inevitable closure. How could you be so heartless? Did you not agree to extend the repayment until August, with the understanding that I would return 30% then? How could this change? Xia Sun's mind raced. So Yang Wenxuan had indeed promised a grace period for installment repayment? In that case, as a respectable businessman, there seemed little reason for him to resort to desperate measures. While pondering this, he forced a smile and said, I too find myself in a quandary. Very well, let us adhere to our previous agreement. By August, Brother Gung must ensure that the principal and interest of 30% are settled without further delay. Gung Yuan's eye visibly relaxed and repeatedly affirmed, "Of course, of course." At that moment, a limping servant entered to announce that the banquet was ready. Gung Yuan's eye quickly donned a cheerful facade and exclaimed, "Brother, it has been far too long since we last met. Today we must not depart without inebriation. Please, let us proceed." Exiting the small study, they entered the banquet hall. As the feast commenced, Xia Yang was taken aback. The old gentleman truly possesses a remarkable capacity for drink. Observing his typically languid demeanor, one would hardly expect him to consume alcohol with such voracity. As if he were a whale devouring its prey. As the cups emptied, his spirits soared to great heights. Xia Yang, being the guest, was urged by him to partake in the libation, yet she merely sipped delicately, consuming but a few drops. Meanwhile, the host, without the need for encouragement, downed a considerable amount in just half an hour. While Xia Yang maintained her clarity, the gentleman became utterly inebriated, collapsing onto the table in a stupor. If he were the kind to become loquacious upon drinking, Xia Yang would have found it quite entertaining. However, the gentleman's drinking etiquette was commendable, for upon imbibing too much, his eyes glazed over, and he fell silent, resting his head on the table, snoring without regard for his guest. Faced with this spectacle, Xia Yang could not help but feel an amusing exasperation. She hurried to the corridor, where she spotted a limping servant trimming flower branches. She waved him over and said, "Come here. The master has drunk too much. Quickly assist him to rest." The limping servant paused his task, but, seemingly unable to stop in time, inadvertently snapped a flower tree in half with a loud crack before turning around with a humble smile, replying, "Yes." In a brief moment, several attendants arrived in the hall, and Mrs. Sun, alerted from the courtyard, rushed in. Upon seeing her husband in a state of utter drunkenness, she scolded, "What a disgrace!" At the mere sight of wine, his gluttonous instincts awaken, and while the guest remains sober, he has lost all sense of self. "Hurry, help him up." As she spoke, Mrs. Sun approached to assist the inebriated gentleman. Sitting closely beside him, Xia Yang could not help but notice Mrs. Sun's slender waist, likely accentuated by her undergarments, which revealed her enchanting form. The alluring scent emanating from her was intoxicating, and despite Xia Yang's attempts to lean back slightly, she could not escape the beguiling fragrance that enveloped her. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that she was a woman of considerable charm, a cascade of hair meticulously arranged, delicate brows, and softly tinted lips, adorned with a jade hairpin that complemented her exquisite features. Though she was a merchant's wife, her grace and allure were anything but ordinary, and it was clear that the gentleman was indeed fortunate in his associations. Mrs. Sun, having assisted her husband, entrusted him to 2 family servants, instructing, "Take him back and ensure he is well cared for. Provide him with some sobering soup." The servants complied, escorting the gentleman away, leaving Xia Yang and the lady of the house alone in the hall. Seizing the moment, Xia Yang rose to take his leave, saying, "Sister-in-law, it is entirely my fault. As soon as Brother Gung returned home, I inadvertently led him to drink to excess. I sincerely apologize and hope for your forgiveness. The day wanes, and I must take my leave. Farewell." "Wait." Mrs. Sun stepped forward, blocking his path, compelling him to retreat a significant distance. She cast a lingering glance at him, her eyes sparkling with a fox-like allure, her pearly teeth gently grazing her crimson lips, as she teasingly remarked, "Isn't it precisely to your advantage that the poor soul is inebriated? There are no others present. Why pretend otherwise?" Sister-in-law, you." "Enough of that, Madam Sun." With a charming pout and a flirtatious glance, sweetly remarked, "You scoundrel, how wicked you are. When someone else summoned you by name, you vanished to indulge in your escapades. Yet you insist on arriving only when he is at home. Do you take such delight in making him a living turtle?" Xia Yang broke into a cold sweat, stammering, "Sister-in-law, you, still calling me sister-in-law?" Madam Sun softly edged into his embrace, her exquisitely delicate hands gently lifting his to rest upon her bosom, bashfully murmuring, "You relish calling me sister-in-law, but I would much prefer you to utter my given name." She tilted her enchanting face, filled with springtime allure, and whispered tenderly, "When you call me Liener, I forget my own identity, as if my body and heart are entirely yours, belonging solely to you." Xia Yang's hand rested upon her ample curves, and he was so startled that he felt as if a Buddha had descended and then ascended to heaven. "This is disastrous. Calamity has arrived." A limping servant led the way, with 2 attendants half carrying the limp and lifeless Gung Yuanwei, depositing him onto a couch in the inner courtyard. One attendant, wiping his brow, chuckled, "Uncle Li, should we give Yuanwei some sobering soup?" "Get lost." The grumpy limping man snapped back. Uncle Li understood that the attendant was merely jesting. The affair between young Master Yang and Madame Sun was not unknown to those in the Sun family's inner sanctum, though it was a secret kept from only Yuan Wai. Old Geng and the young Miss. Madame's suggestion to serve sobering soup was merely a formality. Who would take it seriously? Casting a cold glance at Geng Yuan Wai, Uncle Li said indifferently, "Let this waste sleep. There's no need to attend to him." Few servants in the Sun household took Geng Yuan Wai seriously. Even those who appeared obedient outwardly harbored disdain in their hearts. Uncle Li was a trusted confidant of Madame Sun, and had it not been for the presence of outsiders, Geng Yuanwei would scarcely have dared to give him orders, thus he was held in low regard. After a few departed the room, the previously soundly sleeping Geng Yuanwei suddenly opened his eyes, gazing sorrowfully at the ceiling for a long while. As two streams of bitter tears began to flow slowly from the corners of his eyes. He was originally a scion of an official family. His father held the position of granary envoy in the Jingtian prefecture, a ninth-rank official responsible for military grain storage. Although the post was modest, it came with considerable benefits, and the family was once affluent and prosperous. In those days, he was in the prime of life, having passed the scholar's examination, with a promising future ahead. However, due to rampant embezzlement and the illicit sale of military provisions, his father was implicated in a scandal, subjected to severe punishment by the court, which included the severing of tendons and the branding of a criminal mark on his face. Although his father suffered this harsh penalty, he remained within the military ranks due to the hereditary nature of the profession, merely demoted from granary envoy to a mere gatekeeper of grain accounts. Yet, despite his incapacitated state, his father continued to pilfer provisions and was ultimately discovered by a newly appointed granary official. At this time, Geng's father had become a mere steward of a granary. Given his limited authority, the quantity of stolen grain was minimal and did not require a report to the emperor. A simple beating would suffice. However, due to his previous offenses, the ever-watchful Imperial Guard reported the matter to the emperor. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang could hardly believe his ears. He furiously addressed his ministers, expressing his frustration. "I am aware that you criticize my harsh punishments behind my back. My intent in employing such severity is to serve as a warning to the world, to eradicate corrupt officials, and to benefit the common people. Yet, despite my severe measures, this man remains unrepentant, his body broken, yet he continues to sell official grain. Greed knows no bounds. In the face of such obstinacy, what more can I do to eradicate this? Must officials resort to corruption to survive? No, they merely forfeit luxurious lifestyles. Yet they shall not be reduced to destitution or the status of beggars. Officials possess their own dignity, though my own salary is not lavish. It is far from leaving them in poverty. My disdain lies with those who pursue officialdom solely for wealth. Is it true that one only becomes an official for riches? He who revolts does so out of desperation, hoping for a life free from suffering for his people." Thus he established a household registration system for military and civilian craftsmen to ensure their descendants would thrive. He desired that his people would have sustenance. Hence he instituted a tax system even lighter than those of the Qin, Han, Tang, and Song dynasties, vowing never to increase taxes. He loathed corrupt officials, thereby enacting the strictest laws. He hoped that through these measures, his dynasty would remain stable and endure through the ages. While his methods may not have been infallible, they proved effective. During the 30 years of the Hongwu era, it accounted for only a fraction of the Ming Dynasty's 300 years. Yet 2/3 of the dynasty's upright officials emerged during his reign. His strict punishments were a blessing for the common folk and a nightmare for the corrupt. For Geng Xian, it was indeed a nightmare. His father was stripped of his military title, and he was denied any future recognition, leaving both father and son to fend for themselves. The owner of the Shinchun Hall Pharmacy, Old Sun, had a single daughter. After the death of her betrothed, he sought another son-in-law. Although the Sun family was affluent, they were still of lowly merchant status, and Sun Shuilian, being a widow, attracted suitors of questionable character. After much searching, she found no suitable match until Geng Xian appeared. Possessing both talent and a past of scholarly achievement, albeit now fallen from grace, he still carried the remnants of his noble heritage. Thus, Old Sun considered him as a potential son-in-law. At this juncture, with nowhere else to turn, Geng Xian and his father readily accepted the offer, finding shelter within the Sun household. However, within the Sun family, he held no esteemed position. The matron treated him with disdain, and his stepdaughter, Miaoyi, regarded him with contempt. Over the years, he bore the insults in silence, gradually losing his manly spirit to the point where he no longer felt like a man. Even upon discovering his wife's infidelity with young Wenxuan, his response was merely to feign ignorance. Today, by chance on the road, young Wenxuan boldly declared in my presence his intention to pay a visit to my abode. To whom does he wish to pay his respects? Such audacity is beyond measure. Even when I mentioned that I had departed from Qishou over 10 days ago, young Wenxuan shamelessly pointed out that he had received an invitation from my wife 9 days prior, seeking to humiliate me further. I am left with no choice but to swallow my indignation and fabricate a tale for young Su. To stoop to such a level. One might say I am unparalleled in this world. Ha ha ha. Mr. Gung emitted a sound reminiscent of laughter and tears, lamenting, that scoundrel. He has humiliated me to my face. I long to slay him. Truly, I yearn to see him suffer 1,000 agonies. Mr. Gung pounded the bed, his heart raging in silence. Is there someone plotting to assassinate him? Who could it be? Why has he not succeeded? Oh heavens, why are you blind to this? Weeping bitterly, Mr. Gung curled upon the bed, panting like a wounded beast. Those two wretched souls must be entwined in each other's embrace by now. The adulterous couple deserves no mercy. They deserve no mercy. In the floral hall, Mrs. Sun nestled against Xia Sun, her body seemingly bereft of all strength, gradually sinking into a state of languor. Like a serpent, her delicate form coiled around Xia Sun's frame, her soft arms languidly encircling his neck. With her enchanting eyes half closed and her luscious lips raised, she breathed softly, "Dearest, why do you not carry me into the chamber?" Chapter 027. Everyone is difficult, Xia Sun quietly lamented, taken aback by the unexpected entanglement with Yang Su's romantic affairs. He was even more astonished by the audacity of Madame Sun, who dared to express her desires so openly in the living room. However, upon reflection, it was somewhat understandable. Gung Xian was a man who had married into the Sun family. Given this arrangement, the control over the family's wealth remained firmly in Madame Sun's hands. The servants and attendants of the Sun residence were essentially beholden to her whims, and if she sought a clandestine affair, they would turn a blind eye. As a wise servant would even go so far as to provide cover for the lady and her lover when Gung appeared. Of course, such matters were never to be spoken of openly. Should the situation arise, a mere cough or a loud remark, or even a convenient excuse to delay Gung, would suffice. Madame Sun was well aware, and she would surely reward those who understood the unspoken rules. To overtly display an air of knowing too much in front of her would be disastrous. In that moment, Xia Sun comprehended the peculiar demeanor of Gung and the strange glances from the attending officials, as well as the insinuations from Gung's father, and the meaningful looks from the limping servant. The answer to all these mysteries was singular. Yang Su and Madame Sun were indeed embroiled in an illicit affair. While outsiders may be oblivious, the residents of the Sun household were not so easily deceived. Yet, due to Madame Sun's overwhelming authority, even the Gung family had to swallow their grievances in silence. No wonder Zhang Shusan was unaware of the full details as Yang Su's close companion. He bore the label of his master on his forehead. Who would dare to disclose their master's scandal in his presence? Stirred by the charms of this captivating beauty, Xia Sun found himself torn, his thoughts wandering. He was a robust man, and his self-restraint in matters of intimacy was not excessively stringent. He had no qualms about engaging in a fleeting romance with a beautiful woman. Indeed, during his undercover operations amidst the drug dealers in the entertainment districts, he had, with the tacit consent of the police, blurred the lines between pretense and reality. However, he was far from a man whose reason would succumb to lust. To lose the small for the sake of the large was not a wise trade, while indulging in fleeting pleasures might carry no grave consequences. Madame Sun was a married woman, and to engage in such impropriety would betray his own conscience. Yet, he was currently masquerading as Yang Wenxuan, a man already entangled with Madame Sun. How could he extricate himself from her grasp? As he hesitated, Madame Sun, unable to contain her passions, pulled him toward the small study, playfully imploring, "Darling, why not indulge in a moment of joy? Do you wish for me to assist you in loosening your garments?" Xia Sun clenched his teeth, poised to push her away and muster a righteous justification to terminate this absurd affair. Just then, a voice from outside the hall interrupted. "Young Master Yang, a member of your household has come to our residence with urgent news, requesting your immediate return." Xia Sun's heart surged with relief. He swiftly slipped away from Madame Sun's side and called out, "Understood, I shall return at once." With a sigh of relief, he addressed Madame Sun, "I had a prior engagement at home to discuss important matters, and thus, I must take my leave." Although Lady Sun was greatly disappointed, her demeanor quickly regained its grace and elegance. She released Xia Sun, calmly brushed away the disheveled strands of hair at her temples, and walked with him toward the hall. Upon reaching the entrance, she paused, her expression serene, slightly bowing as she said, "Young master, please take your leave. I shall not see you off any further. Xiaolon, please escort young Master Yang." Observing her current composure, who would believe in the myriad charms she had just displayed? A maid waiting in the corridor, Xiaolon, Lady Sun's personal attendant, initially stood demurely in the corner. Upon hearing the request, she promptly responded and stepped forward to guide Xia Sun outside. The moment they exited the courtyard, Lady Sun's countenance darkened. Suddenly, Li Dan appeared from nowhere, dragging his injured leg slowly to her side, whispering, "Miss, have you discerned anything?" Lady Sun's expression fluctuated, and after a long silence, she remained mute. Li Dan dared not urge her, standing quietly by, occasionally casting furtive glances toward the direction Xia Sun had departed, a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. A beauty as enchanting as the spring bloom, as ripe as a luscious peach, addressing a man must surely be an exquisite experience, one would think. Xia Sun had once believed this. Yet he never imagined that such a rare encounter would leave him trembling with fear. He hastened outside with the maid Xiaolon, and just as they passed the garden, a youthful voice called out, "Young Master Yang." Startled, Xia Sun halted and turned to see a graceful young lady, clad in a green dress, standing under the moon gate of the side courtyard, holding a scroll and waving at him with a radiant smile that was utterly captivating. Xia Sun, still recovering from his shock, pondered, who could this be? In his moment of hesitation, the maid Xiaolon had already curtsied and addressed her, "Mississippi." Realization dawned upon Xia Sun. She was Sun Miaoi, the eldest daughter of the Shichun Hall. The young lady skipped over, gesturing for Xiaolon to step aside. Approaching Xia Sun, she extended her jade-like hand and beamed, "Young Master Yang, it has been ages since you last visited my home. Today, I finally caught you. You promised to lend me the script of Guan Hanqing's Du Runyang for my reading, remember?" Xia Sun, perplexed, replied, "What script?" Miaoi pouted playfully. "You promised to lend me the script, yet you seem to have completely forgotten. Words are meant to be trusted. Without trust, what value do they hold? It is quite disappointing, young Master Yang, especially for someone of your scholarly reputation." Xia Sun breathed a sigh of relief inwardly and chuckled, "Ah, my sincerest apologies. I intended to visit elsewhere today and happened to encounter your esteemed father along the way, which is why I came to your residence. How could I possibly have brought the script with me? Haha, I assure you, the next time I visit, I will bring it along for you to read." Sun Miaoi replied, "Very well, I shall trust you this once. But beware of breaking your promise, for I shall hold you accountable. Here, take this." Xia Sun, bewildered, inquired, "What is this?" Sun Miaoi remarked, "The script of Cui Yingying's Waiting for the Moon in the West Chamber that you borrowed from me is not something to be treated lightly. Unlike you, upon hearing of your arrival at my home, I hastily retrieved it and delivered it to you with great care. This is a manuscript I meticulously copied myself. So cherish it and do not tarnish it." Alas, Yang Wenxuan still embodies the essence of a whimsical, bohemian spirit. Xia Sun, with a wry smile, reached out to accept the script, only to feel a slender finger gently beckoning in his palm. Startled, he looked up to find a mischievous glint in Sun's eyes. As she whispered in a tone barely audible to anyone but themselves, "Meet me at the Temple of the Jade Emperor on the day after tomorrow at the second watch." "What?" Xia Sun was momentarily frozen, caught off guard. Sun Miaoi cast him a shy glance, withdrew her hand, and declared aloud, "Do remember to fulfill your promise." "Yang Su, what sin have you committed?" Xia Sun gazed after the retreating figure of the young lady, feeling utterly bereft, as he fled the Sun residence. He finally exhaled a sigh of relief upon reaching the bustling street and turned to Ping Ziki, inquiring, "What has transpired at home?" Ping Ziki, with an expression of disdain, retorted, "How would I know what chaotic affairs befall your household?" Xia Sun was taken aback. "Did you not say?" Ping replied coolly, "I merely heard that Mr. Gung was inebriated, and I assumed you were concocting another nefarious scheme to excuse yourself from the house. Yang Su, you were at least a man of letters. Could you not engage in such unscrupulous deeds?" Xia Sun hesitated. "What have I done?" "What have you done? You know well enough. There is a heaven above. And while men may be deceived, heaven cannot. You possess wealth, power, reputation, and beauty. What is it that you cannot attain? Why indulge in acts that defy morality and justice?" Xia Sun felt a dawning realization. Did she truly know of Yang Su's affairs? Tentatively, he asked, "Are you suggesting?" Ping Ziki, with a stern countenance, replied, "I do not wish to speak of it. It would sully my tongue." Xia Sun suddenly smiled, bowing deeply in gratitude. "I have come to recognize my past errors, and I am resolutely turning over a new leaf." Ping Ziki scoffed. "Oh? Can a dog truly abandon its foul habits? Xia Sun raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Isn't it said that a wayward son returning is worth more than gold? Bah. Ping Ziki turned on her heel and departed. Xia Sun, feeling disheartened, followed after her. In his visit to the Sun residence, Xia Sun failed to uncover the truth behind Mr. Geng's affairs, yet he stumbled upon the intricate relationship between Yang Su and the Sun family. This only deepened the suspicion surrounding Mr. Geng. Could there be a grudge greater than that of a father's murder or a wife's betrayal? Such animosity could undoubtedly compel a good man to commit heinous acts. Despite his reluctance to entangle himself further with the Sun family, he recognized the necessity of continuing this charade to uncover the truth. The exchanges of this nature seemed to be far more troublesome than those with Zhang Shisan or General Feng. As thoughts of the meeting arranged with the young Lady Miaoyi at the Jade Emperor Temple crossed his mind, Xia Sun felt an overwhelming sense of unease. However, he had no time to dwell on such matters, for the grand birthday celebration of the Qi King had arrived, and he must first navigate the complexities of this formidable individual. For the Qi King's birthday, Xia Sun had prepared an extravagant gift. In the realm of substantial business transactions, one must possess a robust backing, not to mention the Yang family, who managed affairs for the Qi King and reaped considerable benefits from it. Even if merely to maintain this vital relationship with the Qi King, it was only fitting that he bestow a generous gift. For servants bore the exquisite screen, sourced from Fuanju, trailing behind his carriage. This screen was crafted from golden silk nanmu, adorned with intricate engravings, depicting a cat pouncing on a butterfly symbolizing longevity, as the cat represents the elderly and the butterfly signifies the aged. It was a splendid piece that balanced opulence with restraint, employing precious materials and auspicious imagery, perfect for honoring one's elders. Additionally, a house servant carried a jade peach of longevity, procured from Shingshiking Bao. This peach, with its vibrant red top and pristine white bottom, complemented by vivid green leaves, appeared remarkably lifelike. If this peach, in its entirety, were carved from a single piece of flawless jade, it would indeed be a treasure of unparalleled worth, rare and nearly unattainable. However, what he possessed was a peach composed of 3 distinct pieces of exquisite jade, skillfully joined with fine fish glue, showcasing the artisan's remarkable craftsmanship, with the seams nearly imperceptible. Presenting such a unique jade peach to the Qi King was certainly a commendable offering. Moreover, he had prepared a substantial amount of gold and silver, estimating the total value of his gift to be around 1,500 guan, a notably generous tribute. Few merchants or gentry would be so lavish as to present a gift of this magnitude for the celebration of someone as esteemed as the Qi King. On the day of the Qi King's birthday, emissaries were dispatched from the capital to convey their congratulations, and various regional princes sent their representatives. Esteemed figures from Qizhou gathered, including the governor and the commander, who had arrived from Jinan the previous day, temporarily residing at the provincial governor's office, all for the grand banquet. The streets were increasingly crowded with guests making their way to the West City, where the Qi King's residence was situated at the former site of Longxing Temple, its scale only slightly surpassing that of the original temple, in stark contrast to the imposing palace of Prince Yan Zhu. Built upon the foundations of the Yuan Dynasty's imperial palace, Xia Sun could not help but feel discontented with his own royal abode, yearning to reconstruct something of greater grandeur. Upon arriving at the Qi King's residence with his gifts in tow, Xia Sun was met with a bustling scene. Carriages filled with well-wishers flowed in and out, creating a lively atmosphere. Those entering included both current and former high-ranking officials, local dignitaries, wealthy merchants, and envoys from various princes, while those departing were merely officials and gentry who, though permitted to present gifts, lacked the privilege to partake in the festivities. Upon arriving at the royal residence, Xia Sun was greeted by a ceremonial officer at the entrance. When he presented his list of gifts, the officer was taken aback. Glancing at the lacquered tray draped in red silk, the ornate screen adorned with festive decorations, and a small box filled with banknotes, setting down his pen, the officer leaned in to whisper a few words to a bustling young attendant, who promptly dashed away. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in fresh eunuch attire, with a fair complexion and no beard, approached with a smile. This man was Shu Tong, the right eunuch of the royal court, a 7th-rank official whose status was sufficient to receive dignitaries from the local government, yet he came to welcome a gentleman of mere scholar rank like Xia Sun. Peng Ziki could not help but cast a surprised glance at Xia Sun, unable to fathom how this debauched young man had garnered such esteem within the royal precincts. Although eunuchs in the early Ming Dynasty held ranks and received salaries, their actual status was limited. They were generally well-behaved, not daring to act arrogantly or disregard others. Upon seeing Xia Yang, Shu Gongong greeted him first, smiling warmly. "Young Master Yang, you have arrived. The main hall is rather chaotic. As a distinguished guest, please allow me to escort you to the side hall." Peng Ziki was about to follow suit, eager to witness the royal estate, but Shu Gongong gently blocked his path. Smiling as he said, "I beg your pardon, but the young master's servants cannot enter." Peng Ziki raised her brows, casting a fierce glare at Xia Yang. Having been shadowed by her all day, Xia Yang relished the prospect of a bit of personal space. Gratefully, he responded, "Xiaoqi, you and the household staff can find a cool place to wait. I shall seek you out after I've had my drink." Without a glance at her expression, he followed Shu Gongong inside. The princely system was akin to that of the emperor, meaning that the ceremonial grandeur of the princes was only slightly inferior to that of the emperor himself. The birthday banquet of Prince Qi was bound to be a grand affair, filled with opulence and splendor. The royal kitchen was responsible for the banquet-esque cuisine. The ceremonial office managed the protocols of the celebration, while the construction office oversaw the festive decorations throughout the royal residence. The guard office was tasked with ensuring security both within and around the palace. Additionally, there were officials in charge of crowns, garments, accessories, and footwear, along with young attendants and eunuchs flitting about, contributing to the lively atmosphere of the banquet. Yang Wenxuan was ushered into a side hall in the second courtyard, where a dozen tables were set for feasting, reserved only for those with close ties to the royal family. Among the guests, many recognized Yang Wenxuan, prompting Xia Yang to exercise caution. With careful management, he navigated the evening without incident, engaging with acquaintances, indulging in food while moderating his drink, focused solely on satisfying his hunger. As he dined, he noticed that the number of guests in the hall dwindled. Upon setting down his chopsticks to observe, he realized that the remaining guests were whispering among themselves, their expressions shrouded in secrecy, and soon they began to rise and take their leave. A sense of unease crept into Xia Yang's mind. What on earth was happening now? Chapter 28. The birthday of Prince Qi. Xia Yang listened intently, faintly hearing the commotion of a table being overturned. Quickly, the governor had been drenched in wine and dishes, and there was more to the tale. He had even received a slap across the face. Hurry. Xia Yang, filled with suspicion, glanced around and noticed a gentleman from Qizhou, whom he had just greeted, hastily passing by. The gentleman whispered, "The prince is enraged. He has disrupted the birthday banquet. We must leave at once." "Ah, Brother Du." Xia Yang was about to inquire further when Brother Du had already rushed out. A moment of reflection sparked a memory of what Commander Feng had mentioned, leading him to ponder. Could it be true? Is the temperament of Prince Qi so volatile? Was it possible that upon learning the Ministry of Revenue had halted his construction funds, he caused a scene at the birthday celebration in front of the imperial invoice? Indeed, Xia Yang's conjecture was accurate. Though he had not anticipated that Prince Qi would not only create a ruckus before the imperial emissaries, but would also audaciously slap the envoy who had come to extend birthday wishes. During the early Ming Dynasty, many of these princes had matured before Zhu Yuanzhang ascended the throne. Their fathers were still engaged in military campaigns and had not yet dared to presume their sons were destined for greatness. Consequently, there was little guidance regarding the proprieties of rulership or the structure of the court. At most, they had a tutor to teach them reading and writing. Among these royal offspring, some were diligent and followed the rules, but most had grown wild and unruly. Once Zhu Yuanzhang took the throne, they were immediately elevated to princely status. To some of these princes, their father was simply their father, while the title of emperor referred to outsiders. Home was synonymous with the kingdom, and the kingdom with home. When angered, they scarcely considered whether the individual before them was an imperial envoy or not. To them, he was merely a messenger sent by their father to deliver birthday gifts. Thus, the slap was delivered without hesitation, as it mattered little to them. The uproar caused by Prince Qi left officials and gentry trembling with fear, hastily retreating. The envoy from the capital, Lord Ping Yang, bore the humiliation of Prince Qi's slap like a heavy burden, yet he dared not retort and could only take his leave, resulting in a rather dismal conclusion to the celebration. Most envoys from various princely states watched the spectacle with a sense of schadenfreude, keen to observe how Prince Qi would handle the fallout. As Xia Yang pondered this likely scenario, news spread rapidly, and the side hall was soon deserted, leaving him as the sole occupant. Recognizing the situation, he concluded, given the current state of affairs, there was no point in remaining for the banquet. He should leave promptly to avoid being caught in Prince Qi's turbulent wake. He stood up hurriedly and made his way toward the exit. However, just as he descended the red stairs, he encountered Eunuch Shu, who approached with a genial expression. "Young master, where might you be headed?" Xia Sun replied, "Oh, I see the banquet has concluded, and I was about to take my leave." Eunuch Shu smiled wryly. "There is no need to rush, for the prince wishes to see you. Please, follow me." Xia Sun silently lamented. "So soon? This prince truly possesses an impatient disposition." Reluctantly, he followed Eunuch Shu, navigating through the intricacies of the palace until they arrived at a magnificent pavilion, adorned with exquisite landscaping and floral arrangements, a sight to behold. Before the grand hall, a towering rock formation rises high, surrounded on both sides by clear waters, each flanked by a small bridge, resembling two dragons playfully engaging with a pearl. Following the venerable Eunuch Shu, Xia Sun ascends the small bridge. Upon crossing, the two bridges merge into a singular gateway leading to the Anshan Hall. Eunuch Shu guides Xia Sun into the hall, which is remarkably spacious. The interior is adorned with wooden walls, azure sand cabinets, draperies, and various floral covers, creating a series of distinct spaces that neither appear overly vast nor lack in elegance. The ceiling is embellished with vibrant paintings, plaques, wall inscriptions, calligraphy, lighting fixtures, banners, and incense burners, collectively exuding an air of grandeur and decorum. Eunuch Shu whispers, "Young master, please wait a moment while I report to the prince." Shortly thereafter, a man's booming voice resounds from within. "Get lost. Are the ladies not men? If they've arrived, bring them in. Who needs all this nonsense?" Eunuch Shu scurries out, exclaiming, "The prince has summoned you." He then leans in closer, lowering his voice to caution, "The prince is in a foul mood, and his headache has begun again. Speak carefully." Xia Sun nods in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude to Eunuch Shu, and strides toward the inner hall. Upon entering, he does not take time to observe the surroundings. Instead, he takes 2 steps forward and kneels, proclaiming loudly, "I am Yang Su, here to pay my respects to the prince." In the hierarchy where princes are deemed superior to subjects, even a first-rank official must pay homage. And Xia Sun is no exception. This protocol, honed through practice with Zhang Shisan, flows effortlessly from him, each gesture executed with grace. The man's voice, impatient again, interrupts. "Enough, enough, rise and speak." "Thank you, Your Highness," Xia Sun replies, standing tall. It is then that he notices a figure reclining on a luohan bed, accompanied by a white-bearded elder who is perched precariously on the edge, administering acupuncture to the Qi prince. The prince's head is adorned with numerous fine needles, presenting a somewhat alarming sight. Xia Sun muses to himself, "So, this is the Qi prince? No wonder he is tempestuous and unruly, aside from being a royal. His relentless demeanor is likely exacerbated by his chronic headaches." Since Zhang Shisan had never set foot in the royal palace, he had not described the Qi prince's appearance, making this Xia Sun's first encounter. The Qi prince appears to be in his 30s, with a broad forehead, thick brows, a straight nose, and a wide mouth. Tall and imposing in stature, most of Zhu Yuanzhang's sons are striking in appearance, rarely resembling anything less. While their father may not be deemed a handsome man, he possesses a distinguished demeanor, and their mothers are all beauties. Thus, it is no surprise that these princely offspring do not lack in looks. As for the grotesque depictions of Zhu Yuanzhang that circulate in later folklore, featuring a protruding forehead, jutting chin, and a face riddled with pockmarks, these are merely the Qing people's deliberate distortions of the founding emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Such images were certainly not preserved from the Ming era. During that time, anyone daring to forage for pig fodder near Zhu Yuanzhang's mausoleum would face severe consequences. One can only wonder who would risk everything to hide a portrait of the emperor that starkly contrasts the official likeness, only to reveal it 3 centuries later as a treasure akin to the Qing dynasty's rise. The sudden emergence of portraits depicting Zhu Yuanzhang during the Qing dynasty, wherein he is adorned in a dragon robe and crown reminiscent of the Qin and Han dynasties, raises questions about their authenticity. If Zhu Yuanzhang were indeed as unappealing as portrayed, the rebel leader Guizixing from Haozhou would not have married his beloved daughter to such a destitute monk, lacking both wealth and looks. Consequently, it seems improbable that he would have ascended to the throne. Furthermore, with 24 sons, it is inconceivable that not a single one inherited any peculiar traits from their father, thereby further discrediting these absurd depictions. In contrast, the official portraits of the founding emperor passed down through the Ming court are likely genuine, crafted for the reverence of Zhu's descendants. and surely they could not portray their ancestor inaccurately. However, this Prince Qi, despite his handsome visage, does not exhibit much regard for attire. He appears to have donned a loose-fitting, pale blue robe, carelessly fastened, revealing a robust chest adorned with protective fur. His brow is slightly furrowed, exuding the demeanor of a chivalrous hero, yet lacking the regal elegance befitting nobility. After the physician has completed his acupuncture, he respectfully bows and steps aside. Prince Qi waves him off, and the physician hastily retreats to the outer hall. Prince Zhu Yuanzhang inquires, "Yang Su, I summoned you to discuss how I might swiftly amass a considerable fortune." Cautiously, Xia Sun replies, "Your Highness, your shops are flourishing, particularly the overseas trade routes established under your guidance, which yield substantial profits from voyages to Korea and Luzon each year." Before Xia Sun can finish, Prince Zhu interjects, "This is insufficient. It is too slow. I require immediate funds to support the construction of the royal residence." Xia Sun expresses surprise, "Your Highness, we have enough funds for the palace. Your annual salary, combined with the shop revenues and the treasury's allocations, should suffice. Enough of this nonsense." Prince Qi erupts, springing to his feet, causing the silver needles in his head to tremble painfully. He groans while clutching his head, and Eunuch Shu hurriedly steps forward to assist him, exclaiming in alarm, "Your Highness, please calm down. Take care of your health." Prince Qi brusquely shoves him aside, seething, "Do you know how much I need? It is enough to cover the entire cost of the palace. The Ministry of Revenue cannot allocate funds immediately. My palace is just beginning construction. Am I to leave it in limbo? I cannot afford such disgrace." Xia Sun maintains a facade of surprise, while Eunuch Shu leans in closer, whispering to explain. "It is as follows. Your Highness originally sought the Emperor's decree for the court to bear 2/3 of the new palace's expenses, but Zhu Yuanzhang rages. But as soon as construction commenced, the Ministry of Revenue claimed they had no funds. Is this not a scheme to deceive? How can there be no money? Why is it that others' matters are urgent, yet mine are disregarded?" He paced furiously, his silver hair swaying with each step. In February of this year, the 17th brother Prince Ning Zhuquan reported to our father, the Emperor, that during a cavalry patrol, they encountered people who had abandoned their carts on the road, raising concerns about potential border threats. The Emperor ordered the 4th brother, Prince Yan Zhu, to select elite troops and strong horses to be dispatched to Daming, to patrol along the river where the Hu cavalry was sighted, and to seize any opportunity for an attack. He also commanded the 5th brother, Prince Zhuzhan, to send elite soldiers from the Hunan military to patrol and defend the northern borders. Meanwhile, I was instructed to gather forces from Shandong and the regions of Shuzhou and Pizhou in support. My large contingent of troops amassed there, with funds flowing like water. Yet my army remained in a state of limbo, awaiting orders. What was the outcome? The 4th brother advanced north, engaging in a decisive battle, capturing the Hu chieftain Bolan Timur, and relentlessly pursued them, delivering a crushing defeat to the collar at Wuliang city, returning victorious. Now, the 4th brother alone has managed to rout the Hu, gaining considerable prestige. What of my own standing? I wish to inquire why such a substantial mobilization of troops was deemed necessary, given that the Ministry of War and the 5 armies command were clearly misguided in their judgments. Though my soldiers did not engage in battle, the costs of gathering, mobilizing, and preparing for war are substantial. The 4th brother's victory entails rewards for the troops and incentives for the generals, which will inevitably delay the allocation of funds that were supposed to be granted to me for the construction of my royal residence. What have I done to deserve this? This prince spoke with coarse language, exhibiting a rough demeanor that lacked any semblance of royal grace. Yet, when he was angry, his fervor was indeed formidable. Seizing a moment of his heavy breathing, Xia Sun cautiously interjected, "Your Highness, the delay in the allocation of funds is due to the court's inefficiency. Even if construction slows, it is of little consequence. Your residence has only been built for a few years. There is no immediate need to relocate." "Nonsense," Zhu Sun retorted angrily. When the princes were granted their fiefs, the 4th brother's residence, being a remnant of the Yuan dynasty's imperial city, was inherently superior in scale and structure compared to those of the other princes. The emperor specifically issued an edict to inform us that the Yin prince's residence was exceptional for a reason, urging us brothers not to compare ourselves to him. I had to plead persistently before the emperor permitted me to reconstruct my own residence. Xia Sun mused silently. For such a matter, Zhu Yuanzhang even felt compelled to write to his sons, demonstrating that this ruthless emperor was, in fact, a patient, considerate, and meticulous father, deeply attuned to their feelings. Zhu Sun continued, When I sought the emperor's permission to rebuild the Qi prince's residence, I cited the overcrowding and inadequate living conditions as justification, but in truth, it was well known to the emperor and my brothers alike that I found the royal residence too shabby. Now that the court has halted funding, are we to simply cease construction in such an embarrassing manner? I cannot afford to lose face. I cannot afford to lose face. Xiasun felt a tightening in his heart. What should he do? Was he truly to impart the cunning schemes bestowed by General Feng to the prince? If he could avoid it, he would prefer not to disclose General Feng's 3 strategies to him. He was not well acquainted with the character of Prince Qi. Despite General Feng's repeated assurances, these 3 strategies, though seemingly absurd and audacious, would undoubtedly be adopted by Prince Qi given his temperament. However, Xiasun believed that anyone with a modicum of intelligence would never accept such a proposal. It was entirely possible that upon hearing it, Prince Qi would immediately expel him and condemn him to death. Even if Prince Qi were to make an imprudent decision, embracing such a notion, Xiasun found himself ensnared so deeply that extricating himself afterward would be no easy feat. How did the first and second commanders of the Jinyiwei, Mao Chong and Jiang Wan, respectively, meet their demise? They were victims of the backlash from the civil officials during the cases of Hu Weiyong and Lan Yu. If such dignified commanders met such fates, even if General Feng and his associates bore no ill intent towards him, he too would not escape a grim end. A stream of blood trickled from Prince Qi's hair, coursing down his forehead to his nose, yet he seemed entirely oblivious. Eunuch Shu was taken aback and hurriedly produced a handkerchief, leaning in to say, Your Highness, you are bleeding. Huh. Zhu Xia wiped his hand across his face, now smeared with blood, and carelessly snatched the handkerchief from the eunuch's grasp, wiping his face haphazardly. He pointed a finger at Xiasun and declared sternly, My royal residence shall not cease operations. You shall devise a solution for me. Chapter 29. Resurgence of Malice. Prince Qi, Zhu Su, spoke with an air of authority that brooked no objection, leaving Xiasun with no choice but to devise a solution. What means could swiftly yield substantial profits? The amount required to compensate for the financial shortfall caused by the suspension of the court's funding was staggering. Aside from thievery and robbery, what alternative methods could be employed? Perhaps invention? In an era devoid of patent protection, the only assurance of profit through invention lay in achieving such a high technological standard that imitation became impossible. Otherwise, unless one operated a small workshop, employing a handful of trusted individuals to oversee operations, once large-scale production commenced, confidentiality would be unattainable. Given the primitive conditions of this age, what kind of invention could I possibly create that would incite a frenzy of demand? Historically, which industries flourished during this period? I pondered deeply, as sweat beaded on his brow. Xiasun recalled that the affluent merchants of the Jin and Hui dynasties amassed their fortunes by capitalizing on geographical advantages and court policies related to salt trade, transportation, and banking. In essence, they possessed a keen sense of opportunity, exploiting favorable policies. Yet, if I had the capability to persuade Zhu Yuanzhang to adjust national policy for my benefit, what reason would I have to remain here? Moreover, even the immensely wealthy merchants of Jin and Hui accumulated their riches over generations. Becoming instant millionaires was a fantasy unless I won the lottery. Wait. A glimmer of realization sparked in Xiasun's eyes. Lottery. Indeed, what could be a quicker avenue to wealth? It was a venture with no initial investment and boundless profit potential. Do you have a plan? Prince Qi inquired, noticing Xiasun's animated expression. Yes, Your Highness, Xiasun replied enthusiastically. I have conceived a method. We could establish a lottery. Prince Qi furrowed his brow. Lottery? What is that? Elaborate, please. Reclining upon the couch, Prince Qi gestured for Eunuch Shu to elevate his position, as Xiasun meticulously explained the principles and operational methods of the lottery. Upon hearing this, Prince Qi scoffed, dismissively stating, I expected something ingenious. Is it not merely drawing lots for profit? This method is utterly infeasible. Perplexed, Xiasun queried, What do you mean by drawing lots for profit? Eunuch Shu interjected, Surely, you jest? Have you not heard of drawing lots for profit? If this concept truly originated in your mind, you might indeed possess remarkable ingenuity. He glanced back at Prince Qi, noting his lack of opposition, and proceeded to elaborate on the concept. Xiasun, overwhelmed, realized that he had mistakenly believed he had stumbled upon a popular modern scheme to amass wealth, only to discover that the ancients were not naive. The practice of lotteries had already existed in the Yuan dynasty, albeit under the name drawing lots for profit. When a temple seeks to construct grand edifices such as halls and towers, it necessitates substantial financial resources. Ingenious monks devised a lottery system, preparing dozens of alluring valuable items as prizes. They entrusted influential lay patrons to sell marked tickets, which culminated in public drawings. This method enjoyed a brief period of popularity. However, fundamentally, it remained a form of gambling. Even the Mongol government, which had only partially embraced Han traditions and Confucian values, could not withstand the intense condemnation from various societal strata, ultimately terminating this practice under the pretext of gambling. Zhu Yuanzhang, a staunch supporter of ancient patriarchal and ceremonial systems, harbored a profound disdain for unearned gains. Even ordinary gambling fell within the ambit of his vigorous suppression. To attempt a lottery in the Ming Dynasty was akin to courting disaster. Moreover, the ruling class vehemently opposed the establishment of lotteries primarily because such endeavors would inevitably lead to large gatherings of thousands, which posed a significant risk, an occurrence intolerable in any feudal society. The Qi rejection of this method stemmed largely from this concern. The impeachment by the censors and the condemnation from both court and society were of little consequence to him. If trouble arose, the Wangfu's chief historian would shield him, serving essentially as a scapegoat for the prince's transgressions. Yet, charges of rebellion held a different weight. If a prince himself conspired against the throne or inadvertently instigated another's rebellion, such acts were deemed unforgivable, and even a royal offspring would bear the brunt of the consequences. The Qi expression darkened as he addressed Yang Su with displeasure. I entrusted you with this significant matter, yet this is the best solution you could conceive? Xia Sun sighed, steeling himself to present the second suggestion proposed by General Feng. He was cautious, believing this option posed the least harm, and anticipated that should the Qi reject it, he would merely be reprimanded rather than incurring the prince's wrath and being expelled from the hall. After listening, Qi Zhu Shui slightly leaned aside, gently tapping his knee, and fell into contemplation. Xia Sun was perplexed. Why did he not seem the least bit irate? After a moment of deliberation, Zhu Shui raised his hand, then abruptly waved it into the air and decisively declared, "Excellent idea, let us proceed with it." Xia Sun was taken aback, and Zhu Shui inquired, "What? Is there a problem?" Xia Sun quickly replied, "Oh, no. No problem at all." With a smile, the Qi remarked, "This approach is indeed viable." He rose from his seat, pacing slowly while stroking his beard, reflecting, trading in animal tendons, cowhide, and wrought iron should yield considerable profit. However, it may take time, at least 2 months before any returns are realized. This method can be employed, yet we must devise a quicker solution to address my immediate needs. Do you have any other effective ideas? If he merely sought consultation, Xia Sun would shake his head and declare it impossible. However, the piercing gaze of Prince Qi, though seemingly inquiring, revealed a determination that suggested he expected a solution, regardless of the inconvenience. Reluctantly, Xia Sun resorted to the methods taught by General Feng, proposing the expansion of the royal residence as a means to amass wealth. He pondered silently. Such acts would disturb the populace, unjustly extracting resources under pretentious guises, tarnishing the reputation of the royal house. Surely, the prince would be infuriated by this. To his surprise, Prince Qi erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming with delight, "Brilliant! What an excellent idea! I am astounded by your ingenuity." Xia Sun, momentarily taken aback, regained his composure and cautiously cautioned, "Your Highness, while this approach may indeed replenish the royal treasury and address immediate needs, the expansion of the residence and encroachment upon civilian dwellings will undoubtedly incite public outrage, casting a shadow upon your esteemed reputation." Observing the prince's expression, he added, "Furthermore, the trafficking of cowhide, animal sinew, and raw iron is strictly prohibited by imperial law. Should the inspectors become aware, it could lead to grave repercussions for your Highness. Though these methods may yield profit, their feasibility warrants considerable deliberation." "Why would anything be unfeasible?" Prince Qi Zhu retorted dismissively. "This realm belongs to the Zhu family, and this Qizhou prefecture is a fief bestowed upon me by my father. The mountains, rivers, and countless people here are mine. I merely expect them to express their filial piety. What is wrong with that? Those officials and wealthy merchants have their own homes, businesses, and properties. If I asked them for a token of respect, would they dare to rebel?" With fervent conviction, Prince Qi continued, "Moreover, the transportation of cowhide, animal sinew, and both raw and refined iron is regulated by the court solely to prevent insurrection through weaponry. Would I engage in such treasonous acts? Any profits I earn will be reinvested in the locality. Do materials such as stone, timber, paint, and bricks come without cost? Will hiring craftsmen and laborers not incur expenses? What is wrong with taking from the local community and returning it to them? Your idea is commendable, We shall proceed with it. Xia Sun, caught between laughter and tears, realized that the prince was not oblivious to the implications, but rather arrogantly indifferent to them. In Prince Qi's mind, the nation was akin to a home, and since the world belonged to his family, he felt entitled to utilize it as he wished. Legal statutes, in his view, were mere constraints imposed upon the subjects, of no concern to him. Xia Sun, unaware of the transgressions committed by other princes, misjudged Prince Qi's awareness. Prince Gu Zhuyo seized lands, appropriated public taxes, executed the innocent, and sheltered fugitives. When his advisor, Yu Ting, dared to counsel him, he was swiftly accused and executed. Prince Jinyiwei, in a fit of boredom, besieged a village, slaughtering over 200 innocent civilians and delighted in tormenting them with vicious dogs. Prince Min Zhujian was notorious for the massacre of officials and citizens, unabashedly seizing seals from various departments. Compared to the actions of these brothers, Prince Qi Zhu Sun could be deemed relatively moderate. Indeed, the offspring of the dragon vary significantly. It would be unjust to label all of Zhu Yuanzhang's sons as scoundrels. For instance, the Prince of Yin and the Prince of Ning, who guard the borders, have never transgressed against the common people and are deeply cherished in their vassal states. The Prince of Shu, Xu Chun, known as the Scholar of Shu, is a paragon of filial piety and kindness, a modest gentleman who not only refrains from disturbing the populace but also offers financial assistance from his own salary to impoverished students within his domain. Similarly, the Prince of Qing, Zhu Zhan, is naturally astute and diligent, possessing exceptional calligraphic skills, and fervently promotes culture. He has collected, organized, and published numerous significant works within his territory. Moreover, the Prince of Shou, Zhu Li, is also a benevolent ruler who cares deeply for his subjects. Currently, he is gathering resources to conduct a comprehensive study of edible wild plants, intending to compile a comprehensive guide that, once published, will become a monumental contribution to the history of botany in China. Regrettably, the Prince of Qi, Zhu Su, though not as tyrannical as the aforementioned princes, is far from virtuous. Neither moral principles nor laws can restrain him. His avoidance of heinous acts stems not from a sense of righteousness, but rather from a lack of psychopathic tendencies or compelling motives for wrongdoing. Presently, he finds himself ensnared by financial difficulties and readily accepts the schemes proposed by Xia Sun, which is entirely expected. The Jinyiwei have a profound understanding of this prince. Every anticipated reaction from Zhu Su has been meticulously calculated by them, rendering Xia Sun merely a pawn leading him to his doom. Seeing that the Prince of Qi was so receptive to counsel, Xia Sun dared not broach the subject of opening a gold mine, recognizing that such an endeavor would necessitate the establishment of a protective mining force, an issue that could escalate dramatically. If Zhu Yuanzhang were still in power, it might not pose a problem, but should Jiang Wen ascend to the throne, it would become an outright treasonous act. Fortunately, the Prince of Qi is currently preoccupied with the resolution of his dilemmas, showing no appetite for further schemes to amass wealth. With great enthusiasm, the prince instructed eunuch Shu, Little Shu, and formed the Ministry of Works to immediately expand the new royal residence. The homes of the common people within the designated area must be relocated. Let the workers discreetly convey that those unwilling to vacate. Well, eunuch Shu understood the implication and smiled. I comprehend. Xia Sun seized the opportunity to take his leave, and the prince turned to him, saying, "You may go now. Oh, and regarding the acquisition and sale of cowhide and iron materials, you must begin immediately. Determine where to procure them and to which markets they should be sold, and present me with a plan. If my presence is required, simply inform Little Shu." "Yes, I take my leave," Xia Sun replied hastily. He swiftly exited the royal residence and met with his female bodyguard, Miss Ping, along with several family members, before returning to his own abode. Shortly thereafter, he summoned Manager Xiao, who brought a large stack of ledgers to his study. The two engaged in a hushed discussion, after which Manager Xiao departed leisurely, leaving behind the considerable pile of ledgers in Xia Sun's study. That evening, Feng Jianjiao visited once more, and Xia Sun hurriedly welcomed him. The two entered the study amicably, but once the door was closed, Feng Shihui's demeanor shifted dramatically. He confronted Xia Sun directly, asking, "I have imparted 3 strategies to you. Why did you not present them in front of the Prince of Qi?" Xia Sun stood bewildered, responding, "What do you mean, my lord?" Feng Shihui's eyes glinted ominously as he coldly remarked, "Why do you engage in such cleverness, proposing schemes like drawing lots for profit? Why not directly present the 3 methods I taught you?" Xia Sun was inwardly startled. Indeed, they had spies within the Wangfu. Fortunately, he had taken precautions. Upon reflection, he realized that aside from the eunuch Shu, There were still 7 or 8 young attendants present in the hall. Since Xu managed finances for Prince Qi, if he were aligned with Feng Shihui, there would be no need for Xia Sun to offer suggestions. He could simply relay these methods himself. Thus, Xu could be excluded, leaving the informant among those young attendants, whose limited status would only allow him to serve as a mere informant after having been bribed by Feng Shihui. As he quietly analyzed this, Xia Sun replied to Feng Shihui, "My lord, I beg your pardon, I did not intend to overstep. I merely feared that presenting your methods outright might arouse the prince's suspicion. Once the drawing lots for profit takes place, the sheer number of participants would make concealment impossible. Prince Qi could not possibly accept such a suggestion." Feng Shihui's expression softened slightly. So you do understand the art of strategy? You must refrain from flaunting your wits in the future. Fishing is not done in this manner, even if you act with caution. Why did you not present the plan for mining and gold extraction? What reason do you have for that? Well, Xia Sun hesitated momentarily, and Feng Shihui's gaze narrowed dangerously, 2 beams of cold light converging upon him. Xia Sun instinctively recoiled, stammering, "My lord, I merely what?" Feng Shihui stepped closer, compelling Xia Sun to retreat 2 steps, his back colliding with a slanted stack of ledgers on the desk. The books tumbled down with a clatter. Xia Sun, flustered, explained, I thought that while the trade of iron tools and animal hides is quite profitable, it ultimately pales in comparison to mining for gold. If I were to present both plans together, I would surely be assigned to the trade of iron tools and animal hides. With my people not in Qizhou and most of the funds needed, then my share in the mining venture would be diminished, and the benefits would undoubtedly be claimed by others. Thus, I refrained from presenting this plan at once. Upon returning, I had steward Xiao tally the accounts to see how much liquid capital could be mobilized, intending to amass enough capital before. Feng Shihui glanced at the scattered ledgers, and the murderous glint in his eyes vanished. "I see," he mused. "This makes sense." However, upon further contemplation, he realized that if Xia Sun were to secure a substantial stake in the mining venture and reap greater profits, he would ultimately be sowing his own shroud. Feng Shihui swiftly transformed his anger into delight, his face brightening as he said, You do grasp the opportunity. Very well. It is not unreasonable for you to seek some benefit for yourself, but you must expedite the mobilization of funds. Time is of the essence. The proposal for mining and gold extraction must be presented promptly. Otherwise, I too will find it difficult to explain to my superiors. Yes. Xia Sun eagerly agreed and proceeded to relay to General Feng the matter of King Qi's request for him to swiftly contact suppliers and buyers. Of course, General Feng was already aware of this, as the strategy did not originate from him, and he was unfamiliar with the specific channels involved. He would need to consult the enigmatic figure residing in the cave. Thus, after listening to Xia Sun, he merely nodded and replied, "I understand. I will arrange these matters promptly and notify you as soon as there are any developments." As Xia Sun saw him off, the evening lights began to twinkle. Glancing at General Feng's receding silhouette and then at the crescent moon hanging in the sky, a surge of murderous intent quietly welled up within Xia Sun. General Feng has his spies within the Wang residence. I realize that evasion from both sides is futile. He is tightening the noose around me. And if I do not take action to rescue myself, it will be too late for regret. General Feng, you must be swiftly dealt with. Chapter 030. Whimsical inspirations indeed. Among the myriad of weapons, swords, spears, halberds, and axes, the sword undoubtedly holds the foremost position. One might wonder about its prowess. Curiously, despite their apparent enmity from a past life, Ping Ziki found an unexpected camaraderie with Xiaodi, the devoted maid of Xia Sun. Within just 2 days of their acquaintance, the two had grown remarkably close. Early in the morning, as Ping Ziki practiced his horse stance in the courtyard, he engaged in light-hearted conversation with Xiaodi. I observed that my elder brother Ping effortlessly severed that master's long spear with a single stroke. Such speed! I could scarcely follow the motion. Those masters appeared formidable. How could they falter so? Xiaodi chuckled. The art of combat is not merely dictated by strength or stature. If mere brawn sufficed, what need would there be for one to seek a master and learn the craft? A master imparts wisdom selectively. Not all skills are suited for every student. The criteria for what can and cannot be taught are nuanced. When it comes to disciples, the foremost are those groomed to inherit the legacy, for whom the master will impart all but the most critical life-saving techniques until the moment of dire necessity. Conversely, the second tier of disciples are those who come to learn for practical gains, and while they too receive some authentic training, it often lacks depth. Most martial artists hail from humble beginnings, yet those who truly master the art typically come from affluence. The pursuit of martial prowess demands considerable financial resources and time, not to mention intellect. A person who has never set foot in a school, struggling to secure daily sustenance, stands little chance of mastering the finer points of martial arts. To bestow advanced techniques upon such individuals may do them a disservice. It is wiser to teach them foundational skills that allow them to earn a living. Such students often only receive instruction on techniques, devoid of the underlying philosophy, much like those you witnessed the other day. When confronted by a genuine master, they are bound to falter. You must understand that martial arts encompass not just physical forms. Each move embodies a philosophy and principles. Practicing mere forms without comprehending their underlying tenets and failing to engage in deconstructive training renders one incapable of effective application. Their bodies may be well trained, and their movements appear impressive, yet they can only deceive the untrained eye. Xiaodi exclaimed, I see. I have heard that many in your family practice martial arts. Does it mean, as they say, that you traverse the world, upholding justice? Ping Ziki chuckled, do not take such hearsay to heart. My brothers are skilled martial artists, but they do not seek confrontation or stir trouble. Expecting them to act as heroes is quite unreasonable. Take my eldest cousin, for instance. He has mastered the art of flying needles. How do you suppose he employs this skill? Xiaodi, intrigued, inquired, how does he use it? With a smirk, Ping Ziki replied. Once, he found himself in a predicament outside, and our uncle was furious, intending to summon him home for a reprimand. At that moment, he was absent, and his cousins knelt in the hall, awaiting his return, oblivious to the situation. My eldest cousin, Ping Hanbo, is not a bad sort. He treats me well. As fate would have it, I happened to be outside and thought to deliver a message on his behalf. Upon learning that my cousin was indulging at Xiong courtyard, I hastened to join him. As soon as I entered the room, I was greeted by a sight that elicited a chuckle from me. What did you see, Brother Peng? Xiaodi inquired with eager anticipation. Blushing slightly, Ping Ziki replied, I witnessed him tossing 100-won banknotes into the air, then using his skillful needlework to pin them to the walls and even the beams of the room. The young ladies in the courtyard were then invited to retrieve them. Whoever managed to pull the needle out and return it to him would claim the money as their own. However, they were strictly forbidden from using stools or moving tables. The girls helped each other, some scaling the walls while others formed human pyramids. Xiaodi exclaimed in astonishment, 100-won banknotes. How generous. What a delightful game. And one can even earn money. I feel tempted to join in. Ping Ziki chuckled. Go ahead, but heed my warning. You must not wear any clothes, and you must go bare-bottomed to collect them. Oh. Xiaodi's face flushed crimson, and she shyly protested. How can my cousin be so outrageous? It's utterly preposterous. Preposterous? There are even more ludicrous things, Peng Ziki replied, casting a sidelong glance at Xiaodi before lowering his voice. I have heard whispers that your young master is rather unreliable himself. When he is at home, without the watchful eyes of elders, does he not indulge in his whims? Indulge in his whims? Xiaodi questioned, puzzled. What do you mean? My young master would never engage in such absurdity. Really? Ping Ziki scrutinized Xiaodi with skepticism. Has he never laid a hand on you, perhaps taken advantage of you? With a blush, Xiaodi retorted, how could that possibly be? Brother Ping, do not speak so carelessly. My young master has always treated me like a sister. Ping Ziki narrowed his eyes, unconvinced. Is that truly the case? That lecherous scoundrel has such a charming girl like you by his side, and he hasn't made a move? I find that hard to believe. Xiaodi, still blushing, insisted. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. My young master is not as you portray him. Someone must have been spreading baseless rumors. Did you not just say that hearsay should not be taken seriously? When have you ever witnessed my young master acting inappropriately? Ping Ziki was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by Xiaodi's response. At that moment, she deftly shifted the conversation, cheerfully declaring, Brother Peng, you are to take care of my young master for 3 months. During this time, could you teach me some martial arts? Ping Ziki inquired with curiosity, what do you wish to learn martial arts for? To protect my young master. Xiaodi asserted confidently. Moreover, it is for my own protection. My father often tells me that our family is of lowly status, and I cannot marry into a respectable family. Men may bully me, as will mothers-in-law and younger sisters-in-law, if I acquire a solid skill set. Should I marry a rough man who dares to mistreat me, I shall not hesitate to give him a good thrashing. Ping Ziki chuckled. Thinking of beating your future husband before you are even married? In that case, I dare not teach you. Even if my family, the Pings, is somewhat renowned in Qizhou. Once a girl is married, she becomes part of her husband's household and must obediently comply. Otherwise, she may truly invite disaster upon herself. If my second aunt had not acquired exceptional martial arts skills, how could she have been sent back home by her husband, nearly succumbing to despair? Xiaodi exclaimed. What happened to your second aunt? Ping Ziki, having settled into a horse stance, resumed stretching his legs while sighing. My second aunt married into a prominent local gentry family. But her mother-in-law is quite formidable, often instigating trouble and finding ways to torment her. Initially, my aunt bore it patiently, but eventually, she could no longer endure the indignities and retorted. Her husband attempted to strike her, but being trained in martial arts, she easily threw him down. This action stirred up a hornet's nest. Her in-laws rallied their entire clan, cousins, siblings, and all to confront her, unleashing a torrent of abuse. Enraged, my aunt retaliated and, as fate would have it, managed to subdue them all. However, this led her husband to issue a divorce decree, sending her back to her family. In both the city and the countryside, no one came to her defense, regardless of her mother-in-law's capriciousness or the restraint she exercised during the altercation. In the eyes of society, a daughter-in-law who dares to speak back to her mother-in-law or retaliate against her husband is invariably in the wrong. My grandfather lamented his decision to teach her martial arts, wishing instead that she could have simply endured the blows, for this turmoil could have been avoided. He brought generous gifts to her in-laws to seek forgiveness, but to no avail, they refused to accept such a daughter-in-law. In her shame and fury, my aunt attempted to take her own life by hanging, but fortunately, she was discovered in time and saved. Yet, no amount of remorse could undo what had transpired. Eventually, she chose to become a nun. This spring, I visited her at the temple. My second aunt, just 14 years my senior, had once been renowned for her beauty. But now she appeared as if she were nearing 50, her face lined with wrinkles. Both of us fell into silence, and Xiaodi, feeling a sense of unease, mused, with the Plunged family's considerable influence, once a girl is married, she must endure the whims of her husband. My father was indeed correct. Would I also find myself in such a predicament? Lost in thought, Xia Sun emerged, resplendent in attire, exuding a lively charm. Ahem. Young Master Peng. Shall we take another stroll today? Upon seeing Xia Sun, Xiaodi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, I shall be forever devoted to the young master. I could happily remain his little maid without marrying anyone else. Xia Sun, perplexed by her enthusiasm, couldn't help but inquire, Xiaodi, what is the matter with you? Xiaodi licked her lips, gazing tenderly at her designated benefactor, and with a sheepish smile, replied, Oh, nothing much. Good morning, young master. Xia Sun scrutinized her, sensing that her innocent gesture, reminiscent of a cat preparing to dine on a small fish, was rather peculiar. Meanwhile, the eldest Ping daughter, with a frosty demeanor, interjected, And where do you plan to go today to attract attention? On this day, Xia Sun neither sought to attract admirers nor to entice suitors. Rather, he intended to visit his family's shop. Upon entering the Lin Yang pawn shop, he encountered the esteemed Lin Beixia, the proprietor he had long admired. Following a reception marked by veiled barbs and ostensible cordiality, Xia Sun perused the accounts and inquired about recent business conditions, ultimately departing in a state of chagrin. As he left the establishment, Lin Beixia's suspicion in Xia Sun's eyes considerably diminished. The proprietor's demeanor was hardly that of a man harboring murderous intent against him, especially one who had already set such intentions into motion. Indeed, Lin Beixia was filled with resentment, yet if he were the mastermind behind the plot, he would not have so openly displayed his dissatisfaction and bitterness in Xia Sun's presence. From a criminal psychology perspective, regardless of whether the shopkeeper was a cunning individual adept at disguise or a blunt man whose emotions were easily read, if he had orchestrated an assassination attempt on Yang Wenxuan, he would never exhibit such overt hostility. If he were skilled in subterfuge, he would conceal his hatred to better achieve his goals and avoid exposure. If he lacked such skill, his animosity would find an outlet, namely, through hiring a killer, resulting in a transference of focus. His attention would be directed towards the assassination he had planned, thereby soothing his emotions and preventing such hostility from surfacing. It is only when a person harbors intense hatred, yet takes no tangible action that they resort to verbal outbursts to vent their grievances. Thus, Geng Yuanwei ascended to become the prime suspect in Xia Sun's mind. After leaving the Lin Yang pawn shop, Xia Sun visited several other establishments, including oil and grain shops, before finally arriving at the Yang family workshop. Situated on the outskirts of the city, this workshop specialized in the production of everyday ironware, such as woks, saws, hammers, kitchen knives, embroidery needles, and horseshoes. One should not underestimate this business. Ordinary blacksmiths could only produce simple tools like kitchen knives, crafting no more than 2 a day. thereby merely meeting the modest needs of a limited clientele. The delicate embroidery needles they produced were beyond the capabilities of lesser workshops. In contrast, the Yang family workshop was capable of mass production, supplying various general stores throughout Shandong, and even exporting to Korea and Ryukyu. For a single needle, the cost was minimal. Yet the technical expertise required was significant. Without the appropriate forging techniques, one might as well try to grind a rod of iron. Thus, a needle sold in far-off lands like Korea and Ryukyu could yield a profit of at least 5 taels of silver, given their light and diminutive nature. Even a small merchant could carry a bundle of them, returning with silver weighing tenfold. This represented a stable and long-term source of wealth, making it a crucial industry for the Yang family. Residing in Qingzhou, it would be remiss for him not to pay a visit. Upon arriving at the Yang family workshop, Xia Sun attentively listened to Manager Wang's report, examining the various accounts of income and expenditure while casually posing questions. He was not merely going through the motions. He was genuinely striving to comprehend the business under his name, for if he could realize his ambitions, these enterprises would truly belong to him. After gaining a comprehensive understanding of the workshop, he accompanied Manager Wang to inspect the production conditions in each working shed. Here, Xia Sun witnessed the intricate process of needle making for the first time. The needles were crafted using wire drawing and carbizing heat treatment techniques. The artisan forged high-quality wrought iron into slender strips, which were then heated and drawn through a perforated iron mold to create fine wire. After cutting the wire into segments, it was smoothed and pierced to form the shape of a needle. The needles were then gently roasted in an iron pot to anneal them, finally coated with a mixture of pine wood, charcoal, fermented soybeans as carbonizing agents, and fine clay, before being heated for carburization. Ultimately, the needles were hardened in water. Although Xia Sun was familiar with needles in his daily life, he had never grasped the intricacies of their creation. He was astonished to learn that the needles began as soft, resilient steel wire, which was then hardened through roasting and carburization. Witnessing the entire operation, Xia Sun couldn't help but marvel at the sight of the glowing wrought iron being drawn into long, flexible, and lustrous wire. An idea suddenly flashed in his mind, and he seized this thought, pondering it for a while, as a smile gradually appeared on his lips. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Sun turned to Master Jiang, who was drawing the wire, and inquired, "Master Jiang, can this wire only be drawn to 2 feet in length?" Master Jiang, noticing the inquiry from his employer, promptly set aside his tools and replied, "Sir, this wire can indeed be drawn longer than 2 feet. However, for making needles, each wrought iron piece is drawn to 2 feet and then cut and pierced, so there is no need for excessive length." Xia Sun stroked his chin in contemplation and asked, "Can wire be drawn to nearly 10 feet? Master Jiang nodded. "A full 10-foot wire can certainly be drawn, but it requires high-quality steel. For needles, there is no necessity for such superior material, nor for such length." Xia Sun affirmed, "Very well. As long as it can be done. Master Jiang, please utilize the finest steel along with your family's secret techniques to forge 5 wires for me, with maximum flexibility. They should be completed by tomorrow at the latest. Wang, once Master Jiang has finished, you must personally deliver them to my residence. I have use for them. This month, I shall add 2 coins to Master Jiang's wages." Peculiarly, what scheme does this fellow concoct? Peng Ziki observed Xia Sun with curiosity, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light that evoked a sense of trepidation. Chapter 031. To push or not to push. After having lunch at the Yang family workshop, Manager Wang personally escorted the host to the door. Standing at the crossroads after leaving the workshop, Xia Sun felt a wave of hesitation. The time was approaching for the meeting with Miss Miao Yi, and he pondered whether to go or not. Deep down, Xia Sun was reluctant to see her. During their brief encounter, he had already sensed the ambiguous relationship between the Gung mother and daughter and Yang Wenxuan. The only uncertainty remaining was whether the mother and daughter were aware of each other's existence, and to what extent Miss Sun and Yang Wenxuan had developed their relationship. As for Madame Sunday, there was no need to elaborate. Just recalling her insatiable demeanor sent a shiver down his spine. Even a blind person could perceive the intimacy between them. This Yang Wenxuan truly was something else. If possible, Xia Sun wished to sever all ties with this mother and daughter duo for the rest of his life. However, with the suspicions surrounding Gung Yuanwei growing stronger, uncovering the potential threat necessitated a thorough investigation into this individual's background. Direct confrontation would be challenging. Perhaps approaching Madame Sun would yield fruitful results. Or perhaps starting with Miss Sun might prove effective. To meet or not to meet? It was a difficult decision. Ping Ziki, with a hint of skepticism, inquired. You haven't even decided where you're going? Unable to handle a woman as seasoned in charm as Madame Sun, was he truly unable to manage a young maiden? Whether to stick out one's neck or withdraw, it's all the same in the end. Let us go for it. Taking a deep breath and straightening his chest, Xia Sun declared, let us proceed to the Jade Emperor Temple. With a hint of sarcasm, Peng Ziki replied, why would you scholars visit the Jade Emperor instead of the Confucius Temple? Xia Sun sighed. There is merely someone I do not wish to see, yet must meet. Waiting for me there. Just as Peng Ziki was about to press for more details, Xia Sun had already taken a step forward. At the Jade Emperor Temple in the south of the city, the incense was not particularly abundant. The entrance was sparsely populated with devotees and visitors. Upon arriving at the temple, Xia Sun glanced up at the imposing gate plaque. Just as he was about to enter, a voice called out from the side. Ah, it turns out young Master Yang is here. Xia Sun paused and turned to see an elderly man in a blue robe emerge from behind the stone corridor. Approaching him with a warm smile and bowing deeply, I am Zhu Dong, pleased to meet young Master Yang. Xia Sun regarded the man, whose servant attire seemed somewhat familiar, and, slightly taken aback, asked, you are? The old man smiled. I am the steward of the Zhu residence. A few days ago, at the crossroads, my young master had a dispute with someone, and you mediated the reconciliation. Ah. Upon hearing this, Xia Sun remembered and tapped his forehead. Yes, yes. I recall now. What brings the old steward here today? Zhu Dong replied. Oh, my young lady has come to the temple to pay her respects. I accompanied her. But at my age, I tire easily. After a long walk, I find myself breathless, so I waited outside the temple while resting in the corridor. I happened to see you, young master, and came over to greet you and express my gratitude. As he spoke, he glanced at Xia Sun's companion, who appeared even more radiant than the young lady, and smiled. Has the young master also come to offer incense? As fate would have it, I found myself at the temple, whereupon I entered. Upon greeting the steward of the Zhu residence, Xia Sun nodded slightly to Peng Ziki and stepped through the mountain gate, subsequently proceeding into the ceremonial entrance. After passing the Chengtang Hall and circumventing the offering pavilion and the Jade Emperor Hall, I suddenly noticed two familiar figures within the hall of the 28 constellations on the left. Upon closer inspection, I recognized them as Miss Zhu Shanbai of the Zhu family and Cui Yuanlai, whom I had only recently met. Observing the two engaged in lively conversation, one exuding charisma and the other expressing shyness with a playful smile, it appeared they had developed a mutual affection in such a short time. A smile crept across my face, reflecting on how naturally fate brings people together. Peng Ziki, observing the scene, inquired, aren't you going to greet them? I shook my head with a gentle smile. Perhaps it is best not to intrude at this moment. Just then, I saw Cui Yuanlai exchange a few words with Miss Zhu before producing a banknote, which he handed to her maid, seemingly instructing her to procure something. The maid, delighted, took the money and departed, while Cui Yuanlai offered a courteous gesture to Miss Zhu. She shyly nodded in response, and together they turned towards the deeper recesses of the hall, with Cui Yuanlai animatedly gesturing as he shared tales of the temple's deities. With a slight smile, I suggested to Peng Ziki, let us take another path. We should not disturb this tender couple. As we walked, Peng Ziki glanced back and remarked, that Miss Zhu is quite beautiful. If you had shown interest back then, given your lineage and looks, she might have been yours. I replied, there are countless beauties in the world. Should I pursue them merely for their beauty? Isn't that precisely your nature? With a knowing smile, I responded, fate is like the wind, unpredictable. Clouds gather and disperse, each moment a connection, yet it cannot be forced. Whether gained or lost, it is all part of fate. The person I desire must share a bond of destiny with me. Do you truly understand what kind of person I am? Peng Ziki scoffed. What a display of mystique. What are you trying to imply? I chuckled. Since our acquaintance, the word you have uttered most is What would you call our connection? Without hesitation, he replied, a fateful entanglement. I clapped my hands in delight. How astute. Indeed, quite insightful. With hearty laughter, I moved on, while Peng Ziki, realizing the absurdity of his words, attempted to retort. But I had already stepped into the hall of the 12 zodiac signs, leaving him flustered and blushing as he hurried to catch up. Ah, Master Peng, I appreciate your patience here. I must go meet someone. After passing the Guandi Hall, I halted before the unassuming plaque of the Silkworm God Temple and turned to Peng Ziki. With a hint of suspicion, he asked, Whom do you wish to meet? I replied, this individual seeks to discuss a significant business matter with me. Thus it is rather inconvenient to have anyone else present. Peng Ziki blinked and inquired, do you not require my protection at your side? Are you not afraid that the assassin might come to harm you? Xia Sun replied, of course I am afraid. However, my movements have been erratic throughout the day. Does that assassin possess the ability of foresight? Moreover, I am merely visiting the Silkworm Goddess Temple and have no intention of going elsewhere. Please, sir, wait here for a moment. There is something suspicious about this. It must be a woman. If you are indeed meeting a woman here, I shall not let you off easily. I shall wait for you for the duration of an incense stick. If you do not emerge by then, humph. Peng Ziki secretly contemplated as he sat on the stone steps, resting his sword on his knee, coldly waiting. Xia Sun approached the Silkworm Goddess Temple, glancing furtively around before slipping inside. The temple was modest, solely dedicated to the Silkworm Goddess. The Jade Emperor Temple was not particularly popular, and the sericulture industry in Qingzhou was not thriving, resulting in very few worshippers of the Silkworm Goddess. At that moment, there were only 2 women within the small temple, a young maid with her hair tied in double buns, approximately 12 or 13 years old, with a delicate appearance, and Sun Miaoi, the young lady of the Sun family. Ah, Miss Sun, Wen Xuan, you have come. Upon seeing Xia Sun, Sun Miaoi was overjoyed and leapt into his embrace. The softness of her youthful form, coupled with the thinness of her summer attire, made Xia Sun acutely aware of her elasticity and the vitality radiating from her, causing him to hastily raise his hands and exclaim, Miss Sun, please here. This is not appropriate. Only then did Sun Miaoi realize her exuberance, blushing as she quickly withdrew from his embrace. She shot him a playful glare before turning to her little maid, saying, Xiaoyu, go outside to the stall and bring me back a purse. Yes, miss. The little maid replied, casting a glance at Xia Sun. Seeing him standing there like a dumb goose, unresponsive, she pouted in displeasure and walked out of the temple. Sun Miaoi, quick to react, smiled and retrieved a 200-won note from her sleeve to hand to the girl, who then happily skipped away. Xia Sun, observing this, suddenly understood the intention behind Cui Yuan Lai giving money to the little maid beside Miss Zhu to buy something. The pretense of shopping was likely just an opportunity to offer rewards, allowing the third wheel to discreetly vanish. It became evident that the young master and the young lady were not entirely devoid of interactions. Many were known to engage in private affairs. As often recounted in the tales from the Ming and Qing dynasties about elite young ladies meeting their lovers in secret gardens or married women clandestinely associating with men. Such trends were apparent. However, to facilitate these encounters, it was imperative to properly manage the personal maid by offering her benefits. The maid and the young lady were nearly inseparable, without ensuring the maid's goodwill and providing her with incentives. How could one hope to cultivate a close relationship with her mistress? Thus, if one had wealth, it should be utilized. If not, one must resort to charms. Much like Zhang Sheng's sweet words to Hong Yang. If I were to share a loving canopy with your affectionate mistress, how could I bear to have you fold the bedding? Some even resorted to winning over the maid first to gain access to the young lady. Regrettably, this Yang Wenxuan is not the same as the other Yang Wenxuan. He is entirely ignorant of the ancient customs regarding courtship. The young girl, Xiaoyu, accustomed to receiving his favors, felt a sense of dissatisfaction at his current stinginess. Should she harbor malicious intent, there would be no need to make their affair public. She could simply wait until their tender moments reached a critical juncture, at which point she could fabricate an excuse to summon the young lady back home, rendering the situation rather dull. Fortunately, the young lady from the Sun family was astute. She assumed her beloved had forgotten to bring money and willingly reached into her own purse to cover the expenses, cheerfully offering both her resources and her company. Indeed, Yang Wenxuan's methods of wooing women were rather impressive. Xiaoyu obediently exited, yet the hall doors remained ajar. The Sun young lady leaped once more into his embrace, prompting Xiaoshu to caution, Miss Sun, in broad daylight, before the gods, with so many eyes upon us, please exercise caution. Sun Miaoi chuckled, believing him to be teasing her. With a playful pout, she retorted, how vexing. It has been ages since we last saw each other, and you feign modesty upon our reunion. Are you truly so timid? Then how did you once dare to? As she spoke, her cheeks flushed, and unable to contain her frustration, she playfully punched his chest with a delicate fist, taking his hand and leading him. Before the Kaishan temple, there was a window. Behind it stood a wall, with another wall to the left and a door to the right. Entering through this door revealed a small antechamber, stark and empty. In one corner, there was another door. Yet it was locked. Sun Maui retrieved a key from her bosom, unlocking the door and swinging it open, allowing light to flood in. She crouched and slipped outside, beckoning to Xiaxiu, who, bemused, followed her. Once through the small door, he found himself in a courtyard surrounded by walls, not very large, about 5 feet square, overrun with wild grass, with tree branches reaching in from above, partially obscuring the sky. The walls on either side inclined downward, supported by 2 sloping brick walls, making the courtyard appear even more confined. How had the young lady discovered this place? Moreover, how did she possess the key? There must be a story behind it. But Xiaxiu, being wise, refrained from inquiring. Since this was their secret meeting spot, he ought to understand the circumstances. Perhaps he had discreetly offered a bribe to the temple monks to gain access to such a hidden location, while he was surveying the surroundings. The young lady had already secured the door from the outside, embracing him from behind, her cheek pressed against his broad and sturdy back. In a tender tone, she said, "You heartless little rascal, tell me, how long has it been since we last saw each other? As a young lady, I cannot simply come seeking you. You are so ungrateful." Xiaxiu inwardly lamented, mustering the courage to reply, "Mississippi. Call me Meow Meow." She interjected, displeased, and playfully struck him again. With a wry smile, he complied, "Meow Meow, it seems we haven't been apart for long. After all, we saw each other just the day before. Do not feign innocence." "That counts too," she playfully chided. "I heard you acquired a concubine from Taizhou, and since that day, you have not darkened my family's doorstep, have you?" "Humph. Once you were charming and persuasive, luring someone into your embrace, only to change your demeanor thereafter. Tell me, do you truly harbor feelings for that person? Alas, has young Wenxuan already consumed her heart?" Xia Sun suddenly felt overwhelmed, recalling the words of Zhang Shusan, "If the young lady has not yet wed, it is wise to tread lightly. Otherwise, should she resolutely decide to expose your clandestine affair, the authorities will likely mandate your union. Should you refuse marriage, you may find yourself condemned to a life of solitude." The troubles left by young Wenxuan are indeed substantial. Yet, this little predicament before him is rather endearing. Dressed in a delicate green garment, with lustrous black hair cascading gracefully, her exquisite features resemble a fresh and elegant orchid. If he so desired, this beautiful bloom would willingly yield to his embrace, igniting a romantic tryst in this secluded setting. However, despite not being a paragon of virtue, Xia Sun adheres to his own principles. This young lady, even if enamored, loves young Wenxuan, not the doppelganger before her. The exquisite intimacy born of mutual affection is one matter, while exploiting misunderstandings to gain her trust is quite another. Especially troubling is the fact that the young Wenxuan he impersonates shares a connection with this lady's mother. This crosses Xia Sun's moral threshold, and he cannot engage with her. Alas, this remains merely his one-sided conviction. Without receiving a response, the enchanting Miao Yi, tightly embracing him from behind, softly murmured, "My dear, my mother insists that I must marry by next year at the latest. I am reluctant to part from you. Our time together is so limited. Can you not cherish me a little longer?" "What? This Miss Sun is already promised to another?" Xia Sun felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Almost immediately, Miao Yi's small hand, which had been resting on his chest, daringly ventured downward, grasping his most sensitive area. A sharp intake of breath escaped Xia Sun's lips, as a rush of desire surged within him, causing the steadfast resolve he had just held to waver under the delicate provocations of this lovely maiden. To push her away or not, this truly is a dilemma. Chapter 032. Guarding with life, Li Dan, dragging a wounded leg, slowly approached Sun Xuelian's couch, bowing respectfully as he addressed her, "Mississippi." It was the afternoon, and the summer heat had begun to wane, bringing a hint of coolness. Mrs. Sun wore a scarlet silk jacket adorned with floral patterns, paired with red gauze trousers. One hand propped her delicate cheek as she reclined on the couch, her mature figure curvaceous and alluring, resembling a breathtaking landscape painting. Li Dan's gaze fell upon the 2 undone buttons at her chest, and he swallowed quietly, then lowered his head. Mrs. Sun shifted slightly, her voice soft as she inquired, "Miaowie has gone to the Jade Emperor Temple again?" "Indeed," Li Dan replied. Suddenly, Mrs. Sun's legs stiffened, the slender golden lotus of her feet straightening, betraying a barely perceptible tremor. Li Dan was well acquainted with the habitual gestures of the miss. Recognizing her struggle to endure, whether in pain or fury, she was holding back. He remembered this instinctive response from long ago when she was still a child, known to him and the household servants alike as Mississippi. During this era, the practice of foot binding had not yet gained widespread popularity. Women from official and noble families rarely underwent the binding, and even among those chosen for the imperial harem, few were selected if their feet were bound. Common women, tasked with sustaining their families, also seldom bound their feet. It was primarily the middle-class, affluent yet not noble families that tended to choose bound daughters. Li Dayan vividly recalled the first time the miss bound her feet. He watched from a distance as she sat on her bed, her delicate, fair feet resembling tender bamboo shoots, small and exquisite, their skin as radiant and pink as a newly born mouse. The sight was breathtakingly beautiful, as if such beauty were meant solely for the heavens rather than the earthly realm. Thus, her feet were swathed in long strips of cloth, the bindings layered upon one another. The miss furrowed her delicate brows, tears brimming in her eyes, causing his heart to ache profoundly. That night, in his dreams, he found himself crawling at her feet, tenderly caressing her exquisite feet to ease her suffering, listening to her delightful laughter. Years passed, and the miss transformed from the innocent girl he once knew into a woman of captivating charm, having married twice and been involved with 3 men. Yet, in his eyes, she remained the same, still that little miss with furrowed brows and glistening tears, evoking in him a desire to cherish her for a lifetime. Unaware of his fixation on her feet, Sun Shulian's heart was consumed by jealousy and anger. He is still in contact with Miss. I doubt he is truly Yangsu. That night in Yuna Town, I assure you, I did not fail. Yangsu must certainly be dead. Silence. Mrs. Sun suddenly shrieked, leaping to her feet and delivering a sharp slap across Li Dayan's cheek, leaving 5 distinct marks, yet he remained motionless. Though he could easily end Sun Shulian's life with just the slightest movement of his finger, he dared not resist, nor even flinch, enduring a stinging slap across his face. His posture bent even deeper as he submissively uttered, Miss, please temper your anger. It is all the fault of a lowly wretch. Long ago, he was a renowned figure in the underworld, a notorious bandit and second in command of a gang of mountain thieves. His moniker, Erbedio, did not signify incompetence, but rather his exceptional skill with both a long sword and a short blade, proficient in both offense and defense, earning him a seemingly mocking title among his peers. Once, during an internal conflict within the gang, he found himself on the losing side and narrowly escaped with his life. It was during that fierce clash that he sustained an injury to his foot, leaving him with a permanent limp. He was rescued by the elder proprietor of the Sun family, who, at that time, was operating in the early days of the Ming Dynasty when the nation was still in disarray, lacking a complete and rigorous household registration system. He deceived the elder into believing he was a common citizen abducted by bandits, thus earning the elder's trust and remaining with the Sun family ever since. His benefactor, the elder proprietor, has since passed away, yet his young lady remains. Whether as the charming girl he first encountered or as the enchanting woman she has grown into, she will forever be his lady, a deity in his heart for whom he would sacrifice everything. Should anyone dare to insult him, he would unsheath his blade, ready to fight to the death. However, in her presence, he willingly assumes the role of a submissive dog, accepting any blows or insults, as long as he can remain by her side for a lifetime, which he does with pleasure. He has never dared to express his feelings to her. When she took a husband, he could only watch in silence. When her husband fell ill and died, and she remarried, he remained quietly observant. When she fell for Yang Wenxuan and they engaged in an affair, he could only watch silently and even assist her in concealing her actions. As long as she was happy, he felt content. But Yang Wenxuan, in his folly, dared to covet the Sun family's ancestral estate. Even more foolishly, he, having won the lady's favor, sought to ensnare her daughter, causing her immense sorrow. Finally, the lady recognized the true nature of the heartless man, bringing joy to Li Dayan, who volunteered to rid her of that scoundrel. He succeeded. He had truly succeeded. Yet, inexplicably, that scoundrel reappeared, alive and well. After slapping him, Sun Shulian seemed to have calmed somewhat, furrowing her brow as she paced the room. His appearance is identical to Yang Wenxuan's. What an extraordinary coincidence. Just when Yang Wenxuan dies, another who resembles him appears. Who possesses such ability, and what could their motives possibly be? I intentionally flirted with him the other day, hoping to entice him to remove his clothing, to check for wounds on his chest or the birthmark on his thigh that belonged to Yang Wenxuan. Alas, Li Dayan stepped forward and said, Miss, why go to such lengths? If I were to act once more, regardless of his authenticity, a single strike would suffice to end it all. Sun Shulian raised her head, her expression shifting, and fell into a prolonged silence. As she slightly raised her chin, revealing a glimpse of her tender neck, Even through the thin fabric of her spring garment, Li Dayan found it impossible to contain the yearning that surged within him. With a blend of jealousy and resentment, he remarked, "Could it be that the young lady is reluctant to take action once more? Do not forget. He is not only coveting the wealth of the Sun family, but has also ensnared the young lady." Silence. Sun Xuelian abruptly turned, raising her hand as if to strike him, yet Li Dayan defiantly lifted his chin. Her hand fell weakly, and with a sigh, she reclined upon the couch, murmuring, "Leave me be. I need to think, to ponder deeply." Grinding his teeth, Li Dayan resembled a wounded wolf, retreating step by step. Sun Madam's gaze was vacant, staring into the distance, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. Her first husband had been chosen by her parents through a matchmaker, though their feelings were not particularly profound. They maintained mutual respect and were blessed with a lovely daughter. However, fate took a cruel turn. Her husband succumbed to a grave illness while their daughter was still young. The Sun family, known for their apothecary, had saved countless lives, yet they could not save their own patriarch. Soon after, her father selected a second husband for her, Gung Xian. He hailed from a family of officials, a learned man with achievements to his name. Although he had lost his status due to his father's misdeeds, he seemed a fitting match for a merchant's daughter, especially one who was a widow. Yet, Gung Xian's own official title had been stripped away, along with his scholarly status, and it seemed as if his masculinity had vanished as well. He was not the partner she had hoped for. Years passed since their marriage, and they remained childless. Whether in public or within the confines of their home, he had never provided her with a sense of companionship. She had resigned herself to a life spent solely with her daughter, enduring a monotonous existence until she encountered him, young Wenxuan, a man of elegance and charm, who, in moments of intimacy, displayed an understanding and tenderness that captivated her. It was as if a drowning person had suddenly grasped a lifeline. Like a moth drawn to a flame, she fell recklessly in love with this man. The emotional betrayal and physical conquest tied her heart tightly to Yang Su, and she believed her suffering had finally come to an end, only to realize she had invited a wolf into her home. He not only sought the Sun family's fortune but shamelessly seduced her innocent daughter. Consumed by hatred, she wished for his demise and instructed Li Dayan to eliminate him. Yet, he failed. Perhaps it was merely a misstep? Strangely, a part of her hoped that Li Dayan had hesitated, or that he had not succeeded. She wished for Yang Su to experience a change of heart, to cease using the loans he had extended to the Sun family as leverage to force them into relinquishing shares and to stop his pursuit of her daughter, who had already been promised to another. All she desired was for him to repent. She would be willing to forgive his past transgressions. Yet now, she could not even ascertain whether he was still the adversary she once knew. It must be him. It has to be him. Otherwise, how could he possibly know of Ear's secrets with him? If it were not him, how would he know the rendezvous locations with Ear? His sharp nails dug deeply into his palm, and he ultimately felt a profound sense of disappointment in himself. Should he allow Li Dayan to take another shot at him? To kill or not to kill? The heart resembles a delicate net, entwined with countless knots. Sun Xuelian's tender heart is fraught with turmoil and confusion. Xia Sun restrained his instinctual desires, pressing down her restless hands upon him, and with a serious demeanor, declared, "Meow meow, I have something to convey to you." "What is it?" Meow meow opened her eyes in astonishment, her previously hazy expression gradually coming into focus. "Meow meow, the reason I have been avoiding you these days is, I sense that your father seems to have grown suspicious of our relationship." "He?" Miao Yi's expression instantly revealed disdain. "What qualifications does he possess to dictate to me? I am not concerned about him, rather. My worry lies in the possibility that he might inform your mother." Miao Yi's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a hint of genuine concern. Could it be? Despite our meticulous caution, how could mother possibly notice? "I have not visited your home these days, as I wanted to observe whether your father has truly made any discoveries. Have you noticed any peculiar behavior from him lately?" "Perhaps not. I had truly not paid him much heed. Yet, what peculiarity could he possibly possess? He remains ever the same, exhibiting bravado before those beneath him, only to return to the inner chambers like a mouse confronted by a cat. He often finds himself in a stupor, whether for reasons known or unknown. Beyond that, what else might he engage in?" Xia Sun tentatively inquired. Could it be that he possesses martial skills, or has he perhaps associated with figures from the underworld? Miao Yi remarked, "A scholar of the Gung surname. His martial prowess pales in comparison to yours. As for those of the rivers and lakes, how could he possibly be acquainted with any figures from the martial world? Who among them truly regards him as the master of the Sun family? He is merely a good-for-nothing, subsisting off the Sun family as hospitality. As for martial prowess, Only Uncle Li possesses exceptional skills in our household. Xia Sun inquired, perplexed. Uncle Li? Miaoyi remarked. Indeed, it is that one-legged man from my household whom you have encountered. Humph. Should you display any signs of treachery, I shall inform Uncle Li, and he will ensure that you receive your just deserts. Uncle Li holds me in high regard, and his martial prowess is formidable. Summerson felt a sudden stir in her heart. Is Uncle Li truly so formidable? What martial arts does he excel in? How could I possibly know? Practicing martial arts is hardly an extraordinary endeavor. A martial artist must still bow and scrape before a person of your stature who would dare to offend you. I have witnessed his training, yet found it rather uninspiring. No, you fail to grasp the situation, huh? Have you not heard of the events that have transpired at my residence these past few days? What events? Asked Miaoyi, intrigued. Oh, I recall now. I heard that your household was burglarized, and in the haste to flee upon being discovered, the intruder even took the life of one of your servants. Xia Sun was taken aback, pondering. How did it come to this? Could it be that the authorities deliberately leaked this information to mitigate the impact? In a moment of overwhelming contemplation, Xia Sun remarked, It is not as you think. The thief did not break into the manor to steal, but rather to take my life. The one who perished was my devoted attendant, who sacrificed himself to save me. Miaoyi gasped in shock, her face paling as she expressed her concern. So the thief was after you. What kind of enmity have you incurred that would provoke such an attempt on your life? Xia Sun slowly spoke. I have harbored suspicions about certain individuals, the most dubious of whom reside in your household. Miaoyi interjected. My family consists of virtuous and honorable people. How could they possibly? Her voice suddenly faltered, and she hesitantly asked, You suspect Uncle Li? Xia Sun silently praised her insight and nodded. It is quite possible that he is involved. Miaoyi, bewildered, inquired, Uncle Li, why would he want to kill you? Xia Sun pondered before replying. Did I not just mention that I suspect Elder Geng has discovered our affair? If Elder Geng were to inform your mother, in an effort to preserve your family's reputation, might they not resort to sending the loyal Uncle Li to eliminate me? Miaoyi's complexion turned pale. Xia Sun gently reassured her, Do not worry. Even if they are responsible, for your sake, I shall not retaliate against them. I merely seek the truth for my own protection. No, they cannot possibly. Miaoyi grasped his hands anxiously. Brother Wenxuan, what should I do? Xia Sun proposed. I wish for you to keep a vigilant eye on the movements of Uncle Li and Elder Geng. Anyone with ulterior motives will inevitably leave traces. You are someone they would never suspect, so I need you to observe them closely. Should you notice anything unusual, you must inform me immediately. Yes, that is easy enough. Miaoyi eagerly agreed. Xia Sun smiled approvingly. Good, then let us return now. The companion I engaged is a skilled individual, not one of my household guards. And it would be unseemly to keep him waiting. Oh, although Miaoyi was reluctant to part, the matter concerned the life of her beloved. And she dared not detain him, reluctantly following him out. Utilizing the young lady's affection for young Wenxuan, Xia Sun felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, guilt aside, he remained resolute in his logical course of action. Xiangyu was known for his deep loyalty, while Liu Bang won the hearts of the people. A man must possess both the compassion of a woman and the decisiveness of a true hero, or he shall not be deemed a great man. It was young Wenxuan who owed a debt to the Sun family. It was Xia Sun who faced the threat to his life. He was willing to do all he could to mend the shattered situation created by Yang Su, to assist in compensating for Yang Su's debts. But he would not sacrifice his life to repay them. In this world, no one yet warranted such a sacrifice from him. Whether someone might in the future, he did not know. He hoped so. For if a person's most precious possession were solely their own life, it would indeed be a tragic circumstance. Once Xia Sun had secured his survival, he yearned for worthy ideals and individuals for whom he could dedicate his very existence. He did not wish for everyone to risk their lives in protection. Rather, a simple request to exert their utmost effort to recommend, click, and collect would suffice. He did not seek greedily. He merely wished for all of your recommendations. Chapter 033, Premeditated Murder. As Xia Sun emerged from the Hall of the Silkworm Deity, he approached the Hall of Guandi, where he found Ping Ziki seated on his knees beneath a verdant pine, eyes closed in meditation. Xia Sun smiled and said, My dear sir, I trust you have not waited long. Shall we be on our way? Ping Ziki opened his eyes, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Have you concluded your discussions? Indeed, replied Xia Sun. It seems you have exerted yourself running about with me today. After we return, I propose a banquet in your honor. As a martial artist, I presume your tolerance for alcohol is commendable. Unnecessary, Ping Ziki replied nonchalantly. If you enjoy indulging in wine, feel free. I, however, have little taste for it. My preferences align more closely with those of Miss Xiaodi, favoring lighter fare. Oh, Xia chuckled. It appears you hold a certain fondness for Miss Xiaodi. She is my personal maid, yet I regard her as a sister. If you genuinely harbor feelings for her, I would be inclined to support your pursuit. A glimmer of amusement appeared in Ping Ziqi's eyes as he mischievously replied, Indeed. I do have a particular fondness for Miss Xiaodi. Would you truly part with her? Xia responded, If you expect me to gift her as a beautiful maid. That is out of the question. I speak of a formal marriage. Should you win her heart? I shall recognize her as my sworn sister and provide a generous dowry to ensure a splendid union with your family. The mirth in Peng Ziqi's gaze deepened. Is that a promise? A promise indeed. A gentleman's word is his bond. They both erupted into laughter, their voices echoing in the air. 100 pounds of flour to steam a longevity peach. What a ridiculous delicacy. Have you read yourself into foolishness? This young lady is quite entertaining. Is it not unfashionable to engage in such banter in the Ming Dynasty? Each entertained their own ulterior motives, sharing a few more conspiratorial chuckles. In truth, Xia was not fond of wine, and with no company to share it with, their evening meal consisted of a hearty assortment of dishes, both meat and vegetable, to satisfy their hunger. The following morning, the proprietor of the Yang family workshop, Master Wang, paid a personal visit. Who would not be attentive to the offerings of the esteemed owner? As soon as Xia departed, the workshop immediately began producing the finest steel, heating and drawing it into strands according to Xia's specifications. By evening, 5 strands, each over 10 feet in length, were completed. However, as it was late, Master Wang refrained from disturbing the owner, choosing instead to arrive at first light to present his treasures. 5 gleaming steel strands were meticulously coiled upon a spindle. Xia accepted the spindle from Master Wang, unfurling a length of steel to test its resilience, and was instantly impressed. Master Wang, buoyed by the praise, departed with a lightness in his step, as if he had just emerged from a bridal chamber. After bidding farewell to Master Wang, Xia returned to his study, unwinding a strand of steel from the spindle and wrapping it around a small object, concealing it within his sleeve. The spindle, along with the remaining 4 strands, was placed in the bottom drawer of his desk, secured with a lock. He then settled into his chair, eyes gently closed, feigning rest while secretly contemplating his thoughts. Time, place, tools, what else is amiss? His fingers gently tapped the table, producing a rhythm akin to a deep, resonant drumbeat. Suddenly, his fingers paused, and the tapping motion slowed. Something is still lacking. It cannot be flawless, and it must not be easily grasped. Rising from his seat, he stepped outside. In the courtyard, Xiahua was eagerly learning martial arts from Ping Ziqi. Xia, observing from the corridor for a while, noted the tailored instruction Ping Ziqi provided and, with his discerning eye, believed that if Xiaodi could endure hardships and persistently practice for a few years, she possessed the potential to become a master of the martial arts. Upon noticing Xia, Ping Ziqi corrected one of Xiaodi's movements and walked over to him in the corridor. Are you going out? No, I shall not venture anywhere today. You and Xiaodi continue your training. I will stroll around the courtyard. Xia slipped into the back garden, instructing everyone to refrain from entering, while he busied himself with unknown endeavors. When Ping Ziqi and Xiaodi arrived, they were halted by a servant. From a distance, they observed Xia wandering among the plants, occasionally gazing skyward, then downwards, sometimes walking briskly, and at other times meandering slowly, engaged in his activities for quite some time before returning leisurely. Curious, Xiaodi inquired, Young master, what are you doing? Ping Ziqi, equally intrigued yet hesitant to ask, perked up his ears to listen. Xia replied nonchalantly, the young master is composing poetry. Well, it has been ages since the young master last wrote poetry. Have you finished any? Xia scratched his nose and said, I have composed 3.5 lines. Xiaodi, brimming with excitement, urged, do share them with us. Although not extensively educated, she had spent her childhood studying alongside the young master and could recognize characters. Xia smiled and recited, distantly. The sound of jingling ornaments resonates as a pair of beauties arrive in the rear hall. Strange indeed, the 3-inch golden lotus, measuring across. Laughing, Xia strolled past them, leaving Peng Ziqi perplexed. What is he talking about? Xiaodi, glancing down at her feet, remarked, it seems the young master is saying our feet are large. Oddly. A pair of beauties, you are not a woman. Ping Ziqi, feeling embarrassed, chose not to respond. The following morning, visitors arrived at the Yang residence once again, this time in the form of Supervisor Feng. Xia welcomed Supervisor Feng into the small study. where the two conversed for over an hour before Xia soon rose to see him off. Once Feng had departed, he hurriedly prepared to visit the Qi prince's residence. Peng Ziki discovered that this young Master Yang indeed had an extraordinary connection with the Qi prince's residence. On this occasion, Xia Sun entered through the side gate, exchanging a few whispered words with the guard before shortly being greeted by the eunuch they had encountered on the day of the birthday feast. The gate opened, allowing their carriage to enter the prince's residence. This was Peng Ziki's first visit to such a place. She had never even been to the local government office before. Yet, despite entering the prince's residence, she could only wait in the lengthy corridor, gazing at the towering palace walls and the narrow sliver of sky above. Meanwhile, Xia Sun, accompanied by the esteemed eunuch Shu, proceeded to meet the prince. The Qi king summoned his subjects to the Anshan hall. Upon entering the grand hall, the esteemed eunuch Shu gestured lightly, and Xia Sun nodded in understanding, pausing in his steps as eunuch Shu stealthily approached the screen. Xia Sun listened intently, catching a clear voice proclaiming, "The essence of the ultimate path is profound and elusive. At its zenith, it is dim and silent. To disregard the senses and embrace tranquility is to align the form. One must be serene and pure, without exerting the body or disturbing the essence, to achieve longevity. With eyes that see nothing, ears that hear nothing, and a heart that knows nothing, your spirit shall guard the form, thus ensuring eternal life." Immediately following, the Qi king spoke, "I govern the feudal state, burdened by numerous affairs and often required to lead armies into battle, resulting in countless deaths. Even within this palace, filled with numerous consorts, achieving tranquility and effortless longevity seems implausible. Might the Taoist have other celestial methods?" The clear voice replied, "In that case, there remains only the path of alchemy. The practice of alchemy comprises 3 tiers, lower, middle, and upper, each differing in difficulty and possessing unique benefits. Which path does your majesty wish to pursue?" The Qi king inquired eagerly, "What are the distinctions among the upper, middle, and lower paths of alchemy?" The Taoist responded, "The lower tier utilizes the body and mind as the furnace and essence and energy as the medicine. This is the method for prolonging life and enhancing joy. The middle tier employs the cosmos as the furnace and the elements of water and fire. This pertains to the sustenance of life. The upper tier, however, utilizes heaven and earth as the furnace, the sun and moon as the elements, the interplay of yin and yang as the transformative mechanism, and the 5 elements of lead, mercury, silver, sand, and earth. This is the supreme path to longevity, capable of yielding the fruits of immortality. Among the 3, both the middle and lower tiers require meditation to nurture the energy and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. For an ordinary person, this is the most attainable path, requiring merely years of diligent practice and a focus on the Tao, ensuring eventual success. Conversely, the upper tier of alchemy necessitates the collection of rare treasures and the crafting of elixirs, a method of profound efficacy that, once mastered, leads to the understanding of the self in the natural order, aligning the form and spirit seamlessly with the Tao. This does not require years of continuous cultivation or gradual refinement of life, yet it remains the most challenging for common folk. The Qi king listened intently and urgently asked, "This method seems the simplest, yet why is it considered the most difficult?" The Taoist chuckled softly, explaining, "Because this method demands that the practitioner possess exceptional constitution and innate celestial qualities. The materials for alchemy must be rare treasures of heaven and earth, seldom found among mortals. How can an ordinary person afford the resources necessary for alchemical practice?" Xia Sun inwardly chuckled at the absurdity. Ultimately, the crux of the matter rests on wealth. How laughable that these royal scions, with their boundless resources, still succumb to the deceptions of these charlatans, all for the singular fate shared with the common populace. In the end, they might be offered lead and mercury, leading them to a state of euphoric delirium, ultimately resulting in their demise. Upon hearing this, the Qi king was indeed elated. As for the rare treasures, as long as they exist in this world, I shall obtain them. That is not the issue. I merely wonder if I possess the constitution suitable for cultivating immortality." The Taoist replied, "Your majesty is indeed a true dragon's son, possessing an exceptional constitution. Should you be willing to spend wealth to gather the treasures of heaven and earth, I can refine them into elixirs. By consuming 1 pill daily, once the mundane essence is purified, you will naturally transcend and attain immortality." The king of Qi laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Such a splendid, truly splendid. Ha ha ha. As per the Taoist priest's words, should you require anything, Do not hesitate to voice it. I shall comply without reservation. Hoping for the swift completion of the elixir. After exchanging a few more words, the Taoist took his leave. As he exited, he encountered Xia Yang, who had been waiting outside. The Taoist appeared to be in his 50s, with a dignified countenance. His eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an air of elegance. He wore a simple Taoist robe, adorned with a blue cloth headband, and carried a feather fan, gliding gracefully away. Upon noticing Xia Yang, the Taoist did not cast a sideways glance, proceeding directly on his path, embodying the demeanor of a true sage. Xia Yang shook his head slightly and entered the hall, where he found the King of Qi standing excitedly from his seat. Xia Yang promptly prostrated himself in reverence. The king, in remarkably good spirits today, smiled warmly and inquired, "Have you made any progress on the matter I entrusted to you?" Xia Yang replied respectfully, "Yes, I have identified a seller with substantial connections, currently located in Yanggu County, and I shall set out to meet him in the coming days." "Excellent. The sooner, the better," the king urged. Indeed, however, despite having established some rapport with this individual through acquaintances, securing such a large quantity of goods at once may lead him to question my sincerity and capability. Given your urgent need for funds, a gradual approach would be untenable. Thus, I require a token from your highness. It is essential to assure him of my sufficient capital to procure his goods and to convince him that I can become a trusted patron. The King of Qi chuckled in realization. I see. There is no need for circumspection. Xiaoshuzi, fetch a palace token for him, one made of ivory. Yes, your highness, responded eunuch Shu, who hurriedly withdrew. Shortly thereafter, he returned, bearing an ivory token. This token was intricately carved with a design of a reclining tiger amidst clouds, featuring a central hole for a silk cord, inscribed at the bottom with the words Royal Guard of the Qi Palace. The reverse side bore the decree: any guard carrying this token shall be exempt from punishment. Those without it shall face the law. And both borrower and lender shall share the same fate. As Xia Yang held the weighty token in his hands, a sense of lightness filled his heart. A significant undertaking was at hand. Upon leaving the king's residence and traveling partway, Xia Yang was suddenly alerted by a cacophony of voices from the roadside. Leaning out of the window to investigate, he observed a group of palace guards and eunuchs, carrying lacquer buckets as they painted the walls with a glaring red hue. A few elegantly dressed wealthy gentlemen trailed behind, their robes trailing in disarray, vociferously protesting. My family's residence has stood for decades. How can you arbitrarily declare it for demolition? Less chatter. The emperor's decree has granted the king authority to select a site for the reconstruction of the palace, and he has chosen this very location. All areas marked by us are subject to demolition. Delays are not permitted. Please, sir, wait a moment. Military gentlemen, this esteemed military officer, I implore you to show us mercy. Do not pursue us any further. It is futile to speak with us. Perhaps it would be more beneficial to converse with our respected official, who might yet show leniency. As those in front walked on, those behind hurried after them. A cacophony of voices filling the air. Summer Sun's carriage followed closely behind, and Peng Ziki grasped the situation, indignantly exclaiming, "Is this not simply a clever ruse to extort money? How could a dignified prince resort to such measures? No, a royal of such stature, rarely seen in public, could not conceive of such schemes on his own. This must be the nefarious suggestion of some unscrupulous advisor, unafraid of the consequences." Though she hailed from an affluent family, being a girl meant there were certain things she felt too embarrassed to voice. Overcome with guilt, Summer Sun quickly donned a facade of righteous indignation, joining in the denunciation of that unscrupulous scoundrel, then retreated, letting out a quiet sigh. With such a prince, my hands are tied. It is not I who exploits you, but rather that General Feng. I am but a humble traveler. May Buddha forgive my sins. Upon returning home, Summer Sun swiftly sequestered himself in his study, retrieving a spindle with 5 neatly wound steel wires. He placed the ivory waist token alongside the spindle, wrapped them in a piece of cloth, and secured them in a drawer, locking it tight. He then called out, "Bring Uncle Xiao to me." When Steward Xiao arrived and subsequently left, the household buzzed with news. The young master was preparing to depart once more, this time to Yanggu County to meet a businessman. A journey expected to last around a month. "Are you leaving Qizhou?" Peng Ziki rushed to the study, addressing Summer Sun. "Indeed, I am heading to Yanggu County." Peng Ziki frowned, having thought her role was merely to protect him in Qizhou for 3 months. She had not anticipated accompanying him on a journey across the land, which was rather inconvenient for a lone man and woman. Where exactly? Yanggu County. And for how long? Approximately a month. Peng Ziki raised an eyebrow. When do we depart? Summer Sun replied, Today is the second day of the month, is it not? We shall leave first thing tomorrow morning. Is there an issue? Peng Ziki was tempted to inquire about the meaning behind the poem he had composed the previous day, wondering if he had discerned her true identity. If so, she would gladly leave several distinct shoe prints on him, just as he had so teasingly suggested. However, upon seeing the enigmatic smile on Summer Sun's face, her irritation flared, prompting her to turn resolutely on her heel, puff out her chest, and stride out like a proud peacock. Behind her, his infuriating chuckle echoed. Chapter 034. The ambiguous reign. The master of the Yang family frequently ventured out, and the servants had long since grown accustomed to it. Early one morning, Xiaodi rose to prepare the young master, grooming and dressing him, selecting fresh garments and various travel necessities, filling a large saddlebag to the brim. In a final touch of care, she tucked a stack of banknotes into his personal pocket, exhibiting a tenderness akin to that of a devoted wife. Completely shedding her usual disheveled demeanor, Peng Ziki also readied her belongings. Disguised as a man, she had to conceal certain feminine items from sight, thus relying solely on her own resourcefulness to pack another saddlebag, which she instructed to be tied onto the horse's back. With all preparations complete, Xia Sun and Peng Ziki bid farewell to their families and exited the estate. Typically, when young Wenxuan departed, he would take along only one companion. This time was no different, with the roles reversed. Instead of young Wenxuan accompanied by Zhang Shisan, it was Xia Sun who brought along Peng Ziki. Upon leaving the residence, they first visited the governor's office. Upon meeting Captain Feng, Xia Sun simply stated that the prince was eager to amass wealth and requested immediate contact with sources. As for the plan to mine for gold, he would present it upon his return. Captain Feng calculated the journey and estimated a maximum round trip of 1 month. Nodding in agreement, he advised, You may proceed. The person I mentioned to you is unfamiliar to me, yet the source of information is undoubtedly reliable. Once you locate him, simply follow my instructions to establish contact. He will assist you in securing the necessary resources. Xia Sun had already deduced that the merchant from Yanggu County would likely be affiliated with the Jinyiwei, a vast and intricate espionage organization. It was entirely natural for the spies within to lack horizontal connections and remain oblivious to one another. Thus, he did not suspect Captain Feng of any concealment. He simply replied, Understood, sir. Young Master Ping awaits outside. I shall take my leave. A peculiar expression flickered across Feng Shihui's face. This young man has been in close quarters with Miss Ping yet has not discerned her disguise? He then remarked, Very well. Although young Master Peng possesses remarkable martial skills, caution is advisable on this journey. Rest assured, the authorities remain vigilant. The heads of the 3 classes and 6 factions are actively pursuing the culprits. Xia Sun acknowledged this, with Feng Shihui personally escorting him from the governor's office. He mounted his horse beside Peng Ziki, and they set off with a flourish of their whips. What is the name of the person you wish to meet? And what business does he engage in that would compel young Master Yang to travel such a distance? It seems this venture promises considerable profit. Having journeyed westward from Qinzhou for several days, the pair, having spent time together, began to shed their initial discomfort. During the monotonous stretches of travel, Peng Ziki would occasionally initiate conversation. That individual. Xia Sun's expression shifted to one of intrigue. His business is quite diverse. He is quite capable in Yanggu County. His name is Ximen. Upon first hearing Captain Feng mention the individual he was to contact, Xia Sun was taken aback. Struggling to maintain his composure to avoid revealing any unusual reaction before Feng Shihui, Ximen, and moreover a merchant from Yanggu County, such a coincidence seemed rather extraordinary. Or was it possible that the esteemed author Yan, in penning water margin, had lazily inserted characters he had encountered into his narrative as mere supporting roles? Perhaps that was indeed the case, as it seemed Yan belonged to the late Yuan and early Ming dynasties. Since there is a Ximen, one wonders if there will also be a Pan Jinlian, Wu Dalong, and Li Pinger. This journey indeed stirs anticipation. Peng Ziki noticed that he did not mention any business collaboration with Ximen and refrained from further inquiry. It is typical for those engaged in substantial enterprises to occasionally keep certain matters discreet. However, she remained oblivious in the past. Whenever Xia Sun exhibited any peculiar behavior or hesitation, she would instantly associate it with women. Yet, since following Xia Sun, she had never witnessed any improper conduct on his part, and her perception of him had subtly transformed. She looked up at the sky. It was already evening. The atmosphere heavy and overcast, with leaden clouds hanging low, hinting at imminent rain. She urged, Let us hasten, do not spare the horse's strength. It seems a downpour is approaching. Observing the sky, Xia soon cracked the whip to quicken their pace. Just as they entered the city of Putai County, a torrential rain began to pour, leaving them no choice but to seek refuge under the eaves of a house. Upon inspecting his saddlebag, Xia soon discovered an umbrella. While Peng Ziki, lacking experience in traveling, had not prepared any rain gear. The wind blew the rain at an angle, and even with an umbrella, they would likely be drenched in such a deluge. Xia Sun grimaced. This is unfortunate. Judging by the current conditions, it won't cease any time soon. Peng Ziki retorted. Do we need you to tell us that? What now? Xia Sun replied with a wry smile. What else can we do? You keep an eye on the horses while I search for an inn. I will borrow a raincoat and return for you. Peng Ziki argued. In this heavy rain, with no one to ask for directions, how long will it take you to find an inn in such late hours? Xia Sun spread his hands in resignation. What do you propose? The horses can stand and sleep. Otherwise, we could make do under this eve for the night. Peng Ziki shot him an exasperated glance and muttered. Who would want to share with you? She turned and knocked on a door. An elderly man answered, his hearing somewhat impaired. Amidst the downpour, he strained to listen as Peng Ziki spoke loudly for a while, before breaking into a toothless grin and exclaiming, Oh, there is room. My son has taken his wife back to her family, and I am here alone. With a triumphant glance at Xia Sun, Peng Ziki addressed the old man, Sir. We wish to stay at your home for the night, if that is permissible. The old man trembled slightly. Oh, with such heavy rain. I see you have nowhere else to go. You can stay, but I only have one room. Is that acceptable? Peng Ziki hesitated briefly, and Xia Sun stepped forward, exclaiming loudly, That is perfectly fine. Thank you, kind sir. Peng Ziki shot him a fierce glare, but found no suitable excuse to refuse, thus standing there, fuming silently. Ah, very well, you two may come in, the old man said politely but remained at the door, wearing a mysteriously enigmatic smile reminiscent of the Mona Lisa. Xia Sun felt somewhat perplexed, while Peng Ziki beside him insisted, Pay him. Xia Sun suddenly realized and hurriedly pulled out several banknotes from his pocket, intending to discern their denominations. However, Peng Ziki snatched them away in one swift motion, stuffing them all into the old man's hands. Then cast a glance at him that was almost vengeful, leaving Xia Sun feeling both amused and perplexed. The old man, overjoyed, quickly stepped aside to let them enter the house. Approaching the table, he examined the banknotes under the light, and by the time he turned around, his expression had transformed from the enigmatic smile of Da Vinci's Mona Lisa to the radiant joy of Van Gogh's sunflowers. Ha, my young sirs. Shortly I shall tidy up the room for you, and there are ready-made meals at home that I can warm for you. However, as a man of propriety, I must not indiscriminately harbor individuals of uncertain identity. Your travel permits and identification must be presented for verification. Peng Ziki produced the travel permit issued by the inspection office, while Xia Sun presented his scholar's identification granted by the education authority. The title of scholar was not a permanent designation. Those who passed the examination had to retest every 3 years, with the least successful candidates losing their title. Since Yang Wenxuan had just passed the examination a year ago, this document was indeed valid. With this scholarly status, according to the laws of the Ming Dynasty, one could traverse freely across the realm without needing the approval of local inspection offices. The old man inspected the official seals and signatures on the documents under the lamp before returning them, warmly exclaiming, Oh dear, this gentleman is indeed a scholar. What an honor it is for my humble abode to host you. The old man wiped the chair with his sleeve, courteously suggesting, Honorable scholar, please take a seat. That young sir over there, there's a stool in the corner for you to rest. Turning to Xia Sun, he added with great enthusiasm. My household has recently celebrated a joyous occasion. My son just married 3 days ago, and today he and his wife have returned for a visit, leaving their room vacant. I shall tidy up their quarters and prepare a fresh set of bedding for you. The old man chattered as he lifted the curtain and entered the adjacent room. Xia Sun rubbed his hands together and boldly sat down at the table, glancing at Peng Ziki in the corner with a smile, saying, Aha, the newlyweds' chamber. How delightful, we can bask in some of their joyous aura. Peng Ziki shot him a disdainful look, snorting in contempt, thinking to herself, As if you could share a room with me, dream on. We'll see about that. Xia Sun, undeterred, poured himself a cup of cold tea and sipped leisurely. In a huff, Peng Ziki rose and stepped outside to tether the horse in the corridor, then proceeded to unload the saddle and bags. Xia Sun, realizing this, smacked his forehead and hurried out to assist her. Peng Ziki cast him a surprised glance, not expecting this young master to be willing to engage in such labor. She had encountered many educated gentlemen boasting about their grand ideas and responsibilities for the world, Yet when it came to performing any manual task, they treated it as a great shame. Yet here was Yang Zhu, a true anomaly. Two individuals removed the saddlebags and carried them into the room, subsequently taking down the saddles and placing them behind the hall door. Pingziki extracted some bean cakes from the saddlebags, crumbling them to feed the horses. Once they had finished their tasks, the old man emerged, having tidied up the rooms of his son and daughter-in-law with a beaming smile, saying, "I shall heat up some meals for you. We have plenty at home. You two may start with a bite." As the night deepened, the rain continued to fall. The old man returned to his room, while Xiasun and Pingziki, lantern in hand, stepped into the new abode, shoulder to shoulder, their expressions peculiar. Although the old man had already prepared the space, it still radiated festive cheer, adorned with red double happiness characters, crimson window paper, and scarlet bed covers, casting a rosy glow throughout the small room, which in turn illuminated their faces with a gentle blush. Pingziki remained silent, quietly surveying the new room. Xiasun glanced at the two pillows placed side by side on the Kong and chuckled. Fortunately, Sir Ping is astute. Otherwise, I would still be wandering the streets in this rain. Pingziki bit her cherry lips, which, though not reddened by the bite, glistened delicately under the light. "I am not accustomed to sharing a bed," she replied. Xiasun countered, "It is merely for one night." Pingziki cast a cold glance at him, her silence icy, her beautiful face reflecting a frosty demeanor. Xiasun rubbed his hands together and feigned curiosity. "Will you sleep inside or outside?" A faint blush blossomed on Pingziki's petite face, a mix of shyness, annoyance, and discomfort. Clearing his throat, Xiasun rephrased then, "Will you sleep on the bed or the floor?" Pingziki shot him an annoyed look, her expression tinged with playful reproach, which was quite charming. However, her long fingers were poised on the hilt of a knife, tightening slowly, a palpable aura of menace beginning to surface. Xiasun quickly touched his nose, chuckling nervously. "Perhaps I shall just make do on the floor in the hall for the night." With a slight tilt of her chin, Pingziki gazed at the ceiling, dismissing him with disdain. As Xiasun gathered a set of bedding and pillows to leave, he suddenly turned back at the door, saying, "It's raining today. The air is quite cool. Remember to cover yourself with a quilt tonight." Pingziki was momentarily taken aback by his unusually gentle tone, staring at him in confusion. Xiasun continued, "Do not kick off the quilt while sleeping, and do not open the window. There's wind that might let the rain in." Pingziki felt a shiver run down her spine from his considerate words, unable to suppress a tremor. "I am not a child. I do not need your reminders. Just go." Xiasun nodded earnestly, "Yes, and if you need to get up in the middle of the night, be quiet. Even the slightest noise would disturb my sleep." Before he could finish, a pillow flew toward him, and Xiasun swiftly retreated, chuckling as he spread out the bedding on the floor. Amusing this proud little girl was indeed a delightful pastime. Essentially, he embodies a positive optimist, despite the formidable challenges and lurking dangers. He never relinquishes his quest for joy in life. Much like the fable he once heard about a drop of honey, a man suspended in a well, surrounded by a pack of wolves above and venomous snakes below, clings desperately to a branch that preserves his life, even as it is gnawed by a multitude of mice. In the face of imminent death, all he can do is savor the exquisite sweetness of the honey drop on the branch. Therein lies the essence of life. In the room, Pingziki gazes at the celebratory character for happiness by the bedside, then at the pillow discarded on the floor. With a furrowed brow, he ambles over to retrieve it, straining to listen to the sounds outside. Suddenly, an inexplicable warmth envelopes him, causing a flush to rise on his cheeks. Outside, several enigmatic figures clad in raincoats, holding lanterns to ward off the rain, gently guide a mule cart along. The lead figure approaches an alley, glancing around with vigilance before subtly gesturing to the others, who follow him in the cart as they vanish into the narrow passage. As the cart passes, a horse sheltered beneath the eaves snorts, shifting restlessly. Pingziki lifts his head, listening intently for a moment, and upon hearing nothing amiss, he reclines back onto his pillow. The persistent sound of rainwater drumming against the window fills the air. This rainy night is indeed vexatious. Chapter 35, Night Rescue. As the deep night enveloped the world and the rain lessened to a gentle drizzle, Xiasun lay uncomfortably on the hard ground, feeling a persistent dampness clinging to his body. After tossing and turning for quite some time, he was suddenly reminded of the arduous days spent in Xiaya village. He recalled the blissful slumber on a mound of straw within a dilapidated temple and couldn't he help but chuckle softly to himself. How could he have become so accustomed to luxury after only a few days as a young master? Indeed, it is far easier to descend from simplicity to opulence than to revert from opulence to simplicity. With a tranquil mindset, The discomfort of the unforgiving earth began to fade, and soon, Xia Yang drifted into a deep, sweet slumber. Beneath the eastern city wall stood a small courtyard with low thatched walls. The night had deepened, and the lights within the house had been extinguished. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the stillness, accompanied by a loud voice calling from outside. Moments later, an elderly woman emerged with a lantern in hand, her movements surprisingly agile. Following her was a young woman, holding an oiled paper umbrella over her. The dim light illuminated the young woman's features, her raven hair like ink. Her brows elegantly arched, and her slender waist accentuated her graceful demeanor. In a humble household, it was not uncommon to find a comely bride. Yet one with such captivating charm was indeed a rarity. As the pair approached the door, the elder inquired, "Who is it, knocking at this late hour?" A voice from outside urgently replied, "Is this Madame Tang? My surname is Yan Wang, a servant of Lord Lu's household." "Madame Tang, my master's seventh wife is in labor tonight and has been in distress for hours. The child has yet to be born, and lives are at stake. I implore you and the young lady to come and assist us." Upon hearing this, Madame Tang exclaimed, "Oh dear, childbirth is no trivial matter. How is it that you only now think to summon a midwife?" Yan Wang, in a fluster, replied, "We have summoned one. But she has been laboring since last night and has only managed to reveal a foot of the child. Exhausted, she fainted from the effort, and we barely revived her. Otherwise, we would have lost another life." Madame Tang gasped, "The foot has emerged? This is dire news. I cannot guarantee that my presence will change the outcome." Yan Wang, lantern in hand, began to pace anxiously, his voice tinged with desperation. "Whether it succeeds or fails, we must at least try. If we cannot save the child, we must think of saving the mother." "Madame Tang, saving a life is more virtuous than constructing a pagoda of 7 stories. In this darkness and relentless rain, I cannot find a skilled midwife. I beseech you to assist, no matter the outcome. My master will reward you handsomely. Monetary concerns are of little consequence. It is 2 lives at stake." Madame Tang murmured a prayer, then turned to the young woman beside her, speaking softly, "Daughter-in-law, you have not been well these past few days. Stay here and rest. I shall go." The young woman replied, "You are advanced in years, dear mother. It is far too late for you to venture out." Madame Tang shook her head. "No, this is a case of difficult labor. You may not be able to handle it." The daughter-in-law insisted on accompanying her. As she spoke, she peered through the door crack and observed 2 servants holding torches on either side, while another stood on the steps, holding a lantern, sporting an old hat and a goat-like beard. At the foot of the steps, there was indeed a donkey cart, a true display of grandeur befitting a wealthy household. The young woman nodded to her mother-in-law and said, "Please wait a moment. I shall fetch something for you and bring you a coat." The elderly matron consented, and the young woman returned to the room. Shortly, she emerged with a bundle, draping an additional garment around her mother-in-law. As they opened the courtyard gate, the old steward, Yan Wang, hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Ah, Mother Tang, you have finally come out. Quickly, let us assist you into the cart." 2 lantern-bearing attendants clumsily helped the elderly matron onto the carriage. Just as the young woman was about to board, Yan Wang remarked, "Young lady, we left in haste, and there are still some belongings in the cart. It will not accommodate 2 passengers, so I kindly ask you to follow us on foot. Our residence is not far. Just turn right at the main street, and the 3rd alley will be there." The cart shelter was rather cramped, and indeed, with the additional items, it could not fit 2. The young woman thought little of it and agreed to follow behind. As the cart emerged from the alley and turned onto the main street towards the city, they had not traveled far when Yan Wang suddenly produced a handkerchief from his sleeve, catching up to the oblivious young woman and covering her mouth, forcibly dragging her into a side alley. The young woman, horrified, struggled fiercely, managing in the scuffle to tear off Yan Wang's false beard, revealing him to be a robust young man. With one hand covering her mouth and the other gripping her waist, he overpowered her and dragged her into the alley. Meanwhile, the elderly matron, concerned for her daughter-in-law, frequently turned to look back. When she suddenly glanced around, finding the road empty, she gasped, "Daughter-in-law? Stop the cart. Where has my daughter-in-law gone?" The driver, initially feigning ignorance, realized he had been discovered and swiftly cracked the whip, urging the mule cart to speed forward. The elderly matron, experienced from her years in the countryside assisting with births, immediately recognized the dire situation. She cried out in alarm, "Help! Help! They are abducting a woman!" "Shut that old hag's mouth," muttered one of the men accompanying the cart. The driver quickly turned back into the carriage, and before the elderly matron could utter another word, he silenced her. Another man leapt onto the cart, seized the whip, and lashed it fiercely, prompting the mule to gallop away. Its hooves pounding against the ground with a resonant clatter. At that moment, as the cart sped past the house where Xia Sun was lodging, the elderly matroness cries, though filled with urgency, were not loud enough to rouse the slumbering inhabitants. Xia Sun was deeply asleep on the floor of the living room, enveloped in dreams. In truth, no one expected an undercover agent to maintain constant vigilance even in slumber. Such a requirement was entirely unnecessary. In a den of thieves, once an identity is compromised, they would not wait until nightfall to act. Maintaining a light sleep could hinder daytime alertness and reaction, and it might lead to dreams that could inadvertently reveal secrets. Thus, the criteria for selecting undercover personnel included the ability to achieve restful sleep, free from frequent dreaming or sleep-talking, in the present day while lodging at a residence. The night was swift and serene. Even if the assassin had pursued relentlessly from Qinzhou, it would be impossible to catch up. Thus, Xia Sun slept soundly, oblivious to the alarm. However, Miss Ping, whose slumber was lighter, was roused by the sudden shout. As a young woman sharing quarters with a man, she was clad in soft attire, and upon hearing the warning, she perked up, straining her ears before swiftly seizing her ghostly knife and darting out of the bedroom. Xia Sun's even breaths resonated through the air. What a pick! Peng Ziki muttered irritably as she leapt forward. What remarkable lightness of foot! Though the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, her form glided gracefully, her movements were fluid, and her actions remarkably agile. In dire moments, one truly can unleash extraordinary capabilities beyond the ordinary, and Peng Ziki was quite pleased with her swift leap. With her toes barely touching the ground, she moved soundlessly. Huh? Why does it feel so soft? At that moment, Xia Sun emitted a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ah, who stepped on me? Peng Ziki's face flushed with heat, and she silently stuck out her tongue before hastily unfastening the door latch and slipping outside. Although Xia Sun had been deeply asleep, he quickly regained his composure upon waking. As he opened his eyes, he caught a glimpse of Peng Ziki's figure vanishing at the doorway and promptly rolled out of bed to pursue her. The elderly man inside, alerted by the commotion, emerged with an oil lamp, only to find the room empty. This unexpected turn startled him. He initially suspected the two were thieves. Yet upon closer inspection, he noticed their luggage and horses remained, leaving him bewildered by the wide-open door. Stop! Who are you? Peng Ziki demanded as she hastened towards the carriage, positioning herself in front of it with an icy demeanor. The coachman, startled, reined in the horses and barked, Brother, the road belongs to all. I advise you to mind your own business. There is no benefit in meddling. Peng Ziki chuckled softly, tightening her grip on the knife's hilt, and retorted, So, I need to inquire further. It appears you are indeed a band of rogues, rather than respectable folk. From within the carriage, the captor of Granny Tang growled. Get rid of her and move quickly. On the roadside, another thug disguised as a servant discarded his lantern, transforming his umbrella into a weapon, and lunged fiercely at Peng Ziki. Simultaneously, the coachman leapt down, brandishing a long whip. Peng Ziki deftly sidestepped, twisting her waist in an unusual manner, and executed a graceful maneuver to evade the incoming umbrella tip. With a swift and cunning motion of her knife, the assailant cried out in pain as he was struck in the ribs and collapsed into the rain-soaked ground, curling up like a shrimp, unable to rise. The other thug, losing grip of his whip, staggered back, clutching his throat as he fell, gasping for breath, tears streaming from the agony. The assailant holding Granny Tang's throat, witnessing the chaos, drew a dagger and prepared to leap from the carriage. However, as he peered out, a powerful iron arm shot forth, unexpectedly seizing his neck and dragging him outside, delivering a decisive chop to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. You, a seemingly delicate flower, possess quite the skill. Peng Ziki remarked with a smile towards the timely arrival of Xia Sun. Old Granny Tang, shedding her control, cried out in desperation, Brave warriors, please save me. My daughter-in-law has been kidnapped. I implore you to rescue her. Peng Ziki was taken aback and urgently inquired, Your daughter-in-law has been abducted by scoundrels? Granny Tang replied anxiously. Indeed. Just a moment ago, I turned my head and she vanished. She must have been dragged into a narrow alley by those ruffians. Oh heavens! If anything were to happen to her, I shall go to her aid. You take Granny back. With a swift motion, Peng Ziki dashed away like a bolt of lightning. The mule cart was sent back to the old man's residence. Not being a constable, Peng Ziki refrained from taking lethal action. Instead, he struck two of the assailants unconscious with the sheath of his knife. The third, who had also been rendered insensible by Xia Sun's blade, was securely bound with rope by Xia Sun, ensuring all three miscreants were incapacitated. Although the old man and Granny Tang lived nearby, they were unfamiliar with one another. When he lit a lamp and approached the three unconscious ruffians, he recognized them as notorious scoundrels of the town. He inwardly lamented, fearing that trouble might ensue, yet it was too late to speak up. He chose to keep his distance, allowing Xia Sun to take charge and temporarily utilize the main room. Xia Sun inquired further into Granny Tang's situation, learning that she was not a local but had come from Huaishi as part of the recent migration to the north. Her family had only settled in Putai County for a month. Granny Tang had one son and one daughter-in-law. Her son, Tang Yaojiu, had attended a few days of private schooling but had not achieved much academically. He was currently a tradesman, sharpening knives and mending pots, permitted by the patrol inspector to venture into the villages of the county to engage in small business. He happened to be away from home these past few days. Granny Tang made a living as a midwife, and her daughter-in-law had learned the craft from her after marriage. That evening, they had been invited to assist with a delivery due to the household as considerable stature, which did not seem like the kind of people who would engage in wrongdoing. Given it was in the city, they thought little of it and left without hesitation, only to find themselves caught in this unfortunate affair. Just as Xia Sun was about to delve deeper into their conversation, Ping Ziki appeared at the door, soaked to the skin, his cheeks flushed like blooming peach blossoms. Xia Sun signaled with his eyes, and Ping Ziki subtly shook his head. Upon learning that her daughter-in-law had not been found, Granny Tang broke down in tears. While Xia Sun remained silent, he had anticipated that it was highly unlikely for Ping Ziki to locate the woman. The rain was pouring, and even if the assailants had malicious intentions, it was improbable they would hastily execute their plans in such weather. Furthermore, considering the elaborate methods they employed to deceive a woman, it was clear they were not ordinary villains. Otherwise, they would simply have broken in without such complication. Fuming, Peng Ziki exclaimed, "How is Putai County governed that such brazen kidnappings can occur in the city?" Then, noticing the three unconscious men, he asked, "Have you interrogated them yet?" Xia Sun shook his head, "Not yet. I was just clarifying the situation with the elderly lady." Ping Ziki fetched water and splashed it on the three ruffians, abruptly rousing them from their stupor. He assumed the imposing demeanor of a magistrate presiding over a court, inquiring into their identities. However, the trio remained tight-lipped, merely responding with disdainful sneers. Should he resort to torture, they threatened him, asserting, "If you dare to inflict punishment unlawfully, I shall report you to the authorities." Fueled by indignation, Ping Ziki found himself constrained by his domestic responsibilities and was reluctant to take drastic measures against the three miscreants. Observing the situation with a cool detachment, Xia Sun sensed that the three seemed to harbor some form of protection, prompting him to suggest, "Enough of this. You assist the elderly lady back to her room to rest, and at dawn, we shall deliver these ruffians to the authorities for due justice." The ruffian leader chuckled darkly. "Wayfarer, a mighty dragon does not trample upon a local snake. If you know what is best for you, release us at once. I might show you mercy, but should you choose otherwise, it is unlikely you will leave Putai County unscathed." Xia Sun raised an eyebrow, responding with a sardonic smile. "Oh? I possess a distinguished identity and status, granted by the imperial court to traverse the realm. There is no corner of the Ming Empire I cannot access. A mere Putai County poses no obstacle. I shall come and go as I please. I doubt you have the capacity to detain me." Ping Ziki found his words delightfully agreeable and exclaimed, "Well said. Yang, at last, you have spoken with reason. Rest assured, through water and fire, to the heavens and under the earth, I shall stand by your side, come what may." Xia Sun smiled and replied, "If we share a bed in life, let us also share a grave in death. That would be even more poignant." Ping Ziki shot him a fierce glare, scolding, "From a dog's mouth, one cannot expect ivory." Yet inwardly, she pondered, could this scoundrel have discerned my true identity? This week has been less than inspiring, leaving us in a rather precarious situation. Nevertheless, thanks to the support of several readers, we have maintained commendable results. Currently, we are not far from the top of the recommendation list. Each reader is encouraged to cast their votes, and if you could revisit the main text every 6 hours, we might just catch up. Thus, I kindly implore your support. Chapter 036. Elopement. The daughter of the Tang family was forcibly taken into a narrow alley, where a few burly men awaited her arrival. Swiftly, they muffled her mouth and nose, whisking her away in a hurried flight. Disoriented from the constant turns, she felt as though her head might spin off. Gradually, the sound of rain faded, suggesting they had entered a courtyard. Moments later, she heard a creaking sound, as if descending a staircase. The blindfold was then removed, and the Tang lady found herself in a tranquil place, devoid of thunder or rain. Before her lay a corridor, flanked by rooms without doors, only draped with curtains. This peculiar arrangement of compact quarters was quite rare, giving it an odd atmosphere. Two robust men guided her forward, and in her haste, she noticed that some curtains were lifted, revealing opulent chambers adorned with exquisite silk and embroidery. In each room, a woman clad in sheer spring attire, her enchanting figure partially revealed, sat or stood, staring vacantly at her. Their pallid complexions and lifeless expressions resembled ethereal specters, intensifying the Tang lady's dread. What manner of place was this? She was thrust into an empty room and unceremoniously tossed onto a bed, with her hands bound behind her. She struggled to arch her back, her rounded form lifting. Before she could fully turn, a large hand pinched her rear, startling her. She swiftly rolled away and, upon focusing, beheld a man clad in a purple-patterned robe, grinning at her. He appeared to be in his 50s, robust in stature, with a dignified and imposing visage, adorned with a few wisps of gray under his chin, exuding an air of authority. The Tang lady widened her alluring almond eyes in terror, her gaze filled with confusion. The man smiled faintly and leaned down to remove the cloth from her mouth. Instantly, she cried out in fear, "Who are you? Why have you captured me?" "Ah, dear Tang lady," he replied with a sinister chuckle, "what do you think I might do with you now that I have you in my grasp?" His laughter, laced with wickedness, shattered any semblance of dignity he possessed. "Look at this enchanting figure, this captivating beauty. I find myself quite fond of virtuous women like you. Such charm and grace cannot be replicated by those of the brothel. Fear not, Tang lady. Your man is but a wretched craftsman, unworthy of nurturing such a delicate flower as yourself. From this moment forth, you shall belong to me. I will indulge you in luxuries and pleasures beyond your imagination." As he leered and lunged towards her, she shouted, "Get away." Her face flushed with rage as she kicked out, only to be seized by the man, who leered, "Do not waste your strength, my dear. Every woman I have brought here initially resisted, yet they all submit to my will in the end." With the ferocity of a ravenous dog, he lunged at her, attempting to tear her garments apart. Though her hands were free, she was no match for him. In mere moments, her clothing was shred to tatters. Stripped of her attire, the Tang lady dared not struggle further, curling up on the bed like a frightened lamb. The gentleman squinted his eyes in disbelief, hastily waving his hand. The several attendants, who were left astonished, promptly retreated and lowered the curtain. The gentleman leered, "My dear lady, come and indulge me." The attendants exchanged knowing glances, their faces adorned with a lewd grin. However, before their smiles could fade, an exclamation of frustration erupted from within. "Damn it, what foul luck." The curtain was flung aside, and the gentleman emerged, his face etched with annoyance. The attendants quickly composed themselves, bowing respectfully, "My lord." With vexation, he muttered, "Curse it, just as my luck would have it, she arrives during her time. Call for a maid, have her dressed properly to serve me. And once her cycle is complete, I shall enjoy her fully." "Yes, yes," the attendants replied hurriedly. The gentleman, aflame with desire yet unable to satiate it, turned his gaze to another room where a young woman in night attire sat, and with a lewd chuckle, he eagerly strode inside. As dawn broke, Xia Sun and Ping Ziki dragged 3 ruffians onto a mule cart, assisting the old woman Tang towards the county office. Along the way, many curious townsfolk noticed the unusual commotion, and a few busybodies trailed behind. By the time they reached the entrance of the county office, a crowd of dozens had gathered. The bailiffs, seeing the situation, quickly brandished their staffs to block the way. Xia Sun let go of the old woman and stepped forward, picking up a drumstick to sound the justice drum vigorously. In a matter of moments, the bailiffs filed into the hall. The magistrate, Lord Shanlong, strode forth from the back room with an imposing presence, standing beneath the grand painting of the sea and sun. Grasping the judge's block, he struck it forcefully and bellowed, "Who dares to beat the drum of grievance? Bring them forth at once." The group was ushered into the courtroom. As a scholar, Xia Sun was not required to kneel and stood by to declare his identity. The old woman Tang, weeping profusely, exclaimed, "Your Excellency, please grant justice for this humble woman. My daughter-in-law, surnamed Huang, given the name Inha, married into our family in the 26th year of Hangul. Though illiterate, Tang possessed an extraordinary eloquence, and within moments, she articulated the case with clarity." Magistrate Shan's expression darkened as he sternly questioned the 3 ruffians. "You 3, state your names and identities, and recount how you abducted the woman from the Tang family. Otherwise, do not blame me for administering severe punishment." "Unjust, my lord," the 3 ruffians cried in unison, presenting their names, Su Liang, Chen Qing, and Liao Liangkai. The leader, Liao Liangkai, lamented, "Last night, someone approached us 3 brothers, offering a sum of money to assist in fetching someone. We, eager for the earnings, thought nothing of it, agreeing to help without concern for the person's identity, as it was merely a retrieval, not an immoral deed. One after another, they recounted a narrative entirely at odds with that of the old woman Tang, claiming ignorance of the identity of their employer, asserting they were merely hired hands, and that the mule cart had been rented in their names from a local establishment. Initially, as per the instructions of that individual, the plan was to escort someone to the West City for the delivery of the master's concubine. However, unexpectedly, as they turned onto the main street, both the man and the young woman vanished without a trace. Granny Tang, upon witnessing this, cried out in alarm, and the three brothers were left bewildered, caught in a moment of utter confusion, when suddenly, Pingziki, who had rushed out to assist, knocked them unconscious. "Oh?" Lord Dan stroked his beard and mused, "You do not recognize that individual?" Unable to contain himself, Pingziki replied, "My lord, the common folk know not." Lord Dan slammed the gavel and admonished, "Impudent! I have yet to inquire. How dare you speak out of turn? Should you disrupt the proceedings again, I shall silence you." Infuriated, Pingziki shrugged his shoulders as if to rise, but Xiasen gently pressed down on his shoulder to restrain him. Lord Dan then turned to the ruffian leader, demanding, "Describe the man's appearance and the circumstances in detail." Yao Liangkai responded, in reply to the esteemed lord, the individual appeared to be under 30, quite handsome, dressed in a manner befitting a wealthy gentleman. We have never encountered his visage in this county. His speech had an unusual tone, not resembling the local dialect. Su Liang interjected, "Indeed, it bears some resemblance to Granny Tang's accent." Qin Qing added, "Strangely, when he knocked on Granny Tang's door, he spoke with a distinctly local accent." After a moment of contemplation, Lord Dan remarked, "Kidnapping? That seems illogical. The Tang household consists solely of an elderly woman and a young one. If he intended to abduct someone, why go to such lengths? He could simply barge through the door, subdue the old woman, and your daughter-in-law would surely comply. Moreover, since your daughter-in-law was following the carriage, how could she vanish without a sound? It appears to me that since this man shares a similar accent with Granny Tang, he is likely from Huaishi. If my conjecture is correct, the abduction of a maiden is improbable. It is far more likely that your daughter-in-law, lacking virtue, has been entangled with this man during your time in Huaishi. Now that you have relocated to Putai, he, enamored by the affair, has pursued her here, conspiring with her to deceive you and elope." The three ruffians exclaimed in unison, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord." Granny Tang protested, "Esteemed lord, that is not the case. My daughter-in-law is virtuous and proper. How could she engage in such scandalous behavior? Furthermore, I have never encountered that man before, and his speech was not of Huaishi origin." Lord Dan concluded, "This man, having independently tracked down Putai, must be a wandering merchant, akin to a quack doctor. It is not surprising that he possesses knowledge of various dialects. To mislead you, he would naturally employ some embellishments." Upon hearing this, a chill crept into Xiasun's heart. If the local county magistrate were to collude with the nefarious local ruffians, what fate awaited an outsider like him? No wonder the three ruffians were so confident. Last night, they had the audacity to threaten him, insinuating that should he meddle further, he might meet an untimely demise without a soul to notice. All along, Xiasun had strived to embody Yang Wenxuan to survive in this world, subconsciously perceiving everyone as a potential threat. With this thought taking root, he immediately entertained notions of self-preservation. Pingziki, however, was filled with indignation and interjected, "Sir, such a judgment is unacceptable to the common folk. These three claim to be mere hired hands, unaware of the details, yet, when I confronted them last night, they engaged in a scuffle with me. If they are not accomplices of that vile person, would it not defy reason?" Yao Liangkai exclaimed, "Good sir, in the pitch darkness, you suddenly appeared with a knife in hand. How could we discern your identity? We thought you were a highwayman. Is it not natural to resist?" Magistrate Dan stroked his beard and mused, That reasoning holds some merit." Granny Tang cried out, "Your Honor, they are clearly in cahoots with that scoundrel." In the carriage, when I saw my daughter-in-law being abducted, I screamed for help. They not only ignored me, but also covered my mouth and nose, driving away at great speed. Yao Liangkai retorted, "Granny Tang, do not fabricate accusations merely to reclaim your daughter-in-law. We are all honest folk with families to support, merely striving to earn a meager living. And we have been unwittingly used by your daughter-in-law's vile accomplice. Do not let your anger lead to our ruin." Upon hearing your cries, we were startled and disoriented. At no time did we lay hands on anyone. Granny Tang wailed in protest, and Magistrate Dan inquired of Pingziki, "Brave Ping, when you rushed into the alley, did you see Granny Tang's daughter-in-law? Were there any traces left behind?" Pingziki replied, "When I arrived, the alley was deserted, the sky was dim, and it was raining. I found no signs whatsoever. The magistrate further asked, how long is that alley? Plunged estimated, it must be about 100 steps. The magistrate concluded, exactly. On a rainy night, with muddy ground, if that woman had not colluded beforehand with the assailant, how could he have abducted her so swiftly? Pingziki protested, Your Honor. Magistrate Dan waved his hand and spoke wisely. This case is fraught with uncertainties. Granny Tang's claim pertains to the abduction of a common woman. Yet based on the testimonies of Liao Liangkai and the other two, it seems more akin to a runaway affair. Until the truth is ascertained, I cannot hastily pass judgment. Therefore, Liao Liangkai, Su Liang, and Chen Xing, regardless of whether they are mere pawns or conspirators in the abduction, shall be temporarily detained until the matter is clarified. The three men, upon hearing this, bowed repeatedly, pleading their innocence, while the head constable signaled for the guards to escort them away. Magistrate Dan then addressed Granny Tang in a gentle tone, Granny Tang, do not be anxious. As the circumstances remain unclear, I cannot rely solely on your account to proclaim an abduction. I shall instruct the patrol officers and local officials to investigate your daughter-in-law's whereabouts. You may also seek assistance from neighbors and friends. Once it is confirmed that it is indeed an abduction, I will report to the provincial office, sketch a portrait, and issue a wanted notice across the land. Now, please depart. This foolish magistrate conducts his duties with such confusion. After escorting the weeping Granny Tang home and offering her some words of comfort, the two departed from the Tang residence. Pengziki, filled with frustration, remarked, confused indeed. Xia soon remarked softly, it seems that the county magistrate has not erred. The three rascals have already been imprisoned. Granny Tang claims that the daughter-in-law was abducted, and the magistrate has instructed the officers and local officials to search for her. What more can be done? Those ruffians are clearly in league with the scoundrels who perpetrated the abduction. If he were to employ severe punishment, would they not confess? Employ torture? Are we not concerned about coerced confessions? Humph. It is difficult to say that this corrupt official is not colluding with the criminals. Xia Sun continued. Perhaps the magistrate is merely acting with caution. From your perspective, one would naturally wish to mete out punishment to those rascals to compel them to speak the truth. However, the presiding officer should not let emotions dictate his actions. Regardless of how pitiful your account may be, he ought to rely solely on evidence. Furthermore, if a case of elopement arises, it is merely a minor scandal, but should an abduction case surface, it becomes a grave matter. Considering his own position, it is only human to wish to downplay the major issue and minimize the minor one. We should refrain from hastily drawing conclusions. Pingziki retorted vehemently. You witnessed it last night with your own eyes. Do you not recognize that it was clearly the forcible abduction of a woman? Xia Sun fell silent for a moment before gently responding. This matter has already entered the jurisdiction of the officials. It is beyond our influence. We must depart from here. Immediately. I will not leave. Pingziki's eyes blazed with anger. If you fear for your life and choose to flee, what of Granny Tang's plight? Since I have witnessed it, I must lend her aid. You certainly possess a fervent heart, Xia Sun remarked coolly. There are countless injustices in this world that we cannot rectify. Such unfairness has existed in the past, persists in the present, and will continue into the future. Even if we risk our lives, how many can we truly help? If you refuse to leave, then I shall. Pingziki scoffed. I am not a learned scholar adept in the affairs of the world, nor do I possess your clever intellect. I know not of the past or future, nor the matters of the world. I only know that this event unfolds before my very eyes. I understand that if I am willing to intervene, there is hope to rescue this unfortunate woman. If I can do something within my means and choose not to act, then I am not worthy of being called human. Xia Sun halted, slowly turning around, surprised to see this girl, whom he had always regarded as cold and domineering, speak so passionately. He said gravely, the one who dares to abduct a woman must possess considerable power. The government's handling of this case is likely in collusion with them. Danger lurks both overtly and covertly from officials and criminals alike. One misstep could not only prevent the rescue, but also lead to our own ruin. Are you truly willing to assist them? I am. Xia Sun nodded and approached her. Let us go. Where to? To the place where the Tang family's daughter-in-law was taken, to devise a plan to capture the thief. Pengziki was taken aback, a glimmer of joy in her eyes, and hesitated. You are not afraid of the dangers involved? Xia Sun smiled faintly and softly replied, after all, I am someone who has studied the teachings of sages. If you are willing to face peril, I am ashamed of my own reluctance. Since you are willing, I shall also join you. Chapter 037. Summerson investigates. This was a narrow and secluded alley. Though not particularly wide, it could accommodate a vehicle. The alley was unpaved, and after last night's rain, the ground was exceedingly muddy, with the chaotic footprints of passers-by still clearly imprinted upon it. Summerson glanced at the moss-covered walls on either side and surveyed the length of the alley, remarking, "The ground has been disturbed by pedestrians. However, if the assailants had a vehicle in the alley, tire tracks would be evident. Thus, it is likely that the woman was coerced or forcibly taken." What significance does this observation hold? Perhaps the modern individual may find it trivial. Yet those of that era understood the terrifying implications of confronting a local tyrant in an unfamiliar place, especially one potentially shielded by governmental support. Consequently, Summerson's agreement to remain alleviated Ping Ziqi's hostility towards him, even sparking a hint of delight. Nevertheless, as he continued to expound upon these seemingly inconsequential matters, her temper began to flare. With a slight smile, Summerson patiently explained, "This indicates that the abductors of the Tang family's daughter-in-law do not reside far away." Oh? He continued, "First, if their residents were distant, they could easily leverage the unfamiliarity of the Tang mother-in-law and daughter-in-law with Putai County, luring them closer before abducting the woman and leading the mother-in-law in circles until dawn, by which time she would be utterly incapable of recalling from where her daughter-in-law had been taken. Would that not be more advantageous? Second, this alley permits parking, and the street opposite is paved. Any tire tracks present would vanish upon reaching the main road, and any mud would be washed away by the rain. Hence, if the distance were great, the abductor's vehicle could easily remain within the alley. It is only if the assailants dwell nearby, in this eastern district, that they would forego the use of a vehicle, as being seen would be rather undesirable." "Oh, that seems plausible." Ping Ziqi's expression began to shift. Summerson added, "The Tang family is impoverished, while the kidnappers hired vehicles and thugs, incurring considerable expense. Thus, the abduction cannot be for monetary gain." Having just arrived in Putai, with the son engaged in mending pots and sharpening knives and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law rarely venturing out, it is unlikely they would have made any enemies in such a short time. Therefore, the motive must pertain to desire. Even the most lascivious individuals, despite their attempts to conceal their reputations, inevitably leave traces of their indiscretions in daily life. This could serve as a lead in identifying suspects. Ping Ziqi's gaze began to reflect astonishment. Although she had vaguely surmised some of the reasoning, she could not articulate it so coherently. The man standing before her, young Wenchuan, seemed worlds apart from the wayward scoundrel she had known. His expression was marked by earnestness and confidence, undeniably captivating. Unaware of her thoughts, Summerson continued to ponder aloud. The Tang mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, though engaged in midwifery, are relatively unknown due to their recent arrival. They can only rely on neighbors to spread their name, and few are aware of their practice. Even fewer have had the opportunity to see the Tang family's daughter-in-law. Thus, any individual harboring lustful intentions must be a nearby resident or perhaps someone from the households where the Tang women have previously assisted in childbirth. In a small county, the three ruffians were all locals, and the true culprit was indeed in Putai County. It stands to reason that these ruffians would recognize him, yet they acted with impunity, suggesting they must have some backing. Perhaps the real mastermind is a powerful figure in this locality whom they dare not offend, preferring to take the fall and face imprisonment. Alternatively, as you suggested, this enigmatic figure may possess formidable connections, allowing them to curry favor with the authorities and secure their release once the storm passes. Regardless of the scenario, it is evident that this family wields considerable influence. Xiasun concluded, therefore, we must identify the miscreant, focusing our search in the eastern part of the town. This individual must hold a significant position, either wealthy or noble, and likely has a notorious reputation within the county. Thus, locating the perpetrator should prove to be considerably easier. Peng Ziqi replied with a smile. It is true that those who have received an education comprehend many truths. I had thought you. Well, what do you propose we do? Xiasun blinked and said, since it is your insistence to remain, you must already have a plan. I am eager to know what it entails. Peng Ziqi puffed out her chest. I do not possess your intricate thoughts. My idea is quite simple. Tonight, I shall don a disguise and infiltrate the county jail to confront those three ruffians, with a bit of harsh interrogation. I am certain they will confess. Xiasun appeared perplexed. And then what? Peng Ziqi, momentarily taken aback by his expression, stammered, well, then there would be nothing further. Xiasun rubbed his nose and chuckled wryly. Indeed, it is remarkably straightforward. Peng Ziqi beamed with pride. Of course. Xiasun inquired, is it truly so easy to infiltrate the county jail? Peng Ziqi explained, the jails and the local government offices are rather rudimentary. Except for death row inmates and serious criminals, the guards are quite lax. Communicating with those inside or even sneaking in is not particularly difficult. Back when I was in Qizhou, my family. She suddenly realized she had let slip too much, quickly correcting herself. With my skills, entering such a poorly guarded place would be effortless. Xia soon remarked, excellent. So after you subject the criminals to your harsh interrogation and they dutifully confess, revealing a Mr. Zhang or a Mr. Li, what then? Then. Ping Ziqi's face flushed crimson, and she struggled to articulate a response. Xia Sun continued. Even if not a single guard witnesses your interrogation and the 3 ruffians confess without implicating anyone else, will you then boldly confront this Mr. Zhang or Mr. Li? Will you storm into their residence, ruthless and unyielding, slaughtering any opposition, and emerge victorious, cradling the daughter of the Tang family? Xia Sun's tone was laced with clear mockery, causing Ping Ziqi's cheeks to burn as if they could fry an egg. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, wishing she could obliterate Xia Sun with her glare. Xia Sun persisted. To resort to violence is to disrupt the order itself. Even those who once encouraged you to act unlawfully would not tolerate any disruptions to the established order once they seize power. Moreover, can one truly guarantee that their own intentions are noble and that their actions will yield beneficial results? What if you were to find that villain and, in a reckless charge into his abode, inadvertently harmed an innocent? What if, acting alone, you failed to locate the Tang family matron, instead startling the serpent into moving her, rendering her irremediably lost? What if the officials and the bandits were indeed colluding, leading to your unjust imprisonment, branding you a highwayman and condemning you to execution? And should fortune smile upon you, allowing you to evade all these calamities and successfully rescue the captive, would the authorities not still accuse you of usurpation and transgression? Would I, then, be left to visit you in prison with a small basket, playing the role of your faithful hero? Pang Ziqi felt herself likened to a shrimp thrown into boiling water, her ears flushing with indignation as she snapped. Why waste breath on such nonsense? Are you not capable of action? Thank you, but I am not, came the reply. Pang Ziqi's toes twitched, her impulse to kick him suppressed as she scowled. Then what do you propose we do? Xia Sun furrowed his brow slightly. My method is perilous. In that moment, Pang Ziqi seized the upper hand. Sneering, what, are you afraid? Xia Sun shook his head gently, gesturing to himself. I am not the one in danger. He then pointed at Ping Ziqi. You are the one in peril. With a buoyant heart, returned to Putai County, his burden laden with substantial gains. His journey had borne fruit, as many of his congregants had been located, and even Ma Laosi had traversed a great distance from Xiesher Pingjai to connect with him. He planned to settle in Shandong, envisioning a future where he could revive his ancestral teachings and pass on the legacy of the White Lotus. However, upon his jubilant return home, he was struck like a bolt from the blue with the news of his wife's abduction. Knowing his spouse to be dignified and virtuous, he dismissed the notion of her elopement and, abandoning his load, stormed to the county magistrate's office, demanding justice. As an outsider, the magistrate treated him with scant courtesy, brushing him off with a few dismissive remarks. Unwilling to relent, Tang Yaoju's protests grew heated, inciting the magistrate's fury. In a fit of rage, the magistrate summoned a black cane and condemned him to 40 strikes for his outburst, leaving Tang Yaoju in excruciating pain, entering standing upright and exiting in agony. Among the 100 or so Huaishi migrants settled in Putai County, a dozen were disciples of Tang Yaoju. Upon hearing of the Tang family's misfortune, they flocked to offer their support, accompanying him to the magistrate's court. Witnessing the magistrate's tyrannical display, they dared not voice their anger until after Tang Yaoju had endured his punishment, at which point they helped him home, simmering with indignation. Someone brought medicinal ointment to tend to his wounds, while a throng gathered around him, voices rising in a cacophony of concern for the Tang matron's safety and curses aimed at the magistrate's incompetence. Yet they remained unable to reach a consensus on the matter at hand. Tang Yaoju lay on the edge of the Kong, consumed by thoughts of his wife, Huang, who had been abducted for an entire night. His heart ached as he feared her purity was irreparably tarnished. The thought of her steadfast virtue led him to believe that should she suffer indignity, she might take her own life, filling him with a fury that bordered on madness. Yet, even if he were willing to sacrifice himself and fight tooth and nail for vengeance, he could find no trace of his enemies. After a long moment of contemplation, his face ashen, Tang Yaoju grit his teeth and declared, Wang Hongguang, Yang Kai, remove the door panel and carry me out. Luo Li, lead the way. We must seek out old Master Lin. The 3 individuals he named were also from Huaishi and had recently relocated to Putai County, serving in his establishment as trusted aides. Upon hearing his command, Luo Li grew anxious. Master, do you intend to leverage old Master Lin's influence? Tang Yaoju replied, if not him, then who else? Luo Li cautioned, but Master, old Master Lin does not harbor good intentions toward us. The last time he visited Tang Yaoju, with a heavy heart, lamented. A dragon trapped in shallow waters is toyed with by shrimp, and a tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. Times have changed. We are outsiders without solid footing. My wife's fate is uncertain, and I cannot afford to ponder further. Carry me away. Reluctantly. Luo Li stomped his foot in frustration and shouted, what are you waiting for? Go remove the door panel. Xia Sun departed from the home where he had been lodging with Peng Ziki, finding an inn to settle into. After placing their belongings, they made their way to the front hall of the establishment, choosing a secluded corner to sit down. They ordered a few dishes and, just as they were settling in, Peng Ziki impatiently inquired, what are your plans? Speak quickly. Saving a person is akin to extinguishing a fire. Xia Sun replied contemplatively, the abduction occurred last night. And now it is already midday. If there were a fire, it would have burned out by now. Peng Ziki felt a sudden urge to strike him with the wine jug, but was interrupted as Xia Sun continued, at this hour. What needed to happen has already transpired. There is no point in rushing. Let us eat something first. However, I must reiterate, my plan puts you in considerable danger. With a determined furrow of her brow, Peng Ziki insisted, tell me what to do. I would brave any peril without flinching. Xia Sun responded. There is no need to face such peril directly. Instead, you must take a calculated risk to draw out the villain. Dumbfounded, Peng Ziki asked, how can I do that? Xia Sun explained, the miscreant was drawn to the Tang family's daughter due to her beauty, which indicates he is a man of insatiable lust. If a charming and delightful young woman were to suddenly appear in Putai County, an outsider seeking relatives who, unfortunately, cannot be found should she go missing, do you not think he would strike again? Without a doubt, he would not spare an outsider if he is already preying on those close at hand. But where shall we find such a lovely girl? Even if we do, a common maiden entering that den of wolves, what if? As Xia Sun gazed at him with a somewhat peculiar expression, Peng Ziki gradually began to comprehend the situation. Hesitantly, he pointed to the tip of his own nose and stammered, You aren't referring to me, are you? Xia Sun quickly replied, I meant cross-dressing. Cross-dressing? No, I meant the opposite, dressing as a woman. Just as Peng Ziki was about to protest, a loud thud echoed as someone slammed their palm upon the table, exclaiming, in broad daylight, under the open sky, it is truly inconceivable that such an abduction of women could occur in Putai County. Xia Sun and Peng Ziki turned to see two individuals who had just taken their seats by the window. The speaker, appearing to be around 23 or 24 years of age, donned a scholar's robe. His square face, thick brows like ink, and spirited eyes exuded a sense of righteous indignation. Despite his scholarly attire, opposite him sat a similarly dressed man of comparable age, sporting a square face and straight brows, with a refined countenance and an elegant demeanor. He spoke, saying, Brother Ji, the case remains unclear at present. It may not necessarily be a case of abduction. From the inquiries conducted in the court, it is plausible that the woman has acted unfaithfully, perhaps having taken a lover in Huaishi, and now seeks to elope, abandoning her family. Ji, the scholar, threw back his head and laughed heartily. Aha, Xian Ning, you are far too upright and naive. The county magistrate's deceitful words may fool you, but they will never deceive me, Ji Gang. Chapter 38. Disguised as a woman to go fishing. The scholar seated opposite remarked dismissively, Brother Ji, you are excessively suspicious by nature. A public servant should uphold a sense of fairness. One must not be swayed by mere words or pitiable appearances. For if adjudication were so straightforward, then whoever weeps the loudest or appears most wretched would surely win their case. Take note of our county magistrate, who has already apprehended 3 ruffians and ordered the local constables to scour the town for evidence. His actions cannot be deemed unjust. The pursuit of justice is no trifling matter. Without solid evidence, how can we act solely on the hearsay of Granny Tang? The scholar named Ji retorted, absurd. If that woman from the Tang family truly had an illicit lover, with her husband absent and her elderly mother-in-law unable to move easily, why would she choose a stormy night to elope? It defies reason to make such a grand escape, involving hired help and transport, only to draw her mother-in-law into the chaos. With the night curfew in place and all gates secured, where would she flee? Such contradictions cast doubt on the possibility of her elopement. The scholar surnamed Gao pondered aloud. How could I have overlooked this? Your argument is quite compelling, Brother Ji. Perhaps we should visit the magistrate and share your insights to aid him in solving this case. Do not. Ji interrupted. You are too naive, my friend. Have you not heard of the treachery of human nature? That scholar surnamed Yang in the courtroom is far more astute than you realize. I observe with a discerning eye. He too harbors skepticism toward the magistrate's words, yet he remains silent. Do you think someone who has passed the imperial examinations and been appointed to govern a county is as oblivious to the ways of the world as you are? Those in power are all shrewd individuals. I fear he is not ignorant but rather feigning ignorance. He lifted his cup and chuckled coldly. The waters of Puda County run deep, and it would be best for someone as innocent as you to tread cautiously. A single misstep could lead to our downfall. Gao's face flushed as he exclaimed, You imply that the magistrate intentionally allows the culprit to escape? How could that be? The magistrate has spent years in study, steeped in the teachings of Confucius and Mencius, imbibing moral philosophy. How could he possibly indulge a villain? Ji drained his cup and replied scornfully, If those who study moral philosophy were invariably virtuous, there would be no need for stringent laws against corruption. Hu Weiyong devised a punishment of skinning and stuffing with straw for officials embezzling more than 60 strings of cash. The former officers are turned into straw figures as a grim reminder for their successors. Such shocking lessons should deter corruption. Yet look how the greedy continue to fall one after another. Even a newborn knows to seek its mother's milk, and if a sibling tries to take it, it will wail in protest. Human nature is inherently flawed, concerned only with the self and oblivious to others. While moral teachings can guide, they cannot ensure that all turn to goodness. There will always be those who cannot resist the seductions of wine, lust, and wealth. Today they may choose virtue, but tomorrow they may choose vice. To govern the realm, only the principles of legalism will suffice. This brings us to the profoundly contentious topics of whether human nature is inherently good or evil, and whether a nation should be governed by law or by Confucian teachings. The scholar of the Gao surname could not help but change countenance, solemnly stating, I believe that Master Dan possesses a spirit of integrity. He hardly resembles a corrupt official who engages in bribery and malfeasance. Brother Ji, your cynicism and penchant for shocking remarks led to your expulsion from the county academy. Why do you not seek to amend your ways? These words ignited a fury within the scholar of the Ji surname. After much effort, he had finally passed the examinations. Yet his penchant for controversial statements, even his differing interpretations of the teachings of the revered Confucius, had incurred the ire of the instructors, who branded him as a purveyor of heretical ideas, resulting in his expulsion. This wound had long festered in his heart, and now, as his friend reopened it, he could not help but erupt in anger. His eyes reddened as he glared at the scholar of the Gao surname, menacingly declaring, If you speak thus, dare you wager with me? The scholar of the Gao surname, taken aback, inquired, What shall we wager? The Ji scholar replied, I shall devise a means to apprehend the scoundrel who abducts women, if it is proven that he colludes with the county magistrate. The Gao scholar pressed. And then what? The Ji scholar retorted, You shall stand in the street and proclaim thrice, Human nature is inherently good. Utter nonsense. How does that strike you? The Gao scholar's expression shifted dramatically. Human nature is inherently good is a doctrine espoused by the esteemed Mencius. As a disciple of Confucianism and a scholar of the county academy, he could not dare to commit such an act of insubordination. Observing his hesitation, the Ji scholar could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, Ha! You need not say more. Your indecision has already proven that human nature is inherently good. Utter nonsense. Ha ha ha. Flushed with indignation, the Gao scholar clenched his teeth. On the verge of accepting the bet, when Pingziki, who had been seated in the corner, could no longer restrain his curiosity, asking, You seem so certain. Do you perhaps have a plan? The two scholars, engrossed in their discussion, were oblivious to the arrival of Xia Sun and Pingziki, who had entered through the back door and taken their seats in the corner. Only upon hearing the conversation did they realize their discourse had been somewhat audacious. Upon closer inspection, they recognized the two individuals as Yang and Ping, who had previously subdued 3 ruffians and rescued Granny Tang, leaving them both astonished and delighted. Earlier, many had gathered at the yamen to observe, and these two scholars had also been among them. Thus they recognized their faces. They quickly rose from their seats. The Gao scholar bowed from a distance, stating, It is the noble Yang and the esteemed Peng. My apologies for the oversight. The Ji scholar, being far more exuberant, laughed heartily and rose, proclaiming, Our meeting is serendipitous. I invite both brothers to change seats so we may conspire together over a drink. At this, the Gao scholar hastily extended an invitation, and Xia Sun found it difficult to decline the warm welcome. Ping Ziki was even more eager to discern whether the Ji scholar possessed a superior idea to that of Xia Sun. Thus, they shifted the food and drink to join tables, exchanging bows and introducing themselves. It turned out that the Ji scholar was named Ji Gang, and the Gao scholar was Gao Xianning, both hailing from Lini, and they shared a deep camaraderie as former fellow scholars of the county academy. After Ji Gang was expelled from the county academy, the bond between the two did not wane. Later, when Gao Xianning wished to leave his hometown for further studies, he felt a deep friendship that made parting difficult. Moreover, Ji Gang had practiced martial arts since childhood and possessed remarkable skills, ensuring a safer journey with his company. Thus, he invited Ji Gang to join him. The two traveled through various prefectures in Shandong, and yesterday they arrived in Putai County, where they were detained by a torrential rain. This morning, they happened to see Xia Sun and Ping Ziqi escorting an elderly woman to the county office. With nothing much to do, they followed and witnessed the entire process. Xia Sun vaguely recalled reading a martial arts novel that mentioned a commander of the Jinyiwei named Ji Gang during the early Ming Dynasty. However, the name was quite common, and many individuals shared it. Xia Sun only remembered that the commander was quite domineering and influential, yet he knew little about his life or origins. He never imagined that the talented individual before him could be related to that formidable Ji Gang. Thus, while the name seemed familiar, he did not dwell on it. After exchanging names and settling down, Ping Ziqi eagerly inquired, "Brother Ji, do you have any good ideas on how to capture that villain?" Ji Gang hesitated momentarily. Ping Ziqi continued, "To be frank, we despise that scoundrel's audacity. We were just discussing strategies. If you have a good plan, perhaps we can join forces to eliminate this menace from the region." She lightly tapped her blade, asserting, "In terms of knowledge, I may not match you all, but regarding martial prowess, I am confident I can lend a hand." Ji Gang pondered briefly before responding readily, "I indeed thought of a strategy, but implementing it presents numerous challenges." Ping Ziqi urged, "Please share, Brother Ji, and we can brainstorm together." Ji Gang glanced around and lowered his voice. "That scoundrel abducts young women, most likely for nefarious purposes. Therefore, to lure him into a trap, we must cater to his tastes and exploit his weaknesses. My suggestion is to go to other prefectures and hire a talented and beautiful courtesan with substantial funds, disguised as a village girl seeking relatives, to parade through Putai County. Once the villain lays eyes on her, he will undoubtedly harbor wicked thoughts, and once he acts..." Ping Ziqi was taken aback. "How is your plan similar to Yang Wenxian's?" After regaining composure, she remarked, "This matter is exceedingly perilous. Would that young woman ever agree?" Ji Gang replied, "With enough money, one can persuade anyone. Moreover, this is a significant affair. How can we speak the truth?" Peng Ziqi, somewhat displeased, remarked, "If that is the case, aren't we merely exploiting her? What if something goes awry?" Ji Gang dismissively replied, "Brother Ping, one cannot achieve great feats while being overly cautious. Such women are in the business of flesh and pleasure. What could they possibly lose?" Xia Sun slowly interjected, "Luring the snake out of its hole is easy. But how do we catch the thief in the act?" Ji Gang smiled, "Your concerns are valid, Yang. Thus, the crux of this plan lies not in merely drawing the snake from its den, but in how to capture the thief and seize the evidence. Hence, if we proceed with this plan, I must first head to the Walnut Garden in Qingzhou to meet someone. Only with their assistance can this scheme succeed." Xia Sun inquired curiously, "The Walnut Garden in Qingzhou? Who could possibly be of significance there?" Ji Gang smiled and said, I almost forgot that both of you, Brother Yang and Brother Peng, hail from Qingzhou. Have you ever heard of the Chui family from Walnut Garden?" Xia Sun vaguely felt that the name was somewhat familiar. Before he could recall, Peng Ziqi exclaimed in surprise, "The Chui family from Walnut Garden in Qingzhou. I know it. You must be referring to the venerable old man Chui." "Chui Di," Ji Gang replied, "Precisely. So, Brother Peng has also heard of the Chui family. I have some distant kinship with them. Chui Yuanlai, the eldest son of the main branch, is my distant cousin." Chui Yuanlai? At this moment, Xia Sun remembered that Chui Yuanlai was indeed the young scholar who had collided with the young master of the Zhu family while riding a donkey in the street, and later developed a mutual affection with the young lady of the Zhu family, exchanging glances. He had even invited Chui Yuanlai to visit his residence. It had only been a few days since he left Qishou, and he wondered whether Chui Yuanlai had managed to visit. Ji Gang continued, "Among the most powerful families in Shandong, the top three are the Qi Wang, Lu Wang, and the family of Confucius. Following them is the Chui family from Walnut Garden." Xia Sun was taken aback, struggling to believe it. He recalled that Chui Yuanlai had introduced his lineage. suggesting that his father was merely a gentry landlord without any official title, and his grandfather had only served as an 8th-rank academy instructor. How could they possess such power? Ji Gang explained, Old Man Chui held the title of 8th-rank academy instructor at most, which indeed is not a high office. However, should Old Man Chui encounter the highest-ranking officials of the current dynasty, he would be their equal. This venerable elder wields a dragon-headed cane crafted from platinum, bestowed upon him personally by the current emperor. The emperor issued a special decree allowing Old Man Chui to don 1st-rank attire and enjoy the accompanying ceremonial honors. Yet, this elder is exceedingly prudent and self-reflective, never boasting of his power, which is why few are aware of his true status. Xia Sun was moved and asked, "What identity does this Old Man Chui possess to receive such favor from the emperor?" Ji Gang chuckled and replied, "It is not as grand as it seems. In the emperor's youth, when he was but a cowherd, he found himself wandering in Shandong. At that time, he tended cattle for the Chui family in Walnut Garden, where Old Man Chui was still a young master. He treated the emperor with utmost kindness, never resorting to scolding or punishment, often sharing food with him. Later, when the emperor ascended to the throne, he naturally rewarded the Chui family generously for their kindness." Having spoken with a hint of envy, Ji Gang continued, "I have only crossed paths with this distant cousin once or twice, yet I know him to be straightforward and honest. If he were aware of the happenings here, he would surely lend his assistance. This cousin is the apple of Old Man Chui's eye, his lifeblood. If he chooses to help, he can surely invoke the power of the elder's dragon-headed cane. With such an artifact in hand, even the county magistrate of Putai, despite receiving numerous benefits from that scoundrel, would not dare to show blatant favoritism. Once the matter comes to light, he would find it impossible to protect that individual." Ping Ziqiu furrowed his brow and remarked, "This plan is certainly sound. However, to first seek a maiden from another province and then travel to Qizhou to invite young Master Chui will undoubtedly consume several days. By the time that villain is apprehended, I fear the young lady from the Tang family may have already." Jie Jiying interjected calmly, "In perilous circumstances, when plotting significant affairs, one must strategize before acting, ensuring a decisive strike. By eliminating this menace, we prevent further harm, which is a considerable merit. As for the Tang lady, knowing that she cannot be rescued, how can we demand perfection?" Xien cast a sidelong glance at him, contemplating. A strategist devoid of sentiment is indeed a formidable character. Ping Ziqiu, indignant, responded, "The virtue of a young woman is of paramount importance. How can one treat it so lightly? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we should not stand idly by. Furthermore, involving an unsuspecting woman, even if she is from a brothel, would be unscrupulous. Let me devise a way to lure the villain out. As for Qizhou, Brother Jay must commence preparations at once. Every additional day we gain is beneficial." Jie Jiying, taken aback, inquired, "Brother Piying, do you have a suitable candidate in mind?" Piying Ziqiu blushed and stammered, I could disguise myself as a woman, couldn't I?" Both Jie Jiying and G.O. Ximen turned their gazes towards Piying Ziqiu in unison. With his delicate brows, large eyes, straight nose, petite mouth, and fair skin, he was even more exquisite and charming than a girl. In that moment, he blushed furiously, resembling 2 blooming peach blossoms. If such a beautiful youth donned women's attire, certainly, they exclaimed in unison, nodding vigorously. Xiexen pondered, rubbing his nose slowly. There is no need to venture to the walnut orchard in Qingzhou. If Brother G.O. and Brother J are willing to assist, we can gather sufficient strength right here in Putai County to confront the county magistrate. Thus, can we not proceed with our fishing strategy immediately? Chapter 39. The 8 Immortals crossed the sea. The Tai Bai Tavern stands as the largest establishment in Putai County, nestled in the most bustling part of East City. This grand 3-story edifice exudes magnificence. The city walls of Putai rise to a height of 33 feet, yet from the tavern's uppermost floor, one can behold the breathtaking landscapes beyond the city, showcasing the stature and splendor of this building. The Tai Bai Tavern boasts a grand atmosphere, an impressive presence, delectable dishes, and reasonable prices, resulting in a continuous stream of patrons, with every seat occupied and business thriving considerably. The proprietor of the Tai Bai Tavern is Lin Yuqi, a man in his early 30s, embodying vigor and ambition. The previous winter, the former owner, Lord Lin, succumbed to an asthma attack, a sputum blockage leading to his untimely demise. Thus, Lin Yuqi took the reins of the family business. Unlike his predecessor, who preferred a modest approach, Lin Yuqi, with youthful aspirations and innovative ideas, has propelled the tavern's success, elevating the Lin family's reputation and status in Putai County to notable heights. The Lin residence is situated behind the Tai Bai Tavern, accessible via a separate entrance. The entire structure spans 2 streets. The left street serves as the tavern's main entrance, while the right, adorned with a crimson gate and white walls, features 2 seated lions, marking the entrance for the Lin family. While Xia Sun and Ji Gang were engaged in significant discussions at a small end, Tang Yaoju was being carried by Wang Hongguang and Yang Kai, with Luo Li leading the way, arriving at the Lin family gate. Luo Li glanced back, receiving a nod from Tang Yaoju, who, gritting his teeth, seated himself against the door. With a sigh, Luo Li ascended the steps and knocked on the brass ring of the door. "Who goes there?" The heavy door creaked open slightly, revealing a servant who lazily inquired, "What do you want?" Luo Li replied firmly, "We seek an audience with your esteemed master." The servant cast a disinterested glance at him and retorted, "You have the wrong place. There is no master here." He reached to close the door. "Hold." Luo Li pressed against the door with an arm as sturdy as iron, preventing it from shutting. The servant's demeanor shifted as he exclaimed, "What do you intend? If you come here seeking trouble, I could easily summon a dozen strong men and several fierce dogs with a mere shout. Do you think you 3 are a match for them?" "Humph." Tang Yaoju, enduring the pain, interjected, "Luo Li, refrain from idle chatter. State your purpose." Suppressing his anger, Luo Li calmly stated, "The source of mud stems from primordial chaos." The servant paused, instinctively responding, "The white lotus blooms in the prosperous era." Luo Li gestured, and the servant's expression softened as he inquired, "From whence do you hail, brother?" "Huaishi," replied Luo Li. The servant's expression subtly shifted as he remarked, "The white lotus has countless blossoms. Which branch do you belong to?" As they conversed, their gestures transformed continually, akin to a practitioner of esoteric arts performing intricate madras. Luo Li formed a lotus gesture and solemnly declared, "At home, I dare not speak my father's name. Abroad, I refrain from disclosing my master's surname. Since you inquire, I shall not be evasive. My master's surname is Tang." The attendant glanced at them, opened the grand door, and urgently gestured for them to enter. Wang Hongguang and Yang Kai swiftly carried Tang Yaoju into the courtyard. Once Luo Li had also slipped through the door, the attendant cautiously peered outside before hastily closing the door behind them. Tang Yaoju had met the esteemed manager Lin before. Upon seeing Lin Yuqi emerge from the back hall, Tang Yaoju forced himself to stand, trembling as he cupped his hands in salute. Lin Yuqi was not old. Yet the term old manager did not refer to his age, but rather to the title given to the head of a faction within the northern sect of the Mingjiao. In contrast, the southern sect referred to their leader as the Zhangjiao. The White Lotus sect, with its numerous branches, had various titles for its leaders, such as Zushi, Shifu, Dashi, Zhangjiao, and Yuan Shui, among others. The northern and southern Mingjiao were the 2 largest factions within the White Lotus sect. Lin Yuqi quickly stepped forward to assist him. A look of uncertainty on his face, "Tang Zhangjiao, there is no need for such formalities. What has transpired?" Tang Yaoju sighed heavily, speaking with a somber tone. "It is a long story. I have come to seek your assistance, dear manager." Lin Yuqi promptly guided him to a chair, pulling cushions from other seats to create a comfortable place for him to sit. "Do not rush, brother Tang. We are bound by a shared lineage. If there is any way I can assist you, please do not hesitate to speak." Tang Yaoju recounted how he had ventured out for business, only to have someone visit his home on a rainy night, deceitfully luring away his wife under the pretense of a family emergency. He spoke of the county magistrate's unjust verdict and how he had been beaten severely for seeking redress. "This villain is undoubtedly from Putai County. Yet I am at a loss, as my wife was abducted last night, and I have had no news of her since. My heart is consumed with despair." Lin Yuqi pondered silently. Unable to contain himself, Tang Yaoju inquired, "Is this matter particularly challenging?" Lin Yuqi's expression fluctuated between contemplation and concern. After a lengthy pause, he replied, "To be frank, brother Tang, in recent years, several respectable women have been abducted in Putai County and its neighboring regions, all resulting in unresolved cases. Families of the missing, either too impoverished to pursue justice or lacking sufficient heirs to sustain a legal battle, ultimately see their cases dissolve into nothingness. I had my suspicions about the underlying forces at play, yet I had chosen to remain uninvolved, anticipating that the perpetrator would be a person of significant influence. I had instructed my disciples to steer clear of any potential conflict. I never imagined that this trouble would find its way to you. This individual is likely not one to offend, especially given his connections within the government, as you have a family and responsibilities. along with many disciples relying on you for sustenance. Every action must be taken with utmost caution. Tang Yaoju had already surmised that the true culprit wielded considerable power. Although the northern and southern Mingjiao claimed a shared origin, their historical enmity extended back several decades. And it was unreasonable to expect Lin Yuqi to jeopardize his own affairs for the sake of a southern disciple with whom he had no personal ties. However, Tang Yaoju had already made up his mind. Upon hearing the words, he placed both hands firmly on the armrest, bent his legs, and knelt upon the ground, saying, "Master." Lin Yuqi was taken aback and quickly stepped aside, exclaiming, "Tang sect leader, what are you doing?" Tang Yaoju, with a sorrowful expression, replied, "I understand that this matter places a heavy burden on you, master. It is indeed a considerable risk for you to take on the plight of an outsider. Even the brothers of your esteemed sect would not consent to it. With determination." He leaned forward and solemnly stated, "I am willing to agree to the matter you previously proposed, to lead all the disciples from our sect who are migrating north to place ourselves under your guidance." Lin Yuqi, at a loss for words, stammered, This. Tang sect leader, are you not making me a villain? I am not one to take advantage of others' misfortunes, it is just that." Tang Yaoju resolutely interrupted, "I know that you manage such a vast enterprise, and every word and action must prioritize your esteemed sect. One cannot act impulsively and disrupt the established order. I am a man of honor. If I cannot protect my own wife, what face do I have to teach others? I willingly lead all my brothers to you, master, and we shall be as one family. Your assistance to me would then be entirely justified." "Good." Lin Yuqi clenched his teeth, stepped forward to help Tang Yaoju to his feet, and sincerely declared, "Brother Tang, I shall agree to your request. Regardless of this person's background or power, I, Lin Yuqi, will confront him. As brothers, we shall share both fortune and adversity." On the northern banks of the Yellow River in Putai County, a garrison of official troops was stationed, commanded by a certain Du Long, the chief of 1,000 households. At over 40 years of age, Du was in the prime of his life. Having fought valiantly his entire career, his courage and martial prowess earned him military accolades. Leading to his promotion as the commander of this garrison, Du Long found his position relatively undemanding. With the formidable Ning Wang and Yin Wang guarding the northern gate of the Ming Dynasty, the Mongols, wary of confrontation, rarely dared to invade, leaving Du with little to manage beyond the daily affairs of the Yellow River region. Each day, apart from training his troops, Du Long found himself devoid of other pursuits, leaving him restless and yearning for action. Yet, he dared not leave the camp in search of entertainment, instead engaging in combat with skilled warriors, which became his sole amusement. A man of valor and martial skill, Du gradually elevated several combat experts, bringing them close as his personal guards to alleviate his boredom. One day, having bested 6 martial artists in succession, Du Long returned to his quarters in high spirits. Bare-chested and barefoot, he settled onto the Kong, retrieving a half jar of fine wine, ready to indulge. Suddenly, he was informed that a scholar named Yang sought an audience with him. During the early Ming Dynasty, the actual power of military officials in the court far surpassed that of their civilian counterparts. Although Zhu Yuanzhang favored military might, he never underestimated the importance of civil governance. The 30 years of civil administration laid a solid foundation for the entire Ming Empire, a result of his harmonious integration of both military and civil affairs. Consequently, there was seldom a prevailing sentiment of disdain between the civil officials and military generals. Xia Sun, a scholar with an established reputation, was treated with great respect, as even a mere soldier would not dare to insult him. He was escorted to the sentry post at the entrance of the military camp, where he was served a large bowl of tea before hastily reporting to the 1,000 household. A scholar? Du Long scratched the back of his head, perplexed. "I don't recognize a single character. How would I know a scholar who can read? What do these learned individuals want with a rough fellow like me?" After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, he waved his hand dismissively. "Let him in." Upon saying this, he savored a sip of wine like a cat relishing its treat, narrowing his eyes in delight. "1,000 household, Scholar Yang Zhu has arrived," announced the attendant. Please come in," Du Long replied, hastily tossing aside the empty bowl and stowing the wine jar beneath the bedding. He sat cross-legged on the bed, energetically kneading his feet while adopting an imposing demeanor. As Xia Sun entered the room, he was immediately struck by an unpleasant mixture of sweat, alcohol, and the odor of unwashed feet, nearly overwhelming him. He frowned slightly, quickly holding his breath, and bowed respectfully. "I am Scholar Yang Zhu. Greetings to you, 1,000 household." "Oh, Scholar Yang, what brings you to see me?" Du Long inquired, still grimacing as he rubbed his feet. Xia Sun responded, I must request that you dismiss those present, as I have urgent matters to report. Dismiss? There are hardly any present. It's more like front and back, Du Long replied nonchalantly, continuing to massage his foot. His expression a curious mix of discomfort and relief. He waved to the bodyguard behind Xia Sun. You may step outside. Scholar Yang, you can speak now. Yes. Xia Sun retrieved an ivory token from his robe and presented it solemnly. I ask you, 1,000 household, to first examine this token. Du Long grasped the ivory token, and as he held it, his demeanor shifted. The indifferent expression on his face vanished as he studied the token closely. Suddenly, he jumped down from the bed, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Scholar Yang, you are. All military officials possess waste tokens, each differing in quality and craftsmanship. Although Du Long could not read, he was well versed in recognizing these tokens. Upon grasping the token, he immediately understood that the visitor was of significant stature. Military officials wield golden tokens, which, though referred to as gold, are not necessarily made of gold. In contrast, the tokens used by civil officials vary greatly in quality. Only 3 categories of individuals are permitted to wield ivory tokens: high-ranking civil officials, trusted individuals within the imperial palace and royal courts, or, among military officials, the elite of the Jinyiwei. As Du Long served in the military camp under the jurisdiction of the Qingzhou command, he certainly recognized the token of the Qi prince's residence. Thus, upon seeing this token, he realized that the individual before him was indeed associated with His Highness, the Qi prince. The person of the Qi king is not someone that a mere 1,000 household officer can casually sit down to meet. Although the 1,000 household officer may appear rough, his heart is anything but. He promptly dismounted and approached. Xia Sun calmly stated, Esteemed 1,000 household officer, I am here on behalf of the Qi prince to attend to certain matters, and I happened upon an injustice. I wish to request your assistance. Du, visibly moved, replied, Since you are a noble of the Qi prince's household, it is my duty to offer my full support. I merely wish to know what matter requires my assistance. Young Master Yang. Xia Sun recounted the incident of the abduction of local women in Putai County, expressing his concern that the magistrate of Putai might be colluding with the miscreants, as this falls within Qingzhou's jurisdiction, which is under the Qi prince's domain. Such occurrences tarnish his reputation. Given the urgency of the situation and the impracticality of returning to Qizhou to seek the prince's counsel, I thought of you, esteemed officer. I understand the military has its protocols, and I would not dare ask you to mobilize a large force. However, perhaps you could dispatch 30 or 50 strong men in plain clothes to aid in apprehending the thieves. I trust this will not place you in an uncomfortable position. Uncomfortable? Not at all, Du replied with enthusiasm, patting his chest in assurance while handing back a badge. Rest assured, I shall promptly select individuals and accompany you to Putai County myself. Thank you very much, esteemed 1,000 household officer. Xia Sun smiled in gratitude. Then, discreetly extending 2 fingers as if to pluck a flower, he elegantly lifted the ivory badge and deftly tucked it into his sleeve pocket, taking the opportunity to rub his fingers together. Observing Xia Sun's demeanor and actions, Du couldn't help but silently admire him, thinking, indeed, he is a scholar. Look at his poise, more refined than a lady. Old Du could never emulate such grace. Chapter 040. The fish is hooked. Su Liang, Chen Qing, and Liao Liangkai, 3 ruffians, spent a night in prison and were stealthily escorted out the following day. At the prison gate, a figure awaited them, who guided them to a secluded alley. The man handed over 3 small bundles and whispered, Inside the packages are clothes. Change into them. There is also the promised reward from the master, all included. Take the money and leave quickly. Enjoy yourselves elsewhere for a while and return when the storm is settled. As per the usual arrangement, should you inadvertently reveal your whereabouts, well, it will be said that you escaped from prison. At worst, you might return for a few more days of confinement, courtesy of Steward Xie and Master Skez's generosity. The 3 ruffians beamed with delight, hastily changing their attire and concealing the neatly folded banknotes in their waistbands. They expressed their gratitude to Steward Xie with exaggerated bows before donning their hats and stealthily departing from Putai County. The man known as Steward Xie glanced around before swiftly making his exit. Liao Liangkai and his companions were the local bullies of Putai County, adept at navigating the streets and alleys. They skillfully maneuvered through a shop and slipped through a dog hole. No matter how skilled one might be, it would be nearly impossible to catch up with these slippery individuals. Yet, someone had their eyes on them, Lin Yuqi, the leader of a band of local bullies, who had a firm grip on both the underworld and legitimate affairs. He was well-versed in the clandestine rules and pathways unknown to others, and had sufficient manpower to keep a close watch on these three ruffians, ensuring they did not escape. Once the trio exited Putai County, they quickened their pace, heading towards the distance. It was only 7 or 8 miles from the city, and as they veered off the main road into a patch of woods, intending to take a shortcut to the neighboring county, they were suddenly surrounded by 7 or 8 masked men wielding short ironwood clubs, appearing as if from thin air. Liao Liangcai's expression shifted dramatically. His cunning eyes darted around as he tentatively pleaded, "Good sirs, we are but impoverished wretches, without a single coin to our names, often going hungry. If you seek to act as champions of justice, you shouldn't target us." The leader of the masked men retorted sharply, "Enough of your prattle, Liao Liangcai. Be sensible and confess who abducted the Tang family's young lady." Liao Liangcai's face paled, and he shouted, "Run." He immediately ducked into the underbrush, while the other two, seasoned in brawling, swiftly diverged in opposite directions to escape. Yet, no matter how fast they were, they could not outpace the ironwood clubs. The sound of the clubs slicing through the air echoed ominously as they struck, targeting the ruffian's ankles. A single blow inflicted excruciating pain, and within moments, the three men lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their legs and howling in agony, their cries echoing in the silence. The leader of the masked men sneered, "Without a taste of pain, you wouldn't know the might of the king of hell. Will you confess now?" Liao Liangcai cried out, "Good sirs, we know nothing of what you speak. We are merely pawns in someone else's game." A juju wood stick struck his mouth with great force, causing several of his front teeth to shatter and fall. Liao Liang was left with a mouthful of blood and torn lips, screaming in agony. Yet his voice could scarcely escape him. The two other thugs looked on, pale-faced. The masked giant approached Su Liang, a cold, mocking smile gleaming in his large eyes, and bellowed, "Speak. Hero, I do not know what you are saying." Thud. The bloody jujube stick violently struck his kneecap, eliciting a pained howl from Su Liang, his body convulsing in torment. "Will you confess?" I do not know." Thud. Another leg was mercilessly struck by the jujube stick, and Su Liang curled into himself, tears and snot streaming down his face as he cried out, "I truly do not know. I truly do not know. Such spirit. Truly admirable." The giant sneered. "Drag them over there and bury them." Several men lunged forth, dragging the three of them away like dead dogs. A large pit had already been dug in the woods. It was insufficiently deep, and the three were haphazardly tied and shoved inside, feeling rather cramped. The men kicked them savagely before beginning to cover them with dirt. The three cried out for help, but as soon as they opened their mouths, they swallowed a mouthful of soil, forcing them to close their lips in silence. With 7 or 8 men working together, they swiftly buried the three alive. The pit was shallow, allowing them to struggle and lift their heads above the dirt, but each time they did, a stick would come down upon them, leaving their heads bloodied and bruised. After several such blows, they could barely catch their breath, their heads resembling gory pumpkins. Realizing the mercilessness of these masked men, who disregarded the law, they understood that enduring without confessing might lead to their demise. Finally, in utter desperation, Liao Liang stretched his neck out, his face smeared with blood and mud, resembling a wretched creature just unearthed, and cried out, "We will confess, we will confess." Meanwhile, a scholar visited the local county school to pay respects to the instructor, the teaching staff, and various scholars. This talented individual, Gao Xianning, was a well-off student from another county who brought with him exquisite inkstones and local specialties as gifts. Being a courteous and refined gentleman, he quickly became well acquainted with them and forged friendships with the students of the county school. That morning, a beautiful village girl arrived in Putai County. As the saying goes, deep in the mountains, exquisite birds are nurtured, from humble abodes, fair maidens emerge. This adage perfectly applied to the young girl, who, despite her simple attire, possessed striking beauty. Her hair was styled in a lively and adorable three-bun arrangement, with bangs framing her face. Her complexion was slightly pale, her features delicate, and her large, bright eyes were captivating. Just gazing upon her revealed an exceptionally lovely young woman, and even more remarkable was her tall and graceful figure, with curves that enchanted the eye. The girl wore patched garments typical of a village maiden, which accentuated her form. The patched fabric clung to her long, rounded legs, almost appearing as if it might tear under the pressure. Upon her appearance in the county town, passers-by could not help but cast curious glances her way. As she meandered through the streets and alleys for an extended period, the number of those who recognized her increased significantly. After midday, this enchanting village girl, known as Chun Kuner, stood at the entrance of a narrow alley, covering her face as she wept. This spectacle drew even more attention, and a crowd quickly gathered, with concerned onlookers expressing their sympathy and curiosity. Chun-Kuna was a girl of unfortunate fate. Orphaned at a young age, she survived by working as a seamstress. Tragically, her home was consumed by a devastating fire, and in desperation, she embarked on a long journey from Yinzhou to Putai County to seek refuge with her distant uncle. However, after much inquiry, she discovered that her uncle's household was Loctite. Her uncle had departed for Jinling the previous year, summoned by the court to assist in the construction of palaces, leaving her uncertain of when he might return. Having exhausted her resources and finding herself at a dead end, she could only weep in front of the rusted iron door of her uncle's home. The neighbors, witnessing her plight, felt a pang of compassion. Yet they were not affluent themselves, and few could afford to offer substantial aid. At best, they might provide a few buns to prevent her from starving on the streets. Fortunately, there was still kindness in the world. On this particular day, the benevolent Lord Xiao, in high spirits, strolled through this impoverished alley, fanning himself with a folding fan. Upon noticing the crowd surrounding the young girl, he approached in surprise to inquire about the situation. Moved by her story, the compassionate Lord Xiao could not help but shed a tear of sympathy. Having reached a stage in life where he was attuned to the sufferings of others, and unable to withstand such sorrow, Lord Xiao joined the girl in her tears. After observing her delicate features, he kindly proposed, "My dear girl, if you have nowhere to go, my household is in need of a few serving girls. Would you be willing to work for me? This way, you will have food to eat, and you may wait for your uncle's return, which will surely come in time." Cautiously, Chun-Kuna replied, "Thank you, sir. But I have an aunt residing in Bazhou. I wish to seek refuge with her." "Oh," Lord Xiao mused, tapping his palm with his fan. "Do you have the means for this journey?" Chun-Kuna shook her head, unable to suppress her tears as she covered her face with her sleeve once more. "Enough of this weeping, dear girl," Lord Xiao urged gently. He produced a handful of silver notes from his bosom and handed them to her with a warm smile. "Since that is the case, allow me to assist you. Here, take this, and do not feel embarrassed." As he placed the money in her hands, he turned to his steward, Hua Xiaoyu, who promptly approached. "Yes, sir." With a gesture of his fan, Lord Xiao instructed, "Arrange for this young lady to stay at an inn for the night. Tomorrow morning, send her off by mule cart to the ferry. As a single woman with no one to rely on locally, let her stay at the Taibai residence of the Lin family. I shall cover her accommodation. Taibai residence is the largest and most reputable inn in our county, ensuring her safety." The townsfolk praised Lord Xiao, feeling pride in having such a generous gentleman in their midst, one who could extend a helping hand to a destitute stranger. In the spring village, a young girl gazed with her expressive, tear-filled eyes at Mr. Xiao, feeling somewhat bewildered. Nearby, someone exclaimed, "Miss, why haven't you thanked Mr. Xiao yet? He's your great benefactor." I thank you, Mr. Xiao, thank you, Lord Xiao," she stammered. "Oh, no need for such formality," he replied amiably. "I merely perform acts of kindness, reaping the rewards of goodwill." With that, Xiao fixed his gaze on the young lady for a moment, unfurled his fan, and proceeded forward. Mr. Xiao was on his way to the county office to visit Lord Shan. Mr. Xiao's cousin served as an advisor in Jinan, and he himself was a wealthy landowner in Putai County, maintaining a close rapport with the county magistrate. Both were aficionados of fine wine and chess, often engaging in matches in the courtyard of the county office. At that moment, he was heading to meet an old friend. The following morning, Manager Hua hurried to Taibai residence. The steward and the attendants of the Lin family courteously saw the unfortunate young girl off. Manager Hua led her to the Zhao family mule and horse business, which had a long-distance route passing by the ferry heading west. Every day, a coach departed in the early morning. After paying the fare, Manager Hua instructed the staff at Zhao's to ensure the young lady was taken to the ferry for her journey to Hebei before bidding farewell. The young lady expressed her heartfelt gratitude as she boarded the long-distance coach, embarking on her journey towards Bazhou. Many early risers in the town witnessed her departure, including those who had seen her the day before, who called out from afar to offer their blessings for a safe journey. Putai is a small county, and in the early morning, the road to the ferry was deserted, with scarce travelers, save for the long-distance coach from Zhao's. Upon reaching the Sanxi ferry, the coach arrived at a fork in the road. A small hill lay ahead leading to the ferry, while the paths to the left and right led south and north respectively. The southern route was the official road, wide and smooth, while the northern path was a narrow trail leading to a small village, located over 10 miles away. At the junction, several individuals had gathered, arriving from the ferry and the village to catch the coach. Some were resting in the shade of a tree, chatting as they awaited the arrival of the mule cart. When the cart stopped, the driver assisted the young girl down and pointed to the small hill, smiling. Just over this ridge lies the ferry. There are 2 boats, one large for transporting goods and travelers, and a smaller one for foot passengers. You can take the small boat, as the fare for the large boat is 3 won more. Thank you, kind sir, the girl replied, bowing slightly, tightening her small bundle. As the other passengers boarded the coach in turn, the driver bid her farewell and set off southward. Strangely, there was no commotion. Perhaps the miscreant had not taken notice. Or perhaps he found the young lady's appearance unremarkable. Renowned as Spring Village, the girl, Plunged, glanced around, hesitating in solitude as she sensed the absence of others. From the early morning until the afternoon, she traversed through Putai County, inquiring and asking for directions, even breaking down in tears on the street. If there truly were those who coveted beauty with ill intentions, they would surely have caught wind of her plight. Yet, from last night until now, no one had made a move. Given that person's insatiable greed, which even extended to married women in the county, how could this be? Could it be, as the county magistrate speculated, that the young woman from the Tang family had eloped with her lover? After a moment of contemplation, Pingziki resolved to remain calm and steady. She decided to head to the ferry terminal to investigate further if there were no abnormalities. She would change into male attire and return to Putai County to reunite with them. As she climbed the hill, she felt her trousers tighten with each step, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Inwardly, she cursed, that scoundrel Yang Wenxuan, is he truly unable to find suitable clothing? Or is he deliberately trying to make things difficult for me? Once this matter is resolved, I shall certainly reclaim my dignity. Having trudged halfway up, she paused beneath a tree to catch her breath. Just as she was about to wipe the sweat from her brow, a rustling sound emerged from the woods. 2 burly men carrying ropes stepped forward, and in their midst stood none other than Hua Xiaoyu, the steward of the Chiu residence. Ah, Pengziki exclaimed in surprise, quickly covering her cherry lips. Steward Hua, what are you doing here? Hua Xiaoyu wore a mysterious grin, his face filled with inscrutable mirth. My dear lady, Hua Xiaoyu, have been waiting for you for quite some time. Chapter 41. The Thorny Rose Su Liang, Chen Cheng, and Liao Liangkai, 3 ruffians, were dragged from a pit by a group of masked men, subjected to separate interrogations. After reaching a unanimous confession, the 3 were blindfolded and taken to an undisclosed location for confinement. Throughout the ordeal, they remained oblivious to the origins of these ruthless individuals, their current whereabouts, or the fate that awaited them. The news reached the Lin family estate in the evening. Upon learning that the mastermind behind the abduction of virtuous women was none other than the notorious Chiu Kaya, Lin Yuqi's countenance turned pale with shock. Tang Yao, his steel teeth clicking with fury, exclaimed, Chiu Kaya? I have heard of him. He is a well-known gentleman in this county, revered for his charitable deeds, repairing bridges, aiding the less fortunate, and contributing to education. He has always been regarded as a benevolent soul. Who could have imagined that behind this facade lies a man of violent intentions, engaging in the most despicable acts? Old shopkeeper. I must storm into Chio's residence at once to rescue my wife. Hold on. Lin Yuqi grasped his arm firmly. Brother Tang, do not act in haste. It remains uncertain whether your wife is still hidden within Chio's estate. This Chio possesses immense wealth and influence, colluding with the county magistrate, Long Shenlong. His brother also serves as an advisor in Jinan, granting him formidable connections. If we were to recklessly invade Chio's abode without concrete evidence, what then shall we do if things go awry? Tang Yao's eyes blazed with intensity. Old shopkeeper. You can say such things because your wife is not the one in peril. Mine has been taken by that villain Chio for over a day and a night. Her virtue may already be compromised. My wife is a woman of unwavering integrity, and if I delay in rescuing her, I fear for her very life. A true man stands tall. If I cannot protect my own woman or confront the scoundrel who has wronged her, what dignity is left for me in this world? Old shopkeeper, I know you have your challenges, but if you can aid me in uncovering the true culprit, I would be eternally grateful. This matter requires no intermediary. I shall go myself. With great difficulty, he rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Lin Yuqi. Old shopkeeper, should I perish, I entrust my brothers to your care. Please treat them as your own kin and look after them well. And my elderly mother. His voice faltered slightly. I implore you to extend your kindness to her as well. Farewell. Master, we shall accompany you. Luoli, Wang Hongguang, and Yang Kai declared in unison, their eyes wide with determination. Tang brother. Lin Yuqi once more blocked his path. In the world of martial arts, loyalty comes first. As long as we can gather irrefutable evidence, I, Lin, would not fear that, Xiao. I understand your concern for your beloved wife, and I empathize deeply. However, should you recklessly charge in, we cannot be certain whether you shall rescue her or inadvertently put her in greater jeopardy. Xiao Kai has numerous estates, and who knows if he has hidden her within the county. If you act impulsively, not only could you lose your life, but should Xiao become wary, he might destroy all evidence, risking your wife's life in the process. Tang Yao's bloodshot eyes cleared slightly as he posed a counter-question. Then what do you suggest we do, old shopkeeper? Lin Yuqi said, Brother Tang, do not be anxious. Allow me to mobilize all our resources to investigate whether any vehicles have departed from the county town to the various estates of our adversaries in the past couple of days. It would be ideal to ascertain the precise whereabouts of the enemy's residents so that we can strike decisively. If we can find my sister-in-law on the spot, then our assault on the gentry's residence would not be considered an affront. Tang Yaoju, with a countenance fluctuating between hope and despair, pondered for a moment before reluctantly nodding and saying, Very well, then I must trouble you, old steward. Brother, I shall wait for your news at home. Lin Yuqi replied cheerfully, We are brothers. There is no need for formality. Come, summon all the brothers who manage our incense offerings. I have something to discuss. Once they left the Lin residence, Luoli could no longer contain his impatience and exclaimed, Master, are we truly going to wait? Night has fallen, and another day has passed. What of sister-in-law? Tang Yaoju's face twitched with emotion as he glanced up at the gloomy sky, his expression darker than the clouds above. Gritting his teeth, he said, The old steward has his own family and concerns, but I have none. My wife has been abducted. What do I have left to fear? I cannot endure even a moment longer. Luoli cracked his knuckles, declaring, With your words, Master, I am emboldened. I will gather our men. Wait. Tang Yaoju interjected, his face still grim. This is their territory, and we are newcomers here. We cannot afford a direct confrontation. Select a few skilled brothers to infiltrate the Lin residence under the cover of night. First, ascertain sister-in-law's whereabouts, and then we shall decide our course of action. Moreover, do not inform my mother, lest she worry. Understood, Luoli replied, hurrying off. As Chief Steward Hua drove a large cart back to the city, he was just moments away from the city gates when they rumbled shut. He had barely entered the city for a quarter of an hour when the gates thunderously closed. The cart was laden with various vegetables and fruits, as well as a plump pig, all transported from Qiu's estate. Upon arriving at Qiu's residence, Hua quickly noticed the heightened security. The servants were armed with knives and clubs, and both visible and hidden figures moved about. As soon as his cart entered the courtyard, the main gate slammed shut with a resounding thud, as if something had occurred. Hua Xiaoyu called over a servant and asked curiously, What has happened here? Why the commotion? The servant replied, Steward, a group of intruders attempted to sneak into our residence tonight for unknown purposes. Thankfully, our watchful dogs alerted us. The intruders have fled, but we managed to capture one. The master is furious and is currently interrogating him in the water dungeon. Oh, Hua Xiaoyu exclaimed, quickly. Bring the people from the cart down and take them to the beauty's chamber. I will inform the master. The servant joyfully responded, Did the steward succeed? Hua Xiaoyu proudly declared, When I, Hua, take action, how could I fail? Bring her inside. The master will surely be delighted to hear the news. Several servants gathered around the cart, clearing away the fruits and vegetables to reveal a young lady bound within, her mouth stuffed with cloth, her large, frightened eyes gazing at them with a blend of terror and beauty. The woman desired by the master was keenly observed by several servants, who, despite their restless yearnings, dared not take advantage of her. They hurriedly untied the ropes binding her legs and dragged her down from the carriage, hastily escorting her to the back courtyard. Outside the Qiu residence, Ji Gang, stealthily tracking the events, witnessed the carriage enter the estate. Without hesitation, he set off at a sprint towards the Tai Bai Tavern. The journey had been arduous. Relying solely on his robust legs, he had trailed the mule cart for dozens of miles. Fortuitously, his rigorous martial training had fortified his physique, enabling him to endure thus far, though at this moment, his legs felt as if weighed down by lead. Nevertheless, his heart brimmed with exhilaration, as anticipated. The trap had been laid, and the foremost figure of Putai County, Lord Qiu, was on the verge of being toppled. Today was indeed the day for a man to carve his name in history. Breathless, Ji Gang arrived at the Tai Bai Tavern, situated in the bustling heart of East City, where the affluent gentry and landowners predominantly resided. Given that Xia Sun and his companions could not ascertain their target in advance, and considering the perilous nature of employing Pingziki as bait, they opted for the Tai Bai Tavern as their rendezvous point. Its central location in East City provided the quickest access to any household. Tai Tavern was the largest establishment in Putai, bustling with patrons. While it did not operate through the night, many revelers lingered until the early hours, as the era was one of peace and prosperity. Despite the city's regulations, there was no curfew, allowing for indulgence and merriment. The 30-odd strongmen brought by Du Qianhu donned civilian attire, concealing their weapons, and dispersed among the tables, waiting to drink. Although there were more unfamiliar faces than usual, even if a few of the tavern's attendants were adherents of the White Lotus sect, they merely gathered in secrecy, holding clandestine meetings. Lin Yuqi had no intentions of rebellion, thus it was improbable that they would remain on high alert at the sight of strangers. At this moment, Xia Sun, Du Long, and 2 of his personal guards occupied a table, feasting and drinking. Du Long, as a 1,000 household captain, was technically not permitted to abandon his post. However, he had long felt stifled in the barracks. This occasion was a task on behalf of Prince Qi's confidant. Although he was disregarding his duties, his superiors would have to turn a blind eye, otherwise it would reflect poorly on Prince Qi. Thus, seizing this opportunity to escape the confines of the military for a reprieve, while also ingratiating himself with the prince, he personally attended. Du Long, dissatisfied with the diminutive wine cup, opted for a larger bowl, indulging himself with hearty swigs, while Xia Sun abstained entirely from alcohol, remaining motionless, fervently advising Lord Qianhu. Should we not receive news tonight, we shall adhere to our original plan and disperse to various ends. If news does arrive, it is imperative that we heed the counsel of our brothers and act only when necessary, lest we recklessly jeopardize our grand endeavor. Du Long, guzzling the fine wine, downed a bowl with gusto, wiped his lips, and patted Xia Sun on the shoulder, declaring, "Young Master Yang, fear not. You are learned, while I, old Du, am but a simple man. I shall handle the physical tasks, while you engage in strategizing. When the time comes, rest assured I will follow your lead. Direct me east, and I shall not stray west. Bid me silence, and I shall remain mute." As he spoke, Ji Gang burst into the tavern, scanning the surroundings until he spotted Xia Sun and hastily approached, exclaiming, "Brother Yang." Upon seeing him, Xia Sun leaped up, inquiring, "Brother Ji, you have arrived. This is Du Qianhu. What news do you bring?" Ji Gang, cupping his hands in greeting toward Du Qianhu, replied urgently, "The scoundrel is none other than the notorious gentry Chio. I just witnessed the carriage bearing Brother Ping being escorted into his mansion. We must act swiftly lest circumstances change." Xia Sun's expression tightened as he turned to Du Qianhu, urging, "My lord, gather your men quickly. We must stealthily advance and catch him unawares." Before he could finish, Du Qianhu sprang to his feet, smashing his wine bowl to the ground with a resounding crash, then kicked aside a stool. Raising his arm high and shouting, "Brothers, arm yourselves, let us take action." "At your command," came the thunderous reply from all around. Those disguised as gentry, merchants, and valiant men of the rivers and lakes rose in unison, discarding their wine bowls and revealing short blades and daggers from beneath their garments, brandishing them as they charged forth. The patrons of the Tai Tavern were left in stunned silence, while Xia Sun and Ji Gang stood as if struck dumb by the unfolding chaos. The residence of Master Qiu was expansive, unlike the landlords of the south, whose estates were often modest yet exquisitely arranged. The northern landlords' buildings were generally unremarkable in design, yet grand in scale, providing a sense of vastness upon entering. Master Qiu was known locally for his benevolence, yet within his mansion lay 2 clandestine chambers, one a water dungeon for punishing those who infringed upon his authority, and the other a hidden den of beauty, lavishly adorned with silks and satins, where he kept the beautiful women he had ensnared. Among those captured by Qiu was Luo Li, who, due to Tang Yuju's severe injuries from a beating, had volunteered to lead a group of 6 skilled men into Qiu's estate under the cover of darkness. They successfully evaded 2 sentries and incapacitated a passing servant, dragging him into the shadows to extract information. However, they were discovered by the fierce dogs raised by the Qiu family, leading to their inevitable failure. Once their whereabouts were revealed, the Qiu family's servants surged forth. A few fought and retreated, while Luo Li bravely fought alone to cover the escape of his brethren. Ultimately, he was captured alive by the Qiu family guards. A resolute man, Luo Li remained steadfast against all forms of torture, refusing to divulge any truths. Having recently moved to the area, he was an unremarkable commoner, easily overlooked, and none of the Qiu family's servants recognized him. As Chiao was rigorously interrogating Luo Li about his origins and the purpose of his intrusion, he was interrupted by the report from Hua Xiaoyu, announcing the successful abduction of a delicate young lady. Instantly aroused by lustful desires, he momentarily forgot about Luo Li and hastily left the water dungeon, heading towards his den of beauty. Just the day before, he had received word from his household about a beautiful village girl spotted on the street. Initially skeptical of his subordinate's judgment, he had decided to take a detour to see for himself. Upon encountering the enchanting Chun Suan, Chiao felt an immediate urge to possess her. None of his wives or the women he had previously abducted could compare to her allure. Merely gazing upon her was enough to captivate his senses. Regrettably, it was inappropriate to act in broad daylight, especially after he had recently devised a scheme to abduct a young lady from the Tang family, causing quite a stir in the small county. Although he had the protection of the county magistrate, Shan Dalao, who had indulged in the women he provided, they were of a similar ilk. Yet, if people continued to go missing under Shan Shunlong's jurisdiction, it would surely displease him, necessitating further bribes to appease the situation. Thus, Chiao suppressed his desires. Opting for a longer game, pretending to be benevolent, he arranged accommodations for Chun Suan, and the following morning had her escorted out of Putai County in the presence of the townsfolk. Now, this exquisite young lady had returned, much to his delight. Chiao Yuan's heart blossomed with joy, his steps light as a swallow, as he eagerly plunged into his den of beauty. Chapter 042. No matter how skilled one fears the kitchen knife. Chiao harbored an affection for women, yet he had no taste for those of the seedy underbelly. Affluent as he was, he could only procure the company of such women, until one fateful day he mustered the audacity to abduct a virtuous maiden to his abode, reveling in his newfound power. As days passed without consequence, his desires began to swell uncontrollably. Having tasted the sweetness of his misdeeds, he found himself unable to restrain his impulses any longer. Over the years, many innocent women had fallen victim to his hands. However, Chiao was meticulous in his actions, selecting only those whose disappearance would go unnoticed. Those who lacked the means to fight back. The recent abduction of a young lady from the Tang family was a calculated decision, as he deemed her a newcomer to the county, lacking roots and a support system, unlikely to raise a ruckus. Had he known of Tang Yaojue's hidden identity, he would have refrained from such audacious acts. Now, the young beauty known as Chun Kuner was an even more ideal target for his nefarious desires. Coming from a humble background with roots in Gunshow, her disappearance would elicit no outcry, making her a delectable prize too good to pass up. With the beauty now ensconced in his lair, Chiao's lust surged, prompting him to cast aside any remnants of displeasure from his earlier escapades. Eagerly heading toward his clandestine den, Ping Ziki had endured little suffering, and Hua Xiaoyu recognized that with the girl's exquisite beauty, she would soon become the Lord's favored pet. Although her arrival meant a permanent stay in the underground confines, devoid of sunlight, the whispers of sweet nothings were not bound by earthly limitations. Hence, the ropes binding her limbs were fashioned from soft fabric, lest they mar her delicate skin and dampen the Lord's enthusiasm, not to mention further offend her. Chiao's lair was concealed beneath the ground, the entrance hidden behind a bookshelf in his study. Upon pushing aside the row of tomes, a secret passage was revealed. Once bound, Ping Ziki tested the ropes, confident in her strength to break free, and thus allowed herself to be manipulated. The plan did not dictate her descent into the lion's den. Many circumstances could not be anticipated, necessitating adaptability. Should she find the situation intolerable, she could retaliate upon confirming the malevolent identity of her captors, though such a move risked alarming the perpetrators. Aware that the bindings would not hold her, she endured. Believing that within affluent households lay hidden secrets, she yearned to venture deeper into the den and uncover the truth. Entering through the bookshelf's subterranean passage, the sloped corridor led to an extensive hallway, flanked by over a dozen chambers, each adorned with draped curtains, some lifted. As Ping Ziki was ushered along, she noted that many rooms housed young, beautiful women clad in sheer, alluring garments, their forms partially obscured yet unabashed, gazing vacantly as she passed. Once confined to a chamber, her gag was removed, though her hands remained bound. Shortly thereafter, Chiao burst in, brimming with excitement. "Where is my little beauty?" "Ah ha ha ha." Upon seeing Ping Ziki, Chiao's heart soared with delight. "Little beauty, we meet again." With a sense of urgency, he lunged towards her. Ping Ziki had initially intended to bide her time, waiting for reinforcements to arrive, but unexpectedly, as Chiao entered the room, he extended his predatory grasp. Being a woman of pure and virtuous character, Ping Ziki would not allow him to approach her. In a swift motion akin to a rabbit evading a hawk, she delivered a powerful kick to Chiao chest. sending his large frame tumbling backward. As she strained against her bindings, the fabric that constrained her limbs began to tear apart. Xiao Yuanwei staggered, clutching his chest as he coughed up blood, collapsing into the arms of two imposing servants who stood beside him. These men, Yi Wuyo and Yi Wu, were identical twin brothers, both grim-faced and robust. Hailing from Shandong, known for their martial prowess, they had been trained by Xiao Yuanwei himself, making them formidable opponents. Although their skills were inferior to those of a martial arts scion like Ping Ziki, the twins shared a deep connection, adept at coordinated attacks. Their height and strength gave them an advantage over her. Ping Ziki's greatest strength lay in her swordsmanship, however, as a young woman. She found herself at a disadvantage when engaging in a physical contest with men. In the confined space, her agility and nimbleness became less effective, leading to a slight disadvantage in the ensuing clash of fists and feet. After exchanging blows for several rounds, her arms grew numb, and a sense of unease began to creep in. Xiao Yuan, shielded by his men, retreated into another room, bellowing, "Capture her! Seize her!" Realizing the peril of prolonged conflict, Ping Ziki resolved to escape while she still could, grateful for her grandmother's wise counsel. The adage the older one gets in the martial world, the more cautious one becomes, resonated within her. This caution was not born of true cowardice, but rather a prudence developed through countless harrowing experiences. A seasoned veteran of the martial world would never recklessly engage in a life-and-death struggle without considering the consequences. Although Ping Ziki had yet to navigate the complexities of the martial world herself, her grandmother's teachings echoed in her mind. With determination, she executed a series of swift kicks to fend off the Yi brothers, making her escape. The hidden chamber, connected to an alarm system, began to ring, prompting loyal family members from the Chiu estate to rush in. Yet, their skills paled in comparison to those of the Yi brothers, and instead of blocking her, they inadvertently allowed her to slip past them, seizing a single blade in the process. Although it was not her weapon of choice, possessing the sword invigorated her spirit. Aside from the pursuing Yi brothers, no one else posed a significant threat. As the number of pursuers increased, Ping Ziki contemplated her next move. Capturing the kingpin was futile without first escaping to reunite with Yang Su and the others. With her guidance, they could strike decisively at the heart of the den, securing evidence that would expose the corrupt officials and their collusion. With this thought in mind, Ping Ziki dashed forward. Upon entering a narrow alley formed by two towering buildings, she suddenly heard the sound of a gong. To her astonishment, the vengeful servants of the Chiu family retreated, while the Yi brothers, armed with heavy iron rods, merely glared menacingly at the alley's entrance without advancing to engage in battle. A sense of foreboding washed over Ping Ziki. Instinctively, she positioned her blade defensively, her senses heightened. Just then, a loud crash echoed from above, prompting her to glance upwards. A dense white mist swiftly enveloped the entire alley, causing a searing pain in her eyes and throat. This was not good. It was quicklime. Shocked, she held her breath, squinting her eyes as she twirled her weapon in a defensive dance, propelling herself forward with fervor. Fortunately, she had seized the moment, her blade moving with such ferocity that she managed to break through the encirclement. As the heir of the Ping family, renowned for their mastery of the five-tiger breakthrough blade, she had yet to encounter anyone capable of matching her skill. Yet, this pervasive quicklime rendered her efforts futile. It infiltrated every crevice, leaving even the most skilled at a loss. Never before had Ping Ziki felt so disheveled. With her eyes tightly shut, she wielded her single blade, tears streaming down her face as she caught a glimpse of direction and charged ahead. Upon breaking free from the siege and leaping over the high walls of the Chiu residence, she felt utterly exhausted. Her hair disheveled and her garments soaked with sweat from the exertion of her vigorous maneuvers. The moment her feet touched the ground, she bolted forward, covering half a street when she suddenly heard synchronized footsteps approaching. Linking through her tears, she discerned the silhouettes of dozens of men. Alarmed, she realized she was now utterly defenseless, her strength depleted, and her weapon felt too heavy to lift. How could she possibly contend with these numerous adversaries? A moment's hesitation proved costly, as they swiftly caught sight of her, and a commanding voice rang out, "Prepare for battle." 7 or 8 burly men halted in unison, swiftly fanning out to encircle her. Though their movements were agile, they were not true masters of combat. However, their synchronization made them formidable. They effectively sealed off all of Ping Ziki's escape routes. Should they strike simultaneously, it would be akin to facing a single opponent attacking from multiple angles, a level of coordination that even a lifetime practitioner of martial arts would struggle to match. This was the terrifying advantage of trained soldiers. "Stop, young Master Ping," a voice cried out. Hearing it, Ping Ziki felt a surge of relief. "Young Master Yang." Almost instantly, she felt her arm being supported, and her blade slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground as she collapsed into his embrace. Something is amiss. Something is amiss. Chiyo, clutching his chest, sank onto the bed, pondering. This woman possesses remarkable martial prowess. Why would she willingly allow herself to be bound, only to attempt escape now? After a moment's contemplation, the furious expression on Chiyo Yunwei's face faded, replaced by a flicker of fear as he involuntarily twitched at the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, he realized, this is a trap. Damn it. Hua Xiaoyu hurriedly approached, asking, Master, what do you mean by a trap? Chiyo raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, roaring, You blind fool, you've brought calamity upon our household. Huh? What? The simpleton stood there, bewildered. Chiyo, in a fit of agitation, exclaimed, Quickly, prepare the carriage at once. Send away everyone who ought not to remain in the manor. Hua Xiaoyu, perplexed, replied, But, Master, the city gates are already closed at this hour. Where shall I send them? Where to send them? Chiyo's expression shifted dramatically, and he suddenly let out a sinister laugh. To the county magistrate's rear office. Have Shan Shenlong keep an eye on them for me. He consumes my resources, enjoys my hospitality. When disaster strikes, he cannot turn a blind eye. Hurry, act immediately. Evacuate all the women from here. And don't forget the person in the water prison. Clear this place entirely, leaving no evidence that could be used against us. A chilling grin spread across his face as he menacingly declared, Let those who wish to harm me come forth. The outcome of this hunt remains uncertain. Chapter 043. The gathering of heroes. Xia soon supported Ping Ziki and anxiously inquired, Young Master Ping, what has happened to you? Ping Ziki, struggling to see, managed to utter, I have been splashed with lime. My eyes are in distress. The Chiyo family possesses a secret cavern. The entrance is located in the study, concealed behind the bookshelf. Splashed with lime. Xia Sun's expression changed dramatically as he turned and called out, Lord Du. Du Qianhu responded, I understand. Brothers, charge. Leading over 30 robust men, armed with various weapons and resembling gangsters embroiled in a midnight street brawl, they surged towards the Chiyo residence, filled with murderous intent. Xia Sun bent down, grasped Peng Ziki's leg, and lifted her effortlessly. Peng Ziki gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, exclaiming, What are you doing? Xia Sun did not respond but glanced around, spotting a household that appeared somewhat decent. He rushed forward and kicked the door, shouting, Open up, quickly. After calling out twice without a reply, Xia Sun delivered 3 forceful kicks, shattering the door. Inside, the lights flickered on, revealing a burly man with a bare torso who emerged wielding a rolling pin, trembling as he asked, What are you doing? Quickly, fetch some cooking oil. Xia Sun carried Ping Ziki into the room, as if entering an unguarded domain, shouting loudly. The family, clad in disheveled attire, rushed out. And upon seeing a scholar-like young man supporting a lady, they realized they were not facing robbers. The head of the household hurriedly instructed his wife, Hurry, bring the cooking oil. Xia Sun placed Ping Ziki on a chair and snatched the oil from the woman's hands, using it to wash Ping Ziki's eyes. The oil flowed freely as if it were water, eliciting sympathetic glances from the family. Once Peng Ziki's vision improved slightly, she felt a wave of relief. Only then did she become aware of her disheveled hair and the oil smeared across her face, her unsightly appearance fully visible to young Master Yang, causing her an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. She quickly asked the man, Uncle, do you have any clean water? Oh, over there, in the backyard, there's a tub. The man, still bewildered by the situation, replied vacantly. Before he could finish, Ping Ziki leaped up and dashed through the main room towards the backyard. Xia Sun, unable to follow, remained in the hall, explaining a few words to the family and anxiously glancing in the direction of the Chiyo residence, uncertain about Du Qianhu's situation. Feeling distressed on both fronts, Du Qianhu ran furiously, covering a distance of over 100 steps, when he spotted a grand estate nearby, illuminated by a lantern that cast light upon the character's Chiyo residence above the door. Someone called out, My lord, here it is, this is the Chiyo residence. Being a straightforward man, Du Qianhu waved his hand and commanded, Breach the door. No sooner had the words left his lips than a group of people charged from the other end of the street, led by a limping individual. This group wielded an assortment of weapons, pitchforks, clubs, and various other implements, shouting threats even more ferociously than his own men, leaving Du Qianhu momentarily stunned. Before he had a chance to speak, those individuals had already witnessed their vigorous assault on the Chiyo residence. The limping man among them was Tang Yaoju, who, having heard that his wife was missing and having lost a brother in the process, was driven to a frenzy of desperation and had come here personally to fight. Upon arrival, he was overjoyed to see Du Qianhu and his group attacking the Qiu residence. In the bustling street, unable to reveal the true identity of the enemy, he called out, "Are you brothers from Taibaiju?" Du Qianhu was taken aback, pondering how they knew of his origins. He replied, "Indeed, we are." "What of it?" Tang Yaoju exclaimed in joy. "Brothers, I misjudged you. You truly are men of honor." He raised his arms to rally his companions, declaring, "Reinforcements have arrived. Let us fight side by side." With that, he led his men toward the Qiu residence. Du Qianhu suddenly realized, "So these are the reinforcements young Master Yang spoke of? My goodness, what a ragtag bunch. It is truly remarkable how young Master Yang managed to gather them." Faced with the urgency of the situation, Du Qianhu said little more, uniting their forces to assault the Qiu residence. Although the Qiu family had prepared for an attack, they were no match for the well-trained soldiers led by Du Qianhu. Especially with Tang Yaoju and his band of outlaws vigorously supporting them, they burst into the Qiu residence, plunging deeper into the chaos, causing a commotion that sent the household into disarray, with women and children crying out in fear. Such a ruckus had already alarmed the neighbors, many of whom had been roused from sleep, yet they remained hidden, unsure of the situation, peering cautiously from the shadows. Those on night watch, upon noticing the disturbance from afar, rushed over only to flee in panic, shouting, "Bandits have entered the city. Bandits are raiding the Qiu estate." Amidst the clamor from the Qiu residence, Xia Sun, filled with a restless longing to charge forth, suddenly saw Pingziki emerge slowly. Her clothes drenched and wrapped around her form. In the dim light, her graceful silhouette was barely discernible. She approached Xia Sun, a hint of shyness in her demeanor, and said, I am fine now." Xia Sun quickly inquired, "How are your eyes?" Peng Ziki's eyes were swollen like ripe peaches, and she, not wanting him to see, kept her head lowered. However, upon hearing his concern, warmth blossomed within her, and she softly replied, "It's all right. The treatment was timely. Just a slight swelling, nothing serious." Xia Sun felt a wave of relief wash over him, allowing him to finally take in her appearance. Her delicate face, pale as exquisite porcelain, had beads of moisture glistening and sliding down her flushed cheeks, creating a captivating shimmer in the soft light. For some reason, this evoked memories of a past encounter, recalling a line of poetry about a treasured meeting. "What are you looking at? Is there something wrong?" Though she did not raise her head, Peng Ziki sensed his intense gaze and nervously brushed her hair. "Oh, it's nothing," Xia Sun replied, composing himself. "I'm glad you are well. I must hurry to see how things are at the Qiu residence." "I shall go too," Peng Ziki declared through gritted teeth. "They dared to use such despicable means against me. I will make them pay in blood." Before she could finish her sentence, she dashed out. Xia Sun hastily produced a roll of banknotes and placed it on the table, apologizing profusely. "In this moment of desperation, I have committed many offenses. Please accept this modest compensation." With that, he dashed out like a gust of wind, leaving the family staring at one another in stunned silence. When Xia Sun and Pingziki arrived, Du Qianhu and Tang Yaoju had already stormed into the residence of their adversary. Mr. Qiu led some loyal and capable family members to guard the door of the study, both sides wielding lanterns and torches that illuminated the scene as brightly as day. When enemies meet, their eyes glint with hostility. Pingziki snatched a knife and charged forward, but she was taken aback to see Xia Sun, the young master, also bravely advancing. Xia Sun, attempting to fight, threw a few punches and kicks, but soon cried out in pain, stumbling back as if struck. Upon witnessing his reckless advance, Pingziki quickly leaped over, fearing for the safety of the noble from the Qi royal residence. Du Qianhu swiftly came over to support Xia Sun with his other arm. As they helped him up, they simultaneously inquired, "Young Master Yang, are you unharmed?" Xia Sun replied, "These household servants of the Qiu family are quite fierce. I am fine." But he rummaged through his sleeve and produced a broken fragment, lamenting, "Alas, my palace token has been shattered." Unfamiliar with what he referred to, Peng Ziki inquired in surprise, "What palace token?" Du Qianhu, however, chuckled dismissively. Fortunately, this token absorbed some of the impact. As long as the young master is unharmed, a mere token can be replaced upon your return to Qizhou. Xia Sun, turning his frustration into relief, responded, "You speak wisely, brother Du." With that, he casually discarded the ivory shard onto the ground. Just then, Tang Yaoju limped over, initially thinking that Du Yuqi had sent assistance. Upon realizing that these were the aides summoned by young Master Yang, he expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply before Xia Sun. "Your great kindness and righteousness Tang Yaoju is forever indebted. Please accept my humble gratitude. Xia Sun, now aware that the man who had lost his wife was indeed Tang Yaoju, hurried forward to help him up, intending to offer some comforting words. However, a squad of archers and constables soon arrived, swiftly encircling them. The county official, Chumaiku, clad in official garb and bearing a cold expression, stepped forward and bellowed, "Who dares to brandish weapons and invade the homes of the gentry at night? Surrender your arms immediately, and I shall follow the law to interrogate you. Otherwise, I shall treat you as thieves and deal with you on the spot." To his left and right stood a pair of knife-wielding inspectors. Ahead were 2 shield-bearers, and behind them an array of archers, bows drawn and arrows poised, creating an atmosphere thick with the threat of violence. Under such perilous scrutiny, no one dared to make a move. A single misstep could lead to a rain of arrows. No matter one's skill, evasion would be nearly impossible beneath the threat of such lethal projectiles. Tang Yaoju could not allow his benefactor to be harmed on his account, and thus he struggled forward, arms wide open, shouting, "My lord, I am wronged. My wife has been forcibly taken. I have learned that it is the master of this house, Chio, who is responsible for this abduction. I implore you, my lord." "Impudent commoner, you defy the law." Shumai's voice thundered like a tempest as he pointed his spear and bellowed, "If there are grievances, you must report them to the authorities." The commoner replied, "Indeed, I have beaten the drum to seek redress, but the esteemed county magistrate..." Silence. Lacking sufficient evidence. How can the magistrate heed your solitary account? Now that you possess this information, why not report it to the county office? Instead of consorting with a band of desperate rogues, brazenly assaulting the enemy's residence? Is there no law in this land? The commoner retorted. I feared that too many voices would complicate matters. If news were to leak, it would become impossible to seize his incriminating evidence. Thus, the county magistrate of Chu shouted sternly, "Is this why you disregard the law and engage in such banditry? Your actions are tantamount to rebellion. Do you comprehend this? Lay down your weapons and surrender, or I shall unleash a hail of arrows upon you, ending your lives immediately." "My lord." The magistrate of Chu waved his hand resolutely, declaring, "Prepare to shoot." "Curse it. Your garments sweep the dead. What audacity you possess. I would like to see who dares to shoot and kill." A voice from the crowd mocked, as Du Qianhu sauntered forth, casting a sidelong glance at the magistrate of Chu. The magistrate glared, his eyes wide with fury, demanding, "Who are you? State your name." Du Qianhu casually tossed a gilt-waist token to the ground at the magistrate's feet, saying, "Who am I? Look for yourself." A shield-bearer stepped back, retrieved the waist token, and presented it to the magistrate. Holding it up to the light of the torch, the magistrate's countenance changed dramatically, and he quickly raised his hand to halt the archer's movements. Gazing at Du Qianhu in astonishment, "You? Who on earth are you?" Du Qianhu strode forward with confidence, pushing aside 2 shield-bearers, and approached the magistrate, stating proudly, "I am Du Qianhu of the Putai Guard, here on behalf of the noble Qi Wangfu to capture thieves. Who dares to harm the officers?" The magistrate's expression shifted subtly, and he replied gravely, "Is this not an overstepping of authority, Master Du?" Just then, another voice, filled with indignation, cried out, "Who possesses such audacity to rally a crowd and attack the enemy's residence? Where is the magistrate? Why have the offenders not been apprehended?" As the crowd parted, the county magistrate of Putai, Shan Xinglong, rushed over, panting heavily. Upon seeing Chumai, his expression immediately softened. Chumai was responsible for apprehending bandits in the county, and his presence signified that the archers and constables were already in position. The situation was dire. Magistrate Shan caught his breath and said, "Ah, so you have arrived. Master Chu, the county has just received word. Who, indeed, has flouted the law by launching a nocturnal assault on the enemy's residence. Why have they not been captured?" Chumai's gaze flickered momentarily as he stepped forward to pay his respects. "My lord, this matter may be somewhat complicated." Magistrate Shan was taken aback and retorted, "Complicated? What could possibly be complicated?" Leaning closer, Chumai whispered a few words to him, causing Shan's complexion to drain of color as he glanced at Du Qianhu, his expression gradually revealing uncertainty. At this moment, the individuals stationed within the study became aware that reinforcements had arrived outside. Mr. Chiu, supported by others, leaned out of the window and cried out, "Master Shan, Brother Shan, save me. These rioters are robbers, bandits. I implore you, Brother Shan, save me, I beg you." Upon hearing the cries, the hesitation in Magistrate Shan's expression vanished. His countenance darkened as he declared, "The court has its own system. Matters of the locality are not to be resolved by the soldiers of the guard. Considering we both serve in this region, one civil and one military, I shall not act out of self-interest. I will treat today's events as if they never occurred. I request you, Lord Xianhu, to take your men and leave this place immediately. As for the others, they are to be taken back to the county office for questioning. Xia Sun stepped forward and proclaimed, My lord, we possess substantial evidence. The master of the Qiu family has secretly abducted beautiful maidens from the populace and concealed them for his own depraved desires. We, driven by righteous indignation, have acted to rid the people of this scourge, a deed worthy of commendation. Even if we have transgressed the law, there lies a difference in severity. Should you not consider sending someone to investigate the matter within the study? Young Master Yang, it is you again. Magistrate Shan replied, maintaining his composure. Mr. Qiu is a respected gentleman in Putai County. Without proof, I cannot unjustly harass him. All I see is you assembling a crowd and forcibly entering the Qiu residence. Where is the evidence you speak of? Xia Sun pointed to Peng Ziki and stated, This young lady is a witness. She was abducted by the steward of the Qiu family, Hua Xiaoyu. Within this study, there exists a hidden passage leading to an underground cavern where numerous women are imprisoned. This young lady escaped from that den of iniquity. We received credible information that the villain Qiu might destroy the evidence upon becoming aware, which compelled us to act decisively and storm the Qiu residence. If you do not believe us, a simple investigation will confirm the truth. Oh, Magistrate Shan was taken aback, but steeled himself and replied, Very well, if that is the case, you may serve as witnesses and await at the county office. I shall personally conduct a search of the Qiu residence, and once I acquire the necessary evidence, I will publicly adjudicate this case. At that moment, another figure emerged from the crowd, panting and sweating profusely. Upon spotting Yang Xian, he waved his hand and gave a thumbs up. It was Ji Gang, who had not been seen for some time. Upon seeing his gesture, Xia Sun felt a surge of reassurance and decided not to indulge Magistrate Shan any longer. With a wry smile, he remarked, I fear that should we depart, Your Honor, you will find no evidence to uncover. A glint of malice flickered in Magistrate Shan's eyes, and he stepped forward with a sinister smile, saying, What do you mean by that, young Master Yang? Chapter 44. The net tightens with a tone laden with menace directed at the county magistrate. Xia Sun remained unfazed, stating, For years, the scoundrel Qiu has run amok in Putai County, yet he has remained unscathed. I fear there are those within the government who have accepted his bribes, acting as his accomplices and deliberately shielding him. Given the situation has escalated to this extent, why does the esteemed magistrate not issue an order for us to enter together and rescue those unfortunate women? Would this not be a magnificent act of virtue? It would also serve to vindicate the integrity of the county office. At that moment, as the authorities had dispatched a significant number of archers and constables, the neighbors grew emboldened, stepping out of their homes to witness the spectacle. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the magistrate became increasingly anxious, barking sternly. The nation has its laws, and households have their rules. The court has its protocols. To mobilize the populace, one must receive a fire warrant from the magistrate in charge of law enforcement. To search Qiu's residence, a permit issued by either myself or the magistrate must be presented. This is the rule of law. How can you act on your own accord? Young Master Yang is a scholar. Does he not comprehend such fundamental principles? Withdraw at once. Xia Sun retorted with a cold smile. What if I refuse? The magistrate's expression hardened, and he sneered. Then I shall ride to the Qingzhou prefecture and revoke your scholarly title. Capture them, Qiu. Wait, wait. A voice cried out breathlessly. The crowd turned to see dozens of torches converging like a serpent towards Qiu's residence, led by two elderly scholars, their beards white and their steps faltering, barely able to move without the support of their students. The magistrate gasped, Master Chang, Instructor Wang, what brings you here? Gasping for breath, Master Chang replied, Your Excellency, I have heard that the local gentry, Qiu, is a lecherous brute, abducting common women and resisting arrest despite being reported. I have brought the students of the county to assist you in apprehending this villain. The magistrate was taken aback. Xia Sun was an outsider, and Du Qianhu had overstepped his boundaries. If they were determined to confront him, he could risk alienating them. He could potentially cover it up by destroying evidence. But could they simply declare themselves in league with bandits? The mere fact of military officials meddling in civil affairs would be enough to incite discord among the high-ranking officials. Even if he angered Prince Qi, the prince lacked the power to influence the decisions of the Ministry of Personnel. If he could no longer remain in Putai County, he could find another post elsewhere. He had no reason to fear. But now, with the county's instructors present, what was to be done? Resolutely, the magistrate steeled himself, disregarding the need for caution, and declared, I was just about to search Chio's residence for evidence. However, blades are unforgiving. If by mischance I were to injure either of the esteemed scholars, this county could not bear the repercussions. Someone quickly escort the scholars to a safe place to wait. Archers and constables, apprehend these opportunistic ruffians. Those who resist with weapons shall be treated as bandits and executed on the spot. Stop. The Chu County magistrate, having observed the unfolding events, recognized that the magistrate's position was precarious. He spread his arms wide and called out, halting the movements of his subordinates, and stepped back slowly. The magistrate, both astonished and furious, exclaimed, "Chu County Magistrate, what is your intent?" Chumaika replied, "Your Excellency, it is a privilege granted by the Emperor for scholars to engage in political discourse. The good citizens assist the government in apprehending bandits and thieves. This is a testament to the educational efforts of the imperial court and should be encouraged and acknowledged by local authorities. The willingness of these people to aid the officials in their pursuits reflects the simplicity and virtue of the local populace. Why then must the esteemed gentleman reject such goodwill outright, as if to equate them with criminals?" The county magistrate of Dan was so enraged that he trembled, pointing at the deputy of Chu County and stammering, "Ew, ew." The deputy of Chu, responsible for the capture of thieves, was not authorized to apprehend individuals. Thus, he found himself quite powerless against the archers and constables, inciting the magistrate's anger to unprecedented heights. With a calm smile, the deputy of Chu raised his hand toward Du Qianhu and Tang Yaoju, commanding in a loud voice, "I am Chu Maiku, deputy of Putai County, and I bear the responsibility for capturing bandits in this jurisdiction. I hereby summon you to assist the officials in apprehending the individuals associated with the Chiu family and to search their manor for evidence. Any who resist shall be dealt with mercilessly." Du Qianhu let out a hearty laugh, brandishing his blade as he declared, "Did you all hear that? Charge in. Anyone who dares to resist, strike them down without mercy." The crowd roared in agreement, weapons raised, as they stormed toward the study. The inspector reported, "My lord, there exists a secret passage behind the bookshelves in the Chiu family's study, leading to over 10 underground chambers, each lavishly adorned as boudoirs. There are no inhabitants. Only embroidered beds, fine garments, and various cosmetics." Upon hearing this, Du Qianhu and Tang Yaoju exchanged worried glances, while the bound Xiao Yuanwei merely smirked in silence. The magistrate of Dan, who had been sitting like a condemned prisoner, suddenly regained his composure and leaped up, defiantly exclaiming, "You are tarnishing the reputation of honorable gentlemen, forcefully invading the Chiu residence and injuring countless innocent citizens. I shall bring you to justice. Yang Zhuxing, I will report you to the Qingzhou government to revoke your titles. Changjiayu, Wang Xiwendao, instead of properly educating your students, you heed rumors and meddle in governance. I will petition the Jinan academic authorities to impeach you." As for Chu County's deputy, he too felt a surge of alarm. However, having already chosen to confront his superior, he found no retreat. With a pale expression, he turned to Chiu and inquired, "Why is there a secret cavern below, adorned with silks and cosmetics, all of which belong to women? What is the meaning of this?" Chiu laughed heartily. "I enjoy it. I take pleasure in it. The cavern is warm in winter and cool in summer. I, Chiu, find joy in residing underground with my beloved wife and concubines, seeking peace and tranquility. What law have I violated? Chu Darren, you are responsible for capturing bandits. Pray tell, what law have I broken?" Xia Sun cast a sidelong glance at Ji Gang, who nodded in affirmation. Xia Sun then smiled slightly and remarked, "If Chiu Yuanwei wishes to reside in a cave with his own wives and concubines, that is merely a personal preference and does not constitute a crime. However, what if those women are not your wives or concubines?" Chiu shot a venomous glare at Xia Sun, sneering, "Yang Shotsai, I have no enmity with you, yet you conspire against me. Your reputation is on the brink of ruin, and yet you persist in this charade." "Ha, ha ha." Before his laughter could fade, a cultured voice inquired, "What on earth is happening here? Why is Chiu Yuanwei so amused?" "Ah, esteemed gentlemen, you are all present." As the sound echoed, a man emerged from the crowd, performing a courteous bow, and rose with a cheerful smile. Chiu smiled faltered, and in astonishment, he asked, "Master Lin, what brings you to my home?" Lin Yuqi, with an amiable demeanor, replied, "Dear Chiu, your inquiry strikes at the heart of the matter. This evening, a servant from my establishment reported that several patrons had dined and dashed, leaving not only their meals unpaid but also creating a ruckus by smashing dishes before departing. My staff, seeing the large number of these ruffians, dared not intervene. Would you not agree this is outrageous?" Both Xia Sun and Du Qianhu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them upon hearing this. Lin Yuqi continued, in our esteemed Putai County. Under the governance of our respected magistrate, we have always enjoyed peace and security, with doors left unlocked at night and lost items returned. Yet, we now face such brazen hooligans. Unable to contain my indignation, I rallied my household guards and the staff from my shop to pursue them. By chance, upon nearing your residence, I witnessed the scholars of our county confronting 6 or 7 large carts, engaged in a fierce struggle. Upon inquiry, I learned from the scholars that the carts contained numerous women bound and captured by a gang of kidnappers. Having witnessed this, it would be unconscionable for me to turn a blind eye, so I assisted the scholars in apprehending these miscreants. Upon interrogation, these criminals uniformly claimed that it was your household guard who had abducted the women, and the captives corroborated this. Alas, I find this extremely perplexing. I suspect this may well be a scheme to frame you, dear Chio. However, the words spoken were not only heard by me, but also by my shop staff, the scholars, and even the curious onlookers. I could no longer suppress the matter, so I brought all witnesses here for them to confront you directly, ensuring your innocence. Would you not agree, brother, that my intentions are noble? Upon hearing this, Chio nearly lost his composure. The county magistrate, overwhelmed with joy, rushed forward and grasped Lin Yuqi's arm, exclaiming, "Where are those people now?" Lin Yuqi turned and shouted, "By the magistrate's command, esteemed scholars, please bring forth the witnesses." A cacophony ensued. "I am wronged. My lady, my husband, Brother Tang, Chio, you scoundrel, your crimes are unforgivable." A throng surged forward, voices overlapping in a tumultuous uproar. Xia Sun, along with the county magistrate and other officials, turned to the sound of a sob, only to see Magistrate Shan sprawled on the ground, his eyes rolled back, a damp stain beneath him. It was evident that Xia Sun had anticipated the possibility of evidence being concealed. He understood that landlords in the north, particularly those in smaller towns and counties, were often the first to suffer during times of turmoil or banditry. Consequently, their residences typically possessed certain defensive features to withstand such assaults. Fearing that a direct confrontation might yield insufficient results, he also aimed to create a diversion, compelling the wrongdoers to relocate any incriminating evidence, thus allowing for a more opportune moment for capture, as he was unfamiliar with the local terrain and could not rely on the authorities. The support of the local scholars became paramount. These students are robust young men, all having trained in martial arts, making them invaluable in critical moments. When Gao Xianning visited the county school to forge friendships with them, he was laying the groundwork for future endeavors. Once the culprit was identified, Xia Sun and Du Qian, who hastily arrived, followed closely by Ji Gang, who promptly made his way to the county school. The scholars, fervent youths, were filled with a sense of responsibility towards the world, even those who might boast without action. Ji Gang, with his eloquence, and Gao Xianning harmonized in a fervent rallying cry to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to give life to the people, to inherit the teachings of the sages, and to create peace for all generations. This ignited a passionate response among the students, who eagerly prepared to accompany them in their quest to eliminate the bandits, unbeknownst to the 2 elderly scholars who had already retired for the night. A commotion called them to the students' quarters. Without waiting for their input, the students, in a flurry of explanations, urged the 2 teachers to join them. During their journey, Ji Gang advised the 2 instructors that someone had infiltrated the enemy's estate, fearing that evidence might be discreetly relocated. Rather than sending the students into direct conflict with the guards, it would be more prudent to maintain a perimeter, potentially yielding remarkable results. Both scholars, driven by a strong sense of justice, were nonetheless apprehensive about their students' safety, concerned about how to report any mishap to the educational authorities and the students' families. They agreed that keeping watch outside for any fleeing criminals posed significantly less danger than breaching the enemy's stronghold. As if to affirm Ji Gang's insight, several large carts indeed emerged from the side entrance of the estate. Tang Yaoju had initially dispatched Luo Li to infiltrate the enemy's estate, unbeknownst to Lin Yuqi. However, upon hearing that Luo Li had been captured and the others had retreated in defeat, Tang Yaoju, in a desperate gamble, plunged into the fray. Lin Yuqi, observing this reckless endeavor, decided against sending reinforcements, believing that such a foolhardy approach had little chance of success and was not worth risking his own men. Not long after, news reached him that several brawny men from Taibai had brazenly attacked the enemy's estate, prompting him to investigate further. He dispatched his trusted aides to gather intelligence and stealthily approached the vicinity himself. As Xia Sun and Du Qian, who confronted Chiu from behind a window, the county's archers and constables arrived, leading to a stalemate, a situation of which Lin Yuqi was acutely aware. At that moment, the students successfully intercepted the carts attempting to flee from the estate, resulting in a fierce clash. Recognizing a shift in the tide, Lin Yuqi resolved to lend his assistance. In truth, even without his intervention, the spirited students were capable of handling the guards. However, his presence significantly bolstered their strength, ensuring that none were gravely injured, a commendable outcome. Once the rogues were captured, Ji Gang, concerned that Du Qianhu's official status might not suffice to contain the county magistrate, sought to relay news to Xia Sun promptly. He summoned the two instructors, Chang and Wang. While Lin Yuqi assisted the students in binding the captured criminals and freeing the distressed women, it was only then that they finally arrived at the scene. The scars that marred Luo's body served as undeniable evidence of the crimes committed by the Qiu family, who had illicitly established their own court. The young lady of the Tang family wept bitterly in her husband's embrace, relieved yet terrified to learn that her honor remained intact due to her monthly cycle. The young women abducted bore a striking resemblance to those who had gone missing in Putai County over the past few years, thus solidifying the case against the perpetrators. These young women collapsed to the ground, repeatedly bowing in gratitude to their saviors and the officials, recounting their harrowing experiences amidst their anguished cries. The public outcry reached a fever pitch, especially when an elderly neighbor recognized his long-lost niece among the rescued women, which further intensified the emotions of the gathering. Enraged citizens seized bricks and stones, mercilessly assaulting Qiu and his bound henchmen until they were left bloodied and bruised. As the victims divulged more crimes, it was revealed that some young women had taken their own lives due to unbearable humiliation, while others had perished from Qiu's vile abuse. Some victims were known by name, while others remained anonymous. The scholars and gentlemen present were filled with fury, rushing forward to deliver a severe beating to Qiu and his cronies, leaving them with broken bones and shattered spirits. The constables, fearing for their lives, eventually intervened to halt the violence. Despite the widespread knowledge of the collusion between Magistrate Dan and Qiu, the latter lay unconscious and unable to confess. Moreover, as the highest official in the county, no one dared to detain Magistrate Dan, who walked back to the county office under the disdainful and cold gazes of the crowd. As soon as he entered the office, the concerned citizens and Lin Yuqi's group kept a vigilant watch over all entrances, while the patrolling constables, under the orders of the county vice director, intensified their surveillance. Magistrate Dan, acutely aware of his precarious situation, did not wait for the vice director and the two esteemed scholars to report him to the Jinan government for censure. Nor did he wait for the local gentry to submit grievances against him. After hastily concluding his affairs, he untied his belt and hanged himself. With his demise, Qiu remained alive. He had endured a beating from the citizens and another from the students, and by the time he was thrown into prison, he was barely clinging to life. Upon hearing of his despicable crimes, fellow inmates subjected him to yet another brutal beating. Still, he clung to the hope that his brother, who aspired to be an official in the provincial capital, might save him. Qiu, once a man of means, had become a symbol of resilience. Even his hope for survival seemed increasingly bleak.